With my clear conscience as a disciple, I just want to be carefree in the world. Introduction. Jiang Xian above the immortal city, without hesitation, buried all living beings. Upon opening my eyes again, I found myself back in 3,000 years ago, becoming the youth of the past. Once again facing the accusations of junior brothers and sisters, the favoritism of the master, and the rebuke of the elders. Jiang Xian, whose cultivation is still in progress, drew his sword and attacked. First kill the scheming junior sister, then slaughter the junior brother with the bloodline of a saint, and finally stomp to death the beautiful senior sister. A sword emerged at the top of the mountain, named Liangqing, disabled the ancestor of the sect, and went down the mountain. Jiang Xian said, "Reborn, I can't bear the slightest grievance." 1 month later, at the tea house in the mortal world, Jiang Xian drew his sword and in one breath, he killed the saint. Ha, saints are nothing but ants under the sword. 10 years later, in the misty sea of the netherworld, a sword fell from the sky, opening the sky with one sword, and Jiang Xian buried the immortal. Immortal? Just so. 40 years later, in a small town, Master Jiang appeared holy and brought about 100 years of peace to the world. Take a message for me, tell the world outside, I've got this town. Later, the sword immortal went to Shenzhou, spent 10 years eradicating the demonic sect, and built a blood pool. In a cave, with one person and one sword, in just one night, 100 immortals were killed, 1,000 saints were slaughtered, leaving behind 1,000,000 corpses. Later, this place will be called Zhangxiangang. Legends unfold one after another, and the story of the sword immortal is sung among mortals. People all know that a great sword immortal has come to the world. Later, the swordsman once again set foot in that city, and inserted a sword outside the city, pointing to that wilderness. For the next 10,000 years, those who pass this sword, kill. Chapter 1: The Sacrifice for the People, Reborn Anew. That day, it was the awakening of insects. The sky is dark, the wind is strong, as if a storm is about to come, the fairy city above is in ruins, and below the fairy city is a mess. Layer upon layer of densely packed corpses, crisscrossed by blood-red streams on the brown earth, the world shrouded in blood. Seeing only a few cold crows startled, listening to the crying echoing in the vast wilderness. Jiang Xian took a sip of strong wine and whispered softly, "Do you know? After the crow's caw, the joy of returning is stronger than wine." Yi Qingling sat leaning against a corner of the city wall, wiping the broken blade sword in her hand, and whispered, "Bookworm, I'm here. What is liking? Clear breeze, morning moon, accompanied by the stars. Can you be more specific? Love at first sight, farewell with a heavy heart. Can you be more specific? You." Yi Qingling Wanner smiled, like a blood-stained fairy, half closing her eyes. "Unfortunately, we are about to die. I know. Regret? No. Are you afraid?" Jiang Xian frowned and said gently, I'm afraid I'll die before you." Yi Qingling was taken aback, turned her head and asked, "Why?" Jiang Xian looked into the distance outside the city, where there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, where not a blade of grass grew, and his eyes gradually darkened. "I don't want to leave you alone, facing this terrible world alone." Yi Qingling squinted her eyes into crescents and said sweetly, "You are really good." "Of course." Suddenly a strong wind rose, swirling up yellow sand into the sky, making the sky even darker, as if one could reach out and touch the thick cloud layer, with a cacophony of noise in the ears. Yi Qingling slowly opened her eyes as bright as usual, clear as the spring water in the mountains. "They're back." Jiang Xian stood up, casually pulled out the sword inserted in the city wall, and calmly looked into the distance, where a dark mass came into view. "That is a beast tide that covers the sky and the earth. Yes, they are here. Let's fight." Under the vast sky. It is a towering city, called the City of the Sun, the eternal first pass, but now, there are only 2 people left on the city. He is a scholarly young man, and a beautiful girl. They stand on the city wall, letting the autumn wind blow. The hometown behind cannot be returned to, the distant future ahead cannot be crossed, expressing an indescribable desolation. Yi Qingling carried a sword, tilted her head, and looked infatuatedly at Jiang Xian, saying, "Jiang Xian, I love you." Jiang Xian's lips curled slightly, and his tired eyes were full of indulgence. "I love you more. I'm going up." Well, soon I saw the girl open the sky with a sword, tearing apart most of the world, brown sand, a sea of corpses, blood pouring like rain, and at the moment the young long sword broke, the world fell into eternal darkness. The ancient demon emperor said in a deep voice, "Xian, give up, you're the only one left, can't stop it." Jiang Xian was covered in blood, standing in the wind, with crimson blood mist in his eyes, and a hint of bitterness at the corners of his mouth, murmuring to himself softly, "Give up. I have nothing left to give up." With that, Jiang Xian condensed his essence and blood at his fingertips, wiped it across his forehead, blood staining his brow, and recited an ancient spell in his mouth. "Heaven and earth mourn together, the sun and moon weep together, I offer myself as a sacrifice for all living beings. Wake up!" Dark clouds gather, space tears apart, countless voids come from another realm, the mournful wind sounds like the earth and sky wailing, the demons are terrified, as if facing a great enemy. Damn, this kid is crazy. Ancient forbidden curse, how could you be like this? Jiang Xian, stop now, this way the whole world will be devoured, and the human race is no exception. Run, run fast. Kill him, or we'll all die. In Jiang Xian's eyes, there was a hint of gloominess, falling into the demonic path with no compassion, only mad laughter. She's dead, so there's no point in living. I want the whole world to bury her, all die for me, all die for me, ha ha. The mad laughter echoes between heaven and earth. The world is being torn apart little by little, until everything returns to nothingness, empty and void. Now, much quieter. Awakening in the endless darkness, he saw a narrow strip of white like a finger seam, and instinctively moved forward. Slowly approaching, at the moment he reached out to touch it, a white light rose to the sky. The dazzling light made him unable to open his eyes. The ears are already filled with noise. I'm sorry, but you have not provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Heavenly Sword Sect, Hall of Enforcement. Outside the hall, the crowd was packed with people, and hundreds of disciples were desperately stretching their necks to look inside, whispering and arguing. In the hall, there was a young man kneeling, dressed in white like snow. The old man above furrowed his brows and glared angrily, rebuking. Jiang Xian, do you know your crime? The young man had not yet spoken, when a beautiful female monk beside him sneered. Jiang Xian, you seized the opportunity of the same sect and also injured a fellow disciple. According to the sect rules, your cultivation should be abolished, and you should be expelled from the sect. However, considering that you are from the same sect, as long as you hand over the item and apologize to the junior brother, I can plead with the master and elders to give you another chance. The speaker is Zhou Lin, a junior sister of Jiang Xian, and also one of the witnesses. Cough, 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 I'm sorry, senior brother, I know you like that sword, but I really need that sword. If you just give it back to me, I promise not to pursue it. You are still my senior brother, okay? Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, a pale-faced young man, weakly supported by others, weakly spoke, his words filled with pleading and grievance. This person is the victim of this incident, the junior brother of Tianjin sect, Lin Heng. Seeing him like this, the elders and disciples around him showed pity and heartache in their eyes, while their gazes towards Jiang Xian became indignant. Brother, you did indeed pass this time. What kind of person are you, even snatching your own junior brother? Junior brother is indeed a man of righteousness. Even in this situation, he still pleads for senior brother. Even Jiang Xian's master scolded him, saying, Little fairy, take out your sword, don't force me to take action. Listening to the noise in my ears, Jiang Xian gradually came to his senses, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Not dead. Ignoring everything around him, he slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping slowly around, his mind quickly integrating jumbled memories. Seeing Jiang Xian suddenly stand up, everyone was surprised, looking at each other, and the elders on the stage even spoke out to criticize. Bold, Jiang Xian, have you woken up? Jiang Xian turned back slowly, and looked at the elder with a cold gaze. Just a glance, the elder's back inexplicably emitted a chill, making his scalp tingle. If it comes to the mouth, it is choked back. That look, too scary, as if being stared at by a giant beast in the abyss in general. Is this still Jiang Xian? Beside him, a group of people were talking loudly and scolding incessantly, making Jiang Xian feel like a guilty man being accused by 1,000 people. Jiang Xian cursed impatiently. Don't be noisy. Shut your mouth. The inexplicable reprimand was accompanied by a surge of irritable air that rippled outwards, instantly oppressing the atmosphere at the scene to the extreme. The elders stood still in a daze. The disciples were dumbfounded, confused. Especially Zhou Lin and Lin Heng only felt as if they were falling in the clouds and mist, with a subconscious rolling under the throat. In their minds, there are only two thoughts. Either they misheard, or this senior brother has gone crazy. In silence, Jiang Xian gently frowned, gradually came back to his senses, and also sorted everything out. He is indeed still alive, but he has returned to 3,000 years ago. Back to Tianjin sect, also back to the most humiliating day of this life. It is also the beginning of a tragedy from a past life. He raised his eyes and pointed at the elder in the hall, asking lightly, Old thing, what did you just ask me? Chapter 2 Speak nonsense with your eyes open, destroy your eyes. The elder deacon's Adam's apple rolled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. For some reason, he was actually suppressed by Jiang Xian's momentum, even though the other party was so rude. But he was not angry, but rather felt scared. The disciples around had long been silent, their gazes shifting back and forth between Jiang Xian and the two elders. Only Master Jiang Xian's disciple, Lu Qingxue, stepped forward and complained. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? How can you talk to the elder like this? Jiang Xian frowned, a gaze of death, and said lightly, Did I let you speak? Lu Qingxue stared with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. She couldn't accept it for a moment. Her disciple, who usually respected her greatly and obeyed her every word, dared to speak to her like this today. Especially Jiang Xian's gaze towards himself, cold and terrifying. Instead of meeting his eyes, the scorching hot day feels like falling into an icy frost, chilling to the bone. In the bewildering and scattered emotions, there is a mix of a little bit of loss, and even some shame. Pointing angrily at Jiang Xian, he questioned, "You're crazy, I am your master," disregarding seniors, simply lawless. Jiang Xian, however, did not think so, just shook his head and smiled. Master? How ridiculous. In the previous life, he believed in a saying, one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. He could be described as obedient and respectful to this teacher. Even if she doesn't like herself, she has never uttered a word of complaint. But what happened later? What did you get? It was she who personally destroyed her own cultivation, and then pursued him to the sect. But she clearly knew the truth, yet she still chose to favor the latter. What use is such a master? Jiang Xian's abnormal behavior caught all the disciples present off guard. After a brief moment of astonishment, they regained their composure one by one, returning to their former proud and confident selves. He is indeed the eldest senior brother, and his strength is indeed very strong. However, now he has offended his own master and elders. What kind of waves can he stir up again? Too much, lawless. It's outrageous to dare to speak to your own master like that. Harassing fellow disciples, insulting elders, disregarding teachers, this child must be killed. Yes, get rid of him, expel him from the sect. Facing the insults and malice around him, Jiang Xian did not care at all. The world is ignorant, with a narrow view, all like frogs in a well. Dwarfs have never seen a play, they just follow what others say. He can't be bothered. His gaze fell on the elder again, continuing to inquire. Ask you, what did you just ask me? Although the elder of the law enforcement hall felt a little guilty, he always had to save face in front of so many disciples. Moreover, Jiang Xian's attitude was indeed excessive, just a junior. Acting like this, wouldn't it be a joke for these younger generations to see? With a gloomy gaze, he said coldly, "Do you know the crime?" Jiang Xian casually said, "Oh, what crime? Tell me about it." Without waiting for the elder to respond, Zhou Lin on the side stood up, with a disgusting expression on her face, and said, "Jiang Xian, don't pretend to be confused. You don't know what you did yourself. You snatched Lin Shidi's flying sword, injured Lin Shidi, and now you are openly provoking the elders in this law enforcement hall, disrespecting the master, unforgivable crime, not worth living." With a pause in his speech, he bowed with folded hands towards the front and said fiercely, "Elders, uncles, and senior martial brothers, disciples believe that people who are disloyal, unfilial, and unjust like this should be severely punished as a warning to others." This statement caused a stir all around. But no one refuted, not even his own master or the elders of the law enforcement hall, just subconsciously furrowed their brows. Some people are even making a fuss. Yes, kill him. Waste him. Jiang Xian just felt ridiculous. Because of a sword, the senior brothers turned against each other, and the two of them even staged a big show, slandering themselves. You should know that this senior brother of mine has always taken good care of the two of them. When the two entered the sect, he was the one who brought them in. Anything good always accommodates the two people first, and takes the initiative to give way. But this time, just because he didn't let it go, they could be so vicious, not only wanting to snatch the sword, but also putting themselves in an unrighteous and unjust situation. How vicious. The human heart is truly terrifying. A struggle word, in this world of cultivating immortals, is vividly reflected. In the previous life, I considered their feelings, endured silently and followed their wishes, but they did not understand gratitude. Instead, they became even more excessive, and in the end, I only exchanged for a cultivation that was completely wasted and was expelled from the sect. When they left, the two of them were still insulting themselves with words, secretly took action, and severed their own immortal fate. Malicious and despicable. In this life, he who has traveled far and wide across the 9 heavens and 10 earths has long seen through this world. How could he let this petty person show off? Although only a part of his realm remained due to the sacrifice, even so, the Tianjin sect could still be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. However, before that, he wanted them to experience what despair is. Jiang Xian, do you have anything else to say? The law enforcement elder asked. Jiang Xian chose to ignore it, staring straight at Zhou Lin, and asked with a playful tone. Who told you that I snatched his flying sword and injured him? People are injured, the evidence is there, do you still want to deny it? Who knows, maybe he hurt himself. Lin Hong, who was touched in his heart, was obviously a little guilty, and quickly explained. Senior brother, how could you do this? It was clearly you who robbed me and injured me. How can you say that I hurt myself? I know you don't want to be punished by the elders, but you can't slander me. I am your junior brother. His look of grievance, coupled with the tears in his eyes, naturally easily won the sympathy of others. After all, this is his usual means, and Jiang Xian has long been used to it. Zhou Lin quickly added fuel and vinegar. Exactly, I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Just as the debate was going on, Jiang Xian took action, gathering a wind blade at his fingertips, waving it in front of him, and turning the wind into a sword. At that moment, it seemed as if the space had been cut open. With a loud noise, flashed by in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood splashed up, blooming like flowers, accompanied by a piercing scream. Oh! Then I saw Zhou Lin, who was acting arrogantly, covering her eyes and rampaging in the hall. My eyes, I can't see, can't see. Jiang Xian showed a disdainful expression and sneered. TSK, telling lies with your eyes open is not good, you might get struck by lightning. Let me help you, from now on, close your eyes when you speak, then you won't get struck by lightning. The crowd around was struck as if by lightning, and no one thought that Jiang Xian would dare to make a move in front of so many people, no one thought so. Jiang Xian's repeated abnormal actions constantly refreshed their cognition and completely confused them. Evildoer, bold. Lu Qingxue was furious and uncontrollable, almost roaring, with 5 fingers outstretched, and rushed towards Jiang Xian. The violent psychic energy fills the entire hall. I killed you. Time passed quickly, and Lu Qingxue arrived in front of Jiang Xian in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, remained motionless, squinting his eyes, raised his hand, and in an instant, his 5 fingers gripped the opponent's forehead, pressing down forcefully, slamming her heavily towards the ground. Bang! Rumble! The gravel splashed, and the entire hall of the enforcement hall seemed to shake 3 times. Looking for death. Chapter 3, Step into the soil. Lu Qingshue's face was facing downwards, and Jiang Xian fiercely smashed it towards the ground with such force that half of his head sank in. The heavy bluestone floor instantly split into 4 or 5 pieces, and the splashing gravel seemed like arrows leaving the string, whistling in the hall. The roar echoed, and smoke billowed. Lu Qingxue was stunned. The huge impact made her brain go blank, with a buzzing sound in her ears, and a sudden sense of powerlessness enveloped her whole body. The moment she was held down by Jiang Xian, she felt the contempt from the god of death. So scary. But clearly Jiang Xian is only a cultivator of the 4 realms, while she has long reached the 7th realm, a difference of 3 realms, yet she is on the verge of collapse with just 1 touch. How is it possible? Jiang Xian first blinded Zhou Lin's eyes, and now he has buried his own master in the ground. The whole process took only a few breaths. The people in the hall didn't even react before being hit by the splashing fragments of the stone slab, which hurt. The disciples outside the hall were even more confused. They didn't even see clearly what happened inside. Everything happened so suddenly. Even the elders of the law enforcement hall were dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the dusty ground, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Just now, the ordinary disciples may not have seen clearly, but he naturally saw it. Facing Lu Qingshue's sudden challenge, Jiang Xian's reaction shocked him. Too fast. He asked himself if he were suddenly attacked by Lu Qingxue, he would not be able to resolve it so easily in counterattack. At this moment, there was only one voice in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, this is a fact. The disciples of Zongshanmen were shocked, silent, standing foolishly in place, listening to the distant rumble, watching the smoke and dust dissipate. When the dust settles, everything in front of you slowly becomes clear. Jiang Xian still stood there, dressed in white like snow, with black hair flowing like a waterfall, eyes full of arrogance and disdain. And the former respected master who used to be high above, the genius sword cultivator of the previous generation of Tianjin sect, Lu Qingxue, was firmly trampled under his feet. Half of the head was embedded in the soil, covered in dust, unable to move, and the eye that was exposed was filled with endless despair and humiliation. Yan Qingxue has never suffered such humiliation, nor has she ever been trampled on like this. Not to mention that this person is also her disciple. The entire hall, inside and out, fell into a dead silence, and a gust of wind blew by, bringing a chill in the air. The elders and several senior figures gritted their teeth in silence, their heavy brows furrowed. Zhou Lin stopped the scream. Lin Heng's face turned even paler, subconsciously stepping back until there was nowhere else to retreat. And those ordinary disciples had long been smart enough to keep their mouths shut, shocking on different faces, with the same interpretation. At this moment, when they looked towards Jiang Xian, their eyes changed, becoming evasive, fearful, and terrified. The once gentle senior brother has become a ruthless killer in the blink of an eye. Strange and powerful. Heaven and earth have spirits, allowing all things to cultivate in practice, with a total of 15 major realms. The 2 are, the 9 realms of mortal Tao, and the 6 realms of immortal Tao. Lu Qingxue is a strong person in the early stage of the 7th realm of the mortal path. She could trample her like an ant underfoot. The Jiang Xian in front of her had at least 8 realms, but in the entire Tianjin sect, there were only 3 people in the 8 realms. However, up to this moment, the realm displayed by this senior brother has always been the 4 realms. How could they not be shocked and afraid? Thinking of the mockery and cursing just now, they only felt a chill down their spine. Jiang Xian's eyes slowly swept around, seeing the frightened and clueless look of the crowd, feeling amused, and the playfulness in his eyes even more so. Why are you not speaking anymore? Do you want to ruin me and kill me too? A group of people lowered their heads, dared not make eye contact with him, swallowed their saliva, and subconsciously stepped back. Jiang Xian laughed, stomped his foot hard, and a muffled scream came from Lu Qingxue. Staring at the elder in front of him, he provocatively said, "Old man, do you still think I'm guilty?" The elder of the law enforcement hall had a gloomy face, with his hands behind his back, and said in a low voice, "Jiang Xian, you hide it so well." Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows and grinned, saying, "Ha, hiding? Why can't it be that your eyes are blind?" The elder had no intention of using force, but instead compromised. "It's okay to say anything, but after all, she is your master. Let her go, speak nicely, there's no need to resort to violence. Don't make things too extreme, otherwise it won't end well. Don't forget, this is the hall of enforcement." On the side, a few elders also tentatively joined the conversation. "Yes, Jiang Xian, things can be discussed. Never kill anyone, I believe you have been wronged, we will definitely investigate it thoroughly." Facing the good advice from everyone, Jiang Xian simply ignored it and instead increased the force under his feet, listening to another miserable scream from Lu Qingxue. Everyone's heart was on their throat, especially the disciples who lived together with Jiang Xian on the same peak. "Brother, don't do anything stupid. Brother, stop it." The fallen Lin Hong also crawled out from the crowd on the ground, with a crying voice, saying, "Senior brother, all the mistakes are mine, please release master. I shouldn't have fought you for that sword. If senior brother likes me, I should give it to senior brother. I don't want the sword anymore. Please release master. Senior brother, don't do anything foolish, otherwise you will really die." Seemingly an apology, but actually a threat. The disciples heard it, their expressions were strange, especially a few elders, with a hint of disgust in their eyes. This little cutie. Everyone could tell, there was no begging for mercy. This is the Arch of Fire. Jiang Xian, how could he not hear it? With a stretch of his hand, a stream of true energy locked it, lifted Lin Hong from the ground, and made a gesture with his fingertips. Lin Hong flew straight towards Jiang Xian. Then he was firmly grabbed by Jiang Xian's neck, the smugness and cunning in his eyes disappeared without a trace. All that's left is fear and despair. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't move, his face turned bright red and became ferocious. Seeing Lin Hong being caught, the group of elders looked particularly nervous, their worry in their eyes even more panicked than when Lu Qingxue was caught by Jiang Xian. Urgently said, "Jiang Xian, don't act recklessly. Stop it. Jiang Xian, I command you to let go of Lin Hong." Lin Hong is not just a junior brother of the Tianjin sect, he is also the illegitimate son of the master of the Qingxian sect, the superior sect of the Tianjin sect, deliberately placed in the Tianjin sect. This is also why, the main reason for being wrongly accused in the previous life. Can't these people really tell what's true or false? Of course not possible. Just pretending to be stupid one by one. Just because Lin Hong's father is a saint. Following a saint, sacrificing an ordinary disciple. How are all worth? The Hall of Justice is ultimately just a decoration, a group of people weighing the pros and cons. Weak. Job hunting should be abandoned. Is Jiang Xian guilty? Yes. That's weak. Weakness is the original sin. Jiang Xian felt the struggle and fear of the willow under his feet, and was even more delighted to see the panic on the faces of the elders, smiling happily, and saying lightly, are you in a hurry? Chapter 4 Pulling out the tongue and rebellion. No one knew what Jiang Xian wanted, but they all knew in their hearts that the teenager standing in front of them now had long since not been the teenager from before, and he was capable of anything, including killing Lin Hong. The elder of the law enforcement hall was truly flustered, not caring about the many ears and eyes around him, and staged a showdown. "Jiang Xian, I know you may have been wronged, but you can't touch Lin Hong. He has the blood of a saint flowing in him. The consequence is you and I won't be able to afford it. Don't mess around." Hearing about the saint, the surrounding disciples' expressions were once again stunned. There are 9 realms in the mortal realm. They are, the 3 realms of body refining, body hardening realm, bone forging realm, and blood moving realm. The 3 realms of chi refining, spirit opening realm, chi high realm, and Yudon realm. The 3 realms of God alchemy, golden body realm, transcendent realm, and holy realm. The so-called saints were the peak of the mortal realm, and the 9th realm saint realm powerhouses. In the entire mortal state, saints were the absolute masters, the strongest battle force under Xian, and Lin Hong was actually after a saint. Such news, let alone in the Heavenly Sword sect, or in the entire yellow state, would be explosive. Did I hear you right? After the saints? That saint. No wonder the old men in the sect are so kind to Lin Hong. Having offended a saint, eldest brother is really finished this time. Zhou Lin gritted her teeth, blood staining her face, closed her eyes and said viciously, "Jiang Xian, are you afraid? You shouldn't have offended junior brother. You're dead." The reason why she was willing to slander Jiang Xian with Lin Hong and was emboldened to do so was because of Lin Heng's birth. The entire mortal state knows that although saints are strong, it is difficult for them to leave behind offspring. Lin Hong has the blood of a saint in his body. Even if he is an illegitimate child, his future will be unlimited. As long as he holds on to this thigh, one's future is destined to be straight. Jiang Xian let out a long breath. A saint? What a lofty existence! His own heart will be afraid of. Today's self, what to fear? Ignoring the advice of the crowd, he stared playfully at Lin Hang as if he were gazing at an ant. Lin Hong, do you think that because you have a saint standing behind you, I wouldn't dare to touch you? Ha! Don't you like to act pathetic? Don't you like chewing the cud? Even black can be described as white by you. Don't you think you are very powerful? Jiang Xian sneered while increasing the force in his hands, and Lin Hang's eyes began to fill with blood. What's the saying? Trouble comes out of the mouth. Elder brother will help you out today as well. Having said that, without waiting for the crowd to react, Jiang Xian pinched open Lin Hang's mouth and yanked on his tongue with a violent force. It actually yanked out Lin Hang's tongue alive. Blood splattered in all directions. Lin Hong was in pain until he was suffocating. Rolling blood spilled down his mouth and nose. His pupils focused into a single point as he wailed silently. Woo woo! Jiang Xian let go of his hand, and he too fell to the ground like the broken kite, like a dead dog, covering his neck and writhing on the ground. Despair, powerlessness, wrapped all over his body. To this day it is still impossible to accept the reality of having your tongue removed. Jiang Xian threw away the long scarlet tongue and shook off the remaining bloodstains on his hands in disgust, his eyes filled with a teasing smile. There, that's it, you're much safer. The disciples were once again staggered in place. Their chests began to boil, and their sea of consciousness was churning. That's after the saints. The 4 or 5 elders have long been furious, unbelievably looking at the scene in front of them. Lin Hong was abolished. The saint will certainly take the anger. The heavenly sword sect is in danger. Jiang Xian, you seek death. Get together and kill him. The 4 and 5 elders instantly struck out, killing towards Jiang Xian at the same time, and throughout the hall, space rippled as Jiang Han's gaze sank. A cold aura rose in his eyes. Roll. Stomping his feet, a wave of chi rippled in all directions, transforming into a raging beast that charged across the room, and in just an instant, it shook a group of elders and sent them flying backwards. One by one, they smashed into the surroundings of the great hall. Some were set into the stone walls, some crashed through the pillars, and some directly pierced through the walls and flew straight out of the great hall. This kick from Jiang Xian already had the power of a saint. The mournful wind hissed and the sound was cacophonous. The remaining wind forward. The disciples outside the hall were all lifted to the ground, and none of the disciples in the hall were even spared. All of them were seriously injured. There was a lot of wailing. Ouch! My waist! Put! The elder of the law enforcement hall, the peak of the 7th realm and the 4th strongest person in the heavenly sword sect, knelt down on one knee and stared at Jiang Xian dead in the face, his mind having long since gone blank. Who the hell are you? What the hell do you want? Jiang Xian reached out and flicked the dust off his shoulders, breezing, if you're a vegetable, practice more and push less. After saying that, he loosened his foot that was stepping on Lu Qingxue and walked towards the outside of the hall. And with a thought, the fainted Lin Hong and Zhou Lin floated up and were thrown to the outside of the hall. Step out of the great hall. Jiang Xiu's long sleeve flicked, and the chair of the main seat in the hall whistled, landing steadily behind him. Jiang Xian sat down in a dashing manner, leaning his body back and propping up his chin with one hand as he spoke in a warm voice to the disciples wailing on the ground in front of him. Pass it down. Say that Jiang Xian of Little Green Peak is going to rebel today. Several elder disciples secretly gritted their teeth, covered their chests, and quickly left. No one would question Jiang Xian's words, even if what he said was nothing short of the words of a tiger and wolf. Shocking to the world, but it was clear to them that he could really do it. It's too strong. They also knew very well that they were no match for Jiang Xian and could only ask their old ancestor to come out. Quickly, go and invite the old ancestor to come out. Go. The Heavenly Sword Sect is huge, covering an area of hundreds of miles, with hundreds of sword peaks. The inner and outer disciples added up to more than tens of thousands. The Heavenly Sword Sect is very small. The news that Jiang Xian wants to rebel is like a gust of wind, from this side of the sudden, but also scraped to that side. Not a moment's effort. Everyone knows. Among the mountains, those disciples one by one lost their souls and left to the southeast and northwest, incidentally proclaiming the news everywhere. Jiang Xian blinded senior sister Zhou Lin's eyes. Jiang Xian pulled out Lin Heng's tongue. Jiang Xian deceived his master and trampled his own master under his feet. Jiang Xian demolished the law enforcement hall. The River Fairy Rebellion. News such as this spread rapidly, and the calm Heavenly Sword sect instantly boiled over. Shouting sounds rang out from time to time from the various mountain peaks, finally joining together. Hustle and bustle. What? Jiang Xian rebelled? Jiang Xian? Which Jiang Xian? Who else could it be? Little Green Peak's chief senior brother. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That guy just opened the Sea of Qi. Rebel? That's a lie. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. People's first reaction was denial. They couldn't accept that the normally gentle and good-tempered eldest brother would actually do something like that, especially the rebellion. To them, it's just nonsense. Not to say he won't, but even if he will, he doesn't have the strength. But, out of curiosity, as well as the insistence of the person who passed on the news, many disciples still rose up with their swords and rushed towards the direction of the sword enforcement hall from various mountain gates. For a time, the sword was noisy, and the rainbow filled the sky, startling the passing birds to rush to turn around and go far away from the sky. In the distance, somewhere in the mountains, there is a fishing old man. Subconsciously tilted his head to look. See on the Heavenly Sword sect, long rainbow filled the sky. Muttered. Well, what's going on? There's going to be a war? Chapter 5. Where is Jiang Xian? Heavenly Sword sect. Outside the law enforcement hall, Jiang Xian sat steadily on his high seat, blandly at ease, as if all the surrounding woes had nothing to do with him. In the square, the disciples who did not leave had long since stood up and subconsciously retreated to the corner of the square. Instinctively, he turned away from Jiang Xian. Long gone was the mind that had just watched and watched. The scene from the party still filled their minds, panic spreading everywhere. This Jiang Xian is not the other Jiang Xian. It is very strong, and there is much whispering and trepidation among each other. Eldest senior brother is so strong. He must be at least in the 8th realm, hiding too damn deep. So senior brother Jiang has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This has become a big deal today. The saint bloodline has gotten out. How can this be? Jiang Xian's gaze slowly looked at a few disciples and hooked his hand at them. You guys. The few disciples were instantly horrified in their eyes and stuttered as they pointed at themselves. Me? Yeah, come on. Gathering all his courage in Jiang Xian's gaze, he stepped forward, bowed respectfully, lowered his head, and explained, Senior brother Jiang, we do believe in you. Jiang Xian smiled bashfully. No need to be nervous. Do me a favor. Senior brother Jiang, please command. Jiang Xian pointed at the fainting Zhou Lin and Lin Hong at the bottom of the stone steps and said, Labor, help me take these two, and tie them to that stone pillar. The three disciples subconsciously looked towards the two lying on the ground in a sorry state, a hesitant look flashing in their eyes. The two on the ground. One was Zhou Lin, a genius girl who ranked among the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword sect, the dream girl of many disciples, and one was Lin Hong, whose qualifications and status were even more needless to say, and who was now suspected to be the descendant of that saint. Naturally, you can't afford to mess with them during the day. However, they only hesitated for a few moments before answering. The two of them, even if they were looking for it in any way, they were now just prisoners, at the mercy of others. Jiang Xian was different. He was now the wielder of the sword, and was capable of doing anything. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of these two. Good. Soon, the two were tied to two stone pillars in the middle of the square. Senior brother Jiang, it's tied up. Jiang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Relieved. Thanks a lot. At this moment, there were more and more disciples in front of the mountain gate, and there were still Heavenly Sword sect disciples coming from all directions, either hovering in the air or landing in the square. Looking at the scene in front of them caused each of them to tighten their brows and not say a word. The broken hall, the arrogant teenager, and the two people tied up in broad daylight, one blinded and one with his tongue pulled out. Bright red blood had long since stained the white coat. The atmosphere was inexplicably oppressive, making people subconsciously nervous, and when they looked at the teenager sitting steadily in the chair, they could even feel an inexplicable chill that invaded their bodies in a steady stream. Lu Qingxue didn't know when she walked out of the hall and stood in the center of the square, before the crowd, and on that delicate face, there was some whitening, and the corners of her mouth were still bright red. There was some weakness, and those eyes, which should have been beautiful, were filled with monstrous hate. Seeing more and more disciples coming around, even the peak masters of the peaks also came one after another. As the master of the three people in front of her, her heart was complicated at the moment, and her resentment towards Jiang Xian was even at its peak. She wanted to kill him, but with the intimidation from just now still in place, she didn't dare and only questioned. Jiang Xian, what the hell do you want? Jiang Xian stared playfully at the woman who had been his former master, but had ultimately abandoned him, teasingly. My good master, it seems that you are not only blind, but also deaf. TSK, didn't I just say that I, Jiang Xian, am going to rebel today? Lu Qingxue clenched her silver teeth tightly. She understood something in Jiang Xian's words, but she didn't feel that she was at fault. She just made the right choice. You're a crazy person. Jiang Xian gasped and laughed. Ha ha ha, crazy, just really crazy, and it's not because you guys forced it. I don't know what you're talking about. You rebellious disciple who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. You're destined to not have a good death. Lu Qingxue said indignantly. Jiang Xian's gaze sank, the bottom of his eyes as if he had crossed a layer of gray. Coldly glanced at Lu Qingxue, disdainfully said, I'd keep my mouth shut if I were you. Save your breath. Lu Qingxue was gazed at. Inexplicably, her heart and soul trembled, and she actually did close her mouth, but her eyes and face were still unwilling. The surrounding chatter was louder, the clamor was more intense, and the number of people naturally grew. Many strong people in the sect arrived successively, but they were hidden in the crowd and didn't dare to make a sound, not to mention the rumors, but the pressure that was now released from that Jiang Xian. It was at least an 8th realm transcendent. Among the juniors within the sect, such a powerful existence suddenly appeared. The shock in their hearts was no weaker than hearing that someone was going to rebel. Everyone is waiting for the 8th realm ancestors to arrive, waiting to see what Jiang Xian was really up to. The same goes for River Fairy. Waiting for a so-called justice, even if it doesn't make any sense. He squinted, feeling the long-lost sunlight, and the noise in his ears seemed to be drowned out by the sound of the wind. He admitted that he was annoyed. Although he was reborn and returned, his entire being was still immersed in the last battle of that immortal city, and he had seen his favorite person, the person who was the best to him in this world, die in front of his eyes. The pain was 1,000 times more intense than all the aggravations and tribulations he had ever suffered. She clearly could have avoided dying, but she's still dead. She fought to the death and gave everything she had to defend that city and the eternal realm. But what about eternity? But abandoned her and forgot her. 3 years of bloody warfare, all of them are dead. She guards eternity, he guards her. When she was gone, eternity had no meaning for him, and without her in the world, Jiang Xian didn't want to stay a second longer. He hated the world. So in the end, he sacrificed himself to the gray and buried the whole world with his own hands. It was his greatest killing move and a forbidden spell, heaven and earth in the same sorrow. A killing move that, once unleashed, would kill even himself. But it was also because the power was so great that it unintentionally opened a rift in time and space, sending his soul back to the present, a part of the power that remains. Let the current one still possess the power of a subholy man. Even though the power seemed to be fading, it was enough for now at least. What is a sub-sanctuary? An existence between the 8th and 9th realms was a subsaint. Now, with this power, he was teasing these people who had falsely accused him, and likewise fooling the world, not just to vent the anger in his heart, but likewise to vent his dissatisfaction with the world, to vent the hatred and anger in his heart. Must time. A gust of wind rose head-on. This wind is very sharp, where sand and gravel suddenly rise charming eyes, and with the wind pier, there is a lingering pressure. The space seems to fluctuate, first like water ripples, and then the surrounding airflow violent vibration. The disciples in the mountain, their expressions became tense and they hurriedly ran their true essence to defend themselves. Jiang Xian also slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the long sky above his head. A figure was seen crossing the air, extremely fast, and in an instant, it arrived over the square. Wind stops. The mighty pressure was more than that. The moment this person hung in the air, he had since gotten a good look at him as well. Is an old man. White hair, white beard, dry face, a white crane robe dancing wildly in the wind. He stood there, the aura of the strong, the people present, all heard the wind color change. The might of the 8th realm had long been raging and rampaging across the top of the mountain. He let out a low gulp. Where is Jiang Xian? Chapter 6. So what if it's an ancestor? Where is Jiang Xian? At first glance, the visitor is more than half 100 an old man. Its voice is like a flood bell, far from floating transmission, echoing between the mountains and rivers. Into the ear, vaguely feel tinnitus. The disciples were half bewildered and half overjoyed. A sinister smile spread across the corners of Lu Qingxue's mouth. Jiang Xian, you're dead. The rest of the people also rejoiced. It's old ancestor. Old ancestor has come out. Old ancestor is here. Jiang Xian is finished. This aura, so strong, worthy of a transcendent realm existence. Even the duo who had fainted to death woke up under the shock of the voice. Jiang Xian naturally recognized the visitor. There were 3 old guys in the Heavenly Sword sect. One had been traveling in the clouds for years, and one had closed up for death some years earlier. The last one left is the guy in front of me. Blasted ancestor. A handful of wind sword technique made it out of this world. Having a deep connection with the Qing Xian sect, he could not be blamed for Lin Heng's ability to turn black and white upside down and fool right and wrong. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and he did not get up, but only faintly returned. Your father is here. When the blasted wind old ancestor heard this, his eyes flared up with gloom and coldness, especially when he saw that Lin Heng, who was tied to a stone pillar, his face covered in blood and dying. He was even more enraged. Coldly drinking, vertical sun, seeing the old man and not worshipping him, mutilating his fellow disciples, speaking out of turn, and presuming to rebel, shall be put to death. Along with these words, there was also a lingering wind that condensed into a sword that whistled towards Jiang Xian to kill him. Ow! The mountains are drained and the sea is pierced through. In the face of the awe-inspiring sword intent, Jiang Xian was not the least bit panicked, sitting steadily in his chair. His sleeve robe swung in front of his body, and a gust of wind also arose, turned into that beast that pounces on food and goes against the grain. The two collide, borrowing and unloading. The wind sword chi instantly dissipated. Blast wind old ancestors see this. Heart a shock. Just now a sword is not full strength, but also used 7 of 10. However, it was easily defused by this person. However, without waiting for him to return to his senses, Jiang Xian pressed his 5 fingers into the long air and drank as well. Get down here. At that moment, the land of the long sky evolved a giant hand that covered the sky and slapped down from the high sky. The sunny day was suddenly darkened, and the disciples were terrified. Boo! Boom! Damn! The sudden appearance of the giant hand hit the blast wind ancestor off guard, and his entire person was instantly slapped towards the ground. There was a roar. However, the blasted wind ancestor was, after all, an existence at the late 8th realm, and his strength could not be underestimated. Just before he landed, he raised his hand and chopped out a sword chi. It split apart the palm that the airflow had condensed. The residual power from the exchange of blows spread in all directions as waves of air. The wind swept around the area, blowing the trees on the mountains bald and lifting the tiles from the roofs. Those disciples with low realms were even slapped to the ground. Wait for that wind to fall. But it was already a mess. The blasted wind ancestor was still standing there, and Jiang Xian was sitting there as well. Both of them were unharmed. It was only the former. The arrogant confidence in his eyes ceased and became grave and appalled. The latter, on the other hand, remained in a breezy stance. He even spoke out to sneer. Ha! Old ancestor blast wind. It's nothing more than that. The 4 fields were so quiet that no one actually made a sound. Just a few breaths of time ago, the two of them did nothing more than pair up 2 moves. But the strength Jiang Xian displayed was enough to subvert their perceptions. Even though there was no victory or defeat, it was obvious to anyone with a clear eye. The winner should be the teenager. A clan of elders. A disciple of the first sect. One big name, one unknown. One was slapped to the ground and one sat firmly on a high platform. It is naturally clear which is stronger or weaker. To them, Jiang Xian was hiding too deeply. He was actually able to tough out the old ancestor, terrifying as it was. The confidence that Lu Qingxue had just arrived was instantly obliterated, her brain falling into a blank. Jiang Xian is so strong. It's amazing that she didn't notice anything. She's really scared. How come? In the face of mockery, the shocked blasted wind ancestor did not get angry, but said, I didn't realize that there was still a genius swordsman hidden in my heavenly sword sect. It's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the future. Jiang Xian leaned his body forward, sizing him up, and returned. I also didn't expect that the sect ancestor we've always looked up to was actually this trashy. Sigh. Amazingly shocking. Feeling offended. The blizzard old ancestor's anger rose from his heart and he coldly snarled. Jiang Xian, you are indeed very good, but has no one taught you that you should have respect for your elders? Jiang Xian, however, didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, releasing a vigorous pressure from his body and speaking bluntly. Cut the crap. Fight if you don't submit. I don't mind tearing down the entire heavenly sword sect. The blizzard ancestor pointed angrily at Jiang Xian. Arrogant. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Xian, however, was unimpressed and raised his middle finger at him and hooked it, provoking. Come. Blast Wind Old Ancestor was furious. He is a clan of Old Ancestor. When was this like a junior provoked? Or in this public? You've already shown weakness yourself, but you're aggressive and clearly looking for trouble. If you can tolerate it, you can't. You seek death, immediately ready to strike. Senior brother. You may not. But it was stopped by an abrupt-sounding voice as well. The voice was female and came from a distance, yet it sounded as if it were ringing in my ears. Sound behind. He saw a crane-haired crone with a walking stick suddenly stop in front of the blasted wind Old Ancestor. The scene was in an uproar. Eyes also fell on the visitor almost immediately. The blast wind Old Ancestor was stunned. Senior sister, why have you come out of the gate? The old woman reprimanded in a cold voice. If I don't come out, the Heavenly Sword sect will still be torn down by you? Facing the old crone's reprimand, Old Ancestor Blizzard charged. It's all because of this kid, with no one in sight. Shut up. Old Ancestor Blast Wind had the sense to shut up and be silent. Just like a child who had made a mistake and had nowhere to vent his grievances, he could only give Jiang Xian a vicious glare. At this time, the disciples present at the bottom of the room were all understanding. The visitor could naturally only be that old ancestor who had closed his eyes to death. He was also the head of the three great old ancestors and the third-generation head of the Heavenly Sword sect, Li Yunlan. Jiang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows slightly when he saw Li Yunlan show up. He was still a bit surprised when he felt the subsaintly aura emanating from the other party. Previous life. He only knew that such an old ancestor existed, but had not seen it. Until later, Li Yunlan became a saint. He only got to know the senior. This senior, on the other hand, seemed to have a good reputation in the Jianghu. In the end, he even fell in order to cover the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. The reason why he was making a scene instead of directly striking out was to wait for Li Yunlan to come out. He wanted to see if this future saint of the Heavenly Sword sect was being reasonable. If it is reasonable, he left, leaving the Heavenly Sword sect to fend for itself. And if he was unreasonable, why didn't the Heavenly Sword sect just disperse? This was the chance he gave the Heavenly Sword sect. The only chance. Li Yunlan took a few steps forward on his crutches and nodded his head slightly at Jiang Xian with a kind brow. Your name is Jiang Xian? Jiang Xian faintly returned. Aha. Li Yunlan sized up Jiang Xian several times and seemed to be very satisfied with him, praising him. Not bad, at a young age. Yet he has already entered transcendence, rare in ancient times. His future is unlimited. Jiang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. How about we talk? May. Li Yunlan's eyes swept over the surroundings and said slowly. I've heard all about it. So tell me, what do you want? Chapter 7, The Truth Comes Out. Jiang Xian leaned back in his chair and said indifferently. Don't want how. Just want justice. Justice? What kind of justice? Jiang Xian pointed at Lu Qingshue's several people and said. According to the clan's rules, he, she, and she, the three of them will have their cultivation wasted, their meridians destroyed, and they will be expelled from the clan. And today's matter will be written off. Hearing this, the four fields were in an uproar. The three people's expressions became even more terrified, their eyes filled with supplication and despair. Lu Qingxue even transformed into a shrew and shouted, By what right? Who do you think you are? Old ancestor, don't listen to him, he's a sinful animal that deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestor. Kill him. A flash of cold flashed through Li Yunlan's eyes, and he turned his head to glare at Lu Qingxue, angrily rebuking him. Shut up, you don't get to talk here. Old ancestor, A wave of pressure surged in. Lu Qingshue's deathly white face turned a little whiter. Her face twisted, her body trembled, and she shut her mouth. Li Yunlan turned his head to look at Jiang Xian and replaced his benevolent demeanor with a smile. Junior friend Jiang, you said that you seek a justice and abolished the three. What is the reason? What sect rules did the three of them violate? Can you tell us? Old ancestor Blizzard interjected. Yes, and tell me what's wrong with them? In the face of the knowing questioning, Jiang Xian was nonchalant. Lin Hong, to move right and wrong, to fabricate facts, to slander a fellow disciple, to frame a senior brother, a capital offense. Zhou Lin, as well, is also a capital offense. With a slight lull in his voice, he looked at that Lu Qingxue and continued. As for Lu Qingxue, know the truth, but condone the two. Do not ask the reason. Jump to conclusions. In the public, she is the head of a peak, guilty of harboring, malfeasance of the crime. In the private, she is the two teacher. Teaching is not strict. The teacher of the fall, the imperial under the laxity. She cannot resign from his responsibility. but also when the death penalty. However, in consideration of the love of fellow disciples, I am generous enough to leave them alive. Just do what I just said. When these words came out, the three people who were in the middle of this whirlwind immediately turned green, especially Lin Hang and Zhou Lin. One of them was blinded, the other had her tongue pulled out, and her cultivation was even forcefully locked by Jiang Xian. That white, twisted face was covered in panic. They knew very well that the current Jiang Xian was crazy and he could do anything. Lu Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, her body was shivering. She had lived a long time and was more aware of the sinister nature of the human heart. The abilities Jiang Xian had displayed had already made the two old ancestors fearful and appreciative. She was afraid that the two old ancestors would compromise and choose to sacrifice themselves. The faces of the rest of the disciples were much the same, but more of them were in a mindset of eating curiouser and curiouser about this whole thing, because what Jiang Xian said was not at all the same as the version they had heard. They desperately wanted to find out the truth of the matter, and they also wanted to know how the two old ancestors would choose. Li Yunlan lowered her eyes, her emotions always stable. For his part, old ancestor Blizzard had a dark face, showing disdain for Jiang Xian's words. He had no favorites for the teenager in front of him, and he sneered with a preconceived notion. Make believe. Senior sister. As far as I know, the matter was because Lin Hang accidentally found a flying sword, and Jiang Xian, seeing the wealth, injured Lin Hang and robbed the flying sword. Now how did it become someone else slandering you? I think it's you who's fabricating facts to turn black and white. Mouthing the clan rules, are you? To have no respect for your elders, to use lynching arbitrarily, to abuse and injure your fellow disciples, to threaten to rebel, is simply treasonous. As I see it, the one who deserves to die is you. Blast wind old man. Some words, powerful words, cannot help but listen to the surrounding disciples one by one in a state of righteous indignation. But to Jiang Xian's ears, it was so ridiculous. Mocking, ha ha ha, laughable, dang laughable ah. I didn't expect ah. Dang blasted wind old ancestor is not only trash, but also has no brain. TSK, pathetic ah. The blasted wind old ancestor was anxious. What do you mean? Make it clear? Jiang Xian stopped his smile and with one hand, a sword quietly hovered at Jiang Xian's side, glowing with a light blue light. His eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and he answered the question. Watch, this is the sword. As he spoke, he clenched his 5 fingers. Bang bang. That long sword was then shattered into countless small fragments in a raw manner. Jiang Xian withdrew his true essence and the shattered sword blade spilled out onto the ground. Clanking, Jiang Xian Su said, a mere middle-grade spirit weapon. Do I, Jiang Xian, need to rob it? And tell me, are you brainless? You. The blasted wind old ancestor was so speechless that he couldn't even say a word. The expressions of the surrounding disciples were even more wonderful. Yeah, Jiang Xian's strength, at least the 8th realm, or even stronger. This middle-grade spiritual weapon, for an unusual disciple, was indeed a good magic weapon, but for an existence like Jiang Xian, that was a different story. For a moment the truth seemed to sink in. In looking at those three people's eyes changed, sympathy no longer, but a futile disgust. No one likes someone who moves and fudges and who has lied to them, especially those disciples who had previously sympathized with Lin Hong and sided with him. One by one, they were even more enraged and humiliated. They felt like they were being treated like monkeys, sold out completely, feeling like I'm the clown. Asterisk is being lied to. It seems that senior brother Jiang has really been wronged. Asterisk. Zhou Lin and him are really in cahoots. The surrounding picture changed suddenly. The original indignation towards Jiang Xian was now naturally transferred to the three, and there was a flood of curses. More disciples shouted, kill them and return senior brother Jiang's innocence. Yeah, kill them. To actually deceive fellow disciples to gain sympathy, throw them out. Lu Qingxue heard the sound of the surrounding voices, knowing that the situation was over. The whole person sat down on the ground paralyzed. It's over. It's all over. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. Either you stab the other person to death, or it's you who dies. She wouldn't be able to come full circle now, even if she talked her way out of it, not to mention the fact that she would have known the truth. Li Yunlan's face was equally ugly, signaling the crowd to be quiet. His remaining light looked at Lu Qingxue and drank. Peak Master Lu, what's going on? Lu Qingxue hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Old ancestor, it was my disciple's negligence, but I really didn't know, and I was blinded, so I hope old ancestor will forgive me. Seeing that he was out of reason, Old Ancestor Blizzard also pointed his spear at Lu Qingshui. Waste. The aura that erupted from his body immediately lifted Li Qingshui out 10 meters away. Lu Qingshui's injuries were compounded by his wounds, once again spitting out a mouthful of tainted blood, kneeling on the ground, shivering, wretched to the core. Li Yunlan did not stop it, but only sighed and looked at the other two. What about you guys? Do you still have something to say? Lin Hong no tongue, half a word cannot spit out. A cavity of sophistry was blocked in the chest. Grunt half a day spit out only blood foam. Only Zhou Lin is also struggling to cunning, almost wailing, denying while calling out the master for help, but blinded her, but has long been unable to see anything. He's full of, don't believe him, he's the one who robbed it. Master, help me, save my disciple. Li Yunlan's eyes crossed and he lightly drank. In front of me, you still dare to believe what you say, when you really don't know how to die. Chapter 8, Killing for Life, Take It or Leave It. Facing the intimidation from the powerful, Zhou Lin's tears of blood slid down the corners of her eyes, enacting a different kind of poignancy, also chose to give in. I was wrong. It was him. It was Lin Hung who made me do it. It was all him. He wanted to get Jiang Xian killed. No, it's eldest brother. Eldest brother. I was wrong. I was compelled by him. Spare me. Spare me. Lin Heng's eyes have long been filled with blood, but in the past, he warped his tongue and reversed black and white. But today, in addition to desperately shaking his head, but he cannot do anything. As the trio tore into each other, the full extent of what happened surfaced. The truth is clear. Old Ancestor Blizzard's face became even more gloomy, and the group of elders from the law enforcement hall even lowered their heads in shame. Jiang Xian was still sitting there, quietly watching the good show in front of him, but it's slowly losing interest. Li Yunlan looked at the farce before him and opened his mouth, declaring meaningfully, since this is the case, then there is nothing to say. Just follow what young friend Jiang said. Dispose of them according to the rules of the sect, abolish the cultivation of the three people, and expel them from the sect on the same day. Old Ancestor don't. Old Ancestor spare your life. The blast wind Old Ancestor stiffly blocked. Senior sister, it's not right. What's wrong? Even if they are wrong, they are not guilty according to the rules of the sect. And, his words lapsed. His afterglow looked at Lin Hong and whispered, he's the son of the master of the Qingxian sect. Abolishing him will probably lead to great trouble. Li Yunlan was in deep thought, and how could she not know? Deliberately said that to appease Jiang Xian, and secondly, he was waiting for his own senior brother to speak up to stop him. So he looked up at Jiang Xian. Little friend Jiang, Zhou Lin and Lu Qingshui can do as you say, even if it's execution. This Lin Hong matter, can we discuss it? His father is after all. Jiang Xian shook his head helplessly and laughed lightly as he stood up. Saints? You are afraid of saints? The crowd was silent. Li Yunlan said, you are also a disciple of the clan. Everything is still expected to take the big picture into consideration. As for the matter of you being wrong today, the clan will surely compensate you. Moreover, you have already pulled out his tongue, so why don't you just let this matter be over? Jiang Xian slowly walked down the long steps and came close to the two old ancestors, looking straight at them and asking, so, you're going to morally kidnap me? The atmosphere was inexplicably tense. Jiang Xian, don't go too far, Old Ancestor Blizzard said. Jiang Xian glanced at him and shrugged. All right, since the two of you have opened your mouths, it's fine. I'm generous, so I won't waste them, not a single one. All those present were in a trance, a little unbelievable in the eyes, just aggressive god of fury, when suddenly so good to talk. In a trance, that big senior brother seemed to have returned, and there was a sigh of relief all around. While Zhou Lin and Lu Qingshui were even more relieved, revealing a celebration like a life after a robbery. Old Ancestor Blizzard stroked his long beard, very pleased with himself. Count on your kid's sense of humor. In that case, I won't pursue the matter of your unreasonable behavior today. In his opinion, Jiang Xian had only compromised because he was afraid. Afraid of him, afraid of his elder sister, afraid of the saint behind him. Although Li Yunlan was also a bit stunned, he still narrowed his eyes and smiled. So, very good. And then the next second, Jiang Xian's eyes, however, flashed with a touch of cunning, and then the fragments of the spirit sword, which he had shattered with his own hands only moments ago, suddenly hovered in the air. Then it whistled away, like an arrow that had left the strings, and went straight to the three people's destiny between the rise and fall. Whoosh! The Shockingmon swept through the air, arriving in an instant, piercing through the three in the blink of an eye, dragging up a scarlet mist of blood. The moment of bloom is as vivid as a plum blossom in a cold winter month. In the instant that the crowd didn't react, they had already harvested the lives of 3 people. Those 3 couldn't even scream out half a sound. All of their life breath had been chopped off. Their expressions stagnant and their pupils lax. Passed away. Phew. Quiet. Deadly quiet. The blasted wind ancestor stared at his eyes. Li Yunlan was dumbfounded. The disciples were in a cloud. Jiang Xian was the only one who grinned with a mouthful of white teeth and snorted. There, that's completely clean. You seek death. The blizzard ancestor was about to lash out, but he was stopped by Li Yunlan at the side. She stared at Jiang Xian, her emotions fluctuating. Why? Out of the blue? Jiang Xian looked innocent. I didn't. Wasn't it you guys who told me not to waste them? I gave you guys face, so I didn't waste them but you killed them. What's the difference between that and being wasted? Li Yunlan gritted his teeth and questioned. Jiang Xian smiled and joked. You're still too young. There's certainly a difference between dead and wasted. Wasted they'll live as if they were dead, while killing them, they won't feel anything. Long pain and long sleep, surely the latter is much better. Am I not merciful enough? Li Yunlan grimaced, his words nearly squeezing out from between his teeth. Jiang Xian, you passed. Jiang Xian sneered. Over? Compared to the humiliation they had suffered in their last life, what was this to them? Ironically, what if it was me who died? Dead is dead, isn't it? So why can't it be them who die? The blast wind old ancestor's killing heart had already moved, and he angrily rebuked. Can a man be the same as a man? His father was a saint. Jiang Xian was not humble and drank as well. So being strong means you can do whatever you want, right? I'm sorry then. I'm strong now, so I can do whatever I want. For the first time, Li Yunlan's subsaint's might was outwardly released, and he actually directly moved his hand. Jiang Xian, you are reckless. Jiang Xian was not the least bit fearless, and likewise released all of his cultivation, and in his hand, he even condensed a sort of aura. Disappointed. Oh, I thought you were different from them, but it turns out you're the same. Then war. Strong people exchanged blows, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of the subsaints collided. The mountains and rivers shook, the sun and moon changed color, and the roar was like bursts of thunder. In a moment, the entire mountaintop of the law enforcement hall was shrouded amongst the raging spiritual energy. The disciples could not dodge in time, and were slapped flying, overturned, and fled in chaos. Subsage, you're actually a subsage, hiding so deeply. Senior sister, I'll help you. Noisy, the 3 of them went straight up to the clouds from the top of the mountain, twisting and fighting into a ball, a sword light rampant and vertical, seemingly wanting to tear a hole out of the sky above their heads. The hedging air currents turned into a blistering mournful wind whistling in all directions. It swept the sky full of streaming clouds clean, and the wild winds blew down the mountains with smoke and dust. In the midst of the wind, Jiang Xian fought 2-on-1, but it was a breeze, although his own realm was comparable to Li Yunlan's. Jiang Xian's combat experience in his previous life was far from Li Yunlan's. Even in the face of 2 against 1, there is still no fear at all. The fight was wide open and the offense was extremely rigid. In his last life, he was expelled from the clan and had all his meridians wasted, but he killed his way out step by step, has faced hundreds of times the enemy without defeat. This fight in front of us is just a small scene. Moreover, having just been reborn, he had harbored a belly full of fire, which was just what he needed to vent. Suffer death. Chapter 9, the name of the sword is clear. Tearing wind whistles surged out from the tip of the sword, transforming into a long dragon that crossed the sky. Dragon tsunami. The extreme frost freezes everything, and in the scorching heat of June, it scatters ice flowers all over the sky, condensing uncountable ice arrows, pouring out like a curtain of rain. Jiang Xian, you did this to yourself. This sword, Frosty Sky, is the strongest sword of my father. Ambush. Facing Jiang Xian, the 2 old ancestors didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly offered their strongest killing moves, wanting to suppress the white-clothed young man in front of them with the power of a single move. The moment, the whole canopy, torn by ice and wind, was rioting, like a female beast in heat hissing. Under the canopy, the heavenly sword sect disciples, who were shrouded in shadow, all had numb scalps and looked as if they had seen the end coming. With such power, they smelled destruction. For the first time, it was so intuitive to realize how small he was, just as if he could step on an ant at any time. The old ancestors above his head, stepping on them was as easy as stepping on a mole cricket. It's horrible. So strong. Is this the transcendent realm? Jiang Xian was in the midst of 2 major killing moves, and he no longer held back. He just stood there, letting the long wind ruffle his long hair, and letting the cold ice sweep around his body. He did not allow a single step since, and the long sword in his hand drew a semicircle in front of his body, then raised it high above his head. Swords? That's not how you use them. I will teach you today how a sword should be used. I'll make a sword. If you guys can take it and not die, past grudges will be written off. Sword name, Too Clear. Then, as the voice fell, the long sword chopped down. Miso, a sound like that of a dragon's roar. The moment the sword blade fell, countless true essence transformed into sword chi and violently erupted, taking the place 3 feet in front of his body as the starting point, as if it were the torrent that broke the dike, instantly knocking down the entire dike. And then the torrent that had been accumulating for 1,000 years erupted in an instant and rose up in the sky, rushing and rolling forward, one way or another. The sword was so powerful that it destroyed the world. Wherever it passed, space was chopped up and everything was obliterated. Whether the roaring wind dragon or the pouring ice curtain, instantly be chopped up, swallowed, covered. However, the sword's momentum did not stop and continued forward, heading straight for the 2 old ancestors. Blast wind old man or not, or Li Yunlan also, the colors suddenly changed. Panic appeared in the eyes. Such a sword, shocked by the heavenly, when it is the sword of the sky, not the sword of the earth. They asked themselves that they absolutely could not block it. The first reaction is fear and surprise. The second is to run. Senior brother. Retreat. Damn. Who the hell is he? The 2 were briefly staggered, then hurried farther backward. Extremely fast. However, the Too Clear sword chi was faster than them, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the 2 of them. Rumble. Huge waves of explosions resounded from the canopy, heaving and echoing back to the earth, as if the gods were roaring low on earth. The sky-covering sword chi not only swallowed the 2 old ancestors, but also swallowed half of the sky, and the heavenly sword sect's mountains were not only filled with a roar, but were likewise shrouded under a black curtain. The wind is as strong as it has ever been. Between the mountains, countless unusual birds and beasts were actually shocked, foaming at the mouth and fainted to death, and the fallen birds could be seen everywhere under the trees, and the river's surface was even floating with a white flower. The spirit beasts that had opened their minds, each curled up into a ball and looked at that day in panic, their animalistic nature disappearing without a trace. The disciples endured the harshness of the wind from the canopy, clenching their teeth and covering their heads, with pain on their faces. If we were to say that just now when the 2 old ancestors made their swords, it was as if the end was about to come. Then at this moment, after Jiang Xian had released his sword, that was when the end had come. The shock made their brains blank, and the fear made them forget to run. Between the mountains, that old man, seeing the sunny day suddenly dark, seeing a pool full of floating fish, slowly raised his eyes, gazing at the long sky, his eyes sullen, murmuring a sentence. How can someone from the mortal state make the sword technique of the immortal clan? The wind and clouds gathered and dispersed, the sword energy faded away, the ear-splitting roar was far away, and the sunlight once again spilled over the mountains. But the roar inside people's hearts is still heinous, and the dark cloud that hangs over them is still churning. One by one, people came back to their senses, blankly tilting their heads to look. The great sun was so blinding, the sky was unprecedentedly clear, while the place where the fierce battle had just taken place was not to be seen as half a silhouette. Is it over? And where did the people go? What the hell happened? Countless questions flashed through my mind with answers that no one knew. All they could do was roll the knots in their throats and be glad they were still alive. On the main peak of the Heavenly Sword sect, the wind is still very sharp, with a little chill. 2 half-Su old man, woeful, that immortal white crane sword robe, has long been torn into shreds of cloth, full of white hair as fried hair, look even more pale. The blasted ancestor knelt on the ground, propping up his body with his hands. Li Yunlan sat paralyzed on the stone statue, covering his chest with his hand. Their eyes, which were originally deep, had long been cloudy at this moment. There was confusion, trance, shock, panic, and of course more than anything else. And in front of them, there stood a teenager, his body still erect, his white clothes untainted by dust, holding a sword in his hand, refracting a cold light that stunned several mountain peaks. Jiang Xian slowly approached until he came in front of the 2, a sword's distance away before he stopped. The blasted wind ancestor desperately tried to get up, but he got down again and again. Jiang Xian slowly raised his hand and the blade of his sword was pressed against Li Yunlan's head. Li Yunlan tilted his head and used all his strength to open his eyes. His eyes were filled with supplication, and he intermittently said, "You, one, do it, but I just have one request. Give the Heavenly Sword sect a way out. Those disciples, they are innocent. Sensei. Sister. Li Yunlan closed his eyes and frankly waited for death. A loss is a loss. There's nothing to say about what happens between immortal cultivators. If you lose, you die. Yet the blade she expected did not fall. Instead, dull footsteps were heard echoing from in front of them to behind them. When she opened her eyes the sword was no longer there, and the teenager is gone. Fighting to turn around and look at Jiang Xian's back, Li Yunlan asked, "Why don't you do it?" Jiang Xian's footsteps were more than just a few steps, but his voice rose, with a few hints of coldness and a bit of despondency. "As I said, I'll only make one sword strike. Life and death will not be blamed, and all grudges will be cancelled. Me and the Heavenly Sword sect, too clear. One sword and too clear. From now on there is no grudge. Jiang Xian, that sword, chopped as the bond with the Heavenly Sword sect, the same is also their own past. A complete reconciliation with that unpleasant past. Injustice or not, suffering or not, there is no obsession in the heart. Right or wrong is not to blame. Love or hate is not allowed. I can't bear the thought of the past as a cloud. I'll turn the page on the old man." Traveling to the cliffside, Jiang Xian raised his eyes and saw the clear sky, saw the green water and mountains, and the wind that greeted him stole the fragrance of the flowers. He took a deep breath and exhaled it out again for a long time. The brow gradually stretched. With one foot, he rises up on the wind, rides the wind, recites against the wind, and echoes with the wind. I'm roaming the earth since the rest of my life's affairs, north, south, west and east. Chapter 10. An Old Man in the Mountain. Along with Jiang Xian's departure, Old Man Blasted Wine no longer struggled to get up, but instead rolled over and lay on the ground, gazing lifelessly at the wild blue sky. Li Yunlan had a complex look in his eyes and let out a long sigh of regret. Maybe we were really wrong to let such a genius suffer such a great humiliation. Old Ancestor Blizzard let out a bitter laugh. Yes, but unfortunately it's too late. Lin Hong is dead. The Qingxian sect master won't stop. The Heavenly Sword sect is finished. The same bitterness hung on Li Yunlan's aged face. The time is also the destiny. The reason they had stepped in to suppress Jiang Xian was because Jiang Xian had killed Lin Hong, and they needed to give Lin Hang's father an explanation. Not an impulse, but a weighing of the pros and cons. Therefore, it is not worth fighting. It was just that what they didn't expect was that Jiang Xian was actually so powerful that with just this one sword, he had seriously injured the two of them. Now think, if he had chosen to stand firmly on Jiang Xian's side at that time, the result would have been different. Right, with the strength Jiang Xian had shown, plus them, facing a saint may not be unbeatable. The Heavenly Sword sect might still have a chance of survival. But now, it was useless to say anything. The disciples in the mountain also saw Jiang Xian leaving, watching the young man white clothes disappeared in the sky, listening to the echo in the ears wandering, as if God traveled outside the world. They returned to each other and talked and speculated among themselves. I have roamed the earth since, and for the rest of my life, I have done things in the southeast, northwest, and north. I'm a true immortal. This is leaving? What about the promised rebellion? The old ancestor won't die, will he? Senior brother Jiang won't be able to run away after killing the saint. It's good that he's gone or else we'll all have to suffer along with him. Hey, what a pity. What a good seedling. Such a young sub-saint realm will surely become an immortal in the future? Lu Qingxue is really blind and deserves to die. The villain and the woman have wronged my Heavenly Sword sect. Some people are ignorant. Some people are not concerned. Some people are gloating. Some people are sad and sorry. Different people have different definitions of this matter. I don't understand. And Jiang Xian said to leave. Sit and watch, and the strong strife has nothing to do with their own. Glad in Jiang Xian did not kill the four directions, and they can still survive. Regret in such a demon is buried, and finally left alone, being framed by one's own senior brother, senior sister, while one's own master chooses to harbor them. The law enforcement hall that symbolizes fairness and justice does not argue right and wrong, and even the lofty old ancestor chooses to acquiesce. Anyone else would not be able to calm down after such an aggravation, right? Most of them could empathize with Jiang Xian's helplessness and disappointment. A person with no background or backstage in this world of cultivation. Living is never easy. It's hard work, and they're not. The peak masters, elders, and hall masters of each peak rushed towards the top of the main peak at the first opportunity after Jiang Xian's departure to see that their two elder ancestors were still alive. Fong took a long breath. Luckily, the old ancestors are fine. Scare me to death. So close. The Heavenly Sword sect had undergone such a big incident. If the old ancestor unfortunately had a slip-up, then there would really be no way back. The crowd also began to stabilize the clan's interior and pacify the clan's disciples at the duo's behest. For his part, old ancestor Blizzard personally collected Lin Heng's corpse and headed to the Qingxian sect alone, wanting to fight for a way out for the Heavenly Sword sect, avoid bearing the wrath from the saints. Of course, in order to be more persuasive in what you say, under his authorization, the news that Jiang Xian had personally killed his teacher and rebelled against the clan also spread rapidly throughout the entire mortal state. Invisible, Jiang Xian was then given a bad name: disloyal, unkind, unfilial, and regicide. With this, he started to become famous all over the world. However, right now, Jiang Xian didn't know. Of course, even knowing that his big bottom wouldn't care, he had reconciled with his previous self and now just wanted to practice. For himself, and for Yi Qingling, there would be a day when he would see her again, and this time, not allowing the tragedy to repeat itself, he would leave her with all the best things in the world, including your best self. So now what he wanted to do most was to find the Yi Qingling from his childhood. But, before he could do that, he needed to pick up one thing: a heavenly opportunity. It was hidden between the mountains outside the Heavenly Sword sect. Gazing down at the mountains, according to his memory, Jiang Xian sought out a mountain with a shallow beach, warbling grass, and April flowers, quietly falling. Standing by the lake, Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows and muttered, "This is it." In his last life, his own cultivation had been dispersed, and after leaving the clan, he had been humiliated by Lin Hong and Zhou Lin, and had been stripped of his spiritual roots and spiritual bones alive, completely cut off his cultivation path and became an invalid. Later, he was taken in by a kind person and survived for several years. One day, he went up to the mountain to hunt and collect medicine, and fell into this pool by mistake, and got a chance. It was only then that he remodeled his roots and bones, recreated the immortal path, and ultimately became the seat of immortality. Kill a moment. This is arguably another turning point in his life and a fresh start. Revisiting old haunts, the landscape remains the same, but the mentality has long been very different. Briefly lamenting, with a thought, Jiang Xian took a peek into this lake and saw a large formation startling the lake and splashing countless water. The cave under the formation is in full view. Still, he was about to enter the water when he saw a flash of lingering light in the long sky, followed by a bamboo pole whistling in his direction. Jiang Xian's brows wrinkled as he raised one hand and held that bamboo pole firmly in his hand. The force was so great that his entire arm was slightly numb from the shock. Staring at the unusual bamboo pole in his hand, Jiang Xian looked exceptionally grave, coldly scanning the surrounding area. Seeing that it was empty, he drank lowly. "Who? Young man, I'm here." A lazy voice rang out from behind himself. Jiang Xian felt the cold stinging bones at his back and turned around violently to see a person sitting on a rock behind himself. The visitor was a middle-aged man, scribbly born and scribbly dressed. A long head of hair was disheveled, with a short thick stubble, and looked very vicissitudes. The skin was a little rough, a little black, wearing a pair of straw shoes, shorts, and short sleeves, lazily looking at Jiang Xian, his eyes full of scrutiny. Jiang Xian was startled and similarly scrutinized the middle-aged man in front of him. A flash of concern brushed across the bottom of his eyes. He knew very well that the person in front of him was very strong, stronger than himself, otherwise how could he appear behind himself unknowingly? And he was oblivious, undoubtedly a reclusive high priest. However, he searched through all his memories, but he could not remember when such a senior had existed in the mortal state. Jiang Xian's eyebrows wrinkled deeper and deeper as he asked, "What are you?" The middle-aged man half smiled and smiled. An old man in the mountains." Hearing this, Jiang Xian threw the bamboo pole in his hand towards the middle-aged man, pouring 10% of his strength into it, and faintly said, "Give it back." The bamboo pole whooshed out. The middle-aged man, however, did not move at all. His hand so gently raised, easily caught the bamboo pole thrown over by Jiang Xian. Grinning a mouthful of white teeth, said jokingly, "That's very nice of you, thanks." Chapter 11. What is cause and effect? The middle-aged man casually stuck his fishing rod on the ground, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and laughed. "Chat," Jiang Xian said indifferently. Not interested. The middle-aged man didn't mind Jiang Xian's coldness and continued, "Nice swordplay, who taught you that?" Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment before returning. Self-enlightened. The middle-aged man pressed the corner of his mouth down and laughed out. "Ha, you've been to the East Sea?" Jiang Xian grimaced and fell silent. Eternal realm. Own 10 states, 8 wastelands and 4 seas. The East Sea is one of the 4 seas. Only, There is another continent on the other side of the East Sea, called Fairyland. It's also where the immortals are. But no one in the Van State knew that the middle-aged man in front of him mentioned the East Sea, which was enough to prove that this person was not simple and feared that he was not from the Van State. Facing Jiang Xian's silence, the middle-aged man paced back and forth and continued. You're hiding very deeply. I've been here for a long time and I don't think I've seen you before. Sub-Saint Realm, TSK, very strong Jiang Xian smiled and likewise didn't say anything. There were some things that couldn't be explained, and he had no intention of doing so. Looking at Jiang Xian, who remained calm as usual, the middle-aged man could not help but wrinkle those thick eyebrows and stare at him. You don't seem afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? Because I am stronger than you. The middle-aged man was blunt and slightly flamboyant. Jiang Xian lightly shook his head. I've seen more than one existence more powerful than you. The middle-aged man was stunned. And then? Jiang Xian snorted and said with a slightly playful tone. And then they got killed by me. More than one of them too. The middle-aged man stared into Jiang Xian's eyes. The world often says that the eyes are the windows to the human soul. The words spoken may be false, but the eyes don't fool anyone. He could feel the emotions that flowed from Jiang Xian's eyes when he just said those words, and it wasn't a lie. Two possibilities. 1. What Jiang Xian said was true. He had really killed. The second, the young man in front of him had a mind so deep that it had deceived even him. Either way, he found it incredible. Then he asked, Really? Jiang Xiansu said, You can try too? The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and the wind seemed to have stood still in time. The middle-aged man was in a trance for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses and laughed out loud to ease the embarrassment. Ha ha, you kid. Interesting, arrogant enough. I like it, but don't be so resentful. I don't have any malice. I'm not here to find you to fight. For such a statement, Jiang Xian seemed to believe it but not believe it, and coolly said, Finished? Ask you a question? Speak. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with curiosity. Why don't you kill those two old guys? Jiang Xian froze. He naturally knew what the middle-aged man was referring to. He just didn't understand what it had to do with him. Without answering, he asked, You also have a connection with the Heavenly Sword sect? The middle-aged man said frankly, That's not true. Then why are you asking? Want to know? The middle-aged man remained frank. Jiang Xian thought for a moment and spat out 3 words. Don't want to kill. The middle-aged man stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Don't want to? Gee, can't see it. They were planning to kill you, and you're looking away? Jiang Xian shook his head and smiled, seemed to be aroused by the interest, stood with his hands on the edge of the lake, took a deep breath, and exhaled long, playing with the flavor. Because I'm tired of playing, so I don't want to play. A word. I'm happy to. The middle-aged man wiggled his fingers and denied it. No, 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 by no means. A gentleman stays away from the land of killing in order to preserve his own compassion. So you still have personal thoughts about the Heavenly Sword sect and cannot bear to personally destroy it in your own hands. Am I right? Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows. Somehow, I don't know what you're talking about. The middle-aged man, however, looked like he was winning. I'm just right, and laughed happily. TSK, I knew I was right. But have you ever thought that if you kill the saint bloodline and you walk away, the saints will surely take their anger out on the Heavenly Sword sect, and your mercy won't be able to save them? They'll still die just the same. Jiang Xian shrugged. What's it to me? The middle-aged man continued. You weren't the one who wielded the sword, but the blood is still on your hands, and it's all because of you, isn't it? Jiang Xian gasped and laughed. What kind of quackery is that? You think I'm wrong? Jiang Xian pursed her lips and said with rare seriousness, All things in this world have their own destiny. Everything has its own cause and effect. Lin Hong wronging me is the cause. Me killing Lin Hong is the effect. This is my cause and effect. The fact that they brought Lin Hong into the sect is the cause. The lax discipline and wanton indulgence that led to Lin Hang's decapitation by me is the effect. This is the cause and effect of the Heavenly Sword sect. As for the cause of Lin Hang's death, whether or not it will lead to the Heavenly Sword sect being subjected to the saints descending this fruit, it is also the Heavenly Sword sect's cause and effect, and it has nothing to do with me in half a hair. I and the Heavenly Sword sect has too clear. They die or not. I don't care. They planted the cause of their own. Can't be finished. The death also deserved. Heaven and earth are not kind. Taking everything is ruminants. This is the way of heaven. Life and death have their own destinies. Jiang Xian's words, listening to the middle-aged man's eyebrows trembled, actually found himself powerless to refute. Life and death have their own destiny. Cause and effect since. The tribulation since the ferry. It does make sense. Raising his eyebrows in defeat. Okay, I can't say it. Ha ha, so I'll count you as a winner. Jiang Xian sneered. Boring. I'm not interested in competing with you to win or lose. The middle-aged man, whose mood was always stable, waved his hand and said, all right, down to business. What business? Jiang Xian wondered. The middle-aged man paced around the lake, looked at the surface, and said, you came here with the intention of taking something from the cave, yes or no? Jiang Xian's expression was a bit gloomy, and instead of denying it, he asked, and you, why have you come? The middle-aged man asked rhetorically, do you know who I am? Jiang Xian replied softly, an old man in the mountains. Didn't you say it yourself? The middle-aged man cut and said to himself, cut, to tell you the truth, I'm the one who set up this big formation, so guess what I'm doing here? Jiang Xian was a bit bewildered. Looking at the middle-aged man's appearance did not look like a lie, but he clearly remembered that he had not seen this person in his last life. Could it be that he wasn't there or gone when he first came here? So, just as the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately denied it. No, there's something fishy about this. Tentatively, he said, so, you're trying to say that this thing, it's yours? The middle-aged man hurriedly denied it and laughed at himself. Don't. I can't be the owner of this thing. I'm just a bitter man who looks after the door, accompanying this thing to wait for a fated person. When it's time to wait, when I'll be free. Jiang Xian's eyes rolled, and he seemed to accept the middle-aged man's statement that this thing inside, which was very strong, came from the ancient times, possessing the power to destroy the sky and the earth. By controlling this object, one could even dominate all things in the Star River crowd. Even in his previous life, he had only controlled less than 1/10,000th of the power of this object. However, it was just 1/10,000th of this power that could summon the void and devour all living beings on a continental plane in an instant. If it was fully controlled, the power was unimaginable. I am afraid that the stars can be extinguished with the snap of a finger. However, this object is not controlled by anyone. If you want to get the power, you have to pay the same price. This price can be the cultivation, life expectancy, or your own life. Jiang Xian slightly lowered his guard and said with incomparable confidence, then congratulations, you're free, and I'm the one you've been waiting for. Chapter 12, What is Fate? The middle-aged man was born scribbling, living scribbling. Behavioral actions are also equally scribbling, like the mountains and fields of an unusual brown man. He actually sat down on the river, not caring whether the mud and sand were wet or not. Picking up a pebble, he smoothly threw it into the lake, hitting dozens of splashes in a row. A very satisfied smile and a slow laugh. I don't care who you are, where you came from, and where you know about this place, nor do I care if you know what is really down here. And I don't want to care where you get your confidence. I just want to tell you, this thing waits for the person who has the destiny. The point is not the person, but the destiny. Know what destiny is? Jiang Xianzou's face was silent. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said meaningfully, the Buddhists say that 500 times of looking back in a previous life can be exchanged for one brush with the shoulder in this life, and that all things are born because of karma, and die because of karma. The Taoists have said, such as there is no mutual indebtedness, will not meet in this life, there will be mutual indebtedness. They believe that there is no unprovoked encounter in this world. You meet in this life is not to come to bond with you, but to come to the edge of the edge. All the encounter is the divine destiny of the heavens, inherently have the edge of 1,000 miles to meet. Without the edge of the opposite side of the door does not open the door. Confucian readers talk about destiny, shaking their heads, chattering a long time is nothing more than a sentence. The destiny of the destiny of the destiny of the destiny of no regrets. The blossom of the flowers return to the dust, and stop and forget and with the wind, and line and look and calm, talking about the human power and follow the fate of God. None of the three great families are listed outside, and they all attribute the so-called karma to cause and effect, to the way of heaven. What is the way of heaven? People cannot poem irreversible things. Fate seems to be coincidence. In fact, inevitable, the fate of the early predetermined. Listening to the middle-aged man babble a whole lot of reasoning, Jiang Xian slightly wrinkled his eyebrows and said, and then what? The middle-aged man threw another stone, this time hitting slightly farther than the last time, and said, you have deliberately sought it out, not by coincidence, not by fate, but by man, so you are not the one who has this destiny, and this is something that you may not take. There was no denying that the middle-aged man had bent over backwards to say that the reasoning was indeed such a reasoning. In his last life, he did fall into a deep pool by chance and got that chance, but, One is born again. I can't tell you that I was born again. Hands around his chest, he spat against his will. Ridiculous. The middle-aged man sked. TSK, TSK, young man, I'm doing this for your own good. Jiang Xian didn't dwell on the middle-aged man's words, but only asked tentatively, what if I had to take it today? What would you do? The middle-aged man twisted his head and shot another glance at the teenager, half smiling. Not great, but you'll die in there. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow, clearly not agreeing. The middle-aged man got up and patted his ass, patiently. I've been here for some years. Specifically how long? I can't remember. I have no intention of entering the water of the fated. Counted not 1,000. 100 is there, but only to see them go down, not see them come out. Do you know why? Because that thing eats people, and those who have no destiny, or those whose destiny is shallow, let alone getting it. It's a toss-up whether or not they'll survive. Some things aren't for just anyone. What is not in your destiny is given to you, and you are not blessed to receive it. Benefit and harm are born together. There is a benefit, there must be a harm. You only see the benefit and do not see the harm. Just like that fish in the water only see the food and do not see the hook. Be eaten by people's life. The middle-aged man's voice lurched as he traveled to Jiang Xian's side, reached out and patted his shoulder, exhorting in a serious tone. Young man, I see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, and your talent is still good. Your future is bright. Don't cut your life short because of this uncertain chance. When that time comes, it will be too late for you to really regret it. Jiang Xian's eyes were filled with a different emotion. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, his defense and vigilance once again disappeared for the most part. He could feel that the other party was releasing goodwill. He really wasn't joking. He was genuinely afraid he'd die in there. But, he is Jiang Xian. Senior's thoughts, I appreciate it, but this thing, I must take it today. Jiang Xian spoke again, his tone much softer. His attitude also shifted, and he was even honored as a senior. Someone else had released goodwill. Jiang Xian had no reason to antagonize the other party. No. When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes widened, feeling that he had persuaded half a day. All for nothing? He admitted that he was indeed interested in the boy. No, very interested. Otherwise how could he have been with the nonsense for half a day just to persuade the other side? He naturally had his own little mind. He had probed in Jiang Xian's bone age was no more than 25. However, the realm was the 8th realm of transcendent. A transcendent at less than 30 years of age. Not to mention the mortal state. Even if you look at the entire Howren, it would still be a T0 existence. Anyone like that is not a genius anymore, but a demon. Therefore, this heart is born with the love of talent. Want to take him under his door? In his own body of skills will be taught to him, also be considered a continuation, worthy of his lineage of teachers. That's why Fong spoke up. However, Jiang Xian's attitude caught him off guard. A momentary loss of proportion. Thinking, this kid is really a master who wants money and not life. Immediately sarcastic. As the old saying goes, listen to the advice of others and eat your fill. You child, why can't you listen to a word of advice from me? So eager to go to your death? That thing inside. Even he didn't dare to touch it casually. He didn't think Jiang Xian had any chance of success. He firmly believed that if Jiang Xian went down, he would definitely be the one who had to go down. A stunning demon. The future sword immortal, would also die prematurely, in order to avoid a tragedy, so he was still fighting, trying to get Jiang Xian to give up. Jiang Xian gazed earnestly at the unfamiliar middle-aged man and solemnly said again, what you say? I know, rich and famous, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish is not. At the sound of his words, Jiang Xian gently pressed his eyebrows and continued, and, I have reasons why I have to go. However, the advice of the senior, the late generation took note of it and led the way. At this moment, he seemed to have made some sort of determination, and the light released from his eyes was irrefutable. Jiang Xian didn't lie, he did have to go. And yet, it's not just as simple as just getting the piece, and honestly he didn't want it. However, he had to go. From the time he was reborn and came back to the present, at most 2 hours had passed, but his realm had degraded from the sub-saint at the beginning to the late transcendent realm now. He could feel that his realm was still falling and his cultivation was being continuously devoured. All just because there was an extra thing in his body at the Dantian. Something he hadn't seen before. Something that couldn't be removed or sealed. Jiang Xian knew very well that only by getting what was under the bottom of the lake would he be able to put an end to all of this. Otherwise, his realm would continue to dissipate until he was finally reduced to a mortal. Therefore, he had no choice. Whether it's for immediate vested interests or for the future, it's important to break in. Of course, he was confident enough. There is no such thing as worrying after a failure. When the middle-aged man saw how determined Jiang Xian was, he knew that it was impossible for him to convince the other party, and stopped making a fool of myself and just trolled. As the old saying goes, it is hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. Okay, since you want to go up the pole to find death, then go ahead. There is a time for you to regret. Oh, no, it's wrong to say. Dead people don't even have the chance to regret. And you, the same. Chapter 13 Ancient Book of Creation, Songsheng Scrolls. Saying that, the middle-aged man moved half a step to the side, once again sticking his hands in his pockets, with an air of unconcern. A gesture of invitation to go ahead. Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows, but did not hesitate, nodding his head at the middle-aged man in front of him, before resolutely stepping into that lake. Not a single word has been spoken. With the lake came a plopping sound. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head, but no longer find the figure of Jiang Xian. There is only that above the lake. A circle of ripples is stirring around. Okay, consider me farting. The time is also, the fate is also, born with a wisp of a spirit, also a mangaka. Spitting out a few words, his eyes moved away from that lake, and with a hint of melancholy, the middle-aged man walked towards the edge of the lake until he once again returned to the stone with the bamboo pole stuck in it, and leapt onto it. Squatting on that, the middle-aged man skillfully pulled out an ancient smoking gun from his pocket, stuffed it with tobacco, lit it, and took several sharp puffs. Between swallowing the clouds, his expression was exceptionally grave, and the bottom of his eyes was even thick with regret. Phew, what a shame. What a good seedling. In the meantime, on the other side, below the lake, Jiang Xian stood in the water and continued to dive. The light around him had gradually dimmed. The lake looked small, but it's deep, and there's something else underneath. Meet the big formation. Jiang Xian passed through the formation wall, and the underwater world gradually became bright and clear, with colorful light visible, lighting up everything. The water suddenly disappeared. Jiang Xian landed at the bottom of the river and crossed it to a natural cave. Looking around, everything reflected in his eyes was so familiar. In his previous life, he fainted after falling into the water. When you wake up, you're here. Cave full of moss money. Buy off the wind and smoke. Revisit the old place. 1,000 thoughts. The natural cavern is filled with countless crystals releasing different colors of light, rendering the place in brilliant colors, with various colors of moss, strange stones. The scenery is a rare blessing. It was really something like a cave where immortals practiced. Follow the cave forward. There was a movement coming from Jiang Xian's dantian. The invisible, untouchable but continuously absorbing his aura and true essence power began to become restless. A violent reaction arose. It seemed to echo something in the cave. Jiang Xian's footsteps were hurried and he traveled more than 100 steps to reach the end of the trip. There was a blackness before me, a darkness so deep it swallowed up all the light around me. It stood in the middle of the cave and appeared to be a mist. It didn't move, but it was as if it was alive again. Jiang Xian could even hear the heartbeat belonging to it, which seemed to be his own. Inside the body, that power continued to be restless. It began to rampage, trying to break free of Jiang Xian's bonds and pounce forward, but it was always in vain. A flash of joy appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Found you." What he wanted was in this black mist. Jiang Xian arrived in front of the black mist and raised his hand, but then stopped alive, gazing at the black mist in front of him, scorn surfacing in his eyes. He'll never forget it. My own experience of touching this object in a previous life. It was heart-rending, bone-deep pain. It was as if the whole man had been chopped up a little bit, when he was jumping back and forth horizontally between wakefulness and unconsciousness. At one point, I thought I was dead. It's still haunting to think about it. He calmed his breathing before clenching his teeth. Spell it out. Then slipped his hand the whole way in, instinctively still closing his eyes. But the expected painful tearing didn't play out. Everything was business as usual and unresponsive. Jiang Xian was surprised and in a bit of a trance. What's going on? I can't believe it's okay. It's just weird. And at the same time, his hand grabbed what he wanted, and he temporarily put away the disbelief in his mind, thinking that maybe it had something to do with the fact that he had been reborn. Without hesitation, the contents were removed. It was easy and horribly smooth. Gazing at the object in his hand, all of Jiang Xian's emotions were briefly swept away, and all that was left was elation. Old buddy, we meet again. It's a book. Black plastic covered book. It's thick. Through the vicissitudes of the years, but also through the ancient and solemn sense of mystery. There are 7 large letters on the front. Ancient Book of Creation, Cthulhu Volume. What the book is called, Zhang Xian knows. Where the book comes from, Zhang Xian does not know. What the name of the book means, Zhang Xian also do not know. He only knew that this book was in existence that surpassed ancient imperial weapons. Previous life. Zhang Xian was given this book, which remodeled his spiritual roots and veins, and promised Zhang Xian immortality. But it took a whole 1,000 years before the first page of the Cthulhu volume was opened. Gained a supreme immortal doctrine. In the end, it took 300 years to attain immortality. For 1,000 years, the immortal way has become a great success. Stopped at the peak of the 14th realm. It took another whole 1,000 years to open the second page of the Book of Cthulhu and get the 10 ancient forbidden spells. One of them is that heaven and earth share the same sorrow. In the end, by sacrificing his own power, he summoned an endless void and buried the entire heaven and earth. But this third page, and he never got to open it. This book is different from an unusual weapon. After dropping blood to recognize the owner, it will be integrated into your body and be at your disposal. Instead, you have to unseal it for it first, and opening each page requires the host to inject enough aura. And this process of devouring is irreversible at the beginning. That is, before the first page is unlocked, it will automatically devour all the auras you acquire. Until the seal on the first page was lifted, the spiritual energy needed was incomparably huge. And in his last life, Zhang Xian had used an entire 1,000 years. So, at this moment, holding this book, his heart is complicated. His current self was still an 8th realm transcendent for the time being, but once he contracted with this book again, there was a high probability that he would be sucked dry. Even he wasn't sure if he could unseal the first page, hence the apprehension. But he didn't seem to have a choice. His own cultivation was draining away, and not contracting would likewise be sucked dry by the uncontrollable presence within him. Instead of that, it would be better for the Cthulhu to suck it up. Again, wanting to change the future, make up for regrets, and keep tragedy at bay, this book is his biggest card. That is, with no cultivation, the memories are still there, and it won't be worse than the previous life. Muttering a sentence, Zhang Xian turned his wind into a blade and slashed across his palm. Clenching his fist, he dripped drop by drop of bright red blood onto the top of the black book cover. As the blood falls, a miraculous scene was staged. The falling blood was actually swallowed by the black book, and then the black book cover floated with blood-colored lines falling. In the end, the black book banged and turned into countless red awnings, surging into Zhang Xian's body at once. Buzz off! Buzz off! There was a breath of disorientation in the trance, and in waking up, there was already a black book in his mind. And then the black mist began to surge towards Zhang Xian. It wrapped his entire body in a flash. There was a darkness in front of him, and in addition to the roaring of his eardrums, Zhang Xian vaguely heard the cries of ghosts and wolves. Zhang Xian didn't panic and hurriedly closed his eyes, sat down on his knees, and focused all his divine sense in the Tsongsheng scroll. Come on, everlasting supreme immortal body. Chapter 14, An Inexplicable Wager. The Book of Creation, Cthulhu scroll, surfaced in his mind. The black mist enveloped his entire body, and a wave of energy surged out from the book seal, rushing down the Dantian meridians and all over his body. When the energy surges through, it is like a stream of clear water across the heartstream, inexplicably soothing. Zhang Xian was immersed in it, like a dream. In the body, impurities are removed. The 3 realms of body tempering, bone forging, and blood condensation were the 3 realms of body refinement and the introductory realm of cultivation. Previous life. Zhang Xian was also at this stage when he was forcefully quenched by the Book of Creation, and in the process, he broke 3 major realms in a row and obtained a supreme immortal body from the distant past. The physique of the All Souls is divided into mortal body, spiritual body, holy body, Taoist body, immortal body, divine body, immortal body in eternity, enough to sweep, and naturally, this life will be no exception. Time slowly passed. And although Zhang Xian was still in the 8th realm of transcendence, his first 3 realms were being slowly reshaped by the nourishment of this energy. Enhancement, to the extreme, hardening complete, bone forging complete, coagulation complete. With a shudder, the black mist dissipated, and the moment he opened his eyes, his immortal body had become a reality. The name is of the ancient everlasting body. Although the realm had not fluctuated, Zhang Xian could feel the vigorous and infinite life force that belonged to this body. He views the world as a state of clarity, familiar feelings, back. However, without waiting for Zhang Xian to be happy, the next stage began without warning. After the Zhongsheng volume recoiled, it began to devour, like a bottomless abyss, crazily devouring the spiritual energy that belonged to him. Space gradually distorted as Jiang Xian's realm began to regress at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, the inexplicable power that originally existed within the body seemed to have been provoked into a good mood and completely exploded. Just like the Zhongsheng scroll, it began to crazily devour Jiang Xian's cultivation. They're grabbing for food. Jiang Xian is getting weaker. 8 realms of transcendence, 7 realms of the golden body, 6 realms of embodied Dan, the 5 realms of Qi, the 4 realms of enlightened spirituality. Everything was only in an instant. And along with the moment when the Qi Sea completely withered, Jiang Xian fell to the peak of the 3rd realm, and the devouring also ended completely at this moment. Jiang Xian opened his eyes and exhaled alone, turbid breath, choosing to gladly accept all of this. Everything is just expected after all. Sure enough, he slowly stood up, his mind already calculating his future plans. But at that moment, the sudden change started again. The invisible force that was originally in the dantian of his sea of consciousness materialized. It turned into a page of gold. The paper flashed with dense writing. Jiang Xian was skeptical and secretly shocked in his heart. What is it? Just as he was planning to figure out the cause, the piece of paper suddenly disappeared into the Book of Cthulhu. Boom! There was a thud. It seemed like an atomic bomb exploded in the sea of consciousness. Jiang Xian's brain went blank for a moment. Then countless energies began to surge. The first page of the Book of Cthulhu was slowly spread out in the sea of consciousness, followed by the second page. It's more than that. The excess power scattered in all directions within his body, only to be absorbed by the ancient eternal body in full, instantly opening the spirit, blinking to condense a sea of qi. In a wiggle, Yun Dan has become, and then cast the golden body, breaking free of the chains, into the transcendental realm. Jiang Chen looked at his hands, felt the power in his body, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and gently wrinkled his eyebrows. The 8 realms. Early stage. This was the end of everything. Jiang Xian was still in the 8th realm, but had regained the ancient eternal body in the Book of Creation, Zhongsheng Scroll, and the first and second pages are turned on. The first page says, 8 Wasteland Sword Technique. The second page says, Ancient Spell. In the Zhongsheng book, Dongfu or forbidden spells are not to be outsourced, and even if one knows the recipe, others can't practice it. It requires the Zhongsheng Scroll as a medium to be used. That is to say, if these 2 pages are not unlocked, even if Jiang Xian possessed the memories of his previous life, these 2 feats that he had relied on in his previous life were not something he could use. However, for Jiang Xian, only the 8 Desolate Sword technique on the first page was useful, while the ancient forbidden spell was just for show. The 10 forbidden spells he had only comprehended one in the first half of his life, but once you use it, you will have to sacrifice yourself, and all the living beings will be buried with you. The indiscriminate attack is very strong and exaggerated, but who dares to use it? This was also the reason why in his previous life, he could only watch Yi Qingling die, because if she's dead, he can't use it without killing her too. Heaven and earth grieve together. He'd rather not, and he certainly hoped that in this life, he'd never have to use it. Collect your thoughts and look up at the dome. It's time to go. Outside the lake. Late night. The bright moon is high in the sky and the evening breeze is pleasant. Counting the days. A whole month had passed since Jiang Xian jumped into the water. The middle-aged man was still squatting at the edge of the lake, night fishing, and from time to time he looked towards the center of the lake, as if he was still expecting a miracle. But it's been a month. If it was alive it would have come out. However, at that moment, his body was flooded with a white aura that was hot and dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire lake. Feeling the seal that had imprisoned himself for endless years dissolve with a bang at this moment, his entire being was dumbfounded. Those deep eyes rarely showed the color of confusion and uncertainty. Choose your master. He really made it? Everything was like a dream, coming out of nowhere, and on the surface of the water, Jiang Xian similarly broke through the water and levitated into the air. Seeing that middle-aged man was as hot as a big sun, Jiang Xian's eyes were similarly dumbfounded for a moment. The lake was boiling, the wind rose from the mountains, and the moment the huge pillar of light rose up to the sky, it actually changed the color of this earth. The two looked at each other across the room. No words, yet there were 1,000 words in his eyes. Heaven and earth were silent, but then I heard a deafening roar in my ears. The former was shocked that the teenager became the lord of the Book of Genesis. The latter was shocked that the aura on the middle-aged man was actually in existence above the 15th realm. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, slowly getting up and looking up at the sky, seeing a Milky Way spanning across the ages. He knew that it was time for him to go. He looked flatly at Jiang Xian and did not speak, but his voice came together and entered his ears from all directions. Junior. Jiang Xian was silent. You win again. Jiang Xian sank his eyes. Remember my name. My name is Nine Specters. Jiang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows and returned. My name is Jiang Xian. In a bet. How about it? What's the bet? The corners of Zhou Yue's mouth tilted slightly. Just bet on whether you and I can meet again. Jiang Xian was stunned and bristled. Boring. Nine Specters didn't care, but barked meaningfully. Remember to live well, but don't die. Sound off. Not waiting for Jiang Xian to reply, the middle-aged man will walk with the light column, like that meteor surging to the sky in the blink of an eye, and the white awns that filled the sky also disappeared without a trace. The light dissipated, the wind stopped, and the lake stopped boiling. Everything is back to normal. Instead, on the stone where the middle-aged man was sitting withered, there was a sword sticking out, glaringly cold in the moonlight. Jiang Xian appeared in front of that sword in an instant. Gaze at this sword with a solemn expression. The sword is 3 feet long, with a green blade for an awn, and a line of small characters carved into the giant stone beneath the sword. Not for nothing. Take this sword as the prize money I lost to you in the first 2 rounds. Jiang Xian's sword brows raised as he drew his longsword, held it in his hand, and waved it a few times. Inexplicable. An inexplicable man. An inexplicable sword. An inexplicable bet. But while the man was a divine man and the sword was a divine sword, the bet was like child's play. Jiang Xian put away his sword and disappeared into the moonlight. The cicadas chirp again and the frogs continue. It's business as usual. The earth is still the same. Chapter 15. Let the sage himself. A few days later, outside the mountains by the roadside, met a mountain inn. A nap. Looking for a long table outside the door. A wave of the long sleeve, sweeping away the dust. Seated. The long sword was laid across the tabletop and called out, Shao air, a jar of wine, peach blossom brew, gotta go dash. Soon, the junior came trotting in with a wine altar in one hand, an inverted porcelain bowl in the other, and a towel in the other. Wait a moment, guest. Sweeping the dust off the table with a towel, he slung it over his shoulder, set down the porcelain bowl, unsealed the altar, and poured it into the bowl. 7 full. Accompanied by a splash of wine into the bowl and a mellow flavor. Your wine, guest. Thanks. May I need to have some wine dishes? The store just slaughtered a calf in the morning. The meat is tender. Shao air fond. No need. Enjoy your meal then, and call me if you need anything. Jiang Xian, who was dressed in white, picked up the bowl of wine and sniffed it, so he drank it all in one go, and as the knot in his throat wriggled, the clear spring entered his lungs. Somewhat cozy. Familiar flavor. So he poured a bowl and drank another. In his previous life, Jiang Xian only loved 3 things: wine, sword, and her. Sometime, outside the inn came 4 or 5 swordsmen, either with their swords behind their backs or holding their swords in their hands, seated not far from Jiang Xian, and ordered a few small dishes and a pot of strong wine, for drinking, grumbling and cursing under his breath. Here, dry up. It's a damn hot day. Senior brother, do you think we can find that Jiang Xian? It's been a month. The leader slapped the back of the head of the person who spoke. Are you stupid? Find a fart. Damn, really let you find. You can beat. 2 old ancestors are not his opponent. Just a few of us. Idle lifelong? Living is not good? A person quickly agreed. That's right. The above orders. We do look on the line, but really serious. Hey, I don't know what the old ancestor and the others thought. They had to offend senior brother Jiang. You guys said that senior brother Jiang is really fierce too. How could I not see it before? Our clan still has this number of characters. Alright, the old ancestor also has the old ancestor's helplessness. If not for the Qingxian sect's pressure, can be like this. If you want me to say it's the blame that Lin Hung. Bah, bull after the saint. Net ing trouble. Who says it isn't? If we can't find Jiang Xian, our heavenly sword sect doesn't have a good time. What's the point of talking about it? Drink, drink, drink. The conversation of several people had since fallen into Jiang Xian's ears, and he could not help but let out a light laugh, staring at the long sword at his side and muttering, Qingxian sect? Drinking the wine in the bowl in one go, Jiang Xian got up, walked over to the table for 4, and sat down graciously. Several people's words came to an abrupt end, looking at the unfamiliar man in front of them, and each of them looked at each other. This fellow Daoist, what are you? Jiang Xian slowly raised his head, half squinted his eyes, and smiled with a smile like a spring breeze. I heard you guys were looking for me? Upon hearing this and seeing this person, the pupils of the four people suddenly shrunk, and each of them panicked, their legs shaking. Jiang Xian? Jiang Xian's face did not change as he said warmly, don't be nervous. Although Jiang Xian was smiling, but when meeting his eyes, a few people were inwardly horrified, as if they were gazing at Shura, and immediately begged for mercy. Senior brother Jiang, we are just following orders. We have no choice but to leave. We will leave now. Don't worry. We, senior brothers and sisters, didn't see anything. Yeah, we didn't see anything. The rest of the crowd hastened to state their positions. Jiang Xian put one foot on the stool, took a few people's wine altars, and to the wine altar, took a gulp and laughed lightly. Sit. A few people were in a tight panic. You looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what kind of medicine Jiang Xian was selling in his gourd, but they still sat down carefully. Signal. Ha? Jiang Xian pursed his lips. Can't understand? That leading disciple hesitated and said, Elder brother Jiang, I know you're very powerful. However, the sect master of the Qingxian sect, Sage Lin Tian, is in the sect. The signal is sent out, and you can arrive in an instant. He stopped mid-sentence, but his meaning was self-evident. Jiang Xian was unimpressed and said in a breezy manner, there's no harm in beheading is a saint. It's. The Jiang Xian wine altar landed heavily on top of the tabletop, shocking the plate of peanuts to drop several and roll down the table. A few people were stunned and their faces turned green. The leader of the group said, Send. I'm sending. The Heavenly Sword sect has a sword talisman called the 1,000-mile tracking talisman, where the talisman paper is lit for a moment, and the mountain will be informed. Within 1,000 miles, strong people arrive instantly. However, this kind of talisman paper was expensive and only the core disciples of the sect could have it, but these disciples were surprisingly sent out to find themselves. It's natural to carry it on your body. As the talisman paper burned out, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and drifted into the long sky. Jiang Xianfan nodded in satisfaction. Nice. A man's throat quirked and he asked boldly, Senior brother Jiang, can we go? Jiang Xian raised her eyebrows lightly. Of course. The four men were relieved and thanked them. Many thanks to senior brother Jiang for not killing me. He then hurriedly left, only to take a few steps, but was stopped by Jiang Xian. Wait. The four people's faces froze, wanting to cry. Jiang Xian stared at the four with a smirk and continued, settle the bill. At this point, on the main peak of the Heavenly Sword sect, after a month of recuperation, whether it was Old Man Blasted Wind or Li Yunlan, his severely injured body had recovered. His face was a bit better than that day, but he was still emaciated. A month ago, Jiang Xian killed Lin Hong. When his father, Lin Tian, learned of this, he was enraged and came across the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, begging for a result. But since that day, Jiang Xian has long been missing. Lin Tian had given them 3 months. Either he finds Jiang Xian, or the entire Heavenly Sword sect will be martyred for his son. Seeing that a month has passed without any clues, the two of them were restless and anxious. Jiang Xian's strength, comparable to a sub-saint. No one knew where he had gone. Where can I find it? But if you can't find it, you're dead. The Heavenly Sword sect was already in a desperate situation, and the saint's authority was untouchable, so they were neither in nor out. What awaited them seemed like a sure death inning. Li Yunlan only felt like his entire head was going to explode as he looked at the blasted ancestor who kept walking around in front of him and complained, Will you stop shaking? It's making me dizzy. The blasted wind old ancestor wrinkled his brows and said anxiously, I'm in a hurry. Elder sister, come up with an idea. What should we do? Ideas? Aren't you quite the idea? Hiding the bastard children of saints into the sect. Now it's good. The people are dead and taking you to task. Li Yunlan grumbled. The blasted wind ancestor wanted to cry. I don't know. This Jiang Xian kid is hiding so deep. Li Yunlan didn't have the good sense to say, there are a lot of things under the sky that you don't know. The blasted wind old ancestor laughed at himself. Senior sister, you should stop scolding and getting in the way. If I had known, I might as well have let Jiang Xian kill me that day. And just then, an elder hurriedly ran into the door and shouted, There's news, there's news. Jiang Xian has found it. Essence glowed in the eyes of the two as they simultaneously looked towards the doorway and said in unison, Where? Chapter 16, Borrow your blood to wash my sword. 900 miles outside the mountain. In. The elder respectfully said. Old Ancestor Blizzard looked at Li Yunlan. Senior sister, what should we do? Li Yunlan's eyes were a bit torn. She both hoped to find Jiang Xian and hoped not to find Jiang Xian. In any case, the other side must release them. Release the Heavenly Sword sect. However, as the oldest ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect, she could not afford to be merciful and indecisive. And after a moment of hesitation, her eyes crossed and she gritted her teeth. You go and tell Patriarch Lin the address. Good. Old Ancestor Blast disappeared into thin air in a second, heading towards the holy cave above the main peak, where the Patriarch of the Qingxin sect, Lin Tian, was waiting at the moment. Must time. Li Yunlan only saw a long rainbow piercing through the sky at the top of the mountain, far away from the distance. She wrinkled her eyebrows and sighed. Jiang Xian, ah Jiang Xian, this is your life. You shouldn't have messed with the saint. Shouldn't. All people cherish talent. Such a genius was about to fall. So how could she, Li Yunlan, not have any waves? However, strength is honored in the immortal cultivation world, and saints intervene, so it's not up to her. He could only hope that the teenager would be born, even if it was unlikely. Even if Jiang Xian had defeated her, a saint was a saint. Beyond the mountains, at the inn, Jiang Xian asked the second to call the owner and threw a bag of money on the table. Young warrior, what do you mean by that? Jiang Xian said indifferently. 1,000 taels of silver, by this store of yours, and run away. The two people, the shopkeeper and the junior, listened in confusion and looked at each other in disbelief. Jiang Xian poured a bowl of wine and drank it slowly, his voice clearing a little. If you're late, you won't be able to leave. The middle-aged man who was in charge of the counter, seeing that Jiang Xian didn't look like he was joking, didn't dare to hesitate at all and put the money bag in his pocket, not forgetting to thank him. Thank you, young warrior. Quick, get the boss's wife and go. Hey, I haven't packed my stuff yet. What the? Deadbeat. Egu my ancestor. You can hurry up. If you're late, you'll be dead. Not long ago, the merchants who rested their feet, the travelers who stayed at the inn, and the proprietor of the inn, all hurriedly fled from this place, one step and 3 times looking back. The eyes that looked at Jiang Xian were full of novelty and surprise. It's so noisy and annoying. Jiang Xian smiled to himself and gazed at the long sword on the table, reached out and patted it, whispering to himself, top-grade immortal sword. Today, with the blood of a saint, I will open the blade for you. The eternal continent. The phylactery grades are in order. Mortal weapons, spiritual weapons, legal weapons, sacred weapons, immortal weapons, and divine weapons. It is further divided into 3 classes, upper, middle and lower. The sword given by that old man was a top-grade immortal weapon, and its value was incalculable. In this mortal state, there are no immortal weapons, and this sword is the strongest. Even in the whole of eternity, this sword is also the top. Let's just say, that old man, he's powerful. The crowd fled not a moment too soon. A gust of wind struck above the canopy. That wind was sharp and swept up thousands of stray clouds wherever it passed. See the sunny day suddenly dark, mournful wind whimpering, blowing the wood of the green hills swaying, fallen leaves rolled up the sky. Above the ground is also the state of flying sand and stones. This wind rushed straight to the inn, fierce and stiff. Listen to the roof tiles fall and crackle. Listen to the bowl and altar fall to the ground. Ding-ling bam. Sense of wind on the face, blowing the white sleeves and robes bulging, long hair flying. Jiang Xian is in the wind. 10 meters of fallen leaves around him is not close. Dust and sand. Not panicking, drinking a goblet of wine. The people who fled, before they could run far, were blown over to the ground by the violent wind, or hugged a rock, or hugged a big tree, before they could barely stabilize themselves. See 1,000 birds traveling far away in the air, and listen to the hissing of 10,000 beasts in the mountains. One was as frightened as the other. In the mountains and wild forests, monks or ordinary mortals, stationed in place subconsciously look up at the sky, only to see that underneath that black cloud, at some point, there was actually a giant silhouette standing. The shadow was dozens of feet tall, and should be a middle-aged man, glowing with a greenish-colored light, lighting up half of the sky, majestic and solemn, like a statue of a god enshrined in a temple. Those who saw this shadow were all worshipful, one by one with wide eyes and wriggling throat knots. A mundane old farmer put down his hoe, knelt on the ground, and reverently prostrated. The gods are angry. A third realm cultivator's legs went limp as he stammered. Saint, it's a Saint Dharma body. An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, wrinkling his thick eyebrows, said in a deep voice, Patriarch of the Qingxin sect. It looks like Jiang Xian has found it. That disciple who had reported the news earlier, then whispered, Senior brother Jiang, you're on your own. At the top of a mountain in the distance, The blast-wind old ancestor's narrow eyes were filled with sinister hostility as he coldly laughed. Jiang Xian, this time you're bound to die. Even if the gods come, they won't be able to save you. In the mortal state, a person who has entered sainthood can condense a shadow, calling it a saint's dharma body. It varies from 10 to 100 feet. When the dharma body comes out, heaven and earth change color. So in the mortal state, there is still such a saying. When a saint comes out, the living beings submit. And this dharma body in front of me, longer than 10 zhang, realm said to be a saint in the middle, also known as the small saint, and the Qingxian sect's patriarch, is the small saint's realm. Unlike the world's panic, Jiang Xian was completely unconcerned, as if nothing had happened, and continued to drink, even sneering. There's a lot of movement. At this moment, the gaze of that saint phantasm gazed at this place. The mighty pressure seemed to pour out like a curtain of rain, and a roar like a thunderous explosion also resounded in the canopy, echoing in all directions. Vertical son of Jiang Xian, how dare you chop off my bloodline? Today, this seat will thwart you. Jiang Xian drank the last sip of wine and threw the bowl on the table. Noisy. Then the sword rose, came out, and was drawn, all in one fluid motion. Borrow your blood and wash my sword. A sword out, stepping into the air. People move with the sword. The sword follows people. The moment the sword comes out, the earth and the sky shakes. The dragon roars in all directions, reverberating through the 8 wastelands. The sword fell for a split second. From Jiang Xian's hand, the thick true essence exploded and surged towards the blade of the sword. And the moment it was chopped out, it was like a blade that broke the sky, slicing through in a flash. Ow! Had. The sword she broke across the sky with a speed that had never been seen in his life. Lin Tian simply didn't have time to react. Just first saw the cold light flashing across his eyes, the austere sword blade, cold to the bone. Then the dragon's roar was heard, before a breath arrived. That sword that teenager had already chopped through his own waist. The wind whistles in your ears. Floating his head full of black hair, Lin Tian only felt a slight coldness at his neck, and subconsciously twisted his head in order to see that teenager, hovering right behind himself. A touch of white, absolute independence. How could it be? You, the hell. Before the words were finished, at Lin Tian's neck, there was a bang. Monstrous sword intent bloomed at this moment, and his head just left his neck and rolled down, crashing straight down into the canopy below. Jiang Xian sheathed his long sword. That huge phantom suddenly burst apart with a bang. Rumble. After a loud bang, a mushroom cloud rose behind Jiang Xian. Rolling waves of air shot straight up into the sky, covering everything. Violent waves of air spreading out in all directions. Smoke and dust. Wailing wind hissing. Heaven and earth are muddy with dust. Jiang Xian was in the middle of it, weighing the storage bag in his hand that he had shunned from Lin Tian's hand, and snorted. Saints, they are just ants under the sword. Chapter 17, that sword? Soon. No one knows exactly what happened, because that sword is too fast. All they heard was a sword roar that broke through the sky, and then it exploded. The skyward wave of air, like a mushroom, broke out and bloomed uncontrollably under that windy, dark sky. Then, the violent waves of air then mesmerized their eyes, and everything in their eyes turned black and white at the moment of the party. Until the wind rejects the thousands of dust and fallen leaves and slowly stops, they squared back, and look at that canopy at the first opportunity. The black clouds had dispersed and it became clear. The sunlight was a bit harsh. However, the sage silhouette was gone. The saintly aura belonging to the saints was also gone. The sky is as empty as the wild. Those who witnessed this were confused. What's going on? Where is everybody? What's happening? I don't know. I don't know anything. Where the saints go? Someone check out. Cluelessness, confusion, disbelief, amazement, and curiosity had the same interpretation on different faces, and some cultivators with a high realm bravely began to approach cautiously, just to get a glimpse of what's going on. Those mortals, on the other hand, after a brief moment of dismay, were secretly relieved, revealing a life after the robbery-like celebration. Okay, they're alive. As for the rest, that's not for them mortals to think about. And there was only one person who saw the scene clearly. Blasted ancestor. At this moment, he was heading towards the sect's mountain gate at the fastest speed in this life. The whole person was in a daze, and there didn't seem to be anything inappropriate to describe his state at this moment by running his ass off. The words kept repeating out of his mouth. He killed the saint. He killed the saint. Until he finally returned to the mountain gate, stumbled and fell into the mountains, and ran into the great hall where Li Yunlan was in a state of distress. Li Yunlan looked at his disoriented senior brother. His expression became grave. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? The blasted wind-old ancestor's breath was unloaded at this moment, and his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground, staring blankly at Li Yunlan. Jiang Xian killed Lin Tian. What? One sword. He only used one sword. Very fast. So fast that I couldn't even see it. And Lin Tian was dead. Completely dead. In an instant, Li Yunlan only felt that he was struck by a sunny humongous thunder. Unable to move, Jiang Xian, with one sword, cut down the saints. The 8th realm battles the 9th realm with just one sword. She admitted that Jiang Xian is very strong. Under the saints, almost invincible, but under the saints are all ants. A difference of one realm is a rift in the sky. It is not too much to say that the white moon is better than a glowing fire. But, how could it be? On the other hand, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, one after another, also arrived in the battlefield. At this time, the inn had long been leveled by that air current, leaving only a ruin. But then they found a head in the rubble, a head with eyes still open. There were also people who recognized that the owner of this head was Lin Tian, the sect master of the Qingxian sect, who was also a saint. He pointed at the head as if he had seen a ghost and stammered, It's Patriarch Lin. When the surrounding crowd heard this, their first reaction was equally shocked. What? Really? It's Sage Lin, dead? He's dead. How is this possible? What the hell happened? So, Jiang Xian killed the saint. If the shock had a sound, it would be deafening. Lin Tian is dead. How to die? Only Jiang Xian can kill. Such news sent each of them into a brief moment of disorientation. Saints fall. Such a thing, placed in the entire mortal state, would be an appalling event. Not to mention, they had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes, even without looking at it. But it's also because it's not being looked at. That's why, in that moment of time, a saint fell, while the saint slayer, however, had disappeared. It had turned their perceptions upside down. The Jiang Xian they were chasing was actually an existence that could kill saints in seconds, and such an existence was actually thrown out of the mountain gate by their clan itself. Done. Will Jiang Xian retaliate against us? They who were worried about being retaliated by the saints at that time were now instead worried about whether Jiang Xian would go and return to kill the Heavenly Sword sect. Sure, if such thoughts were heard by Jiang Xian, he would have said something. You have taken away my gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Admittedly, he's no gentleman, but he's not going to retaliate either, because it would have made no sense to him. At this time, Jiang Xian was rushing between the mountains, not in a hurry, carrying a long sword on his back, letting the spots of light between the leaves sprinkle on that handsome face. As he walked, Jiang Xian explored the storage bag he had taken from that Lin Tian. Spirit value, immortal energy, spirit stone, magic weapon and so on a number of. There is also a small tower of the holy weapon. I think it is that guy's treasure in the bottom of the box. It's just a shame that he didn't make it. A saint, so rich, doesn't seem to have killed and robbed many others. He muttered to himself. Cultivation of immortality. Cultivation of immortality. Cultivation is the word competition. You snatch me, I snatch you, is the norm in the world. Can give birth to Lin Hong such a person? Do the father thought no better. The sword that Jiang Xian chopped him with was the fastest sword in the 8 desolate sword technique. The sword came out as fast as the wind, as fast as electricity. Taking a man's head is a snap of the fingers. The 8 desolate sword skill is the top sword skill. Even the top of the immortal world's Hao Ran Zhang Qi skill, Taishan Emotionless Road, compared to it, is also a little inferior. Under its augmentation, although Jiang Xian was only at the early stage of the 8th realm, the strength he erupted with could be comparable to that of a saint. What's more, he was holding an immortal sword in his hand. Lin Tian was gullible and was decapitated by his own sword. His death was not unjust. It's just a shame. Once Lin Tian died, this Heavenly Sword sect was afraid that it wouldn't be able to be extinguished in this life. In his last life, he remembered that hundreds of years after he had left the sect, Li Yunlan had broken through the realm of saints. Fearing that the Heavenly Sword sect would threaten their position due to the rise of a saint, the Qingxian sect suddenly lashed out, and a great war broke out. Scorching. At the critical time, that Lin Hang brought a group of disciples to suddenly fall back and make a move. It caused the Heavenly Sword sect's grand formation to break without attack, ultimately defeated. The 3 ancestors all died in battle. The disciples are dead and wounded is 8 out of 10. Running away, wounded. 10,000 years of heritage was destroyed. At that time, Jiang Xian had yet to unseal the first page of the Book of Songs. Hear this. I only hate myself for being so weak and powerless to do anything about it. It wasn't true that he was expelled from the Heavenly Sword sect. It wasn't true that he had his life's cultivation wasted. And it wasn't true that he hated the Heavenly Sword sect's injustice. But the Heavenly Sword sect, after all, carried more than 20 years of his memories, and was also the first sect he had joined. To say there is no emotion at all, that was definitely impossible. However, it was different now. He had experienced too many things in his previous life for thousands of years. There were many things that he had seen through long ago. All things are cause and effect. Let it be. I'll sing when I get it, and I'll rest when I lose it, and I'll be sad and hateful for a long time. He traveled thousands of miles and arrived outside a village, stripped off his white clothes and replaced them with a set of black clothes. Stepping into the village. Chapter 18, Lakha Village. Small village in the mountains, called the Sunset Village, had heard the village old man said, because the village can always be seen in the sunset thousands of miles of red. So the name. Jiang Xian is here, looking for an old friend. It's a shame. The village is not big, 30 or so households, all make a living by hunting and gathering. When Jiang Xian entered the village, it coincided with dusk. The setting sun is late, reflecting each other red. It also dragged the shadows behind it extraordinarily long, all the way. Occasionally, I hear a suckling child cry, "Whoa whoa whoa dash." I also hear women scolding their children. "You brat, causing me trouble again. See if I don't beat you to death." See the candle red within the cabin. Smell the meat and sleep with the wind. Repeat a few hundred steps. Met a small stream, the stream on a wooden bridge. Said wooden bridge, but is just 3 rotting ordinary wood. When you step on it, you can feel the creaking sound, accompanied by the gurgling water clattering. Bridge B. Now a small yard with 3 straw houses, fenced yard, and 2 trees in front of the gate. One is a peach tree and the other is also a peach tree. It was April, when the peach blossoms were at their peak. There is a beautiful story of the peach blossoms beginning to bloom in the mountain temples in April on earth. Stepping on the fallen flowers and stopping in front of the door. With the last rays of the setting sun, Jiang Xian looked at the familiar and unfamiliar small courtyard in front of him with deep feelings. Knock, 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 knock on the wooden door. Some time later, I heard voices in the house, but I have not yet seen them. Who? Grandpa, don't move blindly. I'm on my way. The wooden door opened and a ray of firelight was the first to slip out, overlapping with the last of the dusky light falling from the sky, performing a duet of light. A small figure trotted out, stepping over the candlelight and heading toward the courtyard gate with the setting sun, tilting his head back and looking up, his eyes flooded with novelty. It didn't take long to arrive close to Jiang Xian. It was a little girl with 2 pigtails, and that already somewhat yellowish skin looked even more dusky in the setting sun. Dressed in a plain dress, he was a bit thin, but he walked with a lean movement, plain-looking and plainly dressed, but with large, bright and clear eyes of exceptional clarity. Big brother, is something wrong? Jiang Xian gazed at the little girl in front of him, staring at the eyes that were as clear as a mountain spring. The corners of his mouth subconsciously rose, and a hint of relief and surprise flashed through his eyes. For a moment, he was lost in thought. The heart says, "It's good to see you." The little girl has no surname, called Xiao Grass. If I remember correctly, this year should be 10 years old. Both parents are dead, and grandpa depend on each other. In his last life, she was the one who saved him. It was just a pity that she died before he could properly repay the favor. Seeing that Jiang Xian didn't reply for a long time and stared at herself one after another, Xiao Chao gently wrinkled her tiny eyebrows and stretched out that rough little hand, shaking it in front of Jiang Xian's eyes. "Hey, big brother, can't you understand me?" Jiang Xian came back to her senses and leaned her body down slightly, lowering her posture and softly speaking. "I came from outside, lost my way, and stumbled into this place by mistake. Can I stay the night?" Little Grass's large eyes gurgled and turned, sizing up Jiang Xian for several moments, and after some thought, he opened the courtyard door. "Come in." Jiang Xian smiled in relief. Still so stupid, believing whatever others said. "Thanks a lot." Entering the courtyard, he followed behind in the direction of the house, and before he entered the house, he heard a weak and old, feeble voice. "Grass, what's wrong?" Little Grass quickened his pace, not forgetting to call out at the same time. "Grandpa, there's a foreigner here who says he doesn't have a place to stay." After saying that, he did not forget to twist his head and look at Jiang Xian. "Come on in, big brother." Jiang Xian nodded his head and entered the house. The eaves of the house were not high, Jiang Xian's 8-foot body, but he skillfully lowered his head and entered the house. Head on. It was a stove, a black iron pot, and a pair of porcelain bowls, several clay pots, and a few blackened fish hanging above the stove, 3 or 4 wooden piers and a bamboo chair. A little further in on its side, there was a bed with an old man half lying on it. The house is very simple, same as in a previous life. It's apt to say that there's nowhere to land. Seeing Jiang Xian's arrival, the old man hurriedly summoned Little Grass and helped his squat up, greeting him. "This gentleman, sit down, sit down." Jiang Xian collected his thoughts and came to the old man in 3 or 2 steps and said, "Grandfather, no need to be polite. Lie down quickly." Maybe it was a grandpa. Listening to the old man is very smooth, so that gaunt face hung on the joyful smile. "I'm weak and sick, so I won't be polite to the gentleman, so don't blame me if I'm rude. Grandfather is right on the mark. The late generation has come uninvited to disturb you." The old man waved his hand. "In the way. Nothing, nothing. Sit down and talk. Sit down and talk." "Good." Jiang Xian pulled over the wooden pier to take a seat. "Little Grass, quickly pour a bowl of water for the guests." "Got it, Grandpa. Don't bother. I'm not thirsty." Jiang Xian politely rebuffed. "Ahem, the guest has come a long way, and a glass of water is still needed." Jiang Xian smiled. "Okay, listen to Grandpa. Ha ha ha, you're a good kid. Very polite. Unlike my mountain people, who don't know their manners." Grandpa moves on. "From out of town, right?" "Yes." "Alone?" Jiang Xian didn't hide it. "Well, one person." Xiao Chao also used the only bowl at this time to pour Jiang Xian a cup of unusual well water and handed it over. "Here." Jiang Xian reached out and took it. "Drink up," the old man urged. Jiang Xian did not excuse himself, so he drank it all in one go, and the unusual water entered his throat. But there was a sweetness, and it seemed that he was so thirsty that he had an illusion. However, Jiang Xian was a strong person of the 8th realm of refined God, so he would have been able to dispel the grain a long time ago. So it can only be really sweet. The old man looked at Jiang Xian and said slowly, "We are here in the mountains and dense forests. Outsiders if no one to guide the way. It is easy to get lost. You're lucky to have encountered the village of Lakha. The night here is very cold. There are wild beasts infested. If you are in the appearance of wandering around for a night, I guess it is difficult to protect the life of the Just first rest assured that you will be able to live here." Jiang Xian, on the other hand, listened quietly, returning a comment from time to time. "The grass, on the other hand, is cooking." Probably because Jiang Xian had come, she took the biggest of the 3 fish and entertained Jiang Xian. "Cultivation world, you compete with me to rob and cheat, but the mortals in this earthly mountain are extraordinarily warm-hearted, leaving the best for the guests. Period." Jiang Xian knowingly sidestepped the question. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? What kind of disease have you got?" The old man smiled and half-smiled. "It's old. It doesn't matter. It won't die for a while." Grass grumbled without forgetting as she distributed the dinner. "Grandpa went into the mountains a few years ago to hunt and encountered a big bug. In order to protect the people in the village, he was slapped by the big bug and shattered the bones in his waist, and since then he hasn't stood up, so he knows to show off." When the old man heard this, he was not angry, but just smiled brightly. "Don't listen to her. What does a little girl know?" Little Grass was unforgiving. "Where did I make that up? It's the truth." "Ha!" Jiang Xian looked at the 2 granddaughters who were bickering and couldn't help but laugh out loud. All these years have been too depressing. Instead it is this earthly fireworks that extraordinarily soothes the heart. Anachronistically, can I see it? Chapter 19 Retribution. The old man was stunned. Grass froze. Jiang Xian hurriedly added, "I've learned some medical skills, so it might be useful." "Really?" Little Grass was a little excited, putting down the dishes in her hands and trotting over to Jiang Xian's side, her large eyes filled with anxious anticipation. There are more than 30 households in Lakha village, and none of them know anything about medicine. Past life. Grass's biggest wish is to save enough money to go down the mountain to Grandpa to hire a doctor, but the small body is day after day on the mountain to collect medicine. Down the mountain for the little silver, but only barely enough to change the winter rations. It didn't work out the way she wanted it to the day her grandfather died. At that time, Jiang Xian was gouged out of his bones and spirit by Lin Hong and Zhou Lin, becoming a wasted man, thrown into the water, and floated down the river, left to live and die. At that time, Jiang Xian was desperate. Not just despair about the status quo, but despair about the world and yourself. Betrayed, humiliated, destroyed his roots and bones, and even if he was reduced to a mortal, he became an invalid who couldn't stand up. He didn't think he could live, nor did he want to live, thinking that if he died, he would die, and all would be for naught. But, when he opened his eyes, he realized that he wasn't dead. He was lying in this small courtyard, and the first thing he saw was little grass, and the second thing he saw was this grandfather. It was only later that he realized that it was Grass, who had gone to the river to wash herbs, who had found him swept down the river by the current. Then he dragged him home bit by bit. That river was a full 2 miles from the small compound, by way of a 100-meter high hill. Jiang Xian's 8-foot frame, despite being frail and thinner, 150 pounds was still there. It was hard for him to imagine a 10-year-old girl who was no more than 5 feet tall, how it dragged itself back, and just how much perseverance and strength does that require? For him, it's not too much to say it's a miracle. Later he asked the grass. Grass said she was dragging him all day and night to the small yard. It also said that he was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up, and she thought Jiang Xian was dead. It was also from there that Grass began to take care of him. At that time, Jiang Xian was also unable to move. Both hands and legs were seriously injured. Just a cripple. He wants to die. But it was blocked by the grass over and over again. And so it was that Grass, all by herself, had to take care of not only him, but her grandfather as well. Jiang Xian just watched this tiny person, using her shoulders, hold up this family. Jiang Xian's appearance added to the already poor family's woes. Later, the perseverance and persistence of the Grass, as well as the kindness and clarity touched Jiang Xian. It also cured Izan. He slowly pulled himself together. Looking back on this life, there are not many people who are good to him. Little Grass and Grandpa are the only two, so he has to stand up and repay them. He has to cure Grandpa's disease, and a good life for the Grass, too. However, the world is unpredictable. Time never waits for anyone, and a year later, when he could barely stand up, his grandfather was still gone. The Grass cried a lot. She blamed herself, she felt, for her grandfather's death because she couldn't afford a bone setter. She thinks that if she had been more useful and worked harder, Grandpa would have lived. Her grandfather's death had become a demon for half her life, and likewise a major obsession for Jiang Xian. He also often thought that if Xiao Chao hadn't brought himself back, he wouldn't have had this extra mouth of his own, and then Xiao Chao might have saved up enough money to hire a bone setter for his grandfather. That way, Grandpa might not die. Even if it really couldn't be cured, Grass wouldn't suffer as much, and wouldn't live in self-blame and guilt. Now, time to start over, and all Jiang Xian wanted was to change all that. Locking eyes with little Grass and looking at the prayers and expectations in the clear eyes, Jiang Xian said back very seriously, "Don't worry, it'll work." Grandpa wrinkled his eyebrows, seemed to believe non-belief. His own injury is clear, that is broken bones. How can the ordinary doctor cure? Unless that can be a wonderful hand back to spring of the medical saint, or that the mountain immortal. Obviously, never the teenager in front of him, a little too juvenile. In his perception, immortals are supposed to be white-bearded and full of Taoist bones, aren't they? But little Grass is different. She doesn't understand this. In her small age, she thinks of only one thing, to cure her grandfather's illness. Before Jiang Xian appeared, no one had said it was definitely possible, and she had never met a groom before Jiang Xian appeared. So it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What matters is hope, even if it's just a little bit. She was overjoyed, her little face opening up brighter than the peach blossoms outside the door, and she crumbled with joy, leaping up and down. Great, great, Grandpa, did you hear that? You're saved. Watching his granddaughter this happy, Grandpa's eyes narrowed into a line. He hadn't seen Xiao Chao this happy since he was injured. I don't want to spoil the fun. All right, be careful not to hurt yourself. Turning to Jiang Xian, he asked, Your Excellency, can it really work? Jiang Xian saw Xiao Chao this happy. Why not for the first time? Look a little lost in thought, but in the face of the grandfather's inquiry, or the first time back to God, warm voice, why don't you try it, Grandpa, and we'll see if it works or not. Seeing that the black-clothed teenager was so confident, the old man stopped saying anything since. That would be a pleasure. Jiang Xian followed the Lingji's example and took the old man's pulse, but in reality, he was just pretending. Back in the moment he entered, the old man's condition was one he'd seen for real, and he wasn't bragging. He could indeed cure it, and it's not hard. With his transcendent mortal realm strength running the true chi of the 8 desolate sword technique, not to say that it could produce death, flesh and white bones, repairing a few bones, it would be a matter of snapping his fingers. But, little Grass and Grandpa were both mortals after all. He didn't want to act too ostentatiously, and he was planning to stay here for a while. If you know that you are a practitioner, it would be counterproductive for him to stay behind. fearing that the two would treat him with respect or panic in fear. Therefore, he intended to take his time, little by little, to repair his grandfather. During the period to take some tonic medicine to give cooperation. So, step by step, then it can be natural. He let go of his grandfather's palm and wrinkled his brow gently in a contemplative manner. But it was the anxious little grass that looked on the side. Grandpa also looked at him in a daze. Fearing that Jiang Xian would be embarrassed, he even took the initiative to persuade him. It's okay if you can't cure it. You're a handful of years old anyway. Jiang Xian gently shook his head and said, it can be cured. Really? Jiang Xian continued. Yes, I just looked. Grandpa's just cracked 3 ribs. It's not completely broken. I have a prescription that can help to regenerate the bones, and in less than a month, Grandpa will be able to get out of bed and walk. Little Herb, being a child and unable to hide things, jumped up and down again with joy. Great! I'll go find whatever medicine Big Brother wants. I'll find it. Grandpa's throat knots rolled as he excitedly held Jiang Xian's hand and confirmed. Really? Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Trust me, no problem. Chapter 20, My name is Jiang Rinshan. Grandpa took Jiang Xian's hand and gently patted the back of Jiang Xian's hand with that pair of scarred and calloused palms. His eyes slightly flushed with some redness, and he said in a slightly choked voice, Good. Grandpa believes in you and trusts you. Little Grass, we've met a valuable person today. Grass nodded heavily, biting her lip and narrowing her eyes. Aha! No one wanted to stand up more than he did and watch this only granddaughter of his eat the earth because of his fall. He was worse than dead. I've also thought about just dying and not burdening my children. However, he knew that Xiao Qiao only had him and only him left. If he died just like that, what could she do? Having lived to his age, and having spent years in the company of mountain beasts, death was not at all scary to him. The only thing he couldn't worry about was this little granddaughter. Alive, he couldn't move, but he could watch his little granddaughter, and he could eat less and not only be there for her, but also teach him all his skills, which was what he lived for. When Grass could stand on her own, he would naturally choose to end himself and not be a drag on her. This was his truest thought, and the only choice he could make in the face of this side of the world. But now it's different. The appearance of Jiang Xian, a teenager, gave him hope, even if this hope was very slim. But being in a quagmire, even if what he saw was just a straw, he would still die grasping it. Jiang Xian looked at this pair of grandparents and grandchildren. His heart was complex, both heartbroken and relieved. He's grateful. That moment of sacrifice to the heavens, when one is given the chance to be reborn, to go back before all the tragedy and change it all. It's not just about redemption for himself, but also for these people who have been good to him. Little Grass, quick, bring food for your people. You're starving. Aha, fine. Not hungry, Jiang Xian said imploringly. Xiao Qiao brought the finished meal to Jiang Xian. Big brother, eat. Jiang Xian took it with both hands. Thank you. Looking at the bowl in his hand, what caught his eye was a bowl with several mouths missing, a few leaves of wild vegetables, cassava chips, and half a fish, all mixed up. Not to say that it's a light soup, but it's definitely not on the table either. But that's what the Grass grandparents and grandchildren have for dinner. And, today, fish was added on purpose. If it's unusual, it's just wild greens and cassava. Jiang Xian's mood was complicated, somewhat heavy. Even after living for more than 3,000 years, having seen all the unpleasantness in the world and experienced all the pain in the world, it was still not good. The weakness that had been dusty for thousands of years was quietly breaking out of its shell, and a touch of compassion brushed across Jiang Xian's eyes. Such a look is unusual in the world, and human nature is compassionate. But, he was a Jiang Xian, which would have been unusual. Grass brought Grandpa a bowl as well. You eat too, Grandpa. There was also half a piece of smoked fish in the bowl. Instead, she served a half-broken ceramic lid and crouched a little farther away, eating sweetly and smiling. The bottom of his eyes were full of stars. Grass, come fish for you. Grandpa can't bite. No, Grandpa, I've got it. Eat it yourself. Eat your own. He. Grandpa can't see it, naturally. But Jiang Xian could see that there was nothing in her bowl, not to mention fish, not even cassava, only soup. But on the contrary, she was still chewing abracadabra, and the tip of Jiang Xian's nose was actually involuntarily sour. Seeing Jiang Xian's head lowered and hesitant to move his chopsticks, Grandpa naively said, Nobleman, mountain man, nothing good, you don't mind. Jiang Xian raised his head, half squinted his eyes, and laughed openly. No, it smells good. After saying that, He lowered his head and started eating, not caring about the elegance of that gesture. When the soup and the wild vegetables are in your mouth, the dusty taste buds awaken, and the memories of the past come like a tidal wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave. It's not good, but it really smells good. It's just a matter of 3 or 2 clicks. Except for that half fish, the whole bowl was clean. Jiang Xian even licked the remnants of the bowl mouth, and did not forget to burp after eating. Satisfied, he rubbed his belly. At this moment, he really became a mundane person. Grandpa laughed a silly laugh. The grass laughs back, cackling. It's inherently rewarding to have your own cooking enjoyed by others. Jiang Xian got up, toward Grass, who rose alertly and hid the soup in her hands like a food-protecting kitten. But by no means did she not want to give up that soup. She just didn't want Jiang Xian to see her embarrassment and discomfort. How could Jiang Xian not see through his small mind? Placing the fish delicately in his bowl, he reached out and placed his broad palm on her tiny head, rubbing it with gentle pressure. Warmly, he said, "I don't like fish, so you can eat it for me." For a moment, Xiao Chao's clear eyes were lost in thought, just staring up at Jiang Xian, the gentle stranger. "Okay?" Grass nodded dumbfounded. "Good." Jiang Xian tilted her lips in a smile. "Thank you." The words were added. "You're cooking. It's delicious." After saying that, he turned around and sat back to his original position, leaving only little Grass to freeze there, his eyes dodging, not knowing what to do. The old man looked in his eyes and smiled to himself. After having dinner, Jiang Xian sat in front of the old man's bed and chatted about family matters. The old man asked, "Where does your family live? If it is not far away, you can ask someone to send them back or contact their family." Jiang Xian replied, "To tell you the truth, old man, I was thrown out of my home and had no place to go, so I wandered here." Slightly embellished, but not lying, he was indeed thrown out. Although the old man is old, is the mountain people, but also know what to ask, what should not be asked, so did not look into it, but also flirted with, may as well live. Want to live for as long as you can. Would like to give that side room with Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian nodded his head in response since he was climbing up the pole. He also said that it would be good to heal this wound for Grandpa. Hearing this, little Grass rushed off to clean up the side room. The old man asked again, "What is your name?" Jiang Xian replied, "Jiang Renshan, just call me Xiao Jiang." The old man smiled and gave an approval. "Good name." Ensign asked with a snicker. "What's good about it?" The old man said, "Look, even though I can't read, I can understand that your name has a person in the middle, a river in the front, and mountains in the back. And isn't it good for this person to live in the middle of a place with mountains and water?" Jiang Xian laughed out loud and was actually irrefutable. Listening to Grandpa say that, it's really something like that. Ha ha. An old man and a young man talk to each other, and the old man speaks. "Xiao Jian, chatting with you is just soothing. I feel much more comfortable with this back of mine. Look at the speech." Jiang Xian pursed her lips and smiled. "Laugh and smile. No fear, and all illnesses will recede." As a result, the old man believed it, and so did the Grass, and laughed a little more cheerfully. And River Fairy was happy. It was also the first time after being reborn that I was so happy. But talking about old things with old people was more worthy of rejoicing than getting an immortal sword. Sure, there was no doubt that the old man's injuries were naturally the result of Jiang Xian's covert actions. Chapter 21 A man of no business in the mountains. The night was deepening and the river of stars was silent. The charcoal fire in the house is resting. The old man has long been asleep. Jiang Xian climbed up to the roof alone. Sitting alone, looking at the bright moon in the sky, eye color sinking, thoughts drifting away. The past is clouds and smoke. Everything is just like the initial. Meet the wind. The wind has the fragrance of flowers. Cicadas chirping in your ears. Take a swath of frogs. A little guy, who at some point also climbed onto the roof, carefully came to Jiang Xian's side and sat down, his hands clasping his knees, his chin resting on his knees, glancing at the direction Jiang Xian was gazing at, and then tilting his head sideways to look at Jiang Xian. "Brother Oi, what are you looking at?" Jiang Xian squinted his eyes, reached out to point to the sky, and laughed. "Look at the 10,000 miles of wind and smoke, and a frosty stream and moon." Grass was confused. "I don't understand." Jiang Xian smiled, his gentle gaze falling on the little one as he asked, "It's so late, why aren't you sleeping?" Grass bit her lip and lowered her head. "Can't sleep." Then tilting his head, he pursued, "Brother Dajian, what you just said, is it all true?" Jiang Xian asked knowingly and said with a smile, "I said a lot of things. Which one are you referring to?" My grandfather's illness, can it really be cured? Little Grass asked. Jiang Xian half squinted his eyes and smiled as cool as the evening breeze, and said decisively, "Of course, I assure you. Then we'll pull the hook." Good. The moment the little thumbs touched, an unspoken agreement was made between this little and this little. Grass was pleased. "Thank you, Brother Dajian. If you can really cure Grandpa, I will definitely repay you." "Well, I believe you. Hey, go to sleep." "Good. You get an early night too." "Good. Let's go." "Slow down." Seeing the tiny back walk into the house, Jiang Xian lightly shook his head, then lay down, resting on his arms, closing his eyes, his fingertips following the melody of the frogs and insects, rhythmically tapping his stomach. Let the moonlight shower the sky with frost. I remember someone saying that the moon is a god of compassion and illuminates lonely souls in the dead of night. The moon of the ancients is not seen today, but the moon of today has also shone on the ancients. It's quite good. It's quite good. Deep in the night, I suddenly dreamed of the old days, wearing white clothes, carrying a long sword, riding a horse and singing at the top of my lungs, free from the world. The breeze and the moon are just right for spring. The good company and the laughter are long. When I wake up, I realize that my pillow is cold. The moon is like frost, shining on the green hills. The past is like smoke. Where to look for Shaguang? Years rush, people are easy to age. The heart has not changed. The intention is unforgettable. Hear a rooster crow, and then the light of day. Jiang Xian woke up. The wind rose to meet his face. The fragrance of flowers, a rare fragrance. Refreshing. Jiang Xian got up and stretched a big waist. The brow stretched. Last night he slept deeply, so this morning, his body and mind are soothed. Looking at the small courtyard, peach blossom red, the distant green mountains blue, he jumped off the roof. The corners of his mouth flicked up. Work. If you are an earthly man, then you should do some earthly things. Fish and chop wood. Eat and sleep with the landscape. Jiang Xian woke up in the morning and walked to the river, rolled up his pants leg, took a bamboo pole and inserted 3 or 2 fish. Grass. I hit the fish. Wow. It's so big. Brother Oe, you're amazing. Here, I'll go make some medicine for Grandpa. Aha, good. After breakfast, Jiang Xian fetched clay, built an earthen kiln, and fired a kiln of porcelain bowls, pots, bowls, dippers, and pots. All of them are top quality. Looked dumbfounded at the grass. Looked dumbfounded at Grandpa. Brother Oe, how come you know everything? Want to learn? Think. I'll teach you. Really? As the sun set, Jiang Xian went out and came back quickly, but he was already carrying several pounds of hair in his hand. Laughing, he said, "Tonight, let's eat this. I'll cook." Looking at the busy and skillful Jiang Xian, Grass and Grandpa are lost. You look at me, I look at you, only uncertainty in their eyes. Hunting, fishing, porcelain burning, healing, and now cooks. In just one day, Jiang Xian, the teenager who looked so quiet and civilized, did the work with his hands and was terribly skilled. It completely broke the duo's inherent perception of him. One could say that there really is nothing to do. Grass swallowed a mouthful of saliva and adored it. Grandpa, Brother Dajian, is really good at everything. Grandpa stroked his short, thick, white stubble and narrowed his eyes. Well, it's a talent, a rare descendant. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, didn't care, keeping himself busy and enjoying himself. Dinner. Wow, it smells so good. This is the most flavorful rabbit meat I've ever eaten. Well, Xiao Jiang, where did you learn this craft? It's much better than Widow Zhang at the east end of the village. Ha ha ha, eat more if you like. After a sleepless night, another day dawns. Jiang Xian went up to the mountains to hunt. Xiao Chao went up to the mountains to collect medicines. And at noon, he saw Jiang Xian return with a full load, hunting a deer with delicious meat. Another rich dinner. Ha ha ha, tonight is a blessed night. Brother Oe, that's awesome. Being in the midst of the appreciative voices, Jiang Xian gladly accepted it and was very flattered. The days went by. Jiang Xian hunted, fished, repaired the house, built things, not only rebuilt the small courtyard, but also refurbished the roof, but also personally built a room of furniture. One short month, Xiao Grass family became the richest hunter in the whole village. Every day there is meat to eat, day after day. That meat aroma from this end of the village are wafted to that end of the village, and Jiang Rinshan became a household name in Laka village. More than anything, it has become a role model for hunters, simply because he goes to the mountains and never returns empty-handed, and he naturally became the object of the women in the village to talk about from time to time. And the life of Xiao Chao's family, moreover, became the aspiration of every person in the village. They also wondered if their own family had a Jiangrenchan, so the capable teenage boy would not be able to live a comfortable life as well. Whenever little grass walks on the village road and meets people from the same village, people always make a flirtatious remark. Little grass, ah, you have the good fortune to pick up a treasure, Lu. Xiao grass, ah, your family Xiao Jiang brother, want daughter-in-law do not want, and this will send you over. Xiao grass, ah, how still on the mountain picking medicine it. Stay at home and well-raised Lu. Grow up to marry Xiao Jiang is not good? And whenever the road meets flirting, the grass is always smiling and responding to the generous. Yes, Grandpa can say that Brother Da Jiang is my family's honorable man. Auntie, to say something you don't like to hear, your family, Ru Hua, is not good enough for my family, Brother Da Jiang. But don't talk nonsense. Oh, I'm still young. I treat Brother Oe as my older brother. Water has no constant form. People have no constant form. Since Jiang Xian appeared, Xiao Chao's mentality had undergone a huge transformation, becoming more cheerful and lively, her eyes becoming clearer and clearer, much less on the mind. Not only are the days getting better and better, but Grandpa's health is getting better and better, and he's about to be able to get out of bed and walk. How could she not be happy when her world was now radiantly bright because of Jiang Xian and she couldn't see half a bit of darkness, carefree and full of joy? That's how close she is. This day, as usual, the grass jumped towards home, before crossing the small bridge, far away from a hunched figure, in the distance, waving to himself. Grass, at a closer look, it was her grandfather, and her eyes grew red, and she flew away, falling headlong into the old man's arms. Grandpa dotingly stroked Grass's head and said heartily, "You girl, why are you crying? Isn't Grandpa all right? Let's go home." Xiaobai wiped away his tears vigorously, spent his face, and laughed, saying, Go home. Chapter 22, A Year's Time for a Few Tales of Silver. Night. In the small courtyard, by the light of the moon, with the evening breeze, the three of them staged a carnival to celebrate Grandpa's recovery from a serious illness. So this night 4 dishes and 1 soup. And Grandpa brought out the fruit wine he'd been saving for a long time. That wine was very thrashing and had a very strong flavor, but it was a sound drink. Grandpa seated on the table to Jiang Xian non-stop thank you, love to the depths of tears. Xiao Chao is also the same. They speak. How could they be so virtuous as to meet Jiang Xian and be spared the suffering of the earth? River Fairy speaks. That's the blessing of their past life's good deeds. So in this life he's come to repay the favor. Of course, no one would really take such a statement seriously. Gone in a month. Jiang Xian was a layman during the day and practiced luck at night. And by the way, he slowly cured his grandfather's injuries, changing the lives of more than just Xiao Chao's family. Jiang Xian's restless heart gradually quieted down in this red dust, slowly settling the restlessness in his mind. The days remained the same. Grandpa's injury healed and he was able to go up the mountain again. But Jiang Xian didn't go. The three of them unspokenly stopped mentioning the matter of Jiang Xian's departure. Grandpa or Grass? They had already gotten used to Jiang Xian's presence. And not only were they thankful from the bottom of their hearts for everything Jiang Xian had done, but likewise, without realizing it, they also treated Jiang Xian as their own family. They were afraid that Jiang Xian would leave, and they cherished this time. Jiang Xian gradually integrated into the village of Lixia. Not only did he get along with the village children, but he also gradually gained prestige in the village. He can heal, he can hunt, he can build a house, nearly omnipotent. It was natural to become a sought-after role model in the village, and he was happy about it. In his previous life, he had a good outlook on the villagers of Laka village, and in this life, within the limits of his ability, he naturally wouldn't mind giving generously. However, there is one thing that is not good. That is, people are too good, so they are missed. Here, all the girls in the village are in love with Jiang Runshan, the women who proposed marriage. Stepped through the gatehouse, the tough girls nearly pounced on Jiang Xian. Some helplessness, bitter hurt. The moon is broken by the light of 10,000 hectares of waves, and the fragrance of lotus root flowers is fragrant by the wind and dew of one day. Time is silent, but it never stays. A year goes by and the grass grows a little. The beginning of spring. Xiao Chao and Jiang Xian descended the mountain. Jiang Xian carrying several rolls of animal leather and Xiao Chao carrying a bag of valuable medicinal herbs, walking unhurriedly on the early spring path. Lakha village. Every year at the beginning of spring, the village people will save the animal leather and sun-dried medicinal herbs back down the mountain, to exchange the broken silver a few taels, then buy something that doesn't grow in the mountains. salt or roughage. The town was small, just an earthen wall and a few long streets and alleys. The town is far away. This go, mortal feet. A round trip is a few days of light. Jiang Xian snatched all the things and carried them on his back, walking the earthly path and not feeling bored. All things in heaven and earth, since their birth, have a fixed number, no spiritual roots or bones. Then you can only be immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal is the difference between life and death. Not to mention Jiang Xian, even the true immortals in the sky, down to the mortal, but also cannot cross this step of immortal and mortal. Grass can't practice. Jiang Xian knew it in his heart, so he could only be immortal when he got along with her. And he was happy about it. In human affairs, there is no question of east, west, south, north or south, and the one who is idle is the master. Brother Oe, have you ever been to the town? Nope, I've never been there either. Grandpa has been there and brought me back candy. It's so sweet, and I know about candy canes. I hear they're delicious. Have you ever eaten one? Well, eaten. What's that flavor? It's a little sweet and a little sour. Wow, that must have been good. Ha, want some? Aha, think. When the time comes, buy it for you. It's better not to waste money. It's expensive. It's okay, I have money. A few days later, arriving at the town, seeing people coming and going, the carriage is congested. Listening to the sound of shouting and selling, the grass is full of excitement in his eyes. Look east, look west. I was full of novelty about everything, like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Take a look, take a look. Don't miss it, don't miss it. Good fabrics. Those who have money to support a money field. Those who don't have money to support a personal field. All the folks. I'll make an offering. Burrito, hot burrito. Street vendors, hawkers, merchants, and entertainers in front of people. All of these, for the year round in the mountains and forests between the grass. All unseen. Here, for her, it was more like a whole new world. Deep mountain and the city. Calculation and innocence. Even earthly mortals are worlds apart. Jiang Xian took little flour, sold skins in the east market, and went to the west market to sell medicine. Looking at the 2 taels of broken silver in his hand, Jiang Xian's mouth hung with a touch of helpless bitterness. A year of hard work and saving, but only 2 taels of silver, not even enough to go to the restaurant to eat a meal. Who dares to say that all beings do not suffer? Jiang Xian had traveled to many places, seen many people, many things, living or dead, animals or spirits. Man was the only being he had ever seen who labored 10 hours a day, all year round, to fill his stomach. It's quite tragic and difficult to be enlightened, but to be a slave to life. Grass doesn't know how to make money and asks in ignorance. Brother Dajiang, how much money is this? How many things can I buy? Jiang Xian held the broken silver in her hands and smiled. A lot. And you can also buy a lot of things. And good food. Really? Bright eyes filled with light. Jiang Xian swore. Of course. Yay. Great. The north market bought salt, spent 1 or 2 or 3. The south market to buy roughage, and gave another 3 or 2 or 3, and stumbled upon a vendor selling sugar gourds. The grass swallowed saliva, and the small eyes peeked. Jiang Xian smiled and cut off the vendor. Boss, make that too. All right. 4 texts. Here. Handing it to little grass. He said, eat it. Grass took it and said sweetly, nah. Is it good? Yummy wow. Brother, are you eating? Can't eat acid. You eat it. Touching the little one's head. Jiang Xian was filled with favor. Jiang Xian quietly bought a lot of things and loaded them into the storage bag when little grass wasn't looking. Mortal mundane silver. He has many, many more than he can spend. Finally, seeing an in tavern, pulling little grass inside. Go, brother treats you to a big meal. Little grass saw that the restaurant was as high as 3 floors, and showed her fear. It's expensive here, isn't it? Grass isn't hungry. Let's go back. Don't you look at it long. Things are cheap. Jiang Xian explained with a smile. Really? Don't believe me? Believe. I believe everything my brother says. Then go. When he entered the tavern, the lobby was spacious, and there were regulars from the town, as well as passing merchants and travelers, all eating. Big fish, big meat, smell of wine at times. In the front of that hall, there were storytellers in lab coats. Jiang Xian brought little grass and found an inconspicuous place to sit. Junior, order. Xiao Er came, took a look at the 2. No people good purpose, he saw the 2 at a glance. Is the mountain to come? So some arrogance. Said loudly in a thick regional accent. What do you want to eat? Words first, we hear. Pay first. Serve later. Chapter 23 shall be blind. The words were slightly louder, since they inadvertently drew the attention of the people around. The corner that no one originally cared about instantly cast many strange gazes. The bottom of their eyes were filled with scrutiny and playfulness, sizing up the duo of Jiang Xian and Xiao Chao while unnaturally presenting a sense of superiority in their eyes. The people in the mountains, in their eyes, were a symbol of savagery and poverty, while the inn in this town was the most upscale inn for hundreds of miles around. It is a symbol of nobility and wealth. The overlapping of the two images is not just a visual fallout, but a distinction between the high and low levels of civilization. There was sparse, unapologetic chatter and uproar, with much sarcasm in the words, "This that mountain down there. Hell knows, this ton lion isn't cheap. Can you afford to eat? It seems that the people in the mountains are going to eat fine chaff this morning. Ha ha ha, hey, words can't be said like that. People also want to save face, don't they?" Little Grass was in the middle of it, her eyes flickering, subconsciously looking down, her tiny palms tugging at the corner of Jiang Xian's coat, yanking hard. In a small voice, he said, "Brother Dajian, we're not eating, let's go." Jiang Xian's broad palm gently patted the back of her hand, narrowing his eyes and smiling. "It's okay, don't be afraid." The store assistant on the side, amidst the uproar of the crowd, got even more in the way of impatience. "I say, are you guys still eating or not? Don't be scared and delay your efforts." Jiang Xian glanced sideways, glancing at the shopkeeper. The glint of essence that flooded him was like a sharp arrow off the string, instantly piercing through his mind. That moment, the shopkeeper only felt that he, along with the entire world, was dragged into an endless mouthful of abyss, and the hissing and wailing of evil spirits rang in his ears. The ghastly wind swept over his body in the blink of an eye. The chill is setting in, bone-chilling cold, but forehead, palms cannot stop overflowing sweat. At this moment, the one gazing at him was not Jiang Xian, but more like a ferocious beast from hell. He tried to run, but realized how he couldn't move, his expression gradually twisting and his pupils dilating. At the crotch of his pants, a hot stream erupted, like a dam breaking, and fell in a torrent down his pants. Tick-tock, droplets of water splashed onto the floor in a puddle of ripples that seemed to still be steaming. "It's fresh, that's right," he pissed himself. Just one glance, and was scared by Jiang Xian. The foul odor of urine permeated the inn with the air, and many people smelled rotten apples. "Ha, what's that smell? It stinks." Grass was very close, so naturally she saw that Junior's pants were wet, and then urine dripped from the leg of his pants, and hurriedly covered her eyes. Instead, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising, and he made to hold back a smile. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, stared playfully at the shopkeeper in front of him, pointing at that position of his and said very loudly, "That, and you seem to be peeing your pants." It's loud, so everyone in the room heard it. The phrase "you peed your pants" instantly drew a crowd. Asterisk 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 you, eating it, evil or not. Asterisk 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 really peed. What did I say about the smell? Mother, why is he still peeing his pants when he's so grown up? Shame on him. Where is the boss? Give master out. This store goo or what kind of people? Sweeping master elegance. Still want to do it. In a burst of curses and ridicule, the store assistant's pride and bravado had long disappeared without a trace, and in his eyes, apart from the fear for Jiang Xian, there was more shame. Pissed in public. Something like that could make this town laugh for the rest of its life. He covered his pants and left in a panic, almost crying. The way he looked, as wretched as he could be. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow in triumph. In the face of provocation and persecution, he was accustomed to doing unto others what he had done unto himself. You look down on me and laugh at me. Fine, then I'll make the world laugh at you, too. It's as simple as that. For him, killing was never the easiest way to deal with a problem, and not killing was fun. Although at his age and realm, he should naturally not bother with these unusual people, and he has always adhered to the saying, right and wrong must be tolerated. Half as a fool, half as a deaf. Right and wrong, not related to life and death, since it is to get by, but not today. He's not embarrassing himself, he's embarrassing Grass, so this is discipline. Ha, smiled blandly. The interest is thick, that the shopkeeper came on the scene. First in that back kitchen scolded some shopkeeper. The words are harsh. No mercy. Shame on you. Such an adult. You pissed your pants. Doggone it. To harm me. Get the hell out of here. As far away as you can. Boss, I really didn't mean it. Please, don't kick me out. You guys, drag him out of here. asshole. Only then did he walk to the front of the stage, changing his face into a fawning manner, clasping his fists and bowing to the guests in the inn, accompanying them with smiles and saying nice things. The guests were up in arms one after the other, cursing and arguing. I'm sorry, everyone is really sorry. So, today all of you single all 20% off. All is a little bit of my heart. Don't take it to heart. Don't ever take it to heart. Eat and drink well. The world is bustling. All for the benefit of profit. Profit. Since they also rested not, after all, just a bubble of urine. No harm done. Each ate and drank and the conversation continued. The owner was also squarely relieved. Jiang Xian winked at Little Grass, who squinted a pair of crescent moons and smiled extraordinarily sweetly. Jiang Xian took out a golden ingot of gold and placed it heavily on the table, shouting, "Boss, serve the food." Gold falls on the table, especially conspicuous, small half fist so big, should be more than 100 taels. It immediately attracted gazes from all around. Only this time, when looking over, there was no longer mockery and scrutiny in their eyes. Instead, it's hot greed and envy. There was a sigh of relief, and they all sucked in cold air, looking somewhat incredulous. That boss even had his eyes glowing and hurriedly trotted over, saying respectfully, "What can I get for you, sir?" Jiang Xian tapped his fingers on the tabletop and said indifferently, "Serve me all the best dishes you have here." Fingertips paused to add, "and a jar of the finest wine." The shopkeeper bowed his head slightly and respectfully said, "Okay, you wait, this will be arranged for you." Leaving shouted into the inner sanctum, "Table C, number 4, a jug of good wine." Little Grass looked at Jiang Xian, confused. Jiang Xian smiled gently and did not explain. Wait for the wine to be served and drunk, and the food to be served and eaten. And those who had previously looked down on Jiang Xian or those who had ridiculed the duo, at the moment they couldn't wait to slap themselves in the mouth. Look away. You can't make a man look like a man. You can't measure the sea. Boy, such a big ingot of gold. It must be 100 taels. TSK, it's really hard to tell. The huge contrast made them perceive the duo differently. Again, it's a little hard to see, but, however, there were also people who had a crooked mind, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed under their eyes in the corners that others couldn't see. True, to move to greed. Soon dish after dish was on the table, and in no time at all, Jiang Xian poured himself a glass of wine, speaking warmly to Grass. "What are you staring at? Eat? Oh, good, brother. Aha. How do you have so much money? Leaving home with an inventory." "So that's how it is, but there are so many dishes, so I'm sure we won't be able to finish them all." "I can finish it, don't worry." Chapter 24. That sword immortal is called Jiang Xian. Mr. Storyteller, wearing that never-faded long shirt, sip a mouthful of tea, flinging a long sleeve, the folding fan in that hand closed, then listen to that striking shock. Snap, ground. The 4 fields were quiet, and with a stroke of his beard he began to speak eloquently. If the sky has love, the sky is also old. The world is the vicissitudes of life. Today we will talk about that day the sword sect's outcast disciple Jiang Xian, a sword to cut the saint. The whole restaurant was full of color. Yes, the storyteller, with half-squinted eyes and high head, narrated. That said, that Jiang Xian, looks that is a table of honor. Valiant, can be a sentence. Strangers like Jade, the son of the world is unparalleled. Said that he chopped the saints. That is also from how he left the heavenly sword sect to tell about it. Said that year, Jiang Xian suffered the clan villain's false accusations. Nowhere to discuss that justice. Before the temple shouted, "I Jiang Xian, today against the precariously nameless young man, one day into the transcendent." Drew his sword to fight the 2 ancestors. Wielded a sword. The name of the 2 clear. Set off most of the heavenly dome. Mr. Storyteller, the storyteller's words are powerful. And the story is a love-hate relationship with ups and downs under his portrayal. The audience on the stage listened carefully, sometimes frowning anger from the heart, sometimes laughing, eyes flooded with astonishment. Seems to have walked into the story, became that river fairy, killing the 4 sides. When it comes to beheading saints, the group is excited and the chants continue. A colorful story with flesh and blood sword fairies. Grass was mesmerized by what he was hearing and called out after him. Only Jiang Xian, drinking wine, half-squinting eyes, crying and laughing. The story is told by himself, but the person in the story is not himself. Rather, it's the storyteller's own self after adding to the story. The story is the same. More ups and downs, more bravado. The young man is narrow-minded, fighting with a sword for 8, 000 miles, fighting the strong in blood. The mountains and rivers are afraid of being shattered, and the living beings are crying for blood. The truth is that it is not. In fact, in that battle, he himself hadn't exerted any effort, it was merely a sword. And in the story, to talk about oneself as being sentient, repaying grudges with kindness, being the Lin Tian who beheaded for that day's sword sect, is even more absurd among absurdities. Kill him. Nothing more than two things. It just so happened that he was going to kill himself, and he just so happened to test his sword. That's all. But it's not that complicated, much less convoluted. Hearing the hall full of applause and chanting Jiang Xian's name, Jiang Xian only smiled faintly. The short man has never seen the theater, but it's all about the lengths of the people. Just let him did not expect is that this year, he has become a beautiful story in the mouth of the storyteller. However, it's still villainous to have the Heavenly Sword sect and the Qingxian sect in the Tao books. There's no fear of inviting retaliation. Is it just too much guts, or can't you think straight? Can't figure it out? Keep drinking, glass after glass, and listen to the clamor in your ears as a way to relieve your boredom. What Jiang Xian didn't know was that when Jiang Xian had beheaded Lin Tian, the Qingxian sect had gone crazy, and the news of the only saint falling to earth had spread throughout the entire mortal state at once. Those enemies who had once had a long-standing grudge against the Qingxian sect hooted and hollered as they rushed up Mount Qingxian. The big battle is imminent. Qingxian sect dead, wounded, running. In just a few short months, the behemoth that had been entrenched in the mortal state for thousands of years collapsed. It was eaten up by the forces of the great clans. The few remaining remnants had no choice but to travel far and wide and go into hiding, trying to escape this liquidation. The cultivation world of the mortal state had always been a word of contention. Qingxian sect's piece of blessed land. Since the world coveted, in the past, the sect had a saint. Of course, no one dared to covet. Now the saint has fallen. Then naturally you can't stay. It is the simplest of all truths. Furthermore, when Lin Tianpi was in fashion, he hadn't done much evil and oppressed the weak. Anger never goes away. It only builds up. And when it does, the consequences are unimaginable. Moreover, it was not only the Qingxian sect that was affected. There were also some of the former subordinate sects of the Qingxian sect that were also caught in this storm. However, only the Heavenly Sword sect was spared. The reason for this was the stories from this storyteller's mouth. They had molded Jiang Xian from being a traitor who had deceived his master from the start, to an outcast who had suffered a lot of aggression and was unwilling to leave. Still a sentient and righteous swordsman, his heart is still loaded with the old clan. So he sent out his sword to cut down the saint and bless the Heavenly Sword sect. They sang of his greatness and generosity. As for why, that naturally needed no introduction. It was nothing more than telling the world that although Jiang Xian had left, he still had feelings for the Heavenly Sword sect. If he could behead Lin Tian at that time, he could naturally behead others as well. Although he had stunk up his reputation, he had avoided a dispute by using Jiang Xian's name. It's a bargain any way you count it. One can only say that this trick is used in a very clever way. And the story of the river fairy is since also at their behest. The Four Seas famous. The world was concerned about Jiang Xian, the being who had decapitated a saint. Although the strongest people in the mortal state have not seen and heard that rumor and felt that it was outrageous, they are still jealous in their hearts. For the top powerhouses standing at the top of the pyramid, the greatest threat and fear was the unknown. Fear because of the unknown, and scorn because of fear. Must time. Shot wood fell. The story closed. So the end, a generation of saints fell, but a new legend on the scene. No one present was left wanting more, even though they had heard this story more than once, but still very upset about the ending of the story. It was only because, this outcast sword immortal, after that sword, had never heard of him since, disappearing into the sea of people. It's so awesome, one sword to cut down a saint. TSK. You guys say that this Jiang Xian is really a powerhouse of that immortal realm? 8 or 9. I don't know where Jiang Xian has gone. I heard that the people of the Heavenly Sword sect have been looking for it, and that day the old ancestor of the Heavenly Sword sect even sent word that if Jiang Xian is willing to go back, the position of the sect leader will be his. The tiny Heavenly Sword sect, people may not look at it. That's right, to go back would have gone back long ago, but it's also the Heavenly Sword sect's own doing. It deserves it. TSK. The most miserable is still the Qingxian sect. I heard that it is completely gone. In the way. Not so. Hang the rabbit. Cook the traitor. Jiang Xian put away the gold and turned to put down an ingot of silver. Stood up and spoke softly to Xiao Chao. Gone. Xiao Chao nodded, not forgetting to hold the last chicken leg in her hand. and chased Jiang Xian away with some intent. About the story. It was the first time she had heard it, but for the young sword immortal in the story, she was very fond of it, and her heart was filled with endless yearning. People are always like that, worshipping heroes and fearing the strong. On the way back home with a backpack, crossing the long street, the grass asked, "Brother, do you think that Jiang Xian is still here? Then will he return to the Heavenly Sword sect? I don't know." Xiao Qiao had an excited look on her face and seemed to still be immersed in the story of the party, chasing after Jiang Xian and asking questions. "He's so good. If only I could be as good as him. I'd love to meet him and see what he looks like." "Brother, do you think I'll ever get to meet him?" This time, Jiang Xian didn't answer ambiguously, but laughed affirmatively. "Will do. Really? Sure. By the way, brother, I realized that your last name is also Jiang too. You all have the last name Jiang. Unlike me, I don't even have a last name. You can also take the last name of Jiang if you want." "Really? Aha. Then I'll be called Jiang Xiao Qiao." "Ha." Jiang Xian raised one long eyebrow and said seriously, "I think it's okay." Chapter 25. You can't rob me if I don't give it to you. Inside the town, a deep alley, several pugnacious men gathered together, sharpening their swords and palms, all with fierce and lingering eyes, not good people at first glance. From time to time there are pedestrians passing by, all will hastily flee to avoid. Every time this time, the crowd of Hanzi will reveal a triumphant look, laughing recklessly. It's very flamboyant. Some time later, a sharp-tongued man was seen running from out of the alley, addressing the leader. "Big brother, the people are out of the town." The leading man sheathed his long sword and grinned. "Do it." The rest of the Hanyu got up, their eyes glowing with shock and bloodlust. Him. After saying that, the bee chrysalis went towards the outside of that town, with an aggressive spirit. The road outside the town. Jiang Xian and Xiao Qiao rushed along without any hurry, chatting with each other, telling the story of that sword fairy and the prosperity of the town. When you come across colorful butterflies, the grass will also jump and chase them. It was inexplicably soothing to frolic and bask in the warm spring sunshine. Traveled to a remote road. Jiang Xian's ears flicked and his long eyebrows were slightly raised. Then, he saw some movement coming from both sides of the path in front of him, as the shade of the trees swayed, and then it drilled out 5 or 6 strong men blocking the way ahead. The sudden scene scared Xiao Qiao. Seeing 5 or 6 big men holding swords and knives, Xiao Qiao's eyes surfaced with fear and worry, subconsciously looking at Jiang Xian, his eyes full of anxiety. "Brother, what are they up to?" Jiang Xian was calm as usual. The waist carrying the basket was always straight, and said in a breezy manner, "It's okay." At this time, 5 or 6 big men slowly approaching towards the two, each dancing with a sword and stick, hanging, smiling hideously, very flamboyant. It wasn't long before the duo was surrounded. The leader, the brightly shining long knife to that ground, hands on the hilt, grinning a mouthful of big yellow teeth, said, "This road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to cross this road, leave the money to buy your life." Grass's throat quirked and he whispered, "It's bandits." Hearing that, the crowd of big men mocked with laughter. "Ha ha ha, bandits? Little girl, words are not to be taken lightly. We are green men, not bandits. What are you wasting words with them? Come on, if you are sensible, hand over the money to me and we'll let you go. Otherwise don't blame your brothers for being ruthless." Jiang Xian walked over to Xiao Qiao and shielded him. She had grown up in the mountains and had seen fierce beasts, but she had never seen the evils of the human heart. To her, these people in front of her were more intimidating than the beasts in the mountains, but it's understandable. She was only 10 years old, after all. Jiang Xian sked, TSK, people who are good green men, that's robbing the rich to help the poor. You guys are robbing the mountain people. It's not appropriate. That big man did not talk nonsense with Jiang Xian, and his blade pointed at Jiang Xian. "Don't pretend with me? Hand over the gold, or else, cut you up." Jiang Xian shrugged and shook his head lightly, whispering, "It's really a piece de resistance." A big man said impatiently, "What are you yammering about? Come on, are you going to take it yourself or should I do it for you?" Jiang Xian glanced at Xiao Qiao and did not intend to bother with a few people. His palm flipped and an ingot of gold appeared in his hand. "Here." With a gentle send, it went straight to the face of the leader. The leader's palm lifted and caught it. It was heavy when you weighed it in your hand. The remaining few saw the money and instinctively gathered around, staring at one another. "Big brother, try to be true." "No." "Right." Without hesitation, The leader placed it in his mouth and bit it, then grinned and nodded at a few people. It's true. Ha ha, great. Boss, give me a touch. Asterisk 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 off. First things first. A few of the men were huddled in a cross-eyed circle, already celebrating their victory. Jiang Xian stared at them with a smile on his face, looking at their villainous appearance. Instead of being angry in his heart, he felt somewhat amused. Asked, "Now, can you get out of the way?" A few people returned to their senses, put away their respective petty emotions, and subconsciously made way to the side of the road. After all, the gold was in their hands, and their purpose was accomplished. Two hillbillies, let it go. However, their boss did not think so, only to see him receive the gold in his arms first, and then pull out the knife on the ground, carrying it on that shoulder. Waving his hand, he said, "No." Jiang Xian cocked his head in disbelief. The surrounding companions, since also revealed the same type of amazement, do not understand their own boss gourd sold in the end. What is the drug? Jiang Xian sneered. What do you mean? The burly man in the lead stared viciously at Jiang Xian and said in a deep voice, "This is not enough money." Jiang Xian half smiled. "How much difference?" The lead big man said menacingly. "Nonsense, get them all." The rest of the big men naturally reacted and made their moves, surrounding the Jiang Xian duo once again. Man's desires, like the rolling stones of a high mountain, once started cannot be stopped. The same goes for the few people in front of us. Robbing 100 taels isn't enough. They want all of it. Because, Jiang Xian's alacrity told them that Jiang Xian must have more. Jiang Xian lightly shook her head and laughed in exasperation. It's really true that desire is like a gully, and thick earth is hard to fill. You still don't give. Jiang Xian did not pay any attention to the crowd, but instead turned sideways and lowered his head, looking at Xiao Qiao and said in a warm voice, "Look at me." Little Grass tilted her head in confusion and looked at Jiang Xian, and between the four eyes, she saw a purple aura of astonishment rise in Jiang Xian's eyes. Then, Grass only felt like her eyelids were heavy and heavy as if they were filled with lead. Then his vision blurred and he closed his eyes completely and fell asleep. Jiang Xian held it up and gently placed it on the ground. His eyes filled with tenderness. "Don't be afraid. You'll be fine after a nap." A group of big men were dumbfounded. Each one looked at the little girl who said she was sleeping, confused, but they were spitting speculations to each other. Asleep? Fainted with fear. What a nerve! The big man, who was leading the group, laughed even more because he also thought that the little girl had fainted from fear. "Kid, don't dawdle. Hurry up and get the money for the master." Jiang Xian slowly got up, slightly drooping his eyes, and coldly said, "If I give it to you, you take it. If I don't give it to you, you can't grab it. No one ever told you that you have to know how to be content or you'll die a horrible death." Jiang Xian's tone changed, becoming strange and grim. Listening to it, for some reason, the primal panic and fear hidden at the bottom of the heart began to awaken, quickly flooding and rushing through the body. Subconsciously, he stepped back, uncontrollably nervous. What are they all afraid of? The leader cursed with hatred when he saw his men cowering one by one, though he was a little freaked out himself. But as the boss, for the sake of honor and glory, he still had the guts to say, "I'm not scared. Today Master robbed is you. Be smart to take out the money, otherwise this big knife can be already hungry and thirsty." Jiang Xian stopped talking nonsense, tilted his head, raised his eyes. A touch of femininity flared up in the bottom of his eyes. His right palm was raised, 5 fingers spread out, and the corner of his mouth rose, coldly. "Then we can only trouble you all to die first." Chapter 26. A crooked smile, life and death. The ear-piercing sound, like the king of Hades' urging sticker, was sent down to several people, and at the same time announced the end of their lives. The 6 burly men had no time to react, and after they heard Jiang Xian's words, they saw Jiang Xian clench his 5 fingers. Then, boom boom boom, with 6 bangs in a row, 6 strong men exploded. That's right, it blew up. Limbs flew everywhere. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place, like 6 bright red flowers blooming at this moment. But in the end, it is only a moment of splendor. Weapons were falling to the ground, along with a blood-stained piece of gold. Riches and riches are lost in danger, and also in danger, and lives are lost. The scene in front of him was more than bloody. It was miserable, and anyone who looked at it would feel uncomfortable and cruel. However, Jiang Xian remained as usual, his eyes filled with indifference as he blandly looked at everything in front of him. He'd seen too many battlefields bloodier than this. For him, it was nothing at all, and he raised his eyebrows gently and murmured, "Why bother? Killing a few mortals was merely like stepping on a few mole crickets. Jiang Xian didn't go, but used his afterglow to glance at the woods not far from his side, followed by a hook of his fingertip. Out! A sword sheath that had condensed into a materialized form then whistled towards the depths of the dense forest, and in the blink of an eye, a figure was yanked out alive by Jiang Xian and smashed heavily on the ground. There was a thud and a wail. Ah! It was a youth dressed in white, who was currently covering his buttocks and sitting up from the ground in a sorry state. Ouch! That hurts. Jiang Xian condescended and looked at him coldly, his face expressionless. Was it good? From the very beginning, just after leaving the town, this teenager had been following Jiang Xian and Xiao Chao, and he had appeared a little earlier than these big men. At first, Jiang Xian didn't care. He could follow if he wanted to. He just happened to see what he really wanted to do. However, it was different now. He killed people anyway. Killing 6 and killing 7 were both kills. There was no difference. Might as well settle it once and for all. The white-clothed youth hurriedly got up, straightened his clothes, and said respectfully to Jiang Xian with a deep serious to the ground, "Senior brother Jiang, forgive me. I never meant any harm." Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows. From the Heavenly Sword sect? The white-clothed youth respectfully returned. Back to senior brother Jiang. My name is Su Che, the 23rd generation disciple of Royal Sword Peak. Su Chul? Jiang Xian in his heart thought, but no impression. Think should be an ordinary disciple just, so not remembered by himself. You know me? Disciple went to deliver something a few years ago and had the honor of meeting senior brother Jiang once. Jiang Xian nodded his head as if he believed in it, but he had already put away his killing intent, turned around and picked up the small grass on the ground and left blandly. Stop calling me senior brother. Me and the Heavenly Sword sect, we cleared the air a year ago. Go away and stop following me. Seeing that Jiang Xian did not blame himself, Su Che straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a sigh of relief. That everything that happened just now happened too abruptly, whether it was strangling 5 people in a single breath, or in an instant, dragging himself out. For the current Su Che, it could all be considered astonishing, revealing the celebration of a life after a robbery. And seeing Jiang Xian leave, he hurriedly and unwillingly caught up and said, "Senior brother Jiang, come home with me. The old ancestor has been looking for you, and the disciples of the clan are waiting for you." Jiang Xian didn't stop. He just felt ridiculous. Home? Where can I find a home in this big world? People, after all, is just a piece of the world's duckweed, with the long current of the years to go with the flow of the poor people. And where is the home? Ha! Senior brother Jiang, go back. Everyone misses you. We all know that you were the one who suffered in the first place. Listening to Su Che's ramblings in his ears, Jiang Xian was a little impatient, and with a single step of his foot, a violent burst of sword chi stirred in all directions. Su Che was lifted off a full dozens of meters away with just a single touch. Once again, he fell to the ground, and this time, unlike the party, this time, not only did he fall, his divine sense was also attacked from Jiang Xian. Throughout his chest, his breath was disorganized and his spiritual energy tumbled, and the moment he climbed up, a mouthful of blood spewed out with him. Serious injuries. Jiang Xian slowly screwed his head up and looked at him indifferently. Warning, if you follow me, I'll kill you. After saying that, he made a long leap and did not enter the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. Su Che sat spread-eagled on the ground with a loveless look on his face, unable to regenerate even the slightest idea of following him up. So strong, so scary. Jiang Xian had left, a year ago. Going back was impossible. The life and death of the Heavenly Sword sect was equally uninteresting to him. Love it how you like it. He was now Jiang Xian and had nothing to do with any clan power. Just want to be quiet. Make up for the regrets you had and practice well. That's all. Jiang Xian was fast after Little Grass fell asleep. When Xiao Chao woke up, it was already dark. Listening to the sound of water by the river, looking at the campfire in front of him, smelling the smell of meat, Xiao Chao's whole body was in a daze. Why is she here? Where are the robbers? It was like a dream, but when I woke up, I didn't know anything. Chasing Jiang Xian then began to ask non-stop, asking what happened, where the robbers went, there is no injury, and so on and so forth. Shattered rant. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, casually made up an excuse to muddle through, saying that Xiao Chao was too nervous and fainted, and then a few swordsmen came and generously rescued and defeated the bandits. They are safe and sound. Very reasonable. At least it seems rigorous and perfectly acceptable to Grass. Happy to say they got lucky. Sad to say, It's a shame I can't see the swordsman who saved the day in person. Jiang Xian just shook his head and smiled at this. No more continuing to dwell on the subject. Too much talk is too much. Lies are best told with little or no words. A few days later, Xiao Chao and Jiang Xian returned to the village of Lakha and were reunited with their grandfather once again. Xiao Chao happily showed her grandfather the spoils of the trip and recounted the strange and interesting things she had heard in the town. The story of that swordsman river ferry was highlighted. However, she said nothing about the encounter with the bandits. After all, it was in the past, and there wasn't much point in mentioning it. And also, after talking about it, Grandpa would definitely be worried. And next time, he might not let her go. So the little one has a little mind of her own. The days remain the same. Plain and simple. Idle time to cultivate. Busy time to hunt. Very full. Never leisurely. Each has their own busy. Day after day. Year after year. Jiang Xian sings to the moon. Sometimes with emotion. I ask the green hills when I will grow old. And the green hills ask me when I will be free. And the news of Jiang Xian's appearance also traveled back to the heavenly sword sect from Suche's mouth, reaching Li Yunlan's ears. Sure didn't leave. I knew it. Chapter 27. 10 years have passed, and the gentleman has not aged. Life between heaven and earth is like a white horse passing through a gap. Suddenly, 10 years of spring and fall, a snap of the fingers. Lixia village is still the same Lixia village as Jiang Xian, or once that Jiang Xian. The years did not leave half a trace on the face. He's still young, still a teenager. However, everything is also changing quietly and unconsciously, such as the village children grow into adults, become families, and establish their own business, and give birth to children who continue their previous dreams, play around the village. Little Grass has also grown into a big girl and has become a first-class huntress in the village. Just that little courtyard. Only 2 men remained, while a new grave was added to the hill across the river. Yes, Grandpa went away and slept through the last cold winter. In not waking up, that night, 20-year-old Grass bawled and sobbed. It's a normal part of life to live and die. All things in this world come to life and go to death. And in the midst of the two, they leave traces of themselves. Grandpa's death wasn't an accident. It was inevitable. Jiang Xian didn't intervene and chose to let nature take its course. Perhaps if he made a move, he could let the old man live for 2 more years, but he would eventually die. All things are destiny. Half of them are not. He can't promise mortals eternal life, nor can he save them for a lifetime. He always has to go, and the grass has to grow up. After Grandpa died, Grass was left with Jiang Xian, the only family left. One day heavy rain, under the bamboo pavilion to listen to the sound of rain. The wind rapid rain curtain hit the banana. The grass asked, "Brother, you won't leave me, will you?" Jiang Xian smiled without answering. Grass lowered her head, eyes downcast. I knew it. The mood of loss was like the sky above his head. Dark clouds. Jiang Xian did not say anything, because he knew that the weather was late in the fall after fresh rain on the empty mountains. If it's rain, it's bound to stop and clear up. It's a man who must go. It's destiny. The years do not pass. The seasons flow. In the blink of an eye, it was spring again, when the peach blossoms were most colorful. That year, Jiang Xian set a good marriage for Xiao Chao, married to an honest man from an outside village. Very capable, very fit, and most of all, kind-hearted, just like the grass. Grass was satisfied. Jiang Xian was also satisfied. He organized a wedding for them. 10 miles and 8 villages, the biggest wedding of them all. 10 miles of red makeup, lanterns hanging high, sprinkled all the way with peach blossoms. The high spirits, the laughter, the drinking of the village fruit wine, the smiles on everyone's faces. Now Jiang Xian, not the Jiang Xian, in the village is very prestigious. The old and young, women and men all toast, said words of praise. Over the years, he's done a lot of favors for the village. Heal the sick, build a house, and hit the winter stockpile. Big brother Jiang, come, I'll toast you. Thank you for what you've done for us all these years. Count me in. If my family Xiaohua didn't have Xiao Jiang, she would have seen the king of hell. Ha ha, your family does not have winter food. Or people. Jiang brother to your family hit a deer Lu. Jiang Xian was in the middle of the crowd, snorting and raising his glass. A hand up is not enough. It's, okay, dry, full of fruit wines, astringent but sweet, sour but joyful. Brother Dajian, you said how come you don't age? After more than 10 years, you still look like this, handsome. Yes, I was only 13 when Jiang came here, but now I'm 26, and look, my son is so big. In the face of such a question, Jiang Xian only guffawed. never in detail. Naturally, he will not grow old, even after another 1,000 years. But what should one tell them? There are always things that can't be said, and oneself, shouldn't stay. As they say, an elder brother is like a father, and in Xiao Chao's heart, she had long treated Jiang Xian as her own brother. So today, Jiang Xian sat in the high hall, witnessed the two tying the knot, not only as a matchmaker but also as a high priest. He also, as is often the case with older brothers, warned of knocking each other out after 3 decades of drinking. Brat, I'm warning you, if you dare to make my sister suffer half a bit, I'll kill her. Brother, don't worry, I'll be good to little grass. That night, the bright moon was high in the sky and the breeze was not dry. The feast came to an end late into the night. The villagers left, the children subsided, and the couple, too, entered the bridal chamber. Jiang Xian was the only one who sat withered until dawn. Raising his cup to that bright moon, he drank one altar after another until a rooster crowed loudly and the sky shimmered with light, and only then did he put down the cup in his hand. Getting up, walking towards the outside of the small courtyard, stopping under the 2 peach trees, looking up, it should be scarlet over crimson, looking back at the courtyard with a complicated look. Just in time, an oncoming breeze brought the coolness of the creek. The peach tree rustled and shook, blowing down the petals that filled the sky, accompanying Jiang Xian's long hair as it danced, playing a different melody. Gone. He spat out 2 words softly, stepped on the wind, stepped on the falling flowers, crossed the long bridge and traveled far away. The grass, at some point, came out and stood under that peach tree as well, looking out from a distance, watching that back walk away. Flowers fall in running water, tears fall in the faceplate. Grass's husband woke up from his dream, sought out the yard, looked at the crystals in his wife's eyes, and also looked in the direction of the distance, and asked, "What's wrong with you, ma'am? Why are you crying?" "Brother, let's go. Doesn't my brother often go hunting, and he comes back at night?" Grass bit her lip and shook her head heavily. "No, not this time." The man was unsure and just scratched his head stupidly. Little Grass asked Jiang Xian, "Will you go away?" Jiang Xian was silent. She knew then that Jiang Xian would go, and she also knew that he would go this night. But she didn't stand in the way, because she knew in her heart that her brother Jiang Xian was different from them. He didn't belong to Lakha village. His world was outside. Brother is an eagle, should soar in the vast sky, and she is just a grass. His grass should grow in the mountains, look up to the eagle, instead of being a drag with its peers. So he didn't retain Jiang Xian, even though she was more upset than anyone else if Jiang Xian left. She clasped her hands together and prayed to God to bless Jiang Xian, have a safe trip. In fact, what he didn't know was that Jiang Xian didn't leave. He just walked out of the village and went up the back of the mountain. Jiang Xian stood at the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. The morning wind blew gently, blowing his robes bulging. From this angle just able to take in the entire Lakha village completely in his eyes. The great sun in the sky slowly climbed up into the clouds, as the morning light poured down, illuminating that entire sunset. Jiang Xian murmured, 10 more years. He didn't leave, because he clearly remembered that there would be a calamity in Lakha village in 10 years, and he would stay and deal with that sudden calamity. The reason for leaving the village, just because he won't be old enough to stay around. Also, he was relieved that Grass had found a home and a new family. That's all. Chapter 28. Something big falling from the sky. Something big fell from the sky. The firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar, and tea are all in other people's homes. Seeing that the peaches in the mountains have ripened 10 times, 10 years should have passed, and Jiang Xian still lives deep in the mountains. What's going on in the mountains? Pine blossoms make wine. Spring water makes tea. The village of Lakha is still the same. Little Grass also has a pair of children in his lap. The female is well behaved and the male is obedient. Since that day's farewell, Jiang Xian had never gone back, but he would still hunt a prey and put it under that peach tree during every yearly festival. Every Qing Ming, since also will go to that grandfather's grave to sit down, and the old man drink a cup. The grass knows the river ferry is still there, at the vast mountains. 10 years. Zhang Renshan also gradually faded out of the daily life of the villagers of Lakha village. Few mentions, mostly regrettable. He came and went quietly, and no one knew how he was doing. One day, it was late at night, no bright moon in sight, but a starry sky. Jiang Xian was meditating in the mountains and was running the 8 desolate sword technique when he saw a flash of blue in the starry river, cutting through the starry sky, and then scorching hot, heading straight for the mountains. The tail of the flame trailed a line of fire like a saint's brush stroke. The light lit up half the night. Rumble. The meteorite fell to the ground with a roar. The earth was shaking violently. Startled birds left the forest, and 10,000 beasts cried. The moment the hot white aura ignited, the sleeping night was awakened. The villagers of the nearby villages, who also woke up at the loud commotion, came out of their houses. Looking at the hidden firelight in the mountains, each of them looked grave. What's wrong? I don't know. Boom. It woke me up. It looks like something fell from the sky. Going to check it out. Don't. It's quite a mysterious night. Jiang Xian also slowly opened his eyes, his deep eyes piercing through the dark night to see everything in the distance. His eyebrows lightly twisted. Coming. Spiritual energy churned through the mountains, and the wind that rose from the 4 fields blew through the mountains between the groups, and it was cold, but it was clearly a June day. Jiang Xian got up and disappeared in a flash. In appearing, it was already at the place where the thing had fallen. Right now, it was a newly smashed out big pit. New mud splattered all over the mountain, and there were fires scurrying all around it. Humbly a place of ruins. The smoke never cleared and enveloped that pit. Bang bang, bang bang. Jiang Xian heard the sound of a heavy heartbeat, like an ancient bell that was struck one by one. It's getting heavier and more urgent. That's right. There were living things in that pit, and with a flutter of Jiang Xian's cuffs, a wind arose that swept away the dust and extinguished the remnants of the fire. Everything in the pit was also as clear as the clouds, as if seeing the sun. That's an egg. The black egg. But the body of the egg is flooded with a reddish-colored pattern, hidden in the darkness, looking exceptionally mysterious. A thick breath of life gushed out from it, pervasive. The egg moves from time to time. It is alive. And when it exhales cold. Frost is faintly visible on the ground. That gust of cloudy wind just now was the reason why it came. Jiang Xian gazed at this egg and muttered to himself, "Is it because of you? Past life. Vaguely remember." It was the light of these days. Jiang Xian went on a trip of half a month. In the return, everything changed. The entire Laksha village is hundreds of miles in circumference. Not a living soul in sight. Hundreds of mountain villages of all sizes were slaughtered cleanly. Not a single one left behind. And little grass died equally miserably among them. It was a havoc. Inexplicably it happened. Jiang Xian, who had returned to the village at that time, was devastated. Looking at the former tranquil village, which had been turned into a ruin, and watching the former villagers die tragically in the fire, burned beyond recognition, he looked up to the sky and whistled. It is imperative to find the murderer and take revenge, because he knows very well, all of this must be man-made, but all over the hundreds of miles of mountains and fields but not see a person, not to mention a trace of clues. The only thing left is this pit. Asked a lot of people at the time. I've heard it said that something big fell from the sky on those days and hit that mountain. That's all. Jiang Xian knew that it must have something to do with this pit. Since that day, he buried little grass with his own hands and traveled all over the river and mountains just to pursue the truth of the matter. But, all of this, as if out of thin air, in thin air disappeared like, actually really did not leave half a trace. He still did not find the answer. It even led to an accidental involvement in another strife. Seriously injured and nearly dead. Jiang Xian's divine sense was piercing, but he realized that he couldn't actually see through what was in this egg. One must know that one was only one step away from the realm of saints. Can't even see through myself. This object is by no means extraordinary. Now that I think about it, I think everything should be because of this thing. Then, the person I want to find should also come. Thinking that, Jiang Xian took half a step backward, and his entire body disappeared into the vast blackness of the night. I'd really like to see who it is. After Jiang Xian disappeared into the darkness of the night, between the mountains and fields, countless black shadows traveled with the wind and sped in, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared right in front of that egg. They were all dressed in black and black robes, completely hiding their faces, but what surprised Jiang Xian was that the aura emanating from them was actually above the 7th realm. Nearly 100 people of the 7 realms appeared in such a remote cluster of mountains at the same time. In the entire mortal state, Jiang Xian really couldn't think of who it could be. Not to say that it is impossible to get together so many people, but to get together, it is the once largest Qingxian sect in the surrounding 10,000 miles. It is also a bit of a struggle. Not to mention, they still arrived instantly, as if they had been guarding the neighborhood for a long time. Some of them were seen hovering in the air, some were standing on the tops of trees, and some were landing on the scorched earth, surrounding the egg. Then it waited without moving a muscle. Some time, the black curtain once again walked out of a person, also dressed in black, but the body's aura is stronger than any person around. The moment he appeared, dozens of people had lowered their heads as a sign of submission, letting people know at a glance that this person was the leader of these people. And that man realm. It is a Yahweh. Jiang Xian hid in the darkness and gently pressed his brows, looking a little more grave. The black-robed man of the sub-saint walked up to the black egg, and actually stretched out his hand, gently caressing it with a look of love. Talk to yourself. Yes, that's it. It's been 300 years. I've finally waited for you. I knew it. My math can't be wrong. It mustn't be. Hearing this, the surrounding black clothes have one hand clenched in a fist and placed it in front of their chests, calling out in unison, "Congratulations, Protector! Congratulations, Protector, for finding the divine egg and making a great achievement." The black-clothed Protector opened his hands and laughed up to the sky, his voice exceptionally piercing. "Ha ha 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 ha, the credit goes to all of you. Congratulations to all of you, ha ha ha." Then the eyes flared with sinister hostility. Su swept through the crowd, and coldly said again, "Half an hour, 100 miles around, all the villages, I don't want to leave a single one alive." "Yes, sir." After saying that, the crowd of black clothes were about to move, but they saw a white aura dazzle from the black knight, and listened to the sound of the sword. Sang. In a moment of panic, monstrous sword intent instantly erupted. "Damn, there's an ambush. Careful." Chapter 29, If I don't tell you, I'll kill you. The wind whistles and the sword whistles. Pneumatic thousand mountains. The people who had just experienced the loud noise of something falling from the sky still had palpitations in their hearts. But then they saw a sword light blossom in the mountains. White light that lights up the black night. A monstrous boom stirred, causing one's eardrums to roar, subconsciously looking up and instinctively gulping. Panic and horror. It has the same interpretation and definition on different faces. What's this again? The immortal sword. Boy, what's going on in the mountains? For the mundane mountain people, life is only 100 years. However, seeing can chop the saint's sword, but it is to listen to the old generation of people have said. There are fairies in this world, right there in the sky. Such a sword, although I do not know, but I also know that man-made, that is, the practitioner. Little Grass stood on the small bridge, protecting a pair of children, looking tense with worry, looking away from the direction where the sword light had risen, with a deep heart under her eyes. A pair of children at her side burrowed into her arms. "Auntie, I'm afraid." Grass nursed a pair of children in her arms, softly comforting them. "Fear not, it will be fine." The sword rose for a moment, the sword whistled for 3 breaths, and the wind of sword chi traveled 100 miles to stop, between the mountains that are already in ruins. At this very moment, more dilapidated, the surrounding trees, was chopped into pieces, new mud on top of the new mud. The nearby grass suffered. First was uprooted, and now it was whipped a corpse. Where is the reasoning? For wild places, corpses everywhere, dozens of black clothes, all perished, the death of extremely tragic. Jiang Xianfan's sword. It can be described as destroying the world, killing people and taking their lives with the snap of a finger. The people who came. There was only one person who was spared. That was the leader who was called the Protector by the crowd. But although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. The sword wounds that were everywhere on his body were gurgling and oozing bright red outwards. The black robe was chopped to pieces, revealed the original appearance, was actually a girl, or a good-looking girl. Blood-stained face. In the starlight, flooded with some mysterious poignancy, she stood in front of that dragon's egg, her long hair draped over her head, covering her chest, looking incredulously at everything around her, and then staring deathly at the teenager who was walking towards him, the black-clad boy who came from the darkness of the night. As the sword fell, Jiang Xian stepped over the blood-stained ground beneath his feet, crossed over the corpses, and finally arrived in front of the woman and stood still. The sword in his hand hung low, glowing with a lingering cold. The woman swallowed a mouthful of saliva and clenched her teeth darkly, fear and panic spreading through this body of hers. A sword, just a sword. Then he decimated the people he brought with him. The 6th realm, the 7th realm, dying at the touch of a button, as well as the 8th realm Grand Circle, half a step into the 9th realm itself, were equally powerless in front of that sword chi. Such a sword chi is very strong, an extraordinary sword, when it is the sword of a saint. However, they have been in this mountain layout for a long time, but have not found his existence. Where did he come from, and why would he lay such a deadly hand on them? She was unaware of it. Therefore, in the midst of this panic, there is even more confusion mixed in. "What are you?" Jiang Xian was expressionless and asked indifferently. "And what are you?" The woman was stunned and gritted her teeth. "You don't know who I am. so why are you trying to kill us? Jiang Xian laughed coldly. Don't you also want to kill all the 100 miles in this area? Do you know about them? The woman seemed to understand something and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, sneering. He. So it's really a great sage who wants to seek justice for these villagers? Jiang Xian shrugged his shoulders. You can think so. Ridiculous, the woman whispered. As far as she was concerned, mortals were nothing more than ants, and if they died, they were all going to die in the first place, weren't they? And the one in front of him, since he was able to heavily injure himself with a single sword, must be a saint. When has a sage ever cared about the death or life of an ant? It would have been a ridiculous thing to do. If you kill me, they'll die worse? Jiang Xian gently wrinkled her eyebrows. You threatened me? It's true. Jiang Xian made a flash and disappeared, startling the latter before appearing in order to arrive in front of the woman. Raising his hand, he grabbed the other party's neck and lifted it up as if he were pinching a chicken. The force in his hand intensified, and the sound of bones breaking could be vaguely heard. The woman struggled desperately, but she, who was already seriously injured, had no ability to resist under Jiang Xian's suppression. The pain accompanied by the choking sensation continued to spread, and her delicate face gradually became livid and embarrassed to the extreme. Blood continued to gush out along the corners of his mouth. The bottom of his eyes were covered with fear and supplication. Jiang Xian looked at her indifferently and mocked. So, you want to die, right? She slapped Jiang Xian's palm as hard as she could. Jiang Xian yanked hard in his hand and slammed it heavily to the ground. Head down, half set into the earth. It made a banging sound, and then her foot exerted force and kicked out, once again kicking her out of the dirt, flying straight out and ruthlessly smashing into the huge egg. Another muffled thud. The huge black egg shook 3 times, as if to express its dissatisfaction. The woman fell down from the egg body manifestation, her whole body half kneeling on the ground. She could feel that the bones in her body had been broken for the most part, couldn't muster half the strength. Like a mess, wretched and powerless, Jiang Xian slowly approached, using the blade of his sword to rest on the woman's jaw, slightly exerting force, lifting the other party's head up. The girl who was still a bit flamboyant and ruthless. Now there is only laxity in the eyes. Eyes were farcically half squinted as he gazed at the teenage boy. Sheesh, it's really bad, Jiang Xian asked with a hint of playfulness. Scared? The woman did not completely compromise, still maintaining the last of her high spirits, and with all her strength, she raised her eyes and weakly said, do you know who I am? Jiang Xian admitted frankly, I don't know, so I'm asking you, who are you? The woman continued to speak, moving to her greatest source of admiration. I know that you're strong and a saint, but if you kill me, you'll definitely die. You can't afford to mess with the forces behind me. Jiang Xian was unimpressed. Threatening words he had heard too many. Similar rhetoric is also heard countless, has long been numb. This seemed to have become the fixed words of the pride of these large clans and great families, always preferring to pose the admiration behind themselves to make others fear and submit. Lin Hong is one of them. However, if he really released it, that would be the trouble. Only killing is clean. Releasing it is letting the tiger return to the mountain. Such reasoning, how could he not understand? However, the girl in front of her is not a tiger, but just a toothless cat at the end of the day. Oh, so who's behind you? Let me go and let me take the divine egg back. I can let it go and pretend this never happened. The woman continued to make threats, but she didn't say a word about Jiang Xian's question. Jiang Xian was a little impatient. His sword blade moved forward half an inch, piercing the woman's skin, and he drank in a cold voice. For the last time, who sent you? And if you don't tell me, I'll zap you. Seeing that Jiang Xian didn't look like he was joking, the woman was shocked and no longer insisted, saying, Dark twilight. I come from the night. Chapter 30, It's night. The darkness of the night was not muddy, for the moon was full tonight, and, on the darkened egg, the blood-colored tattooed drop shimmered with light. So everything was clear as the 2 words the woman spat out. Nightshade. Accompanied by the fall of the words, the sword in Jiang Xian's hand gently swung, shaking a high light in the night, and a blood color trailed from that blade, red and white, appearing simultaneously in this heaven and earth, like that ink-colored landscape painting. Waving brush and ink literati brush, randomly painted a touch of surprise. The wind was blowing really fast, whistling and floating the trees in the mountains and fields, blowing off a few leftover leaves from time to time. Just like in front of Jiang Xian, as the black shadow passed by, a head rolled off with it, tumbling several times on that ground. Body front. There was one girl missing, but there was a headless corpse. gurgling blood in the darkness of the night. The scene was dismal. Jiang Xian shook his right hand and the sword disappeared into thin air, slightly pressing his eyebrows and whispering to himself, "Nightshade," before raising his eyes, gazing in front of him, raising his hand, stroking the egg body, feeling the heartbeat that belonged to him. Jiang Xian said meaningfully, "So it's going to be you?" About the night curtain, Jiang Xian knew very little, close to nothing. At least, in his last life, before he left the mortal state, he didn't know about the existence of the night curtain. Until later, he went to the land of the upper states before he heard about it occasionally. Night curtain, in simple terms, was a clan with a less than stellar reputation, and it was rumored that this clan cultivated a very special technique between evil cultivation and the righteous path. However, he was a perennial recluse, and in his previous life, he did not have any interactions or conflicts with Jiang Xian, until later, when Jiang Xian was in the middle of a secret realm scramble. Meet someone. No, it wasn't really a man, it was a beast that hid itself in the darkness, and it is from the night. It was strong, and in the hoi polloi of its time, in the same era, it was very bright, and its story is sung in many places, even if it rarely shows itself to the world. And the most mysterious thing about it is nothing more than what it looks like. Rumor has it that no one has ever seen what it looks like, because those who have died. It also spends its days hiding itself under a black coat, wrapped tightly. People call it night, the shadow of darkness. Some said that it could tear through light, but Jiang Xian was aware that it was a bit overstated. But the rumors were right. Everyone who has seen its likeness is dead, except for himself. That year, the two met in the secret realm and inevitably killed each other. But by chance, they were secretly attacked and killed by a genius sword cultivator of their contemporaries, causing the duo to unintentionally fall into a forbidden area. At that time, the two of them had to put aside their preconceived notions and chose to cooperate and leave that forbidden land. Just that forbidden land was forbidden land after all. Life is not allowed to exist. Naturally, he was bombarded from the laws. But fortunately, in the end, with the cooperation of the two of them putting their lives on the line, he broke out of that forbidden area. And by that time, a full 100 days had passed. The two have also been bruised and battered for a long time. Night fainted as well. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, relied on the everlasting body's massive life source and was barely awake, mindful of the 100 years of shared love. Jiang Xian did not abandon it. The scramble in the secret realm still continued in his time, with constant strife and killing. Jiang Xian just wandered through the night and day with a severely injured knight. Survived. There is also a certain unseen bond and trust established with it. Night had told him many things, including its past, and it said that it was also from the mortal state, an organization called Nightshade. But then it killed the whole organization. None left. Jiang Xian asked it why at the time. It says that it killed them all because Nightshade forced her to do things she didn't like. An entire night, including the rudder of the mortal state, and the main alliance of the upper state. At that time, Jiang Xian only thought it was a ruthless person. Until later, in the last battle, it was unfortunate that it fell, and it was only when collecting the corpse for it that Jiang Xian saw what it looked like, which was a girl with a dragon's horn, with eyes like amber, and a face as white as snow, and silver hair, yet her body was covered in black scales. There is also a snow lotus flower pattern at the center of the brow. Yes, at that time, Jiang Xian learned that it was not human, but unfortunately it was already dead, and dead was dead. But that fight was still won by Jiang Xian. He buried it, and likewise all his enemies. And now, touching the giant egg in front of him, and hearing the woman mention the night curtain, Jiang Xian was in a trance and had the illusion that the egg in front of him, there it is, that dark shadow, the night. Breathing slowly and collecting his thoughts, Jiang Xian moved his mind and put the black egg into his storage bag and glanced at the bloody battlefield. Long sleeves flung out. The wind is coming. It stirred up countless dust and sand, while he drifted away since and disappeared, coming from the darkness and going to the darkness. With a wave of his sleeve, he buried dozens of nameless ghosts, and after, the wind rests, the leaves fall, the sand and stones scatter, the mountains and fields return to their usual calm. But that battlefield has turned into a flat land, with no trace of blood in sight. When the day dawns, if there happens to be that mountain people, come to this place, see this scene, also will not see half a trace of dead people. The only thing I'm curious and amazed about is this. When did this place get such a flat open space? Jiang Xian is gone. Left behind is the silent mountain wilderness. The evening breeze remains, and listen to the cicadas. In the surrounding villages, the villagers also return to their houses. with confusion and curiosity in their eyes, and from time to time they talked about that party, mostly scorn and awe. For them, what comes from heaven is beyond the reach of mortals. A woman sitting on her bed, looking frightened, asked, "My child's father, what do you think that thing was just there? Is it really the same as what old one two said? It's the wrath of the heavens. It's going to rain down calamities." The old man on his side squatted beside the fireplace, deeply sipped a mouthful of hummus smoke, swallowed clouds and spit out the fog, said in a good humor, "You listen to his nonsense. What heaven's wrath? Maybe it's just those immortal lords who had a fight somewhere. A fairy lord. I haven't seen one yet? Come on, get your sleep. What's the point of thinking so much dash?" Each speculated on right and wrong regardless, but each went to sleep. After all, the night was really late. Jiang Xian didn't return to the top of the mountain, but instead came outside of that Lixia village, looking across that small river at that small courtyard. The candles were still burning, and sparsely you could hear adults and children still talking in the house. Jiang Xian half smiled in relief. At least this time, he had passed for Xiao Chao, and this regret, he had also leveled. Bathing in the evening breeze and looking up at the stars, Jiang Xian murmured, "It's better to wait it out." He had to go sometime, he thought, not now, when the night should still be falling, or perhaps it would be better if he should take the initiative to find his way there. In the last life, no one knows what happened in this mountain, because people died. In this life, Nightmare himself should be able to inquire. After all, when that woman died, she was very confident that she didn't dare to kill her. Then Nightmare couldn't really be unknown. The old things, at least, must have known. Then go find someone to ask. With that, he looked in the direction of the Heavenly Sword sect, which was the closest place to him, and it just so happens that there are a few old guys who have been alive for a long time. Chapter 31, Returning to the Heavenly Sword sect. The next day, at dawn, the hunters in the mountains, boldly, by memory, sought that place where things fell from the sky yesterday, but it came back empty-handed. All that was visible was a flat clearing. Not a blade of grass or tree was visible on it, half raised, and all that was there was fine fresh mud covering it. So confused, the mountain people more superstitious, and did not stay, only think it is the heavenly immortals left, or that the high mountains of the immortal master. Naturally, the matter was left unsettled, and perhaps at a later date they would mention it to the newborn child. In these mountains of theirs, once upon a time a thing fell from the sky, and a story full of legends was born, passed on by word of mouth. Another day, night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Jiang Xian returned to the Heavenly Sword sect and went straight to the ancestral land on the main peak, which was also the place where the three old ancestors of the Heavenly Sword sect practiced and meditated. But there is no one in sight. They should have gone out and have not yet returned. After more than 20 years, Jiang Xian revisited his hometown, and the Heavenly Sword sect had long since ceased to be the same Heavenly Sword sect that he had seen in the daytime. There seemed to be a few more disciples in the sect than in Shishou. Obviously, the destruction of the upper sect Xinxian sect did not bring about an impact on the Immortal Sword sect, but instead picked up benefits from it. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Time does not speak. The years have marks. When the night was a little deeper, movement came from outside that sword pavilion. An old man walked into the hall, and upon closer inspection, it was Li Yunlan. Li Yunlan didn't notice Jiang Xian's presence at first, so he just made this long drive into the main hall. Along with the moment a foot stepped into the hall, true essence swam, and the candle flames around them began to ignite, one after another, until it was densely packed, and the entire hall became bright and unusual from the initial inability to reach out. And Li Yunlan saw Jiang Xian at the first moment since. Instinctively startled, his feet took 3 or 2 steps backward, as if he had seen a ghost. What man? Gaze into the temple. Jiang Xian was lazily sitting on top of that main seat, half squinting his eyes and not moving a muscle, the light from the slits of his eyes falling impartially on Li Yunlan's body. Stare at her, but no words were spoken. After Li Yunlan was briefly stunned, he also saw Jiang Xian's appearance and came back to his senses, and his facial expression changed from the initial nervousness and consternation, to a little bit of weakness, and a little bit of surprise. He was pleased that the young man they had been searching for had returned to the Heavenly Sword sect of his own accord, and was surprised at why Jiang Xian had appeared here for good reason. It's complicated and equally contradictory. As his brain began to run at high speed and the thoughts in his mind shifted rapidly, Li Yunlan gazed at Jiang Xian and smiled. "Little friend Jiang, you finally bothered to show up." Jiang Xian gently raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Aren't you scared that I'm back? Li Yunlan forced herself to be calm. Naturally, it won't be. After you left, we've been looking for you all along. And today you're back. I can't even wait to be happy. Old me, Jiang Xian sneered. Hat looking for me? That's just for the world to see. Do you really want me to come back? Or do you really want me to sit on that patriarch's throne? In the face of Jiang Xian's several questions in a row, Li Yunlan hesitated, waves of light floating in his eyes, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. She also couldn't help but ask herself in her mind, was she really happy that Jiang Xian had returned? Would he be happy if he came back and really succeeded the position of sect leader directly and took control of the Heavenly Sword sect, as he had said to the outside world? The answer is no. Jiang Xian was right about one thing, everything was just superficial and done for outsiders. There was no doubt that Jiang Xian was certainly strong, but Jiang Xian was equally unruly, and he had deep preconceptions about the clan, including himself and his own senior brother. These are the visible troubles, and naturally there is that which cannot be seen. So Jiang Xian coming back was not a good thing for the current Heavenly Sword sect, and the best state of affairs was to maintain the status quo ante. Jiang Xian remained hidden in the darkness and remained mysterious, and she could also use his name while firmly controlling the Heavenly Sword sect while continuing to develop. Li Yunlan didn't want to lie to Jiang Xian, yet he didn't want to put words in the open, so he chose to remain silent. Sure, Li Yunlan also didn't think that he could fool Jiang Xian. The other party's silence gave Jiang Xian the answer. The expected answer. Jiang Xian did not get angry. After all, for the Heavenly Sword sect, he is traditionally not interested, that the so-called patriarch, the power, honor for him, even more floating clouds. He just stood up, paced with his hands on his back, and slowly approached Li Yunlan. The atmosphere began to become oppressive and tense, and Li Yunlan began to panic a bit. Jiang Xian carelessly said, I'm not interested in playing these childish tricks with you. I came to just one question. Answered on. You spread those rumors in the Jianghu. I will pretend that I did not hear it. I will not take the blame. Otherwise, say only 3 points, leaving 7 points for the other side to think about, speculate or analyze. Feel free. But the sense of oppression belonging to Jiang Xian caused Li Yunlan to be nearly breathless. She didn't dare to think of anything else. After all, this one in front of him was an existence that had cut down a saint with a single sword. Gritting his teeth and trying to keep himself calm, he said, You ask. Seeing that Li Yunlan was still on board, Jiang Xian half narrowed his eyes and said, Do you know about Nightshade? Night Curtain? Li Yunlan repeated in a small voice, looking at Jiang Xian suspiciously. Why are you suddenly asking this? Seeing her react like this, Jiang Xian knew in his heart that the other party must know something and said with some displeasure, That's not for you to ask. You just need to answer my question. Li Yunlan wrinkled her brows, both scornful of Jiang Xian's strength and equally glad that she could answer the question, even if she didn't know much. Nightshade, is an organization. As its name suggests, is an organization that hides itself in the darkness of the night, and seldom shows its face in front of the world. But, Li Yunlan's words lurched, his voice added to the sinking, and he said gruffly, The Night Curtain is very strong, and it is also very mysterious. 1,000 years ago it made a move. And it only took one night to destroy one of the once top 10 clans of the mortal state. And from what I heard, there are at least 2 saints doing the townships. Li Yunlan told as much as he knew, and Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard it. Destroying a clan in one night was still ranked in the mortal state. It seems to be quite an unusual strength. The mortal state was large, with many sects, yet there were only 13 saints in plain sight. After Lin Tian's death, there were 12 remaining. Even if we counted those reclusive masters, there were at most 20 of them, and 2 saints actually existed in just one Night Curtain in the district. It's no wonder the woman was so hard up last night. It does have hard capital. Moreover, this was just a rudder, and the strongest person at the headquarters was estimated to be even more so. Jiang Xian pursed her lips and didn't show any timidity because of Li Yunlan's words. Instead, she looked at the other party and said calmly, Point me in the right direction. Chapter 32. Far to the west. Li Yunlan was stunned, unsure, and looked at Jiang Xian in confusion. What? Jiang Xian repeated. Where's Nightshade? Point it in the right direction. Ah, fingers. Li Yunlan's throat knots rolled, lifting his withered yellow finger, first pointing out the door, then realizing that something was wrong. He pointed to the west again and weakly said, West, I heard it's in the west, a place called the Valley of the Underworld. Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his brows, his gaze looking to the west, His eyes deep in color before he took a step and swept right past Li Yunlan and headed out. Spit out 2 words faintly. Thanks. Li Yunlan turned around in a daze, but Jiang Xian had already disappeared, and behind him, outside the door, there was only an empty black night. Taking a deep breath and soothing his eyebrows, Li Yunlan revealed a hint of celebration, and the entire tense body slackened, as if amnestied. After 20 years, when she saw this teenager again, she could feel the power belonging to him, which had long been out of her reach. Although she didn't know why Night Curtain had offended Jiang Xian, but she was certain that the Night Curtain was going to suffer, and perhaps in the near future, the Night Curtain would become a thing of the past, just like Lin Tian, because she saw murder in the teenager's eyes. Back then, when Jiang Xian killed those 3 in front of them, it was this look, exactly the same. Looks like someone else is out of luck. Li Yunlan lamented to himself and walked towards the front of the hall, and behind him, the door of the great hall was quietly closed at this moment. Jiang Xian came quietly, just as he left quietly, noiselessly, leaving Li Yunlan with nothing more than a night of shock. Leave the Heavenly Sword sect. Jiang Xian crossed the long sky and hoofed it straight to the west. The starlight does not ask for a rusher, and travels by day and by month, crossing countless mountains and rivers, leaping over thousands of streams, walking across plains and treading through meadows, and seeing the cascading mountains and fields again. I've seen the lights go out, I've seen the fields, I've seen the mountains, certainly more than wonderful. There are also not good, such as the monks, a word is to attack and kill each other, such as the yellow sands of the desert, the soldiers of the 2 countries Jinga Taima, the sands to fight. Only that once south of the river was robbed this day. No grain harvest, starving corpses everywhere. That's the way it is on earth. In the eye of the beholder. Jiang Xian looked in the eyes, but can only be a self-sentiment. The earth is still that earth, did not change. He guessed it would stay that way, too, if nothing else. The mortal state was huge, and its boundaries were more than 10,000 miles wide. Walking from the north to the west, Jiang Xian had traveled for half a whole month, and when he arrived at the west, going around asking around to inquire about the news of the Night Curtain consumed another half a month. It is still futile. The night may still be heard of, but no one knows where the valley of the underworld is. Asked all over. The basket is empty. It is the largest nearby clan. Jiang Xian also went to a trip, and in the process also fought. No casualties. The answer received remains unknown. This made Jiang Xian think for a moment that he hadn't been tricked by Li Yunlan, but thinking about it made it unlikely. I'm sure she wouldn't dare. Jiang Xian was very bitter and lamented that he, at first, should not have killed the person directly. If he had left a living soul, he would have saved a lot of trouble. Therefore, reflecting on this, in the future, we should appropriately put away this murderous nature of our own and exercise some restraint. Walking in the west, late one night, in the mountains and fields, met a broken temple. See a fire. So into the interior, just met 6 or 7 black clothes in the broken temple camping. One is unsuspecting, and among them, there was a half-grown child, tied up and bound to one side. Who should be in trouble? Jiang Xian walked into the temple as if he were oblivious. Since the crowd was startled, they all got up and gazed intently at Jiang Xian. All the colors floating in the bottom of their eyes were scornful, but they also had the intention of killing. Jiang Xian was unconcerned, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Self-consciously, he came to the campfire, settled on a stone pier with most of it missing, and stretched out his hand, roasting the fire. One asked, "Who are you?" "River fairy, passing through." "Know what kind of land this is?" "Temple." "Tired of living?" "Aha. Looking for death?" "One person. One sentence." The flavor of gunpowder pulled full. Jiang Xian raised his head, half squinted his eyes and provoked. "Try." Several black-clothed men looked at each other with their eyes, seemingly reaching some sort of agreement, only to hear the leader of the group shout, "If there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you come and throw yourself in. Kill him. Say it." 6 or 7 black-clothed men made a decisive move towards Jiang Xian. The results were predictable, only to hear the wind whistling in the temple, and then dingling bam, a burst of movement, after the campfire violently swaying, the shadow staggering, the already dilapidated temple, but also was shaken down a lot of rubble. Then, the wind rested and the waves stopped. Everything returned to calm. Jiang Xian was still sitting there, leisurely roasting the fire, but everything in the temple had long been in a mess. 6 or 7 black clothes were lying on the ground horizontally and vertically, each with a twisted face, or holding their heads, or covering their chests, or holding their arms and thighs, rolling over one after another, screaming miserably. Ouch! Ah! No one could have imagined that the teenager in front of them was so fierce. Just one touch and they were all lying down. Didn't even get to do it. The one who was most shocked was the half-grown boy tied to the stone statue. He had witnessed everything, yet it was as if he had seen nothing. It's too fast. All he knew was that the men who had kidnapped him were about to make a move on the people in front of him, and then a gust of wind whistled up, and then the men in black flew one after the other. Then, just lay it all down. It's too strong. At the moment he was staring with wide eyes and a frantic squirming at the knot in his throat, and if his mouth hadn't been gagged, high and low would have had to yell out in favor of it. Some time later, Jiang Xian sat back down by the fire in a dignified manner, drumming on the fire with an unusual wooden stick in one hand while slowly saying, "Want to live?" One of the several black suits slumped to the ground, barely raising his head. "Think." Jiang Xian glanced at him with his afterglow and continued to poke at the flames. "Nightshades, right?" The crowd's complexion changed slightly. Not many people knew about the night curtain, but wherever in the mortal state, most of those who knew about the night curtain would go around, especially in this territory. But the person in front of him is obviously not, knowingly still lay down a deadly hand, indicating that he is not afraid of the night. Must be some background, and it was indeed so strong that they didn't dare to be bold and answer honestly. "Yes, may I ask which immortal mountain your honor is on?" Jiang Xian did not pay attention to the other party and still asked. "Underworld Valley. Do you know how to get there?" The tone was always cold and full of undoubted oppression. The man gritted his teeth. "No." Jiang Xian threw away the wooden stick in his hand and got up. "Very well, take me." The man looked embarrassed and barely sat up, his eyes averted as he said, "Night curtain sex rules. If you say it, you die." With that said, his gaze went to his companions and then to Jiang Xian, saying continued, "Take you there and none of us will live." Jiang Xian sneered. "No go. Die now. Choose for yourself." Chapter 33, Pingback. In the face of Jiang Xian's threat, the leading black clothes were hardened, and after a brief hesitation, an inexplicable bolt of courage that shouldn't have existed erupted. It actually chose to sever its own meridians and die. "Don't you dare." Looking at Jiang Xian more or less in a trance, he couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows, and could only say that he was very rigid. "A man. Too bad it's dead." Jiang Xian's gaze leered over to the remaining few and asked calmly, "What about you guys?" The crowd of black clothes looked at each other, and at this moment, as if they had made some kind of determination, they actually all chose to end their lives in the same way, because they don't have a choice. In Jiang Xian's opinion, they could die any way they chose, but for them death and dying were always different, and now that they were dead, they were just dying on their own. If they really brought Jiang Xian back to the Underworld Valley, not only them, but also their families and even an entire clan would die. They may not even have a chance to die, but will live as if they were dead. So they don't have a choice. They'd rather die. After all, on this earth, dying is always much easier than living. Jiang Xian didn't stop it. Those who were going to die couldn't be stopped. Furthermore, no matter what reason they had for choosing to kill themselves, they deserved their own respect. Not understanding, but in awe. Why bother? Sighing, Jiang Xian didn't lose too much ground. At least he had met the people of Nightshade. That proved that he was on the right track. Just look for it and you'll find it. A flash of shock flooded his eyes, as if a sharp blade had risen out of thin air and severed the rope binding the half-grown child. The half-grown child, freed, removed the rag from his mouth, glanced around at the sprawling corpses, and rushed to keep pace with Jiang Xian, running cautiously but hurriedly on his feet toward the outside of the temple. Outside the temple, Jiang Xian stopped walking and gazed back at the small courtyard in the night. Its walls were mottled, its gate was broken, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Long ago, I didn't know what kind of fairy came and what kind of god was being offered. Anyway, it should have been a long time since anyone took care of it. With a move of his fingertips to pinch his finger and a light chant from his mouth, he wrote down half a fire talisman, summoning a wisp of heavenly fire to set the small temple ablaze. The blazing fire instantly ignited, engulfing the entire broken temple in the blink of an eye. The rushing fire was so strikingly dazzling in this night. Gazing at the flames, Jiang Xian muttered, "At first I did not know the bitterness of the world, but when I look back, I am already in the midst of the bitterness. They are all guests who do not return to the red dust, and I do not laugh at who is the poor man. That's it, a fire, burning not the temple, but the burial, buried the 6 or 7 black-clothed guests, is to send them on their last journey. The human world is not a pure land, each has its own life and its own suffering. If people die, then burn them. Come clean. Go clean. The fire was burning. The flames were vast. Jiang Xian turned and left, disappearing into the darkness of the night, and the tiny boy followed. The fire behind them burned hotter and hotter and hotter into the latter part of the night. Perhaps when the day breaks, this temple will have burned clean. Road. That little boy always followed Jiang Xian closely, yet maintained a certain distance. He was both afraid of the blackness that surrounded him, and also scornful of the teenager in front of him who was like a killing god. And Jiang Xian let him follow as if he didn't know. Encountering a small river on the way, Jiang Xian chose a riverside clearing to stop at and sat on a rock on the bank of the stream, bathing in the moonlight overhead. Remove a jug of wine. Small cloudy. The boy felt his way downstream to the river ferry and leaned down to take several gulps of mountain wildness in the river while he washed his face and sobered up. Finally leaned against a rock. From time to time, he glanced at Jiang Xian with his afterglow, rubbing that stomach. Gibbering. Jiang Xian gently pressed his eyebrows and glanced at the half-grown child in his afterglow. This child is about 10 or so years old, born beautiful, eyebrows vaguely dancing, meaning, hair, although messy, but look at the dress, is by no means an ordinary family child. If he was not the son of a scholarly family, he was the son of a nobleman or a prince. At the very least, I'm afraid it's a merchant's house. Hearing the sound of no food in his belly, Jiang Xian took out a bag of snacks from his storage bag and casually threw it over, dropping it accurately in the boy's arms between the rise and fall. The boy took a look, his soft gaze looking at the teenager with a complex look in his eyes, and uttered 2 words, "Thanks." Jiang Xian was silent and continued to drink. The boy opened to eat, perhaps starving, eating extremely indecent, wolf swallowing 3 or 2 times between the eat all, and lie down on the riverside to take a few big gulps of water. Before showing a look of contentment, bravely approaching Jiang Xian, he asked tentatively, "This hero, what do you want with Nightshade?" Jiang Xian, carrying a wine jug and meeting its eyes sideways, asked, "Do you know where it is?" The boy's head shook like a rattle as he denied it. "I don't know." "Ha!" Jiang Xian laughed meaningfully and said nothing. The boy saw this and hastened to add, "I don't know, but I know who does." Ensign cocked his head. The boy couldn't wait to explain. "My father must know. They must have something to do with my father if they kidnapped me. I'll take you to my father so he can tell you." Jiang Xian half narrowed his eyes, retracted his gaze and raised the wine pot to drink alone. The boy's small mind. He knew exactly. It was just that he wanted to let himself send him back. But, looking at the moon and the sky, he faintly said, "Do you know what the consequences are if you lie to me?" The boy swallowed hard. "Know that it will die." Jiang Xian took another sip. "Go away. Don't follow me." The boy was baffled. "You're not looking for Nightshade anymore?" Jiang Xian never turned around and asked without answering, "Does that have anything to do with you?" Seeing Jiang Xian like this, the boy didn't dare to ask any more questions and chose to remain silent for a short while, before finally summoning up the courage to try and say, "Can I leave at dawn?" Jiang Xian sipped his wine without saying a word. The boy then assumed he had acquiesced and crouched down, still a little lost as his small mind was mercilessly annihilated. "My name is Steward Wind." Jiang Xian ignored it. "What is your name?" Jiang Xian remained indifferent. "My father is King Linfeng. He's very powerful. You saved me. He'll repay you. Maybe he can really help with your matter?" The little boy still didn't give up and tried to convince Jiang Xian in his own way. This time, Jiang Xian did not remain silent, but taunted, "If your father was really good, you wouldn't be tied up." The boy was speechless and a little ashamed. It was undeniable that Jiang Xian was right. However, he still defended himself. "My father is a Vajra realm powerhouse." "Really? I'm not lying." Jiang Xian lazily ignored it, but the corner of his mouth brought a bitter smile. "7th realm Vajra realm. Very strong? Under that immortal city, it was just not even qualified to be cannon fodder." There were no words in the night, and seeing that the sky was bright, Jiang Xian got up, stretched a great deal, and woke up Situfeng, who had fallen asleep due to his exertion. Said, "Kids, if you want to get out, go south, all the way." Situfeng rubbed his eyes and asked, half asleep, "Which side is south?" Jiang Xian turned to leave, his words ringing out slowly, "The direction of the current." Situfeng instinctively looked towards the downstream of the creek, the direction of the water flow, turned back again, but no longer see Jiang Xian, got up and looked out, but also do not see, reluctantly retracted his gaze, down the creek and go, turning back from time to time, with regret in his eyes for the most part. He asked himself in his mind, "Will I see you again? If you see it, you must repay the favor of saving your life." The young man's spontaneity, like a seed, planted in situ Fang's heart. He also ignorantly up a thought of martial arts training. Then be like that teenager and be a tough guy who doesn't talk too much. Chapter 34, The Valley of the Underworld. Jiang Xian left and searched alone. As to why he rejected the child's offer, it was simple. He didn't want to drag a child, who had nothing to do with him, into an unwarranted strife. In his last life, he experienced it. It's not a good feeling to be inexplicably drawn into strife, to be constantly on your toes, and to die 9 deaths a day. Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. Moreover, he, Jiang Xian, had not been reduced to the point where he needed to rely on a child in order to settle things. At least meeting a few of them was not a lost cause on its own. People leave traces wherever they go, and naturally they are no exception. With few clues, Jiang Xian took 3 days to finally find the Night Curtain's lair, the Underworld Valley, tucked away in a deep, bottomless gully between those vast mountains. The 100 miles of land surrounding the valley were shrouded in mist all year round. There's miasma everywhere, poisonous insects, snakes and ants everywhere. An ordinary person who walked into it would die a violent death in less than a moment. Even if an ordinary cultivator entered, he was afraid that he would get lost in it. No wonder he asked so many people. But no one knows, can only say, hidden very deep, very secretive. Likewise, the Nightshade people are off the beaten path. Other clans choose the site. Pay attention to the feng shui, either green mountains, or green water. Who is like them? To get a piece of pandemonium land, but also to the underground drill. At first glance, it's not a prestigious school, and it's not up to scratch. However, these have nothing to do with Jiang Xian. The district miasma snakes and insects cannot stop him since Jiang Xian entered it like no one was there, taking the path of light, traveling to the depths, seeing a door to the sky. It is carved with a black dragon totem, teeth and claws, lifelike, and the surrounding environment perfectly integrated. Quite some sense of majesty and solemnity. Jiang Xian walked through the main gate and traveled the main road, and did not cover it up, and when he arrived at the door of Nightmare Mountain, he could see several black-clothed men, in the same attire as he had seen in the beginning, stopping him. The reason was because Jiang Xian did not fit in with their costumes and was instantly recognized as not being from his own sect. What kind of person dares to trespass into the Underworld Valley? Jiang Xian didn't choose to hide his realm, but instead released his mid-8th realm cultivation at a glance. The pressure was so great that several people could not move an inch and could not breathe. And Jiang Xian said, "Go inform. I want to see your sect master." Although Jiang Xian's voice was not big, but it was naturally enhanced with the transcendent realm's true essence, since it was like that flood bell, drifting far away in front of this door and echoing in bursts. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll go inform." Only then did Jiang Xian put away his divine ability and just stood in front of that door, while the crowd of Night Curtain disciples in front of him, none of them dared to go forward and looked at Jiang Xian with scorn. Soon, the news then traveled into the valley of the underworld, and likewise into the ears of the leader of the Nightshade of the mortal state, the sect leader. Sect leader, the young ones below have come to report that a teenager has come from outside the valley, saying that he wants to see you. The sect leader of the nightmare mortal state slowly opened his eyes and stared at the protector in front of him, questioning, how can an outsider come into the Underworld Valley? Nightshade has always been rank and file, and the first rule is secrecy. Not many people in the mortal state know about the Night Curtain, and even fewer know about the Valley of the Underworld. And those who can come to the Valley of the Underworld are even more so for a long time without a single person. Even if they come, they are never going to get out. That protector made a bow, respectfully said again, back to the words of the Godmaster. The disciple in front of the mountain gate said that this person's realm should be transcendent. Think some strength. Just don't know from where to get the news. Can find this to come. That godfather stroked his chin, slightly contemplative, and squinted his eyes and said, District Transcendent. Actually also dare to break into my mountain gate. Some interesting. You go and bring the person over. I would like to see what kind of teenager is this bold. As you wish. Some time. Jiang Xian was invited into the mountain gate by one of the guardians and followed all the way towards the depths of the valley. Along the way, he saw many disciples, all dressed in black, hiding themselves tightly. The entire valley of the underworld was dark. It was already at the bottom of the valley, but there were few lights, and in some places it was even darker. And everywhere you looked there were black stone statues, 1,000 of them, exuding an aura of darkness. It gave an illusionary sense of being in hell, as if it was depressingly tight. At least Jiang Xian disliked it. Jiang Xian came here for 2 reasons, the first of which was to completely solve the calamity of Lakha village. The second one is about the black egg, and whether or not it contains the night that he once knew or not, and how to hatch. The talk was close, and the night was born. Talks don't work, and the night goes out. That's all. Not long after, Jiang Xian was led into a large hall, which was extremely large and exceptionally bright, with the flames of long light lamps swaying everywhere. To say that it was gilded is an understatement. Not only luxurious, but also very grand. Into this temple, the sound of footsteps, gently echoing. There is a raised high place in front of the temple. The stone steps extended for about 10 or so, and now there was a high platform, on which a dragon chair, black in color, was placed. Not the usual kind of dragon chair for emperors, but the kind of dragon chair with carvings full of dragon patterns. There was another person sitting on top, unlike any Jiang Xian had seen here. This person was the only one who hadn't wrapped himself up tightly, although he was also wearing a black power suit. It was a middle-aged man with short, thick stubble and a thick head of black hair. The corners of the eyes have a heavy ring of eyeshadow. His looks were average, but his eyes showed a ferocious light, and his realm was very strong. The middle stage of the sage realm, the same as Lin Tian at the time. This was also enough to prove that the rumors were not false, and that Night Curtain still had some strength, when there was really a saint in attendance. Bishop, the people have been brought, only to see that sect leader waved his hand and faintly said, "Go down, as you wish." Afterwards, he saw that the guardian retreat, while Jiang Xian was still standing in the center of the hall, always with a breezy demeanor. The sect leader's gaze scrutinized Jiang Xian for a long time with a look of surprise and novelty in his eyes. Seeing the saints without fear, without panic, without worship, there was something interesting about this teenager. So he said in a deep voice, "There's a way to heaven and you don't go. There's no door to hell and you barge in. Junior, you've got a lot of guts." Jiang Xian shook his head and laughed lightly, sneering, "Hell? What is hell? In my opinion it's just a slightly bigger den of thieves. Who in the world can't come and talk about boldness?" The sect leader froze. Obviously he didn't expect that Jiang Xian would dare to talk to himself like this, but he didn't get angry. Instead he propped his chin on one hand and half squinted his eyes, playing with the flavor. "Oh, it's a man. Tough. Just don't know. Who's tougher, this bone of yours or your mouth?" Jiang Xian didn't bother, and with a hook of his fingertips, a handful of stone leaners on either side of the lobby whooshed behind him. There was a muffled sound. Jiang Xian didn't care and actually sat up, assuming a more comfortable position and flirting. The godfather of the Nightshade liked to be clever? A hint of gloominess flared in the sect leader's eyes, and the power of the saint erupted violently. "How dare you? Did my father let you sit?" Jiang Xian, however, was not affected in the slightest, and smiled with a calm demeanor. "If you don't talk properly, believe it or not, I'll destroy all of you." Chapter 35, Zhang Zhang and Bossy? The nightmare sect leader was confused, staring at Jiang Xian incredulously, not just because of the fearlessness and bravado the teenager displayed. There was also the teenager who actually didn't have any trouble at all under his saintly might. This in itself is unreasonable. One pair of eyes narrowed even more narrowly, facial muscles twitching slightly as he drank coldly. "Arrogant." Jiang Xian lazily leaned back in his chair, the corner of his mouth curved up and said, "A fight?" The sect leader of the Night Curtain didn't make a move in the face of Jiang Xian's provocation, still sitting steadily on his high seat, but where he couldn't be seen, he had taken the lead. The saint's might was unreservedly unleashed, lunging towards Jiang Xian like an unhinged flood beast, ferocious and fierce, and it continues to ramp up. The surrounding space was obviously affected by the waves, twisting and distorting, causing ripples like water waves, and the bright lights in the hall were even swaying crazily. If one looks carefully, one can certainly see that a shadow behind the sect leader has long been hidden. However, even so, Jiang Xian remained calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. And at this point of intensity, he didn't even need to run the 8 desolate sword skill. He could easily deal with it by relying on his everlasting immortal body alone. Again, half smiling, he mocked, "Old man, put it away. It's a boring trick. It's boring, and since I dared to come, I didn't take you seriously. Understand?" When the sect master heard this, his 5 fingers subconsciously tightened, and the handle of the dragon chair made of shin iron was actually pinched and dented by him, sinking his eyes. The openness of the party was no longer there, replaced by the color of scorn. There was no denying that what Jiang Xian said was not false, at least in this moment of trial and error. He did have the disadvantage. 2 possibilities: the teenager had hidden his strength, or he was carrying a supreme treasure that could ignore the power of the saints. As a religious lord, he was naturally not a cutie. understand that in either case, the teenager in front of him was not to be messed with, since he wouldn't be stupid enough to tear his face off. He silently put away his divine ability and also loosened his palms, his meridians restored as normal, his face with a different smile. Good. A character worthy of conversing with this seat. As he spoke, his palm slapped the table, the tea entered itself into the cup, his sleeve robe swung forward, and the cup filled with tea whistled towards Jiang Xian. Tea. Jiang Xian lifted his palm upwards and caught it easily. The bishop raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Please. Jiang Xian gazed at the tea in the cup, which was full, and did not drink it. Instead he snorted. Meh. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he gazed at the middle-aged sect master on the high platform, and loosening his palm, the cup fell to the ground as promised, making a crisp sound, the tea spilling all over the ground, and the cup shattering into 6 or 7 petals. The sect leader's body subconsciously leaned forward, the bottom of his eyes once again flooded with gloom as he questioned. What do you mean? Kindly invite you to drink tea. This kind of humiliation to this honored one. Junior, you have passed. Jiang Xian ran his palm through the folds on the shoulders of his black coat and calmly said, wine full of honor, tea full of deception. Old thing, you're the one who passed first. The sect master's eyes sank even further, and a black line was even covering his face. Do you really think that my father doesn't dare to kill you? Jiang Xian sneered. If you dared to kill, you would have done it long ago. Besides, you can't kill me. The sect leader wrinkled his face in silence, but the anger in his eyes had already flooded over. Jiang Xian was too lazy to break bread with him and said lightly, all right, down to business, speaking 5 fingers to the side of a raise. A black egg so suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall, accompanied by the heartbeat belonging to the black egg echoed in the hall. Bang bang, bang bang. At the first sight of this egg, that sect leader could no longer sit still, prancing out of his seat, subconsciously taking 2 or 3 steps forward, his eyeballs shrinking violently, the words clogged in his chest. It's this thing. Recognize it? The sect leader changed his attitude and asked sharply, where did you get this? Jiang Xian moved to sit more comfortably and smiled. You guess? The sect leader took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. What the egg was, he was clear in his heart. Even if it was just a glance, he recognized that this was the black dragon egg that Night Curtain had been pursuing so hard. It is also a sacred animal that Nightshade believes in. Before the previous generation's Lord of the Night Curtain died, he had once used his residual lifespan to divine a fortune for the Night Curtain. It was calculated that the only descendant of the Black Dragon God would fall to the land of the mortal states in the near future. For this reason, they were then sent by the sect to the Van State to form the Van State Nightshade, in order to wait for the Black Dragon God to descend to Earth. And, a month ago, there is a movement. Suspected Black Dragon descendants appear, but the protector responsible for this matter. But has been a month no news. Now that he saw that this egg was in Jiang Xian's hands, he could probably already guess that something had happened to the one sent out. Otherwise, the black dragon egg would never have appeared in this person's hands. The sect leader put away his hatred and anger and stared at the teenager and asked, who the hell are you? Jiang Xian didn't hide anything and told him straight. The pen name is Jiang, and the single name is the word Xian. The sect leader's eyes staggered at the news and he said in horror, you're Jiang Xian? Well, you know me? Jiang Xian asked curiously. The patriarch turned around and sat back in his chair, but his words never fell out of his mouth, and he said with a few complimentary tones, abandoned disciple Jiang Xian, one sword beheaded a saint. Who in this world doesn't know of your name? Although he hadn't left the underworld valley for a long time, he had still heard the story of Jiang Xian, who had beheaded a saint with a single sword. It was feared that half of the cultivation world knew of Jiang Xian's existence. The difference was only that some people had seen Jiang Xian, while others hadn't. Obviously, he is the latter. Jiang Xian touched the tip of his nose. He didn't realize that he was quite famous. His reputation had spread from the north to this west. It seemed to work pretty well, implying, I didn't realize that I was so famous. The Godmaster's expression was very grave. Once thought that Jiang Xian's one-sword decapitation of the saints was more or less exaggerated. How could an 8th realm fight that 9th realm saint? Therefore, he had always held a skeptical attitude. Until today, when Jiang Xian stood in front of him, he didn't know that he was afraid that the rumors were all true. Jiang Xian could really do it, and understood why he could be so oblivious and dare to be so flamboyant in his territory. At least for one thing, he was right. Jiang Xian did have the strength to call his own bluff, and he had completely dismissed the idea of a separate battle with him. He wasn't much stronger than that Lin Tian, and Jiang Xian really had the strength to tear this place apart. Where are my people? the godfather asked knowingly, but changed his address to himself from my father. To me, Jiang Xian said softly. Kill. Why? I don't think I, Nightshade, have a beef with you, do I? Jiang Xian admitted frankly. No indeed, but they deserve to die. The bishop took a deep breath and completely relaxed his body weight on the chair. Since the person was dead, there was no point in saying anything. What he wanted more than anything else right now was to get that egg back and figure out why Jiang Xian had come. Faintly, just say what you have to say. Chapter 36, The Holy Virgin. Jiang Xian took over and held up 2 fingers, slowly saying, I came here for 2 things. First, to tell you that those of you were killed by me. The egg was robbed by me. It has nothing to do with others. If you want to take revenge, I'm here. No need to be polite. Just take a shot. I'll take it all. The godfather gently wrinkled his eyebrows. His expression became more and more solemn, but he chose to directly skip this matter. Those who died for him seemed to care nothing about the general. Continued to ask, what about the second one? Jiang Xian seemed to have expected it. After all, for the high and mighty saints, all under the saints are ants, and those people of the night are nothing more than a pawn. Dead is dead. Raising a finger to the side of the egg, he asked, what the hell is in here? The sect leader's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Jiang Xian without saying anything. Jiang Xian continued, don't tell me you don't know. I'm not that easy to fool. The bishop no longer hid it and said bluntly, Dragon. Dragon? Jiang Xian muttered in a small voice. The sect leader said faintly, yes, this is the black dragon egg. Jiang Xian was silent, his afterglow looking at the black egg with a complex expression under his eyes. Sure enough it is. As it turns out, one's suspicions were right, and this is the future one that will be famous in the land of fairyland. Night, tearing apart the light with darkness. Jiang Xian's reaction and change in expression had since been clearly captured by the sect leader, which made him a little surprised, because from Jiang Xian's reaction and what he said, he seemed to recognize the dragon egg. I don't know if I'm wrong in my speculation or if I'm overthinking it, so I ask, fellow Daoist Jiang recognizes this egg? Jiang Xian asked without answering, how about being able to hatch it? Instead of answering, the sect leader coldly said, this is considered the third thing, isn't it? Jiang Xian sniffled resentfully. Then consider it the third piece. The sect leader wrinkled his inky eyebrows, his eyes as if they were ferrying a layer of gray. Involving the dragon egg, he became a little more cautious, and likewise a lot tougher. Only 4 words were spat out to show his attitude. No comment. Jiang Xian froze for a moment. Obviously he didn't expect that the old man in front of him was suddenly hardened again. No wonder he felt like he could do it again. Looks like there's still a fight to be had. The godfather grimaced and snorted. You've really overstepped the mark, Jiang Xian. Don't forget that this is Night Curtain's territory. Don't you think you're getting a little ahead of yourself? Jiang Xian did not budge and counter-excited. Don't you think that you're a bit of a giver? The atmosphere seemed to have become a little more tense. The space within the great hall was oppressively tight, and the confrontation belonging to the 2 top powerhouses was going on silently in another dimension. The several elders outside the door, although they were not clear about what was happening inside, but the conversation between the two, they still heard it since. Each one of them was furious. Anyone could hear that Jiang Xian, that is, that teenager, had been aggressive and kept provoking Night Curtain's bottom line. Yet they are worried. After all, although it was the first time they had met Jiang Xian, it was not the first time they had heard about him. There was no denying that Jiang Xian was strong. Rumor had it that he had beheaded a saint with a single sword, and now that more than 20 years had passed, Jiang Xian's strength had likely risen to another level. As for the strength of their sect leader, he was no different from Lin Tian back then, so they really didn't have the confidence to really fight. Will the godfather also be seconded by Jiang Xian? But the fight between the 2 big brothers is not something that people like them can change, and they can only wait outside the door and be anxious. But, just when the crowd is sitting still, just before the red temperature inside, a figure senses from the cave outside of a certain purification situation toward this. In the blink of an eye it was in sight. It was still a black suit and long black hair, but this person was a girl who looked like a country and was soft like fire, or more like a dark elf from the night, with pointed ears, large eyes, long lashes, and thin lips. It was unlike anyone else in this room. It should be a heavenly fairy, not an earthly face. At the first sight of this person, the crowd of Nightshade elders lost their concentration for a split second, and then they clenched their fists with one hand and placed them in front of their chests, bending their heads to see him. See the holy maiden. The girl walked idly, smiling wanly at the crowd, a glance at the city, without words, but the light in her eyes is better than 1,000 words. Skimming over the crowd and heading forward, the magnificent hall door opened in response, walking straight into the hall, and then as she stepped in, the hall door closed in response once again. The group of elders returned to their senses and straightened up, the trance under their eyes outlawed by excitement and confidence. Great! The Holy Maiden is here too. The Holy Maiden is here. Jiang Xian can't turn the tide. The Holy Maiden. Was the Night Curtain's biggest backing in card? Her strength was above the sect master. And in the battle to destroy the sect 1,000 years ago, the Holy Maiden had chopped up an opponent who was known as a peak saint's existence in just 1 hour's time. It was rumored in the night that the Holy Maiden's strength had long surpassed the saint realm and should be at the false immortal realm. Although Jiang Xian was rumored to have beheaded a saint with a single sword, he was facing a false immortal realm saintess, in addition to the sect leader, and this place was Night Curtain's territory. They didn't believe he could make any more waves. In the meantime, within the Great Hall, the girl's arrival naturally attracted the attention of Jiang Xian and the sect leader, and their arguments and provocations stopped briefly at this moment, coincidentally landing their gazes on the visitor. Jiang Xian just glanced sideways with his afterglow and could feel the aura from the other party. It was very strong, so he gently wrinkled his eyebrows. The mind was secretly amazed. Surprisingly, it was the realm of the false immortals. What is the realm of the false immortals? It was an existence that had half a foot in the first realm of the 6 realms of immortal Tao. Although they were still saints in essence, their battle power with saints was vastly different. It is no wonder that the Night Curtain will be so open and wildly paradoxical. It turns out that there is such a one sitting in the valley. So it seems that just now, this old man should be just stalling for time. The fact was just as Jiang Xian thought. The moment the black-clothed girl walked into the hall, the sect master, who was still restrained, was no longer restrained. With a cold light in his eyes, and a sinister smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, he stared at Jiang Xian playfully, with a provocative meaning that was unmistakable. It looked like it was saying, "Kid, you're screwed." However, Jiang Xian was unimpressed and just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was just a bit difficult to get into. "Lord Godfather, why didn't you tell your slave earlier when you had a guest at home?" The voice of the girl in black rang out. "This is looking very charming woman, talking more seductive. Hidden sense of numbness, let a person listen to cannot help but want to get close. Temptation pull full." The Godfather grinned his lips and smiled grimly. "Come now, it's not the same, the people haven't left." The black-clothed girl came to Jiang Xian's side, carrying a pair of jade hands behind her back, circled around Jiang Xian, her big eyes sizing up Jiang Xian over and over again, hooking her lips with a light smile, scratching her head and saying, "You're so handsome, your eyebrows are clear, and the king's aura is leaking out. What's your name?" Chapter 37 Battle Fake Immortal. Jiang Xian half smiled in silence. The black-clothed girl knitted her nostrils, and her red lips hooked. "It's kinda high-flying." Raising his eyes to the high platform, he asked, "He's not a mute, is he?" The bishop cheerfully teased. "Before you came, he was very articulate, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he warbled." In his opinion, Jiang Xian's sudden silence had only one possibility: fear. But it was no wonder. After all, the Holy Maiden's realm was pseudo-immortal, and Jiang Xian was afraid that it was a reasonable thing to do. The girl in black heard this and looked at Jiang Xian again, one hand resting on her elbow, one hand stroking her chin, tilting her head, blinking her eyes, and looking at Jiang Xian in a foxy way. "Oh, that means you don't want to pay attention to people. You're such a drag." Jiang Xian leaned his body forward, his eyes flicked, staring dangling at the black-clothed girl's face as he said lightly, "Has no one ever told you that the way you're scratching your head, like a prostitute in that brothel, is really cheap and disgusting?" In an instant, the black-clothed girl only felt her ears echoing as Jiang Xian's words were like a sharp dagger plunged into her heart. It left her entire being dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Jiang Xian, her expression shifting from flirting and mocking at the beginning to surprise and horror, which was replaced by anger after a brief moment of contemplation. No one had ever talked to her like that, and no one had ever dared to talk about her like that. It had always been her who had taunted others, never had she been teased, not to mention the outright insults. Anger arose from her heart and her murderous aura rose. The beautiful face of the black-clothed girl became gloomy, and those large eyes became bloodshot. The expression carried a hint of grimace, and the words were even more nearly squeezed out from between his teeth as he said word by word, "No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Do you want to die?" Jiang Xian let out a light laugh and sneered, "A mere pseudo-immortal. You really consider yourself an immortal?" The atmosphere was heavier than ever at this moment. On the high platform, The contemporary sect master had long since subconsciously stood up, and he hadn't expected that Jiang Xian would still dare to be so wild in the face of the false immortal realm. He was wondering if this teenager was really strong and therefore emboldened, or if he had come to seek death. Somewhat bewildered, as if in a cloud, but ready to make a move. A holy daughter of a clan was jokingly called a prostitute, an insult no one could swallow. But Jiang Xian didn't care. He couldn't stand to see people talking to him in a condescending manner and pretending, "You talk nicely to me and I'll talk nicely to you. And if you don't talk nicely to me, then no one will talk nicely to anyone. And to negotiate with you is to give you face. If you don't want it, then don't take your life." The black-clothed girl's fists tightly clenched, on which visible green meridians surged. Berserk breath outward. The entire hall break wind rushed. Even the huge dragon eggs aside were affected. Heartbeats seemed to become faster. The girl in black still didn't make a move, but only stared at Jiang Xian with a deadly stare, questioning, "You're just a mere 8th realm transcendent. Why don't you fear me? False immortal?" She had her own concerns. Jiang Xian was too calm, terrifyingly calm. So calm that she couldn't be sure. So she wasn't sure. If you really fight, there's no turning back. She wanted to look at, still in the test the teenager in front of her. Where to get the courage to be so arrogant? Test the teenager in front of her. The area of 8 realms, when it is what means out of the sword to chop the saint. Jiang Xian's ass moved out of the chair, stood up, and took the initiative to walk over to the girl in black, only coming within a fist's reach of sticking it to her. Jiang Xian was already tall. At this distance, towering over the girl by half a head, lowering his eyebrows and looking down on the other party from top to bottom. Without haste, he said, "I'll give you 2 paths. The first one, tell this black dragon egg how to hatch. Then I'll leave. And today's matter. This is over. The night is born." The girl in black tilted her head slightly and moved forward as well, so that they could even feel each other's nostrils, half narrowing her eyes and saying in a cold voice, "And the second?" Jiang Xian's face did not change. He did not move a muscle, and faintly said again, "Second, fight until you say so, but there is no need for the night curtain to exist in the mortal state. It can be described as the gentlest of tones, saying the hardest of words." The girl in black smiled skinlessly. "You're wild," Jiang Xian coldly said. "I'm just stating the facts. What if I don't? You can try?" The girl in black gently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes sweeping before opening them again, her afterglow glancing at the black dragon egg at the side of the great hall. Inexplicably said, "My name is Nangong Wan Air." Jiang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows gently. "I'm not interested in your name." Nangong Waner sneered. "Hey, I am trying to make you remember that the person who killed you is called Nangong Waner, so that you can be an understanding ghost." Jiang Xian's head tilted, staring blankly into the black-clothed girl's eyes. "So, you choose the second." A touch of ruthlessness surfaced in Nangong Waner's eyes as she grinned a mouthful of red lips, revealing snow-white teeth, and viciously said, "No, I'm going to thwart you." With a beat of her voice, she added, "But on the basis of you retrieving the black dragon egg for my sect, this holy maiden can make an exception and set up a closed grave for you." Jiang Xian took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. "It's still a regrettable choice." Nangong Waner stopped talking nonsense to take the lead. "What a lot of nonsense. Jiang Xian, die for my old lady." When he said he would fight, his 5 fingers formed a claw shape and lunged towards Jiang Xian's lifegate. Jiang Xian's eyes sank as he threw out a punch against him. Then fight. The battle between the two was instantaneous. The roar was loud. A collision, and the entire hall was filled with fury wind. Then all the long lights were instantly blown out. Some of the lamp oil was spilled all over the place, while others were instantly torn into countless pieces by the power of the saints. Seeing that the two of them started to fight, that sect master didn't have any hesitation and directly made his move, killing towards Jiang Xian. The vertical sun suffers death. As soon as the melee started, Jiang Xian was engulfed by the waves of attacks from the two men and disappeared, and the entire hall was thrown into chaos. Outside the temple, heavy booms came out from the hall, deafening the ears, and the hall in front of him was even shaking violently, and the ground shook with it. Like an earthquake, earth and rocks splashed, smoke and dust surged. A group of elders felt the pressure surging out of that hall. Each one of them changed greatly, rushed to vanish into the valley in midair, and tried to keep themselves as far away as possible. No good. Do it. Fight. Go. Stay away. The movement grew louder and louder. The roar grew louder and louder. And in the end, the magnificent hall, which was like a small mountain, completely collapsed with an explosive roar. Rumble. Know if the falling rocks rolled down around. whistling waves of air wrapped in smoke and dust surging in all directions, such as that leaking dike torrent, a collapse of 1,000 miles. An eerie wind blew throughout the valley of the underworld, accompanied by a booming echo, coupled with the violent trembling of the ground. Many people were caught off guard and fell over. What's going on? What's happening? Earthquake? No good. It's the direction of the shrine. Something's happened. Quick, go over and take a look. Chapter 38, Battle to the Darkness. Deep within the underworld valley, the Battle of the Saints in the temple had just erupted and immediately attracted the attention of all the Night Curtain members within the entire underworld valley. Countless black-robed men came against that heat wave, crossing the sky and running at breakneck speeds towards the divine hall. Dense. The number is feared to be in the tens of thousands. As they approached, two huge silhouettes could be vaguely seen rising out of the smoke, one more than 10 feet tall, while the other was even taller and more gigantic, more than 100 feet tall, nearly as high as the sky. Looking up, I couldn't see its top, for it had long since pierced the sky above the valley of the underworld and disappeared above the miasma that shrouded it all day long. The black-clothed people who were rushing to the scene coincidentally stopped in their tracks and kept their distance, worshipping the two saintly Dharma bodies in front of them. They're clear. Dharma body, a man and a woman from who, since from the hands of their own godfather and holy woman, and can make the night two saints at the same time reveal Dharma God. Something extraordinary must have happened in the temple, and such a thing could never be swayed or changed by them. All they could do was watch from afar. Therefore, accompanied by the sound of roaring, since there is also more than endless discussion of the sound of discussion, no one knows what happened, but it's not small. And yet, they didn't look overly flustered, because in the entirety of the mortal state, no one could face the Night Curtain's top combatants, not to mention it's in the middle of a nighttime base camp. Even if the other party did come with a saint as well, the end could only be death. There is no other choice. At this moment, the saintly Dharma body bent down to look at the ruins underneath him. Terrifying spiritual energy surged, covering the sky and slapping down the sky. The two figures in the Dharma body were bathed in it, sacred and powerful. The sound of its voice is like that of rolling thunder, echoing and hissing on earth. He who offends my nightshade shall be put to death. Today, crush you. And just as the two Saint Dharma bodies unleashed another killing move, they heard a bellowing cry ring out from underneath the collapsed hall. Sword up. And then, the sound of a sword was heard, followed by an extreme white light swaying across the heavens and earth, piercing the long sky upwards. A sword chopped out. It actually directly chopped up the suppression of the saint's Dharma body. And then a teenager was seen stepping on the wind, like an arrow piercing through the clouds. It also hangs in the air. Just like this, he stood in front of the two saints. The disciples of Nightfall also got a good look at the teenager at that moment. It was a teenager, dressed in a strong black suit, with his hair tied up and hanging high behind him. The lingering features could be vaguely seen in full bloom. He just stood there, like the size of a mole cricket compared to the two saintly silhouettes in front of him. Yet no one dared to treat him lightly. Obviously, he was the opponent of this battle, and even though those present didn't know who this person was and had never seen this person before, they knew very well that this person was by no means an ordinary person. To be able to force two saints out of their saintly Dharma bodies, to be able to cut out a sword like that, this son of war, Fear is not an ordinary saint, and the young man in the hands of the sword, Ling out of the cold light, but also let the people present, all heart and soul touch, so strong, that sword. It's absolutely extraordinary. Can anyone recognize this son? What kind of saint is he that he could actually force the sect master and the holy maiden to make a move at the same time? I've seen it before. This is the kid who was just in front of the mountain gate. Yes, that's him, and I remember too. This is a battle that is destined to have no shortage of spectators. But this battle is also destined to be one that will not be sung about, because once Jiang Xian made his move, then he wouldn't leave anyone alive. Death has come to the entire valley of the underworld. It's just that at the moment, they're foolishly unaware of it. At this point, the sect master and the holy maiden, their expressions were exceptionally grave. The ease and comfort of the party had long since disappeared. They could feel that the terrifying belonging to the teenager. In the hall of the party, it was only a few breaths of time, and the young man of his time had not yet made a sword strike, yet he forced them to use their saintly Dharma bodies. This time, the teenager came out with his sword and broke their suppression with a single stroke, and the sect leader didn't need to say anything, as he had already smelled the scent of death from Jiang Xian's sword blade. And even though the holy maiden was at the pseudo-immortal realm, she didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Xian by half. However, there was no turning back from the bow. It was up to them to fight or not to fight. Moreover, the The black dragon egg was the divine beast of the night curtain. It was related to whether or not night curtain could rise to the top of the eternal continent, so they had no choice. The black dragon egg had to be taken back, and obviously, Jiang Xian had no intention of giving it to them. So, there's only one way to fight and grab it over. The duo and Jiang Xian looked at each other. Hesitation surfaced in their eyes, and did not kill up at the first opportunity, but instead, they began to communicate with their divine sense transmissions. One air. This Jiang Xian, it's not easy to get. I know. Be careful with that sword of his. It's feared to be an immortal weapon. Sure enough. No wonder it's so strong. What now? He's not a saint yet. No fear. I want his life. I want this sword too. Go all out and blast him with one move. Good. When the exchange ended, the war broke out again, and Shangguan Wan'er took the lead. Jiang Xian, you are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you shouldn't have hit the black dragon egg. As he spoke, a multicolored lotus flower manifested before the saint's dharma body, rapidly growing larger and blooming with multicolored light, illuminating the entire underworld valley with streams of light. The 100-foot dharma body slowly opened its arms as if praying to the heavens. Go to hell, lotus burial realm. And at the same time, the other sect leader's dharma face flipped its palm down. A golden rune paper ignited in its hand, and its mouth perked up. Burn the talisman to invoke the gods, and worship the heavens to grant me divine martial arts. Force to come. The golden talisman burned out, and its smoke turned into golden light, enveloping its palm, and a vague god could be heard whispering a word. Yoon. And then it could be seen that above the right palm of his dharma body, the force of 1,000 pounds rose up, roaring more than 1,000 pounds. The wind whistled and wailed, and violently smashed towards Jiang Xian. Eat my father's punch. Shock. 2 killing moves, containing the momentum of destroying the heavens and the earth, whistled towards Jiang Xian, and the crowd watching the battle subconsciously closed their eyes. That aura, it was just too strong. Jiang Xian is coldly staring at the 2 killing immortals in front of him, any of them close at hand. He since Wei Ran does not move, and even the bottom of his eyes showed a touch of teasing. Die. Rumble. Rumble. The killing move fell as promised. The spiritual energy spreading across the sky instantly engulfed Jiang Xian's small figure in it, and the roar in his ears was deafening. All that was left was a buzzing in people's ears. The earth was shaking violently. The cliffs on both sides of the underworld valley began to crumble. Countless boulders rolled down to the bottom of the valley, and the entire world was torn by this energy, humbly a color of chaos. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this strike was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and that the mountains and rivers were afraid of being shattered. The people were bewildered and disoriented, and the world seemed to stand still for them at that moment. The oncoming wind was like a sharp knife, stinging the bones as it blew through. Dusty, it plunged the entire valley of the underworld into a grayness. Many of the ones with low realms were even worse. Even though they were separated by a great distance, they were still lifted out by the violent airwaves and smashed hard on the ground, or were set into the cliffs. So scary. Now this kid. Dead. Quick. Defense. On the battlefield. The corners of Shangguan Wan'er's mouth rose slightly as she teasingly watched the airwaves that blossomed recklessly in the battlefield rise up into the sky. Her eyes filled with mockery. There is a price to pay for hubris. No one could survive such an attack, she thought, and Jiang Xian would be no exception. Chapter 39, The name of the sword opens heaven. However, the things of the world, how can there be absolute words? Just when the 2 saints were complacent, thinking that Jiang Xian fell, only to see a blistering wind raging in the vortex where the aura of heaven and earth was torn, like an immortal taking a breath on a foggy morning. It seems like the clouds are opening up. When that gust of blistering wind crossed the border, all the raging and rampant spiritual energy was blown clean, and even the dust that filled the valley was cleaned up along with it. The world is clear. People saw the black-clothed teenager still hanging in the air and standing there, seemingly no different from before, and even the clothes did not see half a bit of dust. The killing moves of the 2 saints nearly buried the entire underworld valley, but they couldn't injure this teenager in the slightest. In such a scene, those who saw it were all horrified, as if they had fallen into the clouds. Were the 2 saints too weak? No, it was the teenager in front of him that was too strong. After they were briefly shocked, what emerged from the bottom of their eyes was panic and awe. So strong. I can't believe nothing happened at all. Am I blind? The godfather exclaimed with a tightly wrinkled brow. How is this possible? Nangong Wan'er lowered her eyebrows and didn't say a word, but the trance under her eyes had already betrayed the panic and helplessness that belonged to her. With the power of a false immortal and an all-out strike, the teenager in front of her was actually unharmed, which once again subverted the knowledge belonging to her, and she realized that the cocky teenager was far from what she thought he was. Jiang Xian held his sword, half squinting his eyes, the corners of his mouth tilted upwards. The top of his face was actually in a playful manner, snickering. The opportunity I gave you, the path was chosen by you, so it's not my fault. As he spoke, the sword made a half circle in front of his chest before raising it high above his head, word for word aloud. If you don't see it, I have a sword coming from the sky. When the words fell, the spiritual energy above the sword blade instantly erupted, like a well blowing up from the sword body to the tip of the sword, and then converged at a point. There was a fluffy, a loud bang. It turned into a golden pillar of light that surged into the firmament, piercing through the thick sea of flatulence mist overhead. And then I saw that in the sky, the clouds rose and gathered. The earth's winds were anxious and wailing. Endless pressure fell from the canopy, and the blistering winds actually blew away the fog that had not dissipated all year round. The sun shone for the first time in history in this valley that had been hidden in darkness, and the light dispersed the darkness. People tilted their heads in confusion and gazed at the canopy. The light was so blinding to them that they seemed to hear bells from the distant past stirring in their ears. It was accompanied by an aura that was not of this world. The gas cloud formed a vortex in the sky overhead, frantically devouring everything around it, even space. Nangong Wanner or the sect leader, since they also coincidentally looked towards the top of their heads, and the moment they gazed, they smelled the breath from the desolate ancient era. It looks like light, but it's destruction. The expressions of the duo sank deeper and deeper. They could feel the deep feeling of powerlessness in their hearts when facing this aura. And it's not just them. Throughout the valley, the night monks felt it. It was intense, and death seemed close at hand and within reach, yet they have nowhere to run. Nangong Wanner was lost in thought and whispered, "What in the world is this?" The sect leader said in a confused manner, "The sword of the desolate ancient." Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, 1 second it was a cyclone, and the next second, a sword had already fallen from the center of that cyclone. The first moment of sharpness, the sky seems to be poking a hole. That's right, it was a sword, a monstrous sword that was falling towards the underworld valley, cutting through the canopy. Nangong Wanner's eyes were startled. Panic spread unchecked, and she shouted, "No good, block it." Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man of the sect leader burned a golden talisman before driving the saint's 10-foot dharma body to leap up and head straight for the monstrous sword in the sky. "I'll do it. Shatter me," wishing to shatter the shocking sword with a punch of his own full strength. But it was not to be, and he was defeated. Jiang Xian sneered, "Out of your depth." And then the sword suddenly accelerated and fell with a bang. The sound of breaking the air, like a fierce beast hissing, shaking the sky and the earth. Nangong Wanner secretly said that it was not good, and hastened to speak out to stop it. Duck. However, everything was already too late. The sword of heaven fell as promised, and the saint's silhouette actually collapsed inch by inch with a single touch. At first it was the hand, then the head, and finally it blasted apart without a trace. And that sect master was even instantly enveloped by the sword chi, wreaking havoc in it, and letting out a wail of despair. "Ah, no!" The monstrous giant sword, completely chopped down. The world went blank. The heaven and earth collapsed. The mountains and rivers were fearfully shattered, and the rampant sword chi erupted, wrapping countless earth and stone sands and dusts once again shrouded the entire underworld valley. No, it's swallowing the entire valley of the underworld. "Quick, pull out of the valley," Nangong Wanner angrily shouted. But everything has been too late. Those who are close to watch the fun, or those with low cultivation hiding in the distance, there was no chance to react. It was buried here by this sword, which was too big and which was too powerful. They were powerless to escape. It was done to death while still dazed. Or, some of them didn't even know what happened. They only knew that the sky dawned. Then there was a vortex in the sky, and then they saw a huge sword fall, and then the two saintly dharma bodies shattered with a bang. Then the sword chopped down into the valley. The eyes went black and they didn't know anything else. They didn't even feel the pain. It's gone. It came as a surprise and died as a surprise. Jiang Xian's sword, as he had said, was not out to kill, but rather to bury the entire underworld valley. Jiang Xian, who was in the center of the sword momentum, turned a blind eye to the fact that these sword chi did not have any effect on him. Sitting and watching the entire valley, destroyed in a matter of breaths, his face remained as normal, without a single change. The Fong's sword is called Open Sky. Unlike the sword that had beheaded Lin Tian before, that sword was called Blast Wind, the fastest sword in the 8 Desolate Sword technique. while open sky was the most powerful and destructive sword. The sword came out from the heavens, and where it cut down, it was destined to leave no grass untouched, and it was also Jiang Xian's all-time favorite sword. Not only is it fierce, but the visuals pull full circle. Just ask, when such a huge sword falls from the sky, if it were you, would you panic? At least the Nightshade people aren't panicking, because they're dead, become dead by the sword. Jiang Xian murmured with sunken eyes, let's use this sword to send you to the afterlife. And such a sword, from the dome of the sky fell, can not only just the night people saw, since there is also that nearby the living creatures look up to the sword chopped down, look up to the sword of the power. Thousands of birds have left the forests and gone far away, and 10,000 beasts have wailed and gone far away, and the people looked on in fascination, one dumbfounded, saying to themselves, asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 40, The Holy Virgin Compromises. In the land of a certain clan, at the peak of the peak, a holy man raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance, witnessing the sky being stabbed with a hole, seeing the earth rising up to fill the mountains with smoke and dust, whispering to himself, the sword of heaven, who chopped out the sword, has an immortal come from the mortal state? A city outside the mountain, above the city head, a general wearing silver armor, waist spanning a long sword, looking up at the sky, his ink-colored eyebrows twisted together, said, what's going on in the direction of nightfall? Between the mountains and fields, an old man rode a donkey across the trail, stopped, took a drag on a humongous cigarette and gulped it down, saying, this sword is truly terrifying as hell. There are also mountain people near the underworld valley, not far away. See the sword fall, listen to the sound, and see the wind to the face, one by one, panic and helpless, fear and worry. But hear the child ask, master, what kind of sword is that? It's so big? The old man replied, that's an immortal sword. The children knew no fear and cried out in a loud voice, wow, so there really are immortals in the mountains. On that day, many people saw the sky of the mortal state break through a hole, and a monstrous sword fell from the firmament, chopping down the earth and shattering the mountains and rivers with fear. Although it was far away and most people didn't know who, what, and how this sword was chopping, the powerful saints of the mortal state were clear. There's an extraordinary swordsman from Banjo who can summon the sword from heaven. Up to this point and even much later, there's also one more story in the state of Van. It is said that a long time ago, in the west of that mortal state, there once also came out a sword immortal, who opened the sky with one sword. In the valley of the underworld, the giant sword has long been dissipated. Smoke and dust gradually fall, but the wind is still lingering, blowing to the southeast and northwest. With the sword fell, the sky is clear and the clouds are light, and the miasma that shrouded the underworld valley all year round was also dispersed by a sword swing. The sunlight spilled unstintingly into the valley of the underworld. Only at this time, the underworld valley has already disappeared, and that natural gully, which is 100 meters deep, has been razed to the ground this time. The vast valley has long since lost any semblance of its former mysterious and powerful organization. Nightshade. All of them are buried today, and none of them are spared. The mountain gate or not, or that one pavilion building or not, or even those members of the Night Curtain, to this point, were completely left in the darkness. It was as if it had never existed. Nightshade. From its birth until now, it had always been an extremely mysterious existence for the mortal state, to the point where it didn't exist in the first place for most people. It's that ghost in the night. And now, too, it is true that, as the world had hoped, the night really does not exist anymore, and there is a complete and long sleep, and they have really become the nameless ghosts of this mountain, which is a good thing, even including that saintly sect master died in it, being torn to shreds by the sword chi of the heaven beheading sword. Heaven and earth, only one being survived, and that was the false immortal realm's holy maiden, Nangong Waner. At this moment, Nangong Waner's Saint Dharma body was chopped to pieces. Her dantian was heavily damaged by the sword chi, her fleshly body broke its defenses, and her shoulder was even torn open, and it was gurgling with fiery blood flowing outward. She staggered and stood on the ruins, her hair disheveled, her black clothes broken, and that delicate face, long-winded and in a state of disarray. Whereas there before just entered the temple in the charming and enchanting, there are only messy, and even some poignant, a different kind of poignant. She looked at the unfamiliar but familiar world in front of her, and watched as an entire valley was actually razed to the ground with a single sword, and her entire body went limp, covering her shoulders and falling to the ground on both knees, murmuring in despair and helplessness, "Nope, all gone." Van state. In the 10 states of the eternal continent, the laws of heaven and earth are the weakest of all the states, and because of this it is named the mortal state. But even so, a sort of such power in this world is no less than the full force of a strong person in the immortal Tao realm. At least the saints couldn't do it, and neither could she. Her mind went blank, unable to accept what was in front of her. Clearly it was only a sword. Clearly he was only an 8th realm transcendent. Even if he possessed a sword of immortal quality, he couldn't be this strong to be right. No, that's not it. There must be a mistake somewhere. Somewhere. Nangong Waner was in a state of delirium, muttering to herself, helplessness and despair wrapping her entire delicate body as if she had epilepsy. Jiang Xian didn't know when, but quietly and without a word, he landed in front of Nangong Waner, and the moment the shadow covered her, she instinctively looked up. Reflected in front of the eyes is a young man, black as ink, still untainted. Sword eyebrow and starry eyes are still Junkai Fei Chi. He was still the same, handsome, upright, and breezy, but the sword in his hand was gone. Yes, there was a fight, a heavenly fight, but the teenager seemed to stay out of it. But clearly he was the one who started it all. The moment. It was only then that Nangong Waner realized how strong Jiang Xian was and how stupid she was. No, she's not stupid. She's just unlucky, very unlucky. She tilted her head and stared dead at Jiang Xian, asking word for word, "Why?" Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows and faintly said, "I gave you a chance. It was your choice." Nangong Waner smiled to herself. Meh. Bloodstained eyelashes closed and opened lightly. "Let me die to understand. Where exactly did Night Curtain offend you? You have to be so aggressive and go out of your way to exterminate our clan." Facing the questioning, Jiang Xian only felt ridiculous and sneered. "Oh, reasons? Do you need reasons to kill people? What do you mean?" Jiang Xian took a deep breath and asked rhetorically, "Do you nightshades need a reason to kill someone?" Nangong Waner's gaze shifted, not knowing how to reply. Jiang Xian continued, "I'll answer for you. There's no need for a reason to kill someone in the night. People under the sky are ants. If they die, right?" Nangong Waner didn't deny it and chose to remain silent. Jiang Xian saw that Nangong Waner was silent, and since he didn't mind, he continued in a deep voice, "Then why do I need a reason to kill you? Because in my eyes, you are also ants. I want to step on it. Do not want to step on it is your good fortune. Understand? Yes, night curtains kill whenever need a reason. Or rather, living in this world, killing need what reason? As long as strong enough, can do whatever they want. Thousands of years, has been so. The difference is only that in her time, she was the one who killed others, while today, others are the ones who kill her. The killer and the killed are just different, but the essence is the same. The strong man defines everything. Life and death is nothing but 3 words. I'd love to. A touch of self-deprecation surfaced in Nangong Waner's eyes, as if she was ashamed of herself for asking such a question. With bitterness at the corners of her mouth and a lowered brow, she whispered, "Then you're right." But she didn't want to die. She had cultivated to a saint and was only one step away from being immortal. She wasn't willing to die like this. She secretly gritted her teeth and then raised her eyes to look at Jiang Xian. Her eyes were full of prayers. "Spare my life, and I will serve you as Lord for life." Jiang Xian surveyed the girl in front of him with scrutinizing eyes. Without half a second of hesitation, Nangong Waner ripped off her black clothes, revealing a great piece of scenery on her front chest, as if she wanted Jiang Xian to see it more clearly. He himself has a good body in addition to his cultivation. Softly, "I will sign a blood spell with you, and from now on, everything I am is yours, including my body." Chapter 41, The Rain Comes. Jiang Xian indifferently looked at Nangong Waner. In the face of that flowery white, he did not have the slightest agitation, since his heart was like water. There was even a flicker of often imperceptible disgust under his eyes. Gently pressing his eyebrows, his eyes as cold as a layer of gray, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested in your rotten meat, but tell me how the dragon eggs hatch, and I'll consider letting you go this time." Nangong Waner bit her red lips. The thoughts in her heart are complicated. She asked herself, in addition to this body of cultivation, the most complacent is their own this face and this body. Who in the world would not salivate at the sight of a man? Now that he was standing in front of Jiang Xian with the appearance of a man who was at the mercy of the king to pick his jie, he was unmoved and even disliked. Her self-esteem had suffered an unprecedented blow, and she was resigned, but she dared not speak. In order to live, she could sell her flesh and be a willing slave. So how could she mind the other party's insults? She raised her head and gazed at Jiang Xian with feigned fearful eyes. "Testing, how can I trust you?" Jiang Xian calmly said, You have a choice? Nandong Wanner swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said weakly. I can tell you, but you have to swear that you will let me go. Swearing by your sword Dao. Jiang Xian shook his head and laughed lightly. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Nandong Wanner's words were more or less ridiculous to him. Or rather, it was hard for him to imagine that such words could actually come out of the mouth of a false immortal realm. Vows? Promises? Worthless in the face of life and death. It's amazing that anyone believes it. Maybe people get stupid when they're dying, he thought. However, on the contrary, Jiang Xian is a person who keeps his promises, and for the sake of a promise, she had accompanied that girl to guard that city for 1,000 years. For a promise, he kept the earth in front of the immortal city from fading for 1,000 years. Seeing that Jiang Xian was silent, Nandong Wanner covered the wound on her shoulder and looked a little anxious as she hurriedly said, I just want to live, and I'll tell everything if you'll swear to it. Jiang Xian's sword brows soothed as he nodded and said in a warm voice, Okay, I promise. Really? Nandong Wanner's eyes brightened as she hurriedly pursued the question. Jiang Xian raised his right hand and pointed to the right side of his head, sinking his body. I, Jiang Xian, swear in the name of the sword, as long as you tell me how the black dragon egg hatched, I won't kill you this time. If there are any false words, it will cut off my path to longevity, and I won't have a chance to reach the realm of immortality in this life. With a beat of his voice, Jiang Xian's tone became a little more sullen, and a touch of sinister hostility flared up under his eyes as he added, However, the next time I see you again, I will kill you. Hearing that Jiang Xian had agreed and sworn in the name of the sword Dao, Nandong Wanner was like grasping the last straw. The corners of her mouth had begun to rise in an overwhelming manner. Nothing matters as long as you can live. But still forcibly suppressing the emotions in his heart, he staggered up from the ground with nearly all his strength. Standing naked like this in front of Jiang Xian. Okay, it's a deal. Jiang Xian said expressionlessly. Speak. Nandong Wanner took 2 steps forward and came to Jiang Xian's side. Slightly standing on her tiptoes, she attached her ear and whispered in Jiang Xian's ear. Since then, he had told Jiang Xian everything about how the black dragon egg hatched. Jiang Xian, who had learned what he wanted, didn't have the slightest joy to speak of, but instead, those sword brows twisted deeper and deeper, and his eyes sank deeper and deeper, to the point where the most facial muscles were actually twitching several times without realizing it. Nandong Wanner finished and retreated on her own accord. That's all I know. Jiang Xian took a deep breath to calm his thoughts. Nandong Wanner's words had clearly caused his emotions to fluctuate. Couldn't help but ask, is it true what you say, that this is the only way? Nandong Wanner nodded her head and affirmed decisively. By no means a falsehood, at least the only one I know of. Good. Nandong Wanner tried in a small voice. Can you release me now? Jiang Xian hummed. Aha. Then he slowly turned around and took a step forward. Seeing this, Nandong Wanner, as if she had been pardoned, revealed a life after the robbery-like celebration, and that hanging heart also completely fell down. However, in the next second, Jiang Xian's footsteps stopped, and then he turned around and looked at her calmly. Nandong Wanner was stunned and somewhat confused. What's wrong? The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth rose, tilting up an evil arc, half smiling. We meet again. Nandong Wanner froze, only feeling puzzled, but in the next second she reacted. Her entire body was like an enemy, her pupils instantly shrinking, the mind was even more blank, and both body and soul were immersed in incomprehensibility. Just about to open my mouth to say something, but before his mouth had time to open, he saw a flash of cold light pass in front of his eyes, and a wind arose, lifting a few bits of broken hair in front of his forehead. When his neck went cold, he couldn't spit out another word. She hurriedly covered her snow-white neck with her dead hands, and that pretty face was filled with panic and despair as she stared at Jiang Xian dead on, as if she wanted to eat her. Stammering, but all that came out was just blood. Jiang Xian watched her silently like this, watching her face go from twisted to more twisted, watching her blood spurt out in big gulps, watching her snow-white peaks under her neck get dyed like pig's blood sausage, watching her despair, her life passing little by little, until finally, like the wilted wildflower, she completely withered. She too went limp. Nandong Wanner looked at the sky. Despair echoed in her ears. Powerlessness and unwillingness stirred in her chest. She had never thought that the teenager was actually this rogue and that ruthless. She's not happy about it. The world, however, had begun to fade until it was finally consumed by darkness. The moment the pupils laxed, Nandong Wanner died. Jiang Xian walked to Nandong Wanner's corpse and slowly squatted down, looking at her calmly as usual, truly as if he was looking at a wild dog that had died by the side of the road. Not a ripple could be seen on that handsome face, He removed the spatial ring from Nangong Wanner's hand without haste, pulling over the few places on the corner of her coat that had not yet been soaked in blood, and wiping the blood from the ring dry. Putting it in front of his eyes, he looked at it with a satisfied expression, and get up, standing tall, looking down on the corpse. For whatever reason, he ghosted a white cloth from his storage bag and casually threw it to the ground. The white cloth shook in the wind, and it was actually impartial, precisely covering Nangong Wanner. To himself, he said, "In your next life, live a decent life." In fact, the moment Nangong Wanner was willing to sell her body in order to live, Jiang Xian would definitely kill her. Women who are so open-minded are the most frightening. Staying, it will be a scourge. Jiang Xian stepped on the ruins and turned away. A golden talisman paper was added to his fingertips at some point, only to see him gently shaking it and spitting out 2 words under his breath. Rain. Then I saw the golden talisman ignite and turn into a wisp of green smoke that disappeared into the sky. Then the wind rose, the dust rose, the clouds surged, and the sky darkened. And then the rain poured down. Chapter 42, 40 Years of Spring and Fall. Ooh-hoo! Wow! The wind turns over the sea and the rain covers the earth. The rain was heavy. The wind was sharp. It blew away the stinging blood and washed the blood and mud from the ground. And the night was buried without a sound. No monument has ever been erected, and I am afraid that no one will pay tribute to it. The miasma that filled the mountain dispersed, but then a cloudy wind blew, carrying a mountain full of nameless and lonely souls. Jiang Xian came from the killing and went from the rain curtain, without ever staining half a drop of blood or getting a bit of rain, taking out a wine gourd, while walking, drinking, young chivalrous man, black clothes like ink, stirring the waves, not to deceive the wind and rain. To this point, the matter of the night came to an end, the matter of the westward journey was over, and the matter of the sunset was considered completely settled. The one thing that is smoothed over a grievous matter is that another grievous matter has arisen. A little later in the night, Jiang Xian lit a bonfire in the mountain field and took a nap. The black dragon egg on his side was bathed in moonlight, the blood-colored lines falling in and out of darkness. The thumping heartbeat continued unabated. Squatting beside the fire, looking at the moon and the sky, Jiang Xian had his own Jiang Xian sorrows, and then he looked at the black dragon egg at his side and muttered, "I hadn't thought that you were really out of the mud and not a demon." Past life. Despite her reputation, night did not do anything against the way, and the world called her a shadow in the darkness that could tear apart the light, but her reputation is still good. A person traveling in the land of fairyland wandering, since the beginning has not done heavy killing things, but it was such an existence that took the lives of countless people with its birth. Just today, Nangong Wanner informs Jiang Xian that if he wants the black dragon to come out, he needs to take the blood of millions of people to nourish it for 10 years before it can break out of its shell. Millions of human blood. That's not a small number, and it doesn't seem wrong that Nightmare was wiped out, either by Night in his previous life, or by himself in this one. The fine print. It's actually a great good deed for the relief of the people. Although his own hands were stained with blood, he had indirectly saved millions of living beings. In the way of heaven and the way of man, all are righteous. Sure, the lives of tens of thousands of living beings in the night curtain were nothing to Jiang Xian, who had buried all beings in heaven and earth in his previous life. The price, however, is that Night may not be born in this life. Jiang Xian had indeed killed many people and demons, more than 1 million of them, and had also buried the whole of the heavens at the end of his life. But that was a previous life, not this life. Killing another million was naturally easy. But there was still Yi Qingling in this world, because she would be there. Izan loved the world at this point. Since I will not kill millions of living beings to wake up the night, he thought that even if she knew, she wouldn't want to see herself like that. Raise the wine gourd, drink a mouthful, but has long been empty. Holding up the wine gourd shaking half a day has not been in the fall half a drop too. Well, that's gone. Slightly lost, hanging the wine gourd back to his waist, his palm shook and reclaimed the black dragon egg, sealing it in a corner of his storage bag. Relying on the roots of the tree behind him, he half lay down and slowly closed his eyes with a sigh of relief. Go to sleep. It's better to be asleep than awake. This was said to myself. It was also spoken to the unborn knight in the black dragon's egg. Later on, Jiang Xian returned to the back of Lixia village's mountain, and went back to his old life, practicing, occasionally standing on the top of the mountain, overlooking Lixia village, blowing through the 4 seasons, spring polyester, summer lotus, fall leaves, winter snow, the setting sun and the evening breeze, the morning and the evening. The seasons turn, the winter goes and the fall comes, the geese fly away and fly back again. Time moves on and the wheel of the year turns. It's that rush. Jiang Xian always stayed in the village of Lakha, to be that mountain nothing, the eternal life on earth child. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about leaving, he just didn't know where he could go. The world is big, like that vast sea, and Jiang Xian is just a lonely boat, not knowing where to float to again. Solely then stayed. Enjoy the solace that comes with solitude, until one day, that last strand of attachment departs. 40 years of spring and fall, 2 generations of flowers. Time does not speak, but it speaks of the vicissitudes of the world and writes of the separation of life and death. The village of Lakha is still in existence, but most of the people in that village were gone, and there were a lot more raw faces, and they buried too many of Jiang Xian's once old friends. Even the grass came to the end of its life that early winter night. I remember that it was winter. The cold wind. Jiang Xian, after 50 years, once again returned to that small courtyard, pushed open the door of the old days, and met the girl who was once. It's just that the girl was still a child at the time, and today it's a dying old woman with only one breath left. The moment the door opened, between the 4 eyes, the grass cried, tears from the corner of the eyes down. Jiang Xian sat on the bed holding Xiao Chao's hand, just as when he was a child. He held Xiao Chao's hand. Xiao Chao knew that that brother of hers was back again. Brother, you're finally back. I always am. You're still so young. You haven't aged at all. Unlike me, who's become an old woman. Isn't that ugly? Not ugly. You'll always be my sweetest sister. Brother, I may have to go. I know. You'll be alone when I'm gone. It's okay. Get used to it. Brother, promise me you'll take care of yourself. Okay, promise. Brother, the luckiest thing in my life is that I met you. Jiang Xian smiled lightly and said softly, me too. Grass squinted the corners of her eyes, which were like the open blades of 1,000 mountains, and weakly said, brother, can you tell me the story again? Okay, what story do you want to hear? Any of them. I like to listen to anything my brother tells me. Then tell the story of a long, long time ago. Grass nodded. Jiang Xiansu said, a long, long time ago, there was a person. The story echoed through the tiny house, the words still so familiar, so déjà vu. Trance. The grass seems to be back when it was a child. It was a sunny morning, a breezy midday, a starry night. She was young then, and not so old, following her brother's lead, running to her heart's content, running and running and running. Grass closed his eyes. His eyebrows soothed. The corners of his mouth rose. It was so kind. His breathing shallow, getting lighter and lighter, until later he could no longer hear the movement. The grass is asleep. She had a dream, and at the end of that dreams, she met the big brother again. Jiang Xian's eyes were slightly red, the tip of her nose was slightly sour, and a different kind of thought surged to her heart. Separation of life and death. Fade out. But it still hurts. He's hurting. The story is finished. The grass fell asleep. The candle flame went out. The cold wind whistling outside the window. It was actually a flying snow. First snowfall of the year. There happened to be such a piece that floated into the house along the crack and happened to land in front of Jiang Xian. Reach out and catch it. There is so much coldness, as in the heart at this moment. Twisting his head to look out the window, his eyebrows were locked in 1,000 pairs and his eyes were sunken. Who says that heaven is not hospitable, and sends one person in the wind and snow? Chapter 43, Going Wandering. That night, it snowed. After that night, there was another small mound of dirt on the hill outside the yard, and a stone tablet stood on the small push of dirt. 3 words are engraved on it. Jiang Xiaoqiao. Yes, Xiao Chao has a surname, with Jiang Xian's surname Jiang. Not only her, but also the pair of children, and 4 grandchildren have the surname Jiang. The day Xiao Chao was buried, Jiang Xian came, but it was treated like an out-of-towner, and he just smiled bitterly, said a passing by, with their destiny, that's all, and the small grass of the family since no one suspected. From what the older generation told me, they only had one relative in the Jiang family, a great uncle who had gone out a long time ago, Jiang Renshan, unheard of teenagers. After burying little grass, Jiang Xian went back to the mountain, sometimes looking into the distance, sometimes fuming. The wind was cold this winter. There was a lot of snow too. He was waiting for the spring breeze to rise and green 1,000 hills. The time wobbles. Winter passed away. Spring came. Jiang Xian waited for that gust of wind. The wind blew road mountain stream banks. Green. Jiang Xian stood on the top of the mountain, bathed in the wind, drenched in a fine spring rain. The river fairy whispers as he looks out over the hazy landscape of the mountains. If you wait to recognize the face of the east wind, it's always spring. It's time to go. April. It should be late spring. Jiang Xian came to Xiao Chao's grave, took out a candy cane and stuck it in the empty space in front of the grave. Standing alone, green grass grows on top of the new mud, signaling new life. There is even an unknown flower blooming brilliantly, which grows on that grave. Standing in the spring breeze, towards the direction of Jiang Xian, swaying and swaying. In a trance, Jiang Xian seemed to see the smiling face from the past waving at him again. She was still very small when Jiang Xian arrived, squinting her eyes and smiling sweetly at him. When Jiang Xian was around, she slowly grew up and laughed happily after him. When Jiang Xian came back again, she was in her twilight years, and her pale face smiled kindly at Jiang Xian. Now that Jiang Xian is leaving, grass is growing on her mound of dirt and a flower has bloomed. And when looking at it, you see that the flower is still smiling at Jiang Xian. The young man sighed, turned around and looked back at the small courtyard. The 2 peach trees also bloomed brilliantly. Just as he came generally, the wind blew, rustling sprinkled all over the ground. It so happened that there were so many pieces that just crossed the stream, crossed the small slope, and just happened to sway in front of Jiang Xian's eyes, and landed on his shoulders, on his hair. Jiang Xian withdrew his gaze and turned around, taking steps down the mountain. Gone. April in the mountains. Wild peach blossoms are blooming. Walking on the road everywhere can be seen falling colorful. Seems to be in the farewell Jiang Xian general. Stepping on this peach blossom rain, Jiang Xian left Lakha village. As usual, taking the same old road, but it was different from the usual. Used to go back, and this time go and don't go back. In the past, going out was called a long journey, but this time, it shall be wandering, going to wander on earth. Taking out a jug of wine, he took a full sip, shook it with one hand, collected the wine, and took out a jade flute, put it in front of his lips, and played a piece of heavenly music while walking. Listen to the valley empty echo, long and long, the mountain wind and its chorus, the wind of the flowers and leaves and its dance, like a lark in the light singing. Singing. Last year in this door today, the peach blossoms on the face of the human face are red. I don't know where my face has gone, but the peach blossoms are still smiling in spring. Many years later, peach blossoms will still bloom in the spring, and Vanshu will still be the same Vanshu. It is said that there was an immortal in the north who cut down the saints with one sword, and there was a god in the west who opened the heavens with one sword. The story is still being told on earth. Jiang Xian, however, is in the mountains, adding a holy to the earth. Yes, Jiang Xian steps into the holy realm with a sword that transforms the wind and rain. 100 years, hidden in the mountains, but also heard from time to time outside the mountains. Heard that the north, the heavenly sword sect was also born a saint, and then it was wiped out. It is said to be quite tragic. Living a new life, fate did not seem to have favored this clan because of Jiang Xian, and the trajectory remained the same. Jiang Xian heard this and laughed it off. Heaven has its own way. People have their own luck. Everything is destiny. Half of it is not human. Since then I have also heard that strife has arisen under the mountain, and that country has been destroyed again, and that city has been slaughtered, and that prime minister has rebelled. Cultivation is up for grabs, and the people on earth are grabbing. Simply put, it is a mess. But, with the king no widow, alone, Jiang Xian since to do his mountain nothing. Past life. Jiang Xian used 500 years to break the holy realm since the third realm and finally became an immortal. And in this life he used 160 years to break the holy realm since the transcendental realm. It's slow, but Jiang Xian was in no hurry. The path of cultivation is about gradual progress. Thick and thin. Fast is better than steady. Just like walking. Running fast is useless. Walking far is king. The path to immortality, on the other hand, is much simpler. Just stay alive. The reason why Jiang Xian was not in a hurry was because he still had time. The battle for the Great Tao was fought overnight. While Jiang Xian was too lazy to fight, he has his own plans. More than breaking the realm to become an immortal, he now wanted to realize the second forbidden spell in the 10 ancient forbidden spells, and there was no shortcut to this process. One could only source the aura of the heavens and earth for oneself, and then after using one's own body as a medium, inject it into the Book of Creation, Song Shing Scroll. This one way. Moreover, the spiritual energy required is very large, but its power is equally great, and heaven and earth are living examples of the same sorrow, and a single spell can bury all beings in heaven and earth and a realm. I guess the second spell is not that bad since this realm of eternity was a world created by the ancient god of creation, so there existed many laws, the laws of heaven and earth. The law is invisible, but it restricts everyone at all times. and he is like that city constable who maintains the order between heaven and earth, as in the state of Van. Then there shall be no immortals. When your realm reaches the peak of saint and the pseudo-immortal realm, your cultivation will stagnate, and at this point, you will need to head to the land of the upper states. Only then can we draw down the immortal tribulation. You can only become immortal by crossing the thunderbolt, and the mortal state because of the laws of heaven and earth checks and balances. The thunderbolt cannot fall, so there is the mortal state of no immortal rhetoric. The main reason why Jiang Xian was not in a hurry was that if he went to the upper state, he needed to make sure that he could survive, and there were quite a few old men in the upper state. There are all 4 realms of the immortal realm. Now that I have broken the immortal realm, I am afraid that against the 4 realms of the immortal realm, I will only be able to die together with one move of heaven and earth. So, in order to ensure that everything was safe, Jiang Xian needed a killing move, invincible and controllable, and the second forbidden spell on the second page of this Tsang Sheng book was Jiang Xian's reliance. That was all he could hope for. If it doesn't work, then it's the third ban, and there's always the upstate that doesn't have her right now. He can go or not. It was better to be king on earth and invincible in the world than to go up to the immortal realm to be a dog and be slaughtered. That's what Jiang Xian thought anyway. It is often said that a family that accumulates good deeds will be blessed, and a family that accumulates evil deeds will be cursed. And Jiang Xian has killed too many people, prone to mischief, no defense, at least at this time in the mortal state. There are no immortals. He is an invincible existence. Seeing the sun set a little, gradually reddened the sky, Jiang Xian wrapped up the work, a long sigh of relief. Phew, almost there. With a startled expression, the tips of his soothing brows twisted gently, and with a sideways ear, Jiang Xian instinctively looked to his side and muttered, "Where did that cry come from?" Chapter 44, Where's the kid from? Jiang Xian got up and looked at the river below the mountain. In the dusk of the setting sun, the river was sparkling, a different kind of scenery. He heard the cries clearly, and they were coming from the riverbank. This river is called the Arakan River. Water turbulence does not lie in the surface but in the bottom, seemingly calm and no ripples on the river. Even the wind cannot ripple too, but below the surface of the river are many undercurrents. Any canoe, big boat over it, no, not sink. So above the river ferry 100 years not see a lowly boat apiece, and he is in this river break. The mountains on both sides of the river are treacherous and infested with fierce animals and poisonous insects. It is not appropriate to say that the population is thin. When it is no one, quiet and desolate is more appropriate. But also because of this, Jiang Xian will choose this place to stay for 100 years. The word sought is the word quiet. But if it is so, what is the baby crying? I don't know what the reason was, but the baby was crying a little too hard, or maybe he had been alone too long, and maybe just out of curiosity. Jiang Xian was actually ghostly seeking the direction of that voice. Stepping into the air, he reached the river bank and saw a delicate bamboo basket on the bank. The sound came from the bamboo basket. Jiang Xian glanced at it and frowned. It's really a child? Originally thought it was just a mountain monster learned that baby cry in this river as a demon, but I did not think that there is really a child. Jiang Xian stepped on the water as if he were walking on a flat surface and slowly approached, leaning down to see that in the bamboo basket was a swaddled baby, crying with tears and howling like that. But when Jiang Xian bent down, his body blocking the afterglow of the sun, the little guy was inexplicably quiet, staring at Jiang Xian with those big eyes like black jewels. Gurgling, the tears follow. Jiang Xian couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows gently. The little guy raised his arms and wiggled and wiggled and wiggled and stopped crying and just babbled on and on. Jiang Xian shook his head. I can't understand. Can't really understand. Jiang Xian wrinkled his face, bent down, took the handle of the bamboo basket with his hand, and with a slight force, but did not lift it. Some foxing, divine sense. The eyes cannot help but sink. Just now he was attracted by the little guy, actually did not pay attention to see. There is another thing under this water. A man, holding the bamboo basket with one hand. He pushed it to the shore. It was a woman. Her skin had turned white and bloated, and she had long since lost her breath, but her hand was still clutching the basket with a death grip. Jiang Xian thought that this would be the child's mother. Sighing, a touch of regret appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, a woman is soft, but a mother is strong. Staring at the little one in the bamboo basket, those eyes were as clear as a mountain spring in this evening sun. Jiang Xian faintly said again, it's fate, so I'll find him a good family for you. The words fell. That underwater body actually ghostly loosened its hands, and the entire body hung up, drifting into the depths along a river of spring water. before being instantly swallowed up by that underwater undercurrent. No shadow, no trace. Jiang Xian gently exerted force in his hands, then picked up that bamboo basket, put it in front of his eyes and looked at it, revealing a shallow smile. Hungry, take you to find food. Jiang Xian, in the mountains and forests, found a female tiger, borrowed some breast milk from it, and fed this tiny fellow. A fire was started, warming half the mountain, and the little one, dreaming and babbling, fell asleep by the fire. Jiang Xian sat by the fire, drink half a mouth of wine, fingertip hook. The swaddling clothes in a corner of a letter will automatically fly out. Yellowish, should be stained with water dew. The wind was like a dexterous hand that automatically opened the envelope and then the letterhead, respectfully delivering it to Jiang Xian's hands. A cursory glance. Jiang Xian's gaze fell to the baby on the side, and a trace of compassion that was difficult for ordinary people to detect flashed across his brows. In a way, the baby in front of him was much like what had happened to him in his previous life, being caught in the middle of a strife for no apparent reason. When you look into it, he's a little worse off than he is, for he had just been born into this dispute, and there's no choice. It seems to have to die. At least he's alive. Some people can't sleep. Jiang Xian withdrew his gaze, lifted the wine gourd and took another sip, and casually threw the piece of letter paper into the fire. Just see the letterhead meet that fire. Fluff! The ground burned. The flames rose high for a moment before they turned to ash and burned cleanly. Gazing at the sizzling flames, Jiang Xian muttered to himself, "The life is as light as an ant." But he was born in a dragon's den and dipped into the dragon's chi, and it became a tragedy instead. However, since we met, it was fate, and he had this calamity to deal with, out of sympathy, and out of humanity, even if he seems to have lost that long ago. But who cares? At least at this moment, Jiang Xian wanted to try to change the child's destiny, since he could not enjoy a rich life. It's good to be unusual. Then, daybreak. Jiang Xian, traveling in the air, left this mountain forest where he had stayed for 100 years, descended the mountain, and walked into the secular world, and with a stick, picked that baby on his shoulder, stepping through village after village, seeking out town after town. Eventually, in a town, he came across a family that pinched and projected. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes and hooked a smile. The 5 elements are born together and the destinies are in harmony, so it's appropriate. So let's go here. Take advantage of the late night. Jiang Xian entered the courtyard, came to the door, put down the baby in the swaddling clothes, leaned down and ruffled a corner of the swaddling clothes. The little one did not sleep, as usual, without crying or fussing, his dark eyes, staring at the teenager in the darkness. His small fleshy hand held one of Jiang Xian's fingers, babbling and speaking in a breast language that even Jiang Xian did not relate to. Jiang Xian didn't care if the child could understand, and softly said, "You stay here, be an ordinary person, and live this life in peace," he said, and peeled off the baby's fingers and stood up, knocked on the wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A woman's voice came from the inner room, followed by the soft sound of footsteps, and Jiang Xian took a deep look at the baby. A hint of bitterness flashed across his brow, took a half step back and disappeared into the night, probably sensing Jiang Xian's departure, or simply hungry. That previously well-behaved little guy cried out with a wow. Whoa, 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 whoa. The wooden door opened smoothly. The candle flame spilled from the inside to the outside, shining on top of the swaddling clothes. See, a woman, slightly fat, born with a kind face, 40 years old. When he first saw this baby, he was stunned, but then he hurried out, picked him up, and looked around. Not a soul in sight, but I heard the voice of an old man shouting in a leisurely manner, "Wife, who's crying?" The woman was delighted, limping half a leg, and hurried into the house, listening to the sound of conversation, accompanied by the baby crying, filled the house. "Old man, look what I picked up." "Well, where did you pick it up?" "On the door. You see, good-looking Lou, or a kid. How can you throw away such a watery boy?" "How do I know?" "Don't cry, don't cry. Maybe God pitied us and sent us babies. Wifey, haven't you always wanted a child? It just so happens. Let's raise it." "Yes, yes, let's raise it. Look how loudly it cries. It will be a strong boy when it grows up. Give him a name." On the roof, Jiang Xian looked up at the bright moon, listening to the cries in the house, and the joyful sounds of a pair of peasant women with mixed emotions. "I am happy that my child has a place to stay, and I am not happy to part with him after spending time with him." Taking a deep breath and soothing his brow, he spoke faintly, "The landscape is nice." Chapter 45, Stealing Half a Day of Leisure. It doesn't matter what the town is called. All the townspeople knew was that there was an extra child in the house of the old tea-selling couple on the east side of town. It's a baby boy, born white, called Dai Jiang, and cried like a baby. And the tea stall outside his family's town had a new regular, a teenager, a robust backwoods man, tall, dressed in all black. He was born handsome. Every morning just out of the stall, the young man will come, order a pot of tea, to the table and sit. A sit is a day. It was only at dusk that they left, and it's out of the way, never in arrears. For the black-clothed teenager, the couple had been courteous and naturally curious. And the strangest thing was that whenever the teenager took a seat towards the tea stall, his own child would stop crying for a whole day. But when the teenager left at dusk, the child would bawl again. Kids, never reasonable. It is so magical. Which once confused this old couple selling tea. Always feel that the teenager and their children have a destiny. Should be a nobleman. Therefore, for the black-clothed teenager, he was a bit more polite. Water was added diligently, and the occasional homemade snack was served. It's just that the teenager's nature is unexpected, and he doesn't seem to like interacting with people, high and tight. This day, early in the morning, the first rays of the sun had just set. The small tea stall was busy. The old man was busy boiling water to make tea, chopping wood and fetching water, and setting up the stall. The crippled woman, on the other hand, was carrying Dajwan on her back, wiping tables and chairs while swaying her back and coaxing the wailing waif. Dajiang is a good boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. But the child didn't seem to buy it and howled at the top of his voice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And the old woman seems to be used to it. Still busy. Only the line of sight intentionally or unintentionally look in the direction of the eastern end of the village. Until the wind picks up. The smudge of black appeared in his eyes, and Fong revealed a flash of snickering. Jiang Xian stepped into the wind and walked to the tea stall without haste, still sitting in his usual position. This is where the mulberry canopy is densest. Rarely get any sun. Sitting here in the summer with a bowl of herbal tea is indescribably enjoyable. Jiang Xian sat down and did not speak. The woman behind the big strong inexplicably did not cry, subsided, hurriedly came to the side of Jiang Xian, smilingly said, "You're here, aha, same old today?" Jiang Xian also nodded, aha. The woman called out to her handsome, the old man, as usual, old grin, "This is coming." When the man made tea, the woman and Jiang Xian initiative to chat a couple of sentences, cheerfully said, "It's strange, you come, my family Dajwan will not cry, every time, and you have a destiny tight Lu." Saying that, he also turned sideways, revealing the head of the waif behind him. It was naturally not the first time Jiang Xian had heard familiar words. Raising his eyebrows slightly, for eyes met with the child, the tiny boy's big eyes, his tiny mouth open, dancing with his fleshy hands, make a babbling sound. Jiang Xian still couldn't understand, but smiled lightly and gave the child a touch of unique tenderness. Some time, the old man served tea, and incidentally fiddled with a plate of melon seeds, and said with the same cheerfulness, "Brother Xiao Jiang, your tea, this melon seed, no charge for you." Jiang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows lightly. It was not refused, and the word was spoken. "Thanks." Early in the morning the guests were thin. Since there was no business, the preparations were finished. The woman was teasing the baby, her eyes and face like tight, sometimes lifting it high, sometimes with her head against the little one's stomach. Every now and then, the little guy giggles and giggles. It was obvious that the woman really liked the boy and raised him as if he were her own. Jiang Xian sipping tea, afterglow 1,000 times on it, since also showed a faint smile. The mother is kind and the son is filial, warm and peaceful. He was thinking, in this life, I also want to have a baby with her, and also live the days of this ordinary mountain family. How do I tell it? If you can become a couple, why don't you die? If you can become a couple, why don't you envy the immortals? The fireworks of the human world can not only soothe the hearts of mortals, but also the sorrows of immortals. Pretty good. The old man ended his own busyness and at some point also came to Jiang Xian's side, wiping his own hands with the whitewashed towel, also looking in the direction of his own wife and child. Inexplicably, this kid, strong, was picked up. Jiang Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Gave a cry. He naturally knew that they had picked up the child, but he just didn't understand why the old man was telling him this. The old man laughed nervously, speaking in a thick country accent. "My old partner had a serious illness when she was young, and then her leg was lame. And I don't understand what the bone setter said, but in any case she was left with a disability, and she couldn't have children. She has always wanted a child, every day to pray to the gods and Buddha. This neighborhood of the gods and Buddhas. We worshipped all. You say what a coincidence. This god really sent. You see how happy she is, before you cannot see her smile. Ah. Jiang Xian lifted his cup and took a sip of tea and said softly, "Congratulations, ha ha ha, thank you, thank you." The old man snorted and laughed a little more nervously, saying, "The boy, though, has a connection to you, too." Jiang Xian may be in a good mood today, a rare interest, so he pulled up with the old man, chatting more, laughing and asking, "Oh, how so?" The old man sat down, radiant said, "Look, this child came the second day. You also came, and this child loves to cry. No one can coax bad, just you came." He stopped crying. "You say strange." Again, the same rhetoric, the same as the woman's. Jiang Xian listened quietly since, half squinting his eyes. It was strange to say that this little guy really stopped crying when he saw himself. If he had to make a point, Jiang Xian couldn't really say it. That's why he chose to stay in the town. Cultivation. Anytime can be repaired. Anywhere can be repaired. Stay in the town is the same. The main thing is that he also want to watch this child grow up a little. That's all. The woman and the old man are not stupid. They had some guesses about such a coincidence. Plus Jiang Xian was too mysterious. There must be a connection. But they didn't care. All in all, it was good that Jiang Xian had no malicious intent, and who cared if the child was related to him or not? Therefore, they are all unaware of this, and tacitly agree that this is destiny. So did the river fairy. "Boss, a bowl of tea." "All right," the old man greeted, getting up and said to Jiang Xian, "I'm going to get busy. If you need anything, just shout." Jiang Xian nodded gently. "Good. Noon is no better than early morning. The town is busy. Pedestrians come and go. Tea drinkers come and go. Fair." Jiang Xian sat withered and closed his eyes. Light fell through the gaps between the leaves and spilled onto Jiang Xian's face, and when the wind picked up, the leaves moved and the points of light followed, staggered into patches. Jiang Xian would always tilt up the corners of his mouth every now and then and whisper, stealing half a day's leisure. The taste of the world is pure joy. Chapter 46. Time rush. Time is like water, and the years go by like a shuttle. Time passes like a white horse, fleetingly and suddenly. Under the acacia tree at the east gate, the tea house remained the same, but the swaddled baby went from his back to the ground, scurrying all over town. At 1 year old, crawling around, teething and learning human language. At 2 years old, walking around with a waddling gait and learning to make a mess. At 3 years old, running around, rampaging, and learned annoyance. At 4 years old, leaping around, going up to the house, learning to get into trouble. At the age of 5, a word is a dry fight. More loss, less win. Arrogance is terrible. Dajiang grows up slowly under the care of this couple, and everything seems to change. At least Dajiang has changed, and so has the couple. Even the business of tea stalls has become much better in recent years. Only the teenager, unchanged. I still come to the tea stall on time and drink tea all day long. Gradually the town got to know him, too. Yet no one knows what he does, because the teenager spends his days drinking tea and fidgeting, never working or doing anything, yet having endless amounts of money to spend in general. There was some speculation. What kind of male son of the family is this running around, stealing time? Others tell the story that it was some rich businessman who got tired of the hustle and bustle and came to the town to recuperate. Anyway, say what you will, but what is known about him is limited to speculation and conjecture, and nothing else. Not even that people know his name. Only know his last name is Jiang. People call him Xiao Jiang. He doesn't like to talk to people and always has a very high-strung look. Good looking. All the girls in town like it. Even the flower girl of that Wind and Moon place favors him. But said, he is very high and cold. And speak with him, most of the time when you cannot hear. Ignore. The girls since also touched the nose full of dust. He is not close to the heart, but no one dares to mess with him. For a long time. He then became a strange man, at least in the eyes of the townspeople, and was revered when he met a great enemy, but favoring such a person. But to this tea stall favor, love to drink tea, and with the tea stall family's strong son, very good relations, always good for a chat. Dazhuang has watched this black-clothed young man grow up since he was a child, and the first word he spoke when he was 1 year old was Uncle Jiang, and when he could walk, he tugged at his coat and wouldn't let go, chattering around him at the age of 3. One by one, Xiao Jiang uncle, called more affectionate than parents. As the couple often speak with the village, Xiao Jiang and Dazhuang have destiny. Good relationship is very normal, and from time to time, Jiang Xian would teach De Zhuang some truths. Let him learn to be a decent human being. Da Zhuang is especially good to Jiang Xian since he will think of Jiang Xian when he has something delicious to eat, and he will also share with Jiang Xian when he has something fun to do. Overall, Da Zhuang, this child, is understanding, filial piety to his parents. At a young age will help his parents to share the trivialities of the tea stall. Polite, reasonable, treating people kindly. Though it's not true that they fight a lot, but Jiang Xian knew clearly what he was fighting for. Nothing more than those kids from the same town teasing him about having a crippled mom, as well as the fact that he was just picked up. Every now and then, Big Strong would then rise to the occasion and fight 1 against 2, or 1 against a group. Losing is the norm, but never compromising. And for that, Jiang Xian didn't ask questions. People always had to learn to work out their own things. Same goes for little kids. The survival of the fittest. At least the fact that De Zhuang dared to resist was something that he, Jiang Xian, appreciated. Day by day, in terms of Jiang Xian, ordinary and no waves. One day at noon, Jiang Xian also asked for a pot of tea, lying in a rocking chair to take a cool. Da Zhuang gray head came back, face and injuries. Crouching down next to Jiang Xian, he poked and cooed at the ground with a branch of deadwood. Seeing her own child injured again, her eyes were full of heartache, and she wanted to go forward to ask, but she was dragged by the side of her father. Shaking his head in disbelief, he wondered what the two had been talking about. Anyway, such things they are used to. Fights happen all the time. Bumps and bruises are inevitable. Jiang Xian was also like this, still closing his eyes, but he asked lightly, "Another war?" Big Strong kept his head down. Aha! The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth gently lifted as he asked again, "Lose or win?" Big John sniffled. "Half and half." "Oh, half and half how?" Big Strong raised his head and said loudly, "5 of them, 1 of me. I didn't lose in terms of momentum." Jiang Xian smiled. "Then it's still a losing fight." Without denying it, Dai Jiang muttered, "Don't you want to ask me why I ate them?" Jiang Xian breezily said, "Don't want to." "For what?" Big Strong pursued. Jiang Xian said softly, "That's your own business. Settle your own matters." De Zhuang nuzzled his mouth, his eyes resigned, and moved closer to Jiang Xian. "Uncle Jiang. Aha. Can you teach me kung fu?" "No. So what do you know?" "Reading." "Reading?" "Yes, read. I can teach you to read if you want." Da Zhuang cut a sound. Despised, "Che, what is the use of reading? You see the town north of Lixiucai. Reading are reading stupid. Maybe one day left to their own starvation." Nerd. I do not want to be a nerd." Jiang Xian side of the head, slowly opened his eyes, staring at Da Zhuang, meaningfully said, "Course increase big cloth wrapped career. The belly has a poem from the gas. Who told you? Reading is useless?" Da Zhuang scratched his ears and gripped his cheeks like a naughty wild monkey, sat on his butt on the ground, spread his little hands and said in a childish voice, "Look, you can't even speak properly after reading. I can't even understand what you're saying." Jiang Xian was extremely patient as well, asking in a warm voice, "You just need to tell me, this reading thing, do you want to or don't you?" Without even thinking about it, Big Strong shook his head in the affirmative. "I don't want to." Jiang Xian retracted his gaze, took a deep breath and sighed softly as he looked at the canopy above his head that covered the sky. "If you don't want to, then don't want to. The truth is in the books, but being a man is at your feet." Dai Jiang was clueless. This Uncle Jiang of his always said something he couldn't understand sometimes, and he was used to it since he got up from the ground and patted the ash on his butt. "I'm going to help." After saying that, he ran his ass off towards the tea stall. "Auntie, let me help you." "You brat, did you get into another fight?" "No, accidentally fell." "Che, lie to the devil. You know how to fool your auntie." "Really?" Jiang Xian half smiled and took a sip of tea from his cup. "Want to learn martial arts?" Van State, the Empire of the 9 States. Stargazer's Palace. Tonight the wind and rain, lightning and thunder. The contemporary lord of the Palace of Stargazers raised a trigram, which showed that the imperial star is reset, and the dragon is submerged in the abyss, a sign of great evil. Late at night, he went to the palace to meet with the current emperor. The lord of the kingdom of the 9 states asked in a deep voice as he was half lying on top of the dragon couch, "Xing Su, what's the hurry in the middle of the night?" Picking Star Palace Lord Half-Su Old Man 5 Bodies in Worship, urgently said, "Back to your majesty." The old minister recently observed the sky at night and saw that the stars were misplaced, so he raised a hexagram this night and saw a great evil omen. The state lord asked in a lazy and casual manner, "What's wrong?" Picking the stars in the palace thought about it again and again. and summoned up the courage to say, "When the Emperor's star returns to the throne, the country will not be a country, and His Majesty's throne, I fear it will be in danger." With a snap, the dragon's might was shaken, so he heard a violent shout like thunder. Unbridled. Chapter 47. The wind doesn't stop when the trees are quiet. In the brightly lit Yangshin Hall, a steep wind through the hall arose, dancing the golden veil and red tent clattered. Candle red swayed here and there, and jade wind chimes tinkled. Dragon face anger. Own mountains and rivers fear of broken power. The atmosphere became solemn and depressing. An invisible murderous aura accompanied by the dragon power rampant flood. The picking star palace master trembled, and even though he had prepared himself in his heart, at this moment, sweat was still overflowing from his forehead. There was even a whoosh of cold air down his spine. When a man is angry, his blood is spilled, and when a human emperor is angry, he is considered to be ambushed by millions of corpses, not to mention the one in front of me, the most ruthless monarch in the history of the Kyushu Empire. Chautauqua. It merely drank, and he seemed to see a giant, rising up on earth. Everyone in the 9 states knows it. This lord of their country has 2 main hobbies. One is good at beauty, especially that of a married woman. 2 good killers, not before the throne in charge of the army, attacking and plundering the city like a massacre, building the capital of the view. When he seized the throne, he killed all the royal family of the Chao clan except for his own line, and even his own father, who was the emperor, was not spared. After ascending to the throne, it is even more immobile, full of the scene, heads rolled down, blood for months. 6 short years, where the people of the 9 states, mention of the current king all talk about the color change. Young children do not dare to cry, women do not dare to sob, the man does not dare to speak. Where the king is angry, people will have to die. Hastily bowing, "Your Majesty, rest your anger." After the golden tent, on top of the dragon couch, Chao Gu sat up, one hand pressed down on his knee, one hand pointing at the star-selecting palace master in the hall, his eyes showing murderous intent, and questioning in a cold voice. "Speak, what evil omen is there, and who is spying on the dragon's throne? If I can't tell you, I'll wipe out the star-picking palace." Picking star palace lord only felt his scalp numb, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forced down the palpitations in his heart, rushed to tell the whole story. "Back to your Majesty's words. What the old minister said is by no means empty talk. That year that child did not die, still alive." "Alive? Yes, your Majesty." Chao Gu heard. "Put down the hand. Also put away the anger." That gust of wind also at this moment rest fell down. The fire candle does not shake. The wind chime does not ring. The gauze tent does not dance. Everything seems to be calm. Chao Gu slowly got up and put his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth with sunken eyes. He knew in his heart who that child was. When the former emperor was destroyed, only a newborn baby and its mother were missing. "I thought it was just burned to ashes, but I didn't think it was still alive," and asked in a deep voice, "How can a yellow-mouthed child jeopardize my country?" The lord of the plucked star palace answered rigorously, "This son has been blessed with dragon energy, and I'm afraid he's gotten a great chance to change his destiny and light up that emperor star." Chao Gu was silent for some time and sat back on the dragon couch. "Get up and speak." "Thank you, your Majesty." Picking star palace Joan carefully stood up and respectfully stood aside. Chaucer asked again, "Possible trace?" "Answer in the palace of the plucked star. It will take some time." Chao Gu said faintly. "How long?" The plucked star palace lord thought about it and arched his hand in greeting. "Give the old minister a month, and he will surely be able to find the general location." Chao Gu took the white jade gothic and drank the agar jelly in one gulp, put down the jade cup, gazed at the star-selecting palace master, and said coldly in an undeniable tone, 15 days, if you can't do it, the Stargazer Palace Master will be someone else." The picking star palace master's face showed a difficult color. His forehead veins were exposed and throbbing uncontrollably, but he didn't dare to say half a word of no. It was only to be answered with a stiff upper lip. "Your Majesty wants it alive or dead." Chao Gu sat upright and smiled coldly. "You're on your own. By implication, dead." The master of the picking star palace understood, bowed respectfully, and sang, "The old minister understands." Chaucer waved his hand in a gesture. "I am tired. Go down." "Nah." Palace master picking star respectfully exited the nurturing heart palace. Chao Gu exerted force in her hand, and jade gothic snapped and shattered in response, rubbing her 5 fingers together. That hard jade shattered into countless pieces and spilled under the dragon couch. Chao Gu stared at the jade cup powder in her hand. The corner of her mouth rose, and the bottom of her eyes brushed a hint of hostility, as if she had crossed a layer of gray. The emperor's breath? Ha! It's the dragons that are chopped. They all have to die. The star-picking Sky Lord walked out of the great hall, and the wind that greeted him blew away the haze that covered his body with such a refreshing breeze. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and as if he had been pardoned, his entire body looked up at the starry sky and whispered to himself, "The sage does not deceive me. Accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger, and a vicious tiger at that. If you tell me, you will be in danger. And if you are involved, if you make a mistake, you will be killed. If you count out and don't tell, really let the son of the late emperor exist in the human world. One day by the king no, is also a death. And not only he will die, the entire star-selecting palace will be spared. So it's a pain in the ass to say or not to say. But when he was in his position, he couldn't help but plan his own affairs. He had no choice. From the time he chose to step onto the boat of Chaogong, he was doomed to not be able to do it alone. A gentleman does not stand under a fence. Nay, the world is full of dangerous walls. Harm. With a sigh, the middle-aged palace master exited the palace and returned to the Plucked Star Palace, gathering his men and rising for a while to steal the heavenly Chiasu and locate where the dragon Chi was. It should be east of there. Small town. The days were not rushed as usual, and one day after a fresh rain on the empty mountains, the weather was late and a bit sluggish. From time to time, we see acacia leaves falling, fluttering. Even if it is stained with water, the wind will also be pursued, and sometimes there are so many pieces will fall on the table, will also happen to fall in the cup. Perhaps it also wants to sneak a sip of this late fall strong tea. Dazhuang still did not read Zhang Xian since he did not teach him to practice martial arts. As for the reason, he cannot say clearly, if it is necessary to ask. That is, Dezhang is too young, the root bones have not grown all the way, and the spiritual roots have not grown. In the Hori, immortals and mortals, regardless of their age, need to be 6 years old before they can practice the way of cultivation. It's a God-ordained fate. But, even if the spiritual root was not opened, Zhang Xian knew clearly that Dazhang could practice martial arts, and could also cultivate that longevity technique. However, although Dazhuang has cultivated the immortal bone, the fate is too thin. Ordinary life, since there will not be a great time, there will not be a great moment of decline. But if you cultivate immortality and practice martial arts, that's not necessarily true. I'm afraid his destiny won't be able to support the cause and effect he's carrying, and he's bound to have many robberies. It is often said, it is true that if you have 8 feet of life, you don't want a 10-footer. Therefore, this is not taught. But will it really be smooth sailing if you don't teach? Not necessarily. The sky was just clearing, still a little overcast in late fall, and the acacia trees clattered in a startling autumn breeze. This wind came in an odd way and brought more than just a chill. Zhang Xian, who had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, his ears lightly moved and slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the fallen leaves in the cup, on which the tea swayed and caused a circle of ripples. Zhang Xian tilted his head, raised his eyes, and looked at the wind-shocked tree and the leaves chasing the wind, frowning lightly and muttering, "Trees want to be quiet but the wind won't stop." And in the meantime, a few miles outside the town, to hear the sound of horses' hooves, to see the mountains and fields of flags to cover the sky, raising dust millions. Hiya, hiya. Chapter 48, Unwarranted Disasters. The mountain rain has just broken but the wind is full. The sky seems to have a cloud that is pressing towards the small town. Non-black, should be red. Zhang Xian ignored the fact that the tea in his cup had fallen on an acacia leaf and drank it all by himself, calling out, "Strong." Hearing this, Dazhuang came trotting from within the tea stall and stood in front of Zhang Xian, staring with a pair of big round eyes and asking, "What is it, Uncle Jiang?" Zhang Xian raised her eyes and saw a smudge of pot black on Dazhuang's cheek, instinctively raised her hand, gently wiped it away with her thumb, and said softly, "Tell your parents that the stall is closed for the day, and that it's not for sale." Dazhuang subconsciously touched his face and cocked his head in disbelief. "For what?" Zhang Xian's eyes moved away to look outside the town slowly and said meaningfully, "The town is not peaceful today, and I fear a gale." Dazhuang do not understand. Clear eyes penetrate the stupidity, so do not say anything. Looking at the town outside obsessively, only think the wind what is so terrible. It's just a rainstorm. Go. Zhang Xian spoke out to urge. Destrong scratched the somewhat disheveled hair and nodded in response. Oh. Although he didn't know why Uncle Jiang said what he said, he could feel that Uncle Jiang didn't look like he was joking, and for this teenager, he already trusted him, and willing to listen to him. Jogging away, he came to his father and his mother, and exchanged some gestures. during which his mother and his father threw their eyes at Jiang Xian from time to time. The regulars don't know what they said, but when he saw them start to turn off the fire and close the stall, the strong father did not forget to refill a pot of hot water for Jiang Xian, but he did not dare to ask more questions, and after saying goodbye, he left in a hurry. Take one step and look back from time to time to see the river ferry. Just when they just moved, the town's east door ran into a small boy, hot and panting, while losing his voice and shouting, "The Blood-Clothes Army is coming! Everyone run for it! The Blood-Clothes Army is coming! All run away!" The streets of the town, whoever heard this statement, all stopped to watch, looked more horrified and puzzled. Confusion and uncertainty. One was in a cloud of uncertainty. A strong man blocked the way of the boy and questioned, "The Blood-Clothes Army? Which Blood-Clothes Army are you talking about?" The startled boy stammered, "And which else could it be? His Majesty's Blood-Clothes Army." Upon receiving certainty, the 8-foot man actually trembled, and was so shocked that he retreated several steps, nearly sitting on his butt on the ground. The whole man was as godlike as if he had seen a ghost, muttering to himself, "When the blood-clothes cross the border, not an inch of grass can grow, and when the blood-clothes go on the march, they will not stop dying. How did the blood-clothes army come to our town? And how did it happen?" Turning his head, he picked up his own waif and dragged his mother-in-law to the other side of town. "Run, get home, dang dang, don't yank me, the dishes haven't been taken yet? What time? More dishes, if you don't run, you're going to die." The other people who reacted, since they also showed panic, their eyes appeared alarmed, threw down the things in their hands, and fled one after another, in the blink of an eye. Then there was chaos, cacophony and shouting. Those who run away, and those who close their doors. "Come on home, all of you, the devil is coming, all hide. Mother, wait for me, whoa whoa whoa." Footsteps, shouts, the shattering of things falling to the ground and the cries of babies mingled. From the southeast and northwest, the run was a mess. It is not a word for chaos. The 3 members of the Dezhuang family had been in the middle of it since, but fortunately, they had listened to Jiang Xian's words and were one step ahead of the others, so they didn't look so wretched. The crowd dispersed, as if they were fleeing from a calamity. Not long after, the entire town east gate of the busiest street section will have been empty. No one. The autumn wind over, the depression rose, its oozing desolation. But see a young man, sitting steadily in front of the table below the acacia tree, calm and collected. A large set of Tarzan collapsed in front of the face without changing the color of the heroic spirit. On the other side, Da Jiang, who was rushing towards home, listened to the chaos behind him, and from time to time, he looked back at the tea stall and asked, "Ah, father, what are the blood-clothes army? Why are people so scared?" Father Dezhuang took Dezhuang's hand and said in a panic as he ran, "Those aren't people. They're a bunch of demons. Demons from hell." The woman at her side also said in horror, "Yes, I heard they eat people." Dezhuang didn't quite understand, but judging from his parents' reaction, it was right that this so-called blood-clothes army was scary and dangerous. The small face showed anxiety. "What about Uncle Jiang?" "It's okay, your Uncle Jiang is not an ordinary person." "Yeah, let's hurry home." With his eyes hanging down, Da Jiang suddenly broke away from his parents' grip with force, turned around and ran towards the place he came from without looking back. It seems to have made some kind of determination to go against the crowd. The old man and the woman were busy shouting, "Stronger, what are you doing there? Come back soon." "Ah, father and mother, you guys go back first. I'll go find Uncle Jiang." "Get in the way. This brat don't want to die." Strong his father, "Don't just stand there. Go and drag your son back." East gate of the village. The crowd has long since dispersed. This side of the clamor stopped, but the other side of the cacophony has risen. Hoofs day, war horse neighing, warriors high drink. When I heard the battle flag break the wind, occasionally, a sharp arrow breaks through the air, and a woman is seen outside the town, running cloaked and panicked, with one foot just stepping into the town. Behind her, a sharp arrow pierced through her chest and hit the ground, and the woman fell to the ground with a loud bang, her blood staining the ground in an instant. Outside the town there was a man with an arrow feather stuck in his leg, dragging his lame leg as he ran hard toward the town, dragging a trail of blood behind him. Faces twisted in terror, cries for help were muffled by the noise. Suddenly saw a horse rushing, red clothes wind blood, the long sword in his hand swung, swept through a moment, a head will fly high, rolled down to the ground. In the long sky raised a puddle of blood mist. Life is frozen, and so is the expression. Hiya, hiya, hiss, kill, help. Outside the town dusty, chaotic even more, killing and shouting, no less than 1,000 riders seemed to run wild, all red, like a bloody fire cloud. In addition to hoofprints all over the ground, anonymous corpses were left behind wherever they passed. It buzzed and roared. The ground is shaking. The wind is a little stronger. The table teacups jump from time to time. The head of the acacia leaves such as that thin snow rustling down. The army is pressing in, rushed into the town, but saw the streets empty. Autumn wind, crotch horse restless, should be aware of fraud. The cavalry began to form up, tightened their reins, and actually surrounded but did not attack. Few dash. Above the long street, war horses pouting hooves, war flags hunting, sword shadows and sword lights. Countless gazes have since landed in front of that tea stall, under the acacia tree. On that teenager, the young man, dressed in black, sat steadily at the table, drinking tea to himself, oblivious to everything on his side. This kind of calm, this kind of aura, absolutely very human, should also be a person in the practice. The armored soldiers showed their own gloomy faces, each eyeing the other intently. Must time. A path was made in the procession, and a large date red horse carrying a stout man traveled in front of the people. This person was a general, clad in heavy armor, red-ing valiant, holding a heavy sword, glancing at Jiang Xian with teasing eyes and light disdain. The long sword pointed forward to the center of the town and grinned. Not a single one. Chapter 49 Manifestation in front of people. Smell the order. Horses whistling, warlike intent, a tug on the reins. They want to charge into battle and kill the world. But at that moment, a cloudy wind rose in the streets, hooting and wailing, pounced on the face, wrapped in fallen leaves and debris sprinkled all over the sky. The horse under the crotch alarmed, actually not a step forward, tilted the front hooves, hissing wildly. Hiss, hiss. The wind came strangely, but also came in a hurry. The armored soldiers have not yet had time to react. They were mesmerized. The leading general is no exception. He was seen waving his embroidered robe in an attempt to swat away the dust that was swooping in front of him, but he saw a flash of cold light in the wind and blinked. Miso. A kitchen knife actually came right in front of his eyes like this, hovering at the center of his brow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The general was startled. His pupils plummeted, and panic rarely welled up. Another boom. There was a thud on the ground. The chopper suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny fragments that splashed like iron. And the moment the knife shattered, an airwave actually erupted. Phew! Directly that general, as well as the front row of soldiers and crotch horses, all lifted out, have smashed into the ground. Ouch! Ah! What's going on? Thousands of blood-clothed army in chaos, wailing. That is, people are not chaotic, but the crotch of the horse has been scared. And after, the wind stops and the dust falls. It's just an instant. Thousands of armored soldiers were confused. The wind came and went without a sound, and a chopper turned into iron and splattered all over the place, overturning hundreds of Hans in the process. There was also a general of the 6th realm of Qi refining in this group, since they are all looking around with swords, eyeing each other intently. That general did not care about the flesh that had been thrown into a raw intense state. He stood up with a sidestep, and with a move of one hand, his heavy sword entered his hand, and made that chop into the air. Drinking. Who is pretending to be a god? Come out for me? At this moment, the blood-clothes army bunch was confused. Everything happened too fast, too bizarre. If it is not the gods and ghosts, then it can only be the hand of a high person. These are the only two possibilities. There is no other choice. But the call was not answered, and the burly general put away his panic and finally landed his eyes on the black-clothed teenager. Gruffly questioned, "Did you do this?" Jiang Xian leaned on the back of the chair, eyes closed, his fingertips gently knocking on the desktop, sending out a da-da-da-da-da echo that was particularly clear in this room. Self spoke without haste. The dew is cold and will condense also. Today's cold dew. It is not easy to travel. In vain to move the sword. There will be blood. Will die. Jiang Xian's inexplicable turn of phrase, hearing the crowd of blood-clothed guards look at each other. Their hearts were so weak that they couldn't help but shrink back. It's sparsely populated. That general, however, was oblivious, and threw his long sword heavily to the ground in a resounding warning. Pretending to be a god. I don't care where you come from and what kind of god you are. In the boundaries of the Kyushu, when has my blood-clothes army ever backed down? I'll tell you this, the blood-clothes army's business has nothing to do with you, and if you block it, you're the enemy of my blood-clothes army, and the enemy of my Kyushu. Jiang Xian sneered and opened his eyes slowly. glancing at the crowd with his afterglow, and with just one glance, he breezed out, "Tiny Kyushu, a tiny place, a mere 1,000 pawns, less than ants. Where did you get such a big mouth?" The general's eyes were lowered, although he knew very well that the young man in front of him was by no means a good person, and his realm was afraid to be above his own, and his heart was fearful of himself. However, as a blood-clothed army captain, always cruising the edge of life and death, since it is not afraid, in addition to their own back is the current monarch of the Kyushu, it is also a holy one in the mortal state, since it is not false, but out of instinctive scruples, or nonsense road. "Again, today's matter has nothing to do with you, quickly retreat, otherwise," Jiang Xian said softly. "How else?" the general snapped. "The only way to stop my troops is to die." Jiang Xian disdainfully laughed. The divine thought moved, the eyes floated in a flashy wave of light, and saw a sword whistling out of its own side, and between the rise and fall, pierced the long wind, and steadily landed in the place a few meters in front of 1,000 pawns. The blade of the sword was sharp and cold, the trembling of the sword remained, and the sound of the sword could be faintly heard. Jiang Xian lifted the cup up, put it in front of his lips and blew. His body leaned back, lethargically leaned back in his chair, took a sip, and sauntered without alarming the sermon. "I'm still in charge of this today." The words were slightly lulled, and in a flash of astonishment in Jiang Xian's eyes, he saw a saintly Dharma body manifest out of thin air, and then rose up from the ground. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, until it covered the sky and was too high to see. The sunny day suddenly darkened, the space distorted, the 10,000 sunken wheels, and the fiery winds rose up in all directions. Jiang Xian said word for word, "Since whoever passes this sword, kill." The words were not loud, the tone was not heavy, but Manhwa added a wisp of saintly intent belonging to Jiang Xian, just like that flood bell. When it rang, it was deafening and drifted far and wide, especially paired with this Dharma body in front of them. Everyone present was alarmed. "Look up to the Dharma." Amazing! Upon hearing this sound, the ears buzzed and roared, the brain went blank, and the warhorse bent its head and lowered its lofty head. Thousands of pawns palpitation, frozen like a chicken. At this moment, as if in the Shura hell, see a god, scrutinize themselves. If a mole cricket, in the snap of a finger, it is ashes and ashes. Quiet, deadly quiet. One by one, the armorers stared at each other, only to feel their scalps numb, their entire bodies trembling, and fear stirring in their chests, making them unable to resist the urge to flee, only to find that they couldn't move. The residents of the town through the cracks in the doors and windows, see this shadow, but also open mouth, such as to see the real fairy, cannot help but want to go to kneel and worship. Dazhuang family is also among them, has long been like falling into the clouds, as if by the sunny day of the sharp thunder split in the stake, cannot say half a word. Mountain town, there is actually a saint? The boy in black, surprisingly, it's a saint? Moreover, it was still a peak saint? Outrageous, ridiculous, incomprehensible. Even that battle-hardened general, at this moment, the weapon in his hand fell off from his palm as he looked up at the Holy One and stuttered. "Saint, a saint, actually a saint." Behind the thousands of pawns is also similar. A long time ago no longer have just the bottom of the air and killing intent, there is only fear and helplessness. What to do? 100 feet, peak saint, we're going to die, aren't we? They panicked, their feet didn't dare to move half a step forward, nor did they dare to move half an inch backward, they only dared to stay where they were. Even their breathing was very small, afraid of displeasing the saint. Just one finger, then they will be left with no bones, and they will fall into Shura forever. Countless confusions and questions flashed through his mind, but they were no match for the 100 ways to die that were being projected in his mind. The general stabilized his mind, arrogance no longer, arched his hand and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Holiness. I hope you'll forgive me for my late generation's irrationality and impulsiveness." The rest of the armorers followed their example and paid respectful obeisance. In the state of Van, saints like God, not only is the existence of invincible, or a symbol of status, mortals see when worship, not to mention the one in front of him, or peak saint, even though the military order is as hard as a mountain, but facing a saint, there is no chance of victory, and do not dare to be reckless. If it is true that the saints are offended by themselves, the saints relocate their anger, the country will not be a country. And this is something they still know well. Jiang Xian did not deliberately make things difficult. Seeing that the deterrence was effective, he put away his Dharma body, took a sip of tea, and gently spoke a word of truth. "Roll." Chapter 50, A Word to Retreat from 1,000 Horsemen. Lips and teeth flicked out in a faint word, but it was like that rolling thunder into the ears, and the sea of consciousness was churning with great waves and monstrous booms. Thousands of war horses foamed at the mouth, one after another lying on that ground, staring at their eyes and horses, stirring their legs, saying that they were dead. Those blood-clothed guards with a low realm of chi and blood surged. Most of them spat out blood, dyeing that armor even redder. And even worse, their eyes rolled over and they fainted to death. Just this word, the blood-clothed guards, which were so prestigious and feared in the 9 states, had collapsed. It's a self-induced sigh of relief. Sage, it's really scary as hell. The leading general did not dare to have a moment's hesitation. Hastily a series to the ground, pick up the ground blade, decisively ordered the retreat. Back. Thousands of armored soldiers were like being pardoned, picking up the blades that were off the ground, carrying their comrades who had fainted and died of serious injuries, as well as dragging up the already dead war horses, fleeing like mad. It is like a torrent that leaks 1,000 miles from a levee, coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry. It just comes with a sword and a horse, and leaves with a helmet. But to hesitate for even a second, that's disrespecting your life. But I have to say, it was quite understandable, and went away cleanly, without leaving half a corpse behind. It could make an army as bloodthirsty as life. This wretched. It is evident that the power of a saint is by no means ordinary. The blood guards retreated, far away from the town outside, the town's east gate, and returned to the usual calm. As usual, the occasional wind shot down the acacia leaves. However, the residents of the town were still immersed in the scene just now and had not returned to their senses. There was a saint in town who retreated 1,000 horsemen with a single word. This scene was like a dream. Even though it was really happening in front of their eyes, they still felt a little unbelievable. Did I even wonder for a moment if I was seeing things? That teenager who used to be plain and ordinary, that teenager who they privately spoke of as a weirdo, was actually a saint? Such a factual truth is nothing less than opening your eyes in the morning and seeing the sun rise in the west. They went from panic, to shock, to worship, to confusion at this very moment, with their emotions rising and falling and their brains going blank. The look in his eyes changed as he peeked at the teenager. It gets complicated. There was gratitude, there was respect, and likewise there was fear, especially those who had once talked about Jiang Xian behind his back. Their hearts were flustered, and they only spun in circles anxiously. It's over, it's over. He must have heard what we said. He won't hold a grudge against us, right? SHHHH. Keep it down if you know. Who are the saints? It's like an immortal god. They can hear everything if you fart 2 miles away. Not to mention the fact that they speculate so loudly about him during the day. However, as things had already come to this point, it would not help, and they could only pray that the saint would be generous and would not see eye to eye with them. Sure, the ones with the most complicated mood swings and ups and downs were, of course, the Da Jiang family. Da Jiang. Needless to say, Da Jiang's parents were numb as a whole. At the thought of a saint drinking his own tea every day, they didn't even know whether to be happy or excited. All in all, it's a mess. They didn't know what to say. They had always known that Jiang Xian was not simple, but they had never imagined that he would be this uncomplicated. As for Big Strong, not only are they not afraid, but they are also excited. And if they weren't being tugged by their parents, I'm afraid they would have rushed out long ago, eyes glowing, waving her little fists, leaping. Uncle Jiang is so powerful. Still saying I don't know martial arts. I must learn martial arts from him and become as powerful as Uncle Jiang. The woman and the big man also just shook their heads, dotingly looking at their children, the corners of their mouths coincidentally presenting a touch of helpless bitterness. Immortals and mortals are different. Cultivation above all else. If the saint was truly willing to accept his own child as a disciple and cultivate the way of eternal life, they would naturally be happy. But, if they practiced, they would have to travel far away, and they could not afford to do so. Again, it's complicated. Both afraid that Jiang Xian will not accept Dazhuang, delaying the child's great future, but also afraid of accepting. Dazhuang will not return, and only consoled myself by thinking too much about thinking too much. The other side, Jiang Xian, who had retreated from the blood-clothed army, was not ready to get up and was still slowly sipping his tea. Although it is unusual mountain tea, but still let him drink a fine incomparable. Seems to also be able to taste 100 flavors between individuals. It was only when the tea was finished and the cup was empty, dropping the cup on the table and refilling it, that Jiang Xian spoke faintly. Stop hiding and come out. The words fell some moments later, but see the east door corner appeared a young man. High said 7 feet, not fat and not thin. long and beautiful, delicate face. Features, long hair casually draped behind, wearing a dark green wide robe, looked a little like that handful of readers. There is also a sense of dandruff in the brow, only the seeming fury under his eyes was less than facetious. It's a Confucian, but not exactly. After he appeared he first bowed to Jiang Xian from afar before slowly moving forward. The distance he took with each step seemed to have been deliberately calculated. A little is not too long. A step is not too short. He didn't stop until he walked to the sword that Jiang Xian had set up, took out a flawless white handkerchief from his pocket, bent down, carefully wrapped the sword in the handkerchief and gently pulled it up. Getting up, he held his sword in both hands and continued walking towards Jiang Xian. Although Jiang Xian lifted the pot to pour tea, but the afterglow will also be this seen in the eyes, gently raised eyebrows, the heart sighed a sentence. It is also considered decent and should be a gentleman. Interesting, only to see that youth, finally walking to Jiang Xian's table, offering up his long sword with both hands, owing his body, and respectfully saying, "Elder's sword." Jiang Xian scanned the teenager from top to bottom, and with a pick of his fingertip, the immortal sword swished back into the ring in Jiang Xian's finger. The youth bowed his head in a pause and took half a step back. Standing in a disciplined manner, Jiang Xian tapped the tabletop to signal, "Sit." The youth bowed, hiding the panic in his eyes, and said weakly, "The late generation wouldn't dare." Jiang Xian did not force the issue, sipped the tea and said in a breezy manner, "3 words, make it clear and let you go." The youth's eyebrows wrinkled as he heard this, and he paid his respects to Jiang Xian again as he spoke slowly. Late generation Su Pingan, the contemporary palace master of the Star Remover Palace, sits down as the first disciple, and also holds the position of young secretary of the Delizi. I am here by order of His Majesty, the current Kyushu, to take the life of a man. 3 sentences are 3 sentences, which are concise and easy to understand. There are no more than 3 questions about people and things in the world. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? That's all. Jiang Xian raised his long eyebrows lightly and subconsciously nodded his head, seemingly quite satisfied with his answer. The falling cup was yet another intriguing statement. I think it's not just about killing one person, it's about slaughtering this whole town. Su Pingan did not retort and said frankly, "Manslaughter is inevitable in the house of the Son of Heaven." Jiang Xian sneered. "Ha, nice one at that." Su Pingan respectfully bowed again. The latecomer also has no choice but to do so. Jiang Xian half narrowed his eyes, scrutinized them, and then asked, "I told you to leave. Why didn't you?" Su Pingan's mouth carried a trace of bitterness that was difficult for ordinary people to detect, and he replied, "The person didn't kill. Go back and die." Chapter 51, Asking the World for 100 Years of Peace. Here, Jiang Xian lightly raised his long eyebrows, and his afterglow gave the youth a deep look as he spoke for no reason. "In that case, Your Holiness is very murderous. As I eat the king's salary and serve the king as my father, I dare not talk about the king as an underling," Su Pingan said. Jiang Xian smiled disdainfully, scoffing at the youth's words. The readers always like to talk about some loyalty to the king and the country, for the sake of the world's publicity and falsehood. He was used to it and said coldly, "Stay, not afraid I'll kill you too?" Su Pingan's behavior remained calm, but his forehead appeared to be a fine sweat, quietly sliding down his cheeks. Oddly enough, late fall afternoons are not hot, not to mention that today it is raining and windy, so it should be cold. Late generation is just a nobody, no intention to offend senior. Of course, if I can die under the sword of senior, it is also considered fortunate that I will not be a nameless ghost, and I think that in the next life, I will be able to cast a good berth. A lot of talk, and a lot of heartfelt talk. Jiang Xian smiled with interest. "You're quite a talker." "From the bottom of my lungs," Su Pingan stated. Jiang Xian put down the cup, fingertips gently flick shoulder. "That do not know when the stained acacia leaves slip down smoothly." He smiled to himself. "What if I told you that I had bailed out the man you were looking for? Would you still kill him?" Su Pingan's face under his lowered head was stunned, and his afterglow glanced at the town. Although Jiang Xian's answer was the first time he had heard it, it was expected. "When I came here, the master told me that the son of the late emperor had gained the luck of the Qi, thus giving birth to the dragon Qi, and only then did the emperor's star rekindle. The town in front of me, unusual a mountain while just, there is no hidden wind, more hidden cave. Even feng shui is also unusual. I guess that the so-called Qi luck was having the favor of the saint in front of me. This would also explain why a saint would potentially be in this town, and why he would make a move with them. These mole crickets, heave back 1,000 horsemen." The knot in his throat rolled and his body tilted a little lower. Respectfully, if senior sends a word, junior will naturally listen. A touch of relief appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes, nodding his head with satisfaction, as it can be said that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. And he didn't dislike this dignified and refined youth in front of him, who talked generously. Of course, it's just not annoying, nothing else. Drinking the tea in the cup, he took a long breath and closed his eyes, his lips and teeth lightly opened in approval. You're good. Su Pingan let out a slight sigh of relief and said with a bow of his hand, Thank you for the senior's compliments. The late generation is bold enough to dare to ask the senior's honorary number, so that we can go back and have an explanation. Jiang Xian half squinted his eyes. The light radiating from his slits was that intriguing. Suddenly lifting his right hand, the tip of his index finger gently hooked at Su Pingan's cuff. A 3-inch short knife actually whistled out uncontrollably, startling the youth. Short knife transportation. Yet again. It stopped alive in front of Jiang Xian's eyes, hanging in the air, the blade shaking slightly and emitting a tiny chirping sound. Jiang Xian stared playfully at the small knife in front of him and muttered, Lower grade magic weapon. Not bad. Su Pingan lowered his head and hurriedly preached, If senior likes it, it will be given to senior. When Jiang Xian heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up into a smile. Meh. And then with a parallel finger stroke across the air, the knife flew to the big tree behind him like an obedient family dog whooshing. Cross cuts, upward picks, downward chops, and diagonal carvings. Jiang Xian's long and slender fingers seemed to be dancing. Each swing contained a supreme divine might, and the sword intent was monstrous, and the knife, like a stroke of the pen, fought its way through the thick acacia tree, with sword intent as his hand, a short sword as his pen, and an acacia tree as his paper. He wrote 2 words. The font is neat and tidy, with clear horizontal and vertical lines, and the strokes are magnificent. Regular people look at it and worship it. The monks viewed it as 3,000 sword paths. Su Pingan secretly gazed at the 2 words, only to see the sword chi spreading out, like monstrous waves, awe-inspiring winds, dashing rain curtains, rolling thunder. For a moment, his eyes were frozen and he was actually lost in thought. Jiang Xian's mind moved. The short sword was retrieved. Between the rise and fall, the object returned to its original owner. Ignoring the young man's shocked face, he calmly got up, put his hands behind his back, and left in a dashing manner. The rustling autumn winds, the rustling leaves, and the words of the Jiang Xian are all paid for in this wind. Take a message for me. Tell the world out there that I want 100 years of peace for the town. Within 100 years, if one person dies in the town because of the royal strife, the kingdom of Kyushu is destroyed. The words are light and breezy, but also through the unquestionable determination, the invisible sense of oppression, like the sky, not only fierce, but also unceasing. Su Pingan retracted his gaze and gazed at that backstory in fascination. The black-clothed young man in the autumn wind appears to be so magnificent, high not to see the top, just as his eyes, deep not to see the bottom of the general. Time to look at the teenager. In looking at the acacia tree, Jiang Xian, that fairy, the legendary sword immortal. Yes, above the acacia tree, the 2 words carved are Jiang Xian, and that story, he happened to have heard, more than once. It's about a sword immortal in the northern part of the mortal state more than 100 years ago. With only 1 sword, he beheaded a saint, but more than 100 years had passed, yet no one had seen this sword immortal before. Even the former heavenly sword sect was destroyed, and everyone said that he had gone away to the upper state and become an immortal. And today, but it was standing right in front of him, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead, only to feel that 1 pair of legs had long been numb and unable to move. So scary. The other side. Seeing Jiang Xian leave, De Zhuang broke free from his parents and rushed towards the direction Jiang Xian left, not forgetting to shout as he ran, Uncle Xiao Jiang, wait for me. Since it also passed by the youth's side, the moment the 2 of them staggered, the youth suddenly looked back, and Da Zhuang also subconsciously glanced at the youth. 4 eyes met for a split second, the latter big, strong, slightly suspicious, but just curious, did not stop, continued to run forward. But the former Su Pingan froze in the wind, let that wind flick the full head of long hair. He since emotionless, pupils like an earthquake. In that moment just now, the moment that child ran past, he looked at a dragon, a golden dragon. Su Pingan knew very well that that child was the person he was looking for, and the person Jiang Xian was trying to protect. He secretly lowered his eyes and looked sideways at the direction that Jiang Xian and Da Zhuang had left. Lightly wrinkling his brow, he murmured to himself, what a domineering dragon's chi. Recovering his thoughts and looking back at the town, Su Pingan, who had survived the robbery, didn't dare to stay, and with a single leap, he stepped into the air and disappeared far away from the town. Su Pingan was very clear. When the acacia wood carved the two words, the town was blessed by the saints, and within 100 years, the town would no longer be a town in Kyushu. Half of the 9 states' luck should come to this town. Autumn winds and leaves fall all over the mountain, has changed the earth. After Su Pingan left, sparse movements came from the empty town. Some of them emerged from behind the houses, some from the corners of the walls, and some from the houses. Their eyes dodged. They looked left and right. They whispered, and they were all coy and cautious. As the bold ones approached the acacia tree and confirmed that it was safe, people also came to the acacia tree in unison. Not too long ago, under the large tree trunk, there were many people. They gazed at the two words on the trunk, and the color in their eyes was only horror. Jiang Xian, it's that legendary sword fairy. I heard that he once beheaded a saint with a single sword. That sword fairy is actually in our town. It was sparse, slowly boiling over, hearing someone chant, and then heaving and echoing. The town has a saint, named Jiang Xian. It's a sword fairy. Chapter 52, Being bound in hair and receiving eternal life. There is a small path on the hill behind the town. A winding path, beautiful flowers in the eyes, the feet of the colorful, stepping on it, rustling, at a small winding road. De Zhuang finally caught up with Jiang Xian, shouting as he ran, "Uncle Jiang, wait for me." Full of childish children's voices echoing in the mountains, startled a few hardy mountain chickens, pouncing between not forgetting to scare off a side of fallen leaves, rustling into a mist. Jiang Xian didn't respond or turn around. He just subconsciously slowed down his pace, not in a hurry. It seemed to be deliberately draining the child's strength. He knew the little one would follow, yet he didn't exclude the little one from following. Everything that happened in the town today, cause and effect are all due to De Zhuang. Even if you do not want to fight, but the mountains and rivers of this dragon chi to choose the master. In the end, it is difficult to escape this calamity. It was the karma in the town that he had cut with his sword, and yet it only chopped for 100 years. 100 years later, who can say it? As for the karma on De Zhuang, and the hatred carried, what should be done? He really cannot decide for a moment, but since he had saved him in the first place, he should have protected him, at least until he could defend himself. He had no choice. After climbing a small half of the mountain, De Zhuang finally caught up with Jiang Xian, panting and sweating, his face as red as an apple. Ha ha ha. Breathing heavily, he did not forget to break off his sermon. How do you run so fast? Jiang Xian put his hands behind his back, straight and upright. His afterglow glanced at the little thing at his side and spoke faintly. Maybe it's just that you're too slow. De Zhuang seemed to understand and adjusted his breath as much as he could, and Jiang Xian also slowed down his speed once again. A pair of people in the mountain path. The setting sun in the west, beautiful flowers, light sprinkled on that path, serene and far away. The adults are in front, the little ones are behind, and there are no words relative to each other. De Zhuang looked up at Jiang Xian's back from time to time. His eyes were complicated and he looked like he wanted to say something. A 6-year-old child is not a 3-year-old child. His mind is naturally more mature, and he has his own little mind. Jiang Xian read the little guy's mind at a glance, and while rushing along, he said in a warm voice, "Ask whatever you want to ask." De Zhuang gritted his milky teeth, gathered all his courage, and jogged 2 steps to Jiang Xian's side. Alongside him, with his head held high to look up at his face, boyishly, he said, "Uncle Jiang, you were just awesome." Jiang Xian raised his eyebrows and flirted. "Haven't I always been great?" De Zhuang was stunned and revealed a bright smile. At least Jiang Xian's slightly playful words let him know that the Uncle Jiang in front of him was still the same Uncle Jiang that he had always liked and had not changed. Proudly, he said, "That's true. Uncle Jiang has always been the most powerful in my heart, but now it's even more powerful." "Ha, silly boy. Uncle Jiang, who are they?" De Zhuang asked again. "Who do you mean?" "Oh, those outsiders who came today." Jiang Xian raised his eyes, looked at the road ahead and said meaningfully, "They, are nothing but rootless floaters in the world of men. All of them are just poor people." Da Zhuang only felt that it was too esoteric to listen to, but he whispered softly, "Father and mother said they weren't human. They were demons. They ate people. They were very bad, and everyone seemed to be afraid of them too." Jiang Xian laughed and asked, "And how do you feel about yourself?" "Me?" Big John asked, pointing at himself. Jiang Xian nodded and replied, "Right." Da Zhuang scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "I think they are not evil. They are people. but bad people. I saw them kill people. Well, that big nerd looks like a good guy. He doesn't kill people, and he's very polite to Uncle Jiang, and he even picks up your sword, just like the gentleman in the east of the village. A little pedantic and showy, but a little more handsome than that old gentleman. He finished his sentence with a beat, but did not forget to emphasize one sentence. But compared to you, Uncle Jiang, it's still a bit worse. Dai Jiang gave his opinion. His perception was limited to what he could see. Good and evil, right and wrong was also limited to what he liked or disliked. The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth tilted upwards upon hearing this, hooking up a faint arc as he said intriguingly, "What the eyes see isn't always true, that scholar is much tougher than those on horseback." Yeah, but he doesn't even have a knife? Big Strong said. Jiang Xiansu said, "The sword that truly kills is never held in the hand, but hidden in the heart, and when you're not paying attention, it ruthlessly gives you a stab." Dai Jiang seemed to understand and muttered unconfidently, "But I see he's quite polite." Jiang Xian crossed his arms to face the wind and smiled to himself. "That's because he's afraid." De Zhuang tilted his little head with some trance in his eyes, innocent in their clarity. Jiang Xian's words continued, meaningfully, "Remember, when you're strong enough, everyone you meet can be good, and when you're weak and frail, everyone you meet can be bad." Still seeming to understand, De Zhuang nodded and said, "Oh, I remember." Jiang Xian stared at him playfully. "Really memorized?" Dai Jiang scratched his head and giggled. A little bit." Little children seem to have endless questions, one after another. A question and answer. The setting sun dyed red clouds, the evening sun shy of the sky, and the two came to the top of the mountain without realizing it. "Listen, it's the whistling wind. Watch, it's far away from the mountains. Overlook is a small town, green bricks and green tiles. When I see a few wisps of smoke rising, like cooking on earth, overlook, it is a world, green mountains and far away, goose yellow sprinkled the sky, layer of clouds rendering, like the divine sky Jiang Ke. The only people left in this imaginary world are a pair of people, standing on the top of that mountain, basking in the afterglow of the evening sun, blowing in the gentle evening breeze, letting his robe bulge and his hair dance with the wind. It was a young child. It was a teenager. Only the childish boy asked, "Uncle Jiang, are you an immortal?" Listen to the teenager again. "What do you think?" The childish boy shook his head. "I don't think so. Old gods, but you're not old at all." The teenager smiled. "Then it is not." The childish boy inclined his head in adoration. "But I think you're even more powerful than the old fairy that the storyteller was talking about, and only an immortal would be that powerful." The teenager smiled back. "That is." The child is confused and foolish. "Uncle Jiang. Aha. Why did you lie to me?" Yes, you obviously know martial arts, but you tell me you don't. You just don't want to teach me, do you?" The teenager shook his head, denying it softly. "I'm not lying. That's not martial arts." The child is unknown, and ignorantly pursued. "If it's not martial arts, then what is it?" The teenager looked away and replied in a warm voice, "That's eldritch." The child does not know it, but his eyes are clouded with longing, and he repeats it in a whisper. "Eldritch?" The teenager turned sideways, stretched out his right hand, palm on the small head of the childish boy, gently pressed hard, the corner of his mouth like a spring breeze, smiled and asked, "Want to learn?" The boy's pupils gradually dilated in anticipation. "Think." The teenager smiled. "I'll teach you." The boy's clear eyes narrowed into a crescent moon and he nodded heavily. "Good." That day, the white jade capital in the sky, 12 floors and 5 cities, the immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life. That day, the evening wind rose again, startled the mountains and fields, the fallen leaves fluttered and raised the sky, brushing over the body of the two people, and then see the long hair high dance. That day, the picture is fixed. The setting sun and the evening breeze. The river fairy asked the boy if he wanted to be an immortal. The child replied. Think. Chapter 53, That Town. That Emperor. That day. The families of the hundreds of miles around the town had all seen that sage Dharma body, and had since known that there was a sage in the town. Manifestation before men. And yet no one knew what was going on. Just close enough to see the blood-clad army of Kyushu with 1,000 riders going, and then 1,000 returning, going with the jingo and the battle flag, walking away disarmed and in a state of disarray. As for where the horse went, who knows? Probably guess. Nothing more than a saint's hand can save one, is already fortunate. After the shocked blood-clothes guards left, they went straight to the imperial city without stopping for a moment. and Su Pingon did the same, bringing the news back to the treacherous capital city, and about the town, also in the town of people's word of mouth, gradually known to all, and a new story circulated on Earth, only this time the protagonist of the story so that everyone is déjà vu. Later, that town, too, became noisy as a result. Countless people and cultivators had heard that the town had been kept peaceful for 100 years by the saint, and had come in droves just to get a glimpse of the saint's face and a glimpse of the sword immortal. And the word Jiang Xian on that acacia tree has become a presence that people are clamoring to see. It's often crowded, boiling, although it is noisy and boisterous. People like waves, but the town of that tea stall is still standing under the acacia tree. No one dares to let them move to the side, because everyone knows that. Who was the person behind this tea stall? But let's not forget that Sword Immortal had been drinking tea here for 6 years and had an excellent relationship with the tea stall family, and this sword fairy drank the tea, since also become people must taste the existence of a taste, so daily long lines, often a difficult to find. It can be said that when one man gets a government position, all his cronies get a government position, and this should be the case. It wasn't just the big strong family that profited, the whole town has benefited from the arrival of outsiders. Business is naturally good, and the government does not dare to come to collect taxes, and the town is all out of thieves at once. After all, at the feet of a saint, who dares to make a fool of himself? Only, after that day, Jiang Xian never came to the tea stall again, and naturally the people in the town never saw him again. Whether those who came to the cultivators or the literati, they have pounced on it. One could also only take a sip of the tea that Kenshin had drunk and praise it. Good. Observe the words inscribed by the sword fairy and say one sentence. Wonderful. Then left unhappy. In the Jianghu boast, I have been to that town. Really outstanding people. That's all. This is the tea our sage Jiang Xian drank. How can we not have a cup when we come here? The word of a saint, containing supreme sword intent, worthy of being the word of a sword immortal, truly an eye-opener for me. However, unlike the town's fervor and the people's livelihood, in the distant imperial city of Kyushu, the Golden Palace, the atmosphere was a solemn and terrible one, depressing to the core. Peking Star Palace Lord stood at the side of the temple without saying a word. Su Pingon knelt in the middle of the temple and did not move a muscle, and the surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were all pale and extremely panicked. And all of this was only because that saint on that dragon chair was angry again. It's not just the saints, or the king of Kyushu today. Under the dragon chair, broken jade all over the ground, Chao Ji's eyes are gloomy and hostile. The tightly clenched fist's meridians are exposed, and the words are nearly squeezed out from between his teeth. Damn it, can't a saint ask about earthly matters? Too much of a disregard for my Kyushu. Damn it. But he was limited to violent anger. It was not true that Chao Gu was lustful and brutal and bloodthirsty by nature, but he was not stupid, and the opposite side was a saint after all, even if he himself is a saint. But saints and sages are also worlds apart. If it was really as Su Pingon had said, Jiang Xian's dharma body was more than 100 zhang, while his own dharma body was only a mere 3 zhang, a peak sage realm, or a half-step false immortal realm, an early saint realm, just stepping into the saint realm. Compare and contrast the two, and the highs and lows are obvious. If Jiang Xian was a tiger, it was a tiger in its prime, while he himself was nothing more than a tiger cub that had just been born and had only opened its eyes. Again, all tigers. The former kills the latter with a slap on the wrist. This bit of self-knowledge he Chao Gu still had. Although Jiang Xian didn't do anything to Kyushu right now, he was anxious if Jiang Xian really turned on him for that nephew of his and forced himself to take the throne of this country. How should he react? And what is the response? No, cannot be beaten is not beaten, but he did not dare to make a move on that town. 100 years of peace. Move is the destruction of the country. To come out in the open is to seek death. And as for plotting and scheming, playing with conspiracies in front of the saints is like going to the toilet with a lantern. That's a death wish. Why didn't you kill him back then? Why? A bunch of losers. Su Pingon and the Stargazer Palace Master lowered their heads, not daring to speak a single word in the face of the monarch's anger. After all, there was nothing they could do in the face of a peak saint like that. But even with the silence, the anger hit them like a raging storm. The monarch pointed at the duo and angrily rebuked them. Why don't you guys say something? Are you all mute? I'll let you guys talk? Facing the exasperated Chao Gu, the star-picking palace master stiffened his head. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Things have come to this point. There is no way to return to heaven. Do not be hurting the dragon's body. The loss will not be worth it. Chao Ji's eyes were like cold blades, and his eyes fell on his body, saying, Don't you know astronomy from above and geography from below? Say, can there be any way to crack it? The Picking Star Palace Master let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. In his heart, he was thinking, you are a saint, and you have no way. I am a district of the transcendental realm, and how can I come to the way? Waste. Chao Gu quenched darkly and continued in a cold voice. I told you, if you don't see anyone for 15 days, you're not going to be the palace master. The plucked Star Palace Lord arched his hand and bowed in sincerity. I am willing to take the punishment. Su Pingan, who had been silent all along, hurriedly said, it's my subordinate's unfavorable work. It has nothing to do with the palace master. I, Su Pingan, would like to die to thank for my sins, and I hope that your majesty will make it right, he said and kowtowed heavily. Chao Gu narrowed his eyes and let out a cold smile. He did want to kill people, but he didn't have many people available. Moreover, facing Jiang Xian, a peak saint, even he himself was powerless, let alone Su Pingan. The matter, it can only be taken in the long run, and killing won't change anything. Sneeringly, he said, two losers, quite righteous, get lost, I don't want to see you today. Hearing this, the two of them were as if they had been amnestied, looked at each other, and said a long live. Thank you, Lord. Then he hastily exited the great hall. Don't dare stop for a moment. Get out of here, all of you. Dragon face again. The palace-made eunuchs even rolled and crawled out of the palace. The appearance is very woeful. Chao Gu gazed out of the temple with a deadly gaze, his fury rising up in all directions, and he said viciously, Jiang Xian, what a domineering sword immortal. Chapter 54 Preaching the Word. Unlike the hustle and bustle within the town, the back of the town's mountains are still secluded, but since that day, there has been a young boy running to and from the mountains every day. Again and again, Jiang Xian began to teach De Zhuang the art of longevity, but the so-called longevity art was different from what De Zhuang thought. There was no choking and reciting incantations, no imperial swords across the sky, only a cycle of climbing the mountain, dull and boring. However, the tiny child had no complaints, and from the beginning to the end, accomplished every single thing that Sword Immortal had explained. It was because Jiang Xian had spoken to him that he could become stronger if he persisted. From the beginning, when he climbed empty-handed, in the later years, when he climbed with weights, the deserted trail was trodden out into a wide path. For seasons of cold, summer, spring and autumn, spilled is the sweat of countless, is day after day gray face, go home to fall asleep, but in exchange for the child's eyes of perseverance, and the small but full of power of the strong body. Since that day, Jiang Xian then had never set foot in the town, much less gone to drink the tea in that village, and Da Zhuang had helped out in front of the tea stall without ever going there, even though the tea stall was busy and the tea stall was getting bigger and bigger. Big Strong's parents know what their kids are doing, have sneaked along too. They knew that their children were really practicing with that saint, and they didn't stop them, nor did they speak out. Instead, they chose to heartily pretend they didn't know, just let the days go by as usual, uneventful, and since that day, there have been no officials or soldiers from Kyushu in the town, and even the most basic taxes have been waived. No one mentioned it voluntarily, but we all know what it's because of. The town seems to have become a piece of feng shui treasure, a paradise in general. There will always be countless people come and go and come again, but the population is slowly getting bigger, and people started getting rich. However, for all these changes, Jiang Xian is not interested in. He is still hidden in the mountains. Do that nothing, human affairs, seems to have nothing to do with him in general. A year has passed. Da Zhuang grew a bit taller and turned 6 years old. His roots and bones were complete and his spiritual roots were molded. Jiang Xian knew that the time had come. At the end of one day's weighted climb, De Zhuang called him to his side and told him he could do without the climb, and asked the young boy, swords, guns, fists, swords, what do you want to learn? The childish boy didn't even think about it when he immediately said, Uncle Xiaojiang, I want to learn the sword. I want to be a dashing sword immortal like you. Aspirational. Can you teach me now? Yes, but it will be bitter. More bitter than climbing a mountain. I'm not afraid. Sure. Jiang Xian pointed to a wooden root on the ground and narrowed his eyes. Pick it up. Da Qian picked up the wooden stick and held it tightly. Jiang Xian said indifferently, just think of it as a sword and swing it 6,000 times. De Zhuang looked at the wooden stick, then at Jiang Xian, and nodded heavily. Good. Since that day, the young boy has been swinging his sword, again and again, starting another cycle. And Jiang Xian also not only teaches young people to learn the sword, He also teaches young people to be a person like the sword, rather than bend, and a courageous person who will not go forward. Morning, rise and swing your sword. Twilight, sit and talk. Young children are full of enthusiasm and teenagers are full of anticipation. The following day at noon, the sun was blazing. See a pair of people at the top of a mountain. Jiang Xian was on the left, standing with his arms folded. Big Strong is on the right, swinging a wooden stick, and listen to the whistling wind, repeating a number under his breath. 599. 1230. Suddenly the big strong man stopped, hands over his knees, breathing heavily. Ask, Uncle Jiang, if I hit the air every day, does it really help? Jiang Xian said, accumulating earth into mountains. The wind and rain will rise, accumulating water into an abyss. The dragon will be born, accumulating goodness into virtue. And the gods will be self-satisfied, and the sacred heart will be ready. Therefore, if you don't build up a step, you can't build up a mile, and if you don't build up a small stream, you can't build up a river. Though the way be far, the journey will be there, and though the thing be not hard, the doing of it will be accomplished. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the sky, against the earth, and against all things. One should be down to earth and there are no shortcuts. The sages said, reading 100 times, its righteousness is self-explanatory. The sword is also such a reason. Swinging the sword 1,000,000 times, pulling out the sword naturally God. At the sound of his words, Jiang Xian looked up at the sky and slowly said again, you just swing your sword, and leave the rest to heaven's destiny. The road is at your feet, the world is wherever you want it to be. Just go. Big Strong was clueless, however, he felt that what Jiang Xian said made sense, and because he couldn't understand it, it made sense, and he nodded heavily. Good. 1231. 1232. 1233. One day at dusk, the clouds were in full bloom. On the bank of the mountain top, bathing in the evening breeze, watching the autumn water share the color of the long sky, and the sunset and the lone rushes, Jiang Xian is carving a bamboo sword, and Da Jiang is sitting quietly on the side. A childish child asks as he looks at thousands of miles of mountains and rivers and 10,000 miles of auspicious clouds, Uncle Jiang, how big is this world? Really? Very, very big. How big is very big exactly? Jiang Xian pointed at the boy's left chest and said meaningfully, it's as big as you want it to be. The child was confused and cocked his head. The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth rose lightly, bathing in the long wind and pointing into the distance. The world is small. As far as the eye can see, a leaf is blind. The world is big. Looking up at the stars, sitting on a well and watching the sky. Late one night, the moon and stars were thin. See the wind in the world, so look up to the stars. Uncle Jiang, aha, is there really a fairy palace in the sky? Are there fairies in that fairy palace? There is. What does that god look like? Same as people, I guess. Are you from heaven? What do you think? I don't know. Jiang Xian handed the bamboo sword to Dezhuang, who took it in confusion. If you want to know, then spread your wings and see for yourself. Take it and start swinging your bamboo sword tomorrow. Oh, deep spring. The rain is drizzling. And I hear that peanuts are being sold. And the boy grows a year older. And he swings his sword 8,000 times a day. And his eyes are even more glittering. Don't go out in the rain. Teach in front of the fire. The young man asked, do you know what it means when the sky moves and the gentleman is self-reliant? And when the earth is strong and the gentleman is virtuous? The boy sat with his bamboo sword across his knees and said, word for word, a gentleman should be like the sky in his dealings, striving for self-improvement, persevering and resolute, striving for strength and never stopping. And a gentleman should increase his virtues and carry all things in harmony. Am I right, Uncle Jiang? Well, let's just say it's right. What do you mean? Count. High summer. One more year. The sun is blazing and the mountains are greener. In the morning, when the sun was rising and the sky was white, Jiang Xian and Dazhuang meditated on the top of the mountain as usual. Bathe in the light of the morning sun, run the gong method, and exhale the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. With a mouthful of turbid air out, things strike open eyes. Look away from the mountains crisp. Listen to the wind in song. Seek the word quiet. Jiang Xian said in a warm voice, cultivation is not only about cultivating the body, but also about cultivating the mind. A stable state of mind is the only way to stabilize the great Tao. And when you go out in the future, you will be able to go far. Dezhuang listened carefully, with a complex and changing look in his eyes, sometimes nodding, sometimes wrinkling his eyebrows. Jiang Xian asked again with an afterglow. To wield a sword is to cultivate the body. Then do you know what is to cultivate the mind? Chapter 55, A child becomes a teenager at last. De Zhuang looked over his shoulder at Jiang Xian, hesitated for a moment, his face showed a touch of bitterness, and he replied tentatively, reading. Does it count? In Da Zhuang's opinion, reading was the thing he found the most painful, 100 times more painful than swinging a sword. Uncle Jiang had told him, everything that grinds you will be a fairy. Mindfulness should be about doing what makes you feel miserable until you are no longer miserable. With just a glance, Jiang Xian could see through the little guy's mind, helplessly shaking his head lightly and asking with a smile, you still don't like to read? Dai Zhang scratched his head, eyes averted in denial. No. Jiang Xian smiled, heart to heart, no longer ask questions, but look into the distance. Gazing at the morning sun breaks the clouds, he sent slowly and leisurely sermon. What is cultivating the heart? If I say it in a complicated way, Uncle is afraid that you won't be able to understand it, so I'll make it simpler and you'll memorize it. De Zhuang heard, skillfully pulled out a yellowed book from his arms, spread on both knees, and took out a fried hairpin, humbly looking like a good student. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen, and this is something that Dai Zhang has always done well. You can dislike it, but the attitude is right. To this, Jiang Xian is very pleased, the corner of the mouth tilted up, pointing to the front, the mountains fight to stand, the clear spring stream in the flow, meaningful. For everything under the sun, the mind can be divided into 3 realms. In this first realm, the mountains are seen as mountains, and the water is seen as water. In this second realm, the mountains are not mountains when you look at them, and the water is not water when you look at it. In this third realm, the mountains are still mountains, and the water is still water. Da Zhuang was confused, staring, wrinkled eyebrows. The tip of the pen paused and froze without writing a word. Obviously, he didn't get it again, and not only did he not get it, he didn't write it this time because he was confused. How about a tongue twister? Jiang Xian glanced at it. Got it memorized? Big Strong subconsciously shook his head. That's listening? Big Strong continued to shake his head. Jiang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows. Then why don't you remember? De Zhuang back to God, hastily writing 7 turns, like an earthworm looking for a home in the wrong direction. But the circle is still walking back. Which word can be read? Also just being able to read. As the pen fell, Da Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a hurry, Uncle Jiang, I've written it. Jiang Xian patted Da Zhang's shoulder and gave him a deep look, then got up, shook his sleeve robe, and faintly said, then be enlightened. I'm leaving. After saying this, he stepped on the clear wind and went down the mountain, leaving Da Zhuang alone and ignorant, looking at the mountain, looking at the water, and looking at the words in the book. Mountains are mountains and water is water. Instead, the word is less of a word sum, scratching ears, ignorance, uncertainty and confusion, clear eyes, mountains, water, mountains, so hard, late fall, another year, the dashing rain and the beautiful flowers. The bamboo sword in the hands of De Zhuang turned into a mahogany sword. One day can swing 10,000 swords. Draw the sword can cut the horizontal wood. When a small success, Jiang Xian asked Da Zhang, let me ask you, do you know what a sword is? De Zhuang glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head. I don't know, please tell me, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Xian stood at the top of the mountain, letting the sluggish autumn wind meet his face, ruffling his long hair and bulging his robes as he stood with his hands up slightly. Looking up at the sky, he said in a low voice, what is a sword? A sword is to be furious and unrelenting. A sword is to be self-improving and would rather bend than bend. A sword is to be fearless and would rather die than bend. A sword is a young child. If it can be drawn, a sword is a young man. If it can be cut out, a sword is an old man. If it does not rust, what is plucked is young and open. What is cut off is right and wrong, and what is guarded is good and evil. As he spoke, Jiang Xian merged his fingers across the air, crossing the sword as a chop, chopping up the world's right and wrong without shame. And the finger breaks the air and falls. The longitudinal sword is a cleaver, and swings all the good and evil on earth, without shame. The sword fingers hung down to his side, and his long hair remained high. Since you are practicing the sword, you should cultivate your body. Be a swordsman, be a gentleman, live as a hero, and die as a ghost. Go forward, and if you meet an obstacle, cut it down with a sword. If people block the way to kill, if gods 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 block the way to kill, if days block the way to open the sky. Hearing this, De Zhuang's eyes flooded with astonishment, only to feel the remaining warmth of his hot blood, subconsciously tightening his grip on the peak of his sword. Uncle Jiang, I understand. I will. With my sword, I will be invincible. Jiang Xian smiled in relief and chanted in a loud voice. The rock rises up with the wind one day, and lifts itself up 90,000 miles. Ha ha ha. Rincon. 4 years. The mountains and fields are all in one color, the sky is filled with snow, and the little boy grows into a little boy, chopping down the flying snow in the cold wind. Uncle Xiao Jiang, my sea of qi has become established. Can I cultivate sword qi? Sure. Then you teach me. The sword is in your hands. Just learn it yourself. I wouldn't. Then enlighten yourself. Ha! When you realize your first sword intent, I'll teach you the sword of heaven opening. Can I? That's up to you. What if you can't realize it? Then be an invalid. Day after day, year after year, the town was still the same. The back of the mountain was still the same. And there were still 2 figures on the top of the mountain, just without the children. Only 2 teenagers remain. One is very young and one is even younger. Yes, the once childish boy grew up and acquired the art of immortality, the sword that opened the heavens. In the old days, he always had an endless supply of swords. There's also a reason for not hearing at all. And the unreadable book. A little bit of time is going by, and the only thing recorded is the slowly taller body of the childish boy. From a little nub with a snotty nose, he has grown into a magnificent, jade-like young man. Short hair becomes long hair, the boyish face grew lingering, short little legs that finally took big steps. If you go up to the back of the mountain occasionally, from time to time, you will see a black-clad sword immortal, holding a long jug of wine, either standing on a tree, leaning under a tree, or sitting on the mountainside drinking wine and getting drunk. And within 100 paces of him, there must be one person, also dressed in black, and the head tied with a black belt, on which the word sword is written, swinging the sword constantly, one after another, day after day, fall after fall. From a short wooden stick, it swung into a long bamboo sword, and from a bamboo sword into a wooden sword, until one day, he gripped a sharp iron sword. Even a child has finally grown into a young man. A suave young man who draws his sword and is able to cut out 8,000 miles of wind and snow. Everything has changed. The top of the hill became flatter, the town became more prosperous, and the pair of women at the tea stall became paler. Even the sky seems to be bluer. The only thing that remained the same was that the teenager was still swinging his sword. 10 years of spring and fall, a snap of the fingers. Is that hasty? Time is silent. What's left behind and what's gone is unseen youth. That year, De Zhang was 16 years old. Break the refined god and cast the golden body in order to enter the 7 realms. That year, trouble also found its way to the door again. There were 2 uninvited guests from outside the town, both saints. Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes and said, It's time. Uncle Jiang, who's here? Jiang Xian glanced at the big teenager at his side and replied, How many swings have you taken today? 20,000 now. Starting tomorrow, swing 30,000 strokes. Chapter 56, The Old Taoist Priest and the Chaotix. It was spring of that year when 2 uninvited guests came from outside the town, coming just at dusk, and Dazhuang unsheathed his long sword and descended the mountain. And Jiang Xian also received a transmission from Qianli Jia. 2 saints had come, but they were half afraid to cross the invisible line that Jiang Xian had once drawn. Fellow Daoist Jiang, may I see you? Jiang Xian's divine mind moved and promised a word. May. Wait outside the mountain. That's all. Outside the town. There is a well next to the old road. There is a clearing next to the well. There are a few trees planted on the clearing. One of the big one. About 3 people embrace so thick. The night is hazy. It would have been impossible to see, but the saints were the exception. It was a plum tree, and it is a rare thing on this earth to see a plum tree that grows this big. At the moment the trees are budding and it's spring again, and 2 silhouettes marched under the tree, beside the well, setting down a long table, 2 chairs, a pot of tea, and 3 or 4 jade cups. Waiting, the 2 sat opposite each other. Withered drinking night tea, seems to be deeply afraid of falling asleep in general, so the tea leaves put a lot of tea, brewing a strong tea. The person sitting in the south is an old man. The white hair was coiled on top of her head and tied up with a mahogany hairpin, dressed in black and white Bagua Taoist robes, carrying a mahogany sword on his back, with 5-fingered copper coins hanging from his waist. He wore a long, white beard and had a dry face, a pale old man, but those eyes in the moonlight is looking bright, a radiant attitude, and his age is somewhat inconsistent. But anyone who took a glance could tell that this was a high person, a Taoist master who lived in seclusion in the mountains. Its opposite, sitting in the north, is a middle-aged man, wearing a black fur coat, tall and straight. The face is not considered handsome, but rather very raw and cross-faced, with a short, thick stubble. He looked so much older. Toward the night, he sat down without anger. However, unlike the old Taoist priest with a breezy face across the street, the middle-aged man's face was written with solemnity, and his eyes were filled with thoughts. Since the old Taoist priest squinted his eyes and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, things aren't that bad." The middle-aged man gave a far-fetched smile. The words of the Taoist priest are easy to say. Under the dragon couch, there are others sleeping soundly. How can I be at ease? The old Taoist priest smiled as he stroked his long beard with an air of equanimity. There's no harm in it. The old man is here, so what else can you not worry about? The middle-aged man lowered his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Hopefully, I'll leave everything up to Senior. Ha ha, naturally, the old road will do its best. The middle-aged man stopped speaking, but the prudence under his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Since 10 years ago, from the moment Jiang Xian showed up in the town and preserved the late emperor's son, there had not been a single day that Chair had been on solid ground, much less let down its guard. He was worried all the time, worried that one day, Jiang Xian would kill his way into the deer, kill his way into the palace, and kick himself off that dragon chair. As time passed, the worry in his mind grew even more. Though, within 10 years, neither Jiang Xian nor the child had ever left the town, but he still tossed and turned day after day, and in order to deal with Jiang Xian, he had gone to great lengths to rack his brain. No, it took a great deal to bring in the one in front of us. Out of the mountains came this town. Sure, he didn't come to kill Jiang Xian, but to settle his worries. He wanted to negotiate a deal with Jiang Xian for peace of mind, and the condition of the negotiation was naturally the senior in front of him. It's strong. It was the old ancestor of the current #1 sect in the mortal state, the extreme Tao sect, Venerable Peachwood, a powerful person who had lived for thousands of years. The mortal states recognized #1 in terms of battle prowess. The strength was ranked at the peak of the realm of saints many years ago, and now it is a long time ago that he has stepped into the pseudo-immortal realm, an invincible existence under the immortal realm. Chaucer thinks, only if such an old-timer stepped in could Jiang Xian compromise. Tonight, he brought people to the town. He didn't want Jiang Xian's life, and he could have done without that child's life. He just wanted to make Jiang Xian jealous of the fact that behind him stood the #1 clan in the world, stood the #1 person in the world. To put it simply, it was to use the situation to deter Jiang Xian. I can give you small-town peace, but I want a peace for my world. Thou shalt not pry, or I will not fear thee. That's all. Moreover, to this the Taoist in front of him was full of confidence, and the same confidence in his own strength. Jiang Xian is rumored to be very strong. A sword decapitated the saint. However, he was also strong, and moreover, he represented the extreme Tao sect, which had the existence of 4 saints. He asked for a promise and a guarantee from another saint for this saint in front of him, and the old Taoist felt that it wasn't a difficult thing to do. He didn't think that Jiang Xian could beat himself, nor did he think that Jiang Xian would really fight with himself. Sure, if that was the case, he wouldn't mind stepping in and expending some means to put this matter to rest once and for all. It's just that the price is another price. The two had a glass of wine. The night in the mountains has never been quiet, especially in the spring. The sound of insects and frogs is a large, noisy, so annoying. Just in time, a gust of wind arose, and as it blew, it whistled, and the trunks of the plum trees began to sway wildly. This wind came strangely and blew too rapidly. Obviously not the selfsame winds of heaven and earth. It should be man-made. Chao Ji's ink-colored eyebrows wrinkled at the sound of this wind. For his part, the old Taoist priest half squinted his eyes. The cup in his hand fell into the cup, and he gently spat out 2 words. Coming. Chao Gu also dropped her cup and raised her eyes slightly, her gaze falling to the trees. But there was a man standing on the top of the plum tree at some point. It was a teenager, a foot lightly pointing branches. Do not see the branches bend half a point. Black clothes and black night blend, like one, hanging a wine pot on the waist. Independent of this, a cold gaze looked down on them. The aura belonging to a saint was undisguised and unmistakable. Chaoga frowned a little tighter. He knew that Jiang Xian was strong, but that was just a concept, and he had never met with him before this. And today, the first sight, square one side, separated by 10 meters away. That breath, so that there is psychological preparation for him still palpitating, especially the teenager's eyes. Those eyes made him feel as if he was being gazed at by the god of death. It's dangerous. Yes, just dangerous. More dangerous than the old Taoist priest in front of me. Especially that unique aura. The overbearing aura was rampant in this dark night, filling up heaven and earth, lingering and open. In comparison, himself, the king of a country, on the contrary, is not worth mentioning. When it is ashamed of themselves, subconsciously, he was ready to get up and pay his respects, but was stopped by the old Taoist priest in front of him. A divine thought was suppressed and he continued to sit down, only that his afterglow continued to fall on that teenager from time to time. The old Taoist priest, on the other hand, appeared to be much more stable, and although there was also a moment of surprise, it was only a fleeting thing, turned empty and unnoticed since a half-smile greeted him. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Jiang has finally arrived, making me wait for the old Taoist. Jiang Xian was silent, his eyes remained the same. The old Taoist slightly embarrassed sardonic smile, take an empty cup, pour tea 7 minutes full, placed on the east seat, said, fellow Taoist, come, let's drink and talk. Chapter 57, Deal? When Jiang Xian heard this, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he slightly sneered. It's just a cup of tea, do you think I can't afford it? Bottom line, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, Jiang Xian was not polite, let alone giving them a good face. Chao Ji's hand holding the cup subconsciously exerted itself, and the Chuan zigzag lines on her brow deepened a bit more in the moonlight. Subconsciously glancing at the old Taoist, he tilted his head and asked in a deep voice, Jiang Xian, do you know who this one is who is talking to you? Jiang Xian raised his long eyebrows lightly, a hint of playfulness in his eyes as he casually said, who can it be? Just a piker on earth. Hostility surfaced in Chao Ji's eyes. Obviously he didn't expect that Jiang Xian would be so wildly disobedient, especially in the face of elders, daring to speak out like this. Tang stood up and pointed his right hand at Jiang Xian. You, so rude. Jiang Xian was uncalled for, his eyes flickering. The old Taoist priest pressed his hand, signaling Chao Gu a little calm. Do not be angry. In the face of Jiang Xian's provocation did not get angry. On the contrary, is cheerfully in the middle of the mediation road. All right, no harm, no foul. You're right, fellow Taoist Jiang. I'm just a piker by nature. Old Taoist, unlike Jiang Daoyu, you are a talented person with a jade-like appearance. At a young age, you have entered the realm of saints, and you have even glimpsed half a step of the heaven's will. Your future is unlimited. Ah, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jiang Xian, with a wisp of his trouser robe in front of him, sat like this on top of that treetop, with one hand propped up on his chin, and one hand resting on his knee, lazily. It is often said that old age and not death is considered a thief, and sure enough, you old Taoist are very good at talking. The old Taoist priest was pleased with himself, stroking his long beard with a kind brow. Ha ha ha, is this a compliment to the old Taoist? Jiang Daoyu? Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. If you think it is, then it is. The old Taoist gently arched his hand at Jiang Xian's position. Ha ha ha, then thank you for lifting me up, little friend Jiang. Seeing the two talking back and forth, Chao Gu had a complicated look on her face, putting away that irritable mood and slowly sitting down, lowering her eyes without saying a word. In front of the duo, as the emperor, he was like air, dispensable. He knew himself well. Compared to the two men in front of him, he really isn't worth it, not by a long shot. Jiang Xian didn't talk nonsense with that old Taoist, he was just testing the waters earlier. If the old Taoist made a move, it would save him a lot of trouble. He never minded killing, especially killing saints. After all, who among the mortal saints were not like themselves, with their hands stained with blood and carrying countless karmic consequences all over their bodies? Kill and be killed. There is no psychological burden. Just like the old Taoist testing Jiang Xian, the seemingly nutrient-less conversation between the two of them was like two mountain mangaka cursing in a field. Yet it was full of temptation. Jiang Xian showed the hostility that belonged to him, while the old Taoist showed his sincerity. Jiang Xian said, all right old Taoist, everyone is quite busy, let's get straight to the point. What are you looking for me for? Facing Jiang Xian's inquiry, the old Taoist priest frankly said, the old Taoist has been entrusted with a favor and has come to seek justice from fellow Taoist Jiang. Oh, for whom is it pleading? Jiang Xian was interested and asked knowingly. The old Taoist priest said slowly, the Lord of the Nine States Chao Gu. Jiang San gently wrinkled his eyebrows and glanced at the middle-aged man in front of the old Taoist priest with a meaningful glance. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. Why should it be sought with me? The old Taoist kept stroking his long beard and laughed brightly. Ha ha ha, you're right. So let's say this and have a discussion with you. Can we? Jiang Xian took down the wine pot on his waist and drank a mouthful of it with the long wind and said indifferently. Talk. The old Taoist priest pointed at the middle-aged man in front of him and introduced. Taoist Jiang, let me introduce to you. This is the Lord of the State of the 9 States, Chao Gu. Chao Gu sniffed and gently nodded in Jiang Xian's direction in a more sincere manner than the party. Jiang Xian didn't speak, and didn't even look at Chao Gu. The old Taoist priest continued. Truth be told, 10 years ago, he had some misunderstandings with fellow Taoist Jiang, and today, he invited me to come, just to make amends to fellow Taoist Jiang, and I hope that fellow Taoist Jiang won't hold a grudge, although the other party beat around the bush, but the attitude is still okay. Its own reach out. Therefore, Jiang Xian smiled and spoke softly. An ant can shake a tree. Why would a tree ever bother with an ant? The implication is, if you compare yourself to me, a firefly to a white moon, I will not see eye to eye with you, and I will not take that to heart. The words are hard to hear though, but Chao Gu could only endure it. After all, in the past, Jiang Xian had beheaded a sage with one sword, and he was compared to that sage. Insufficient, but the answer turns out to be good, and that works. Fellow Taoist Jiang really does have a heart like the sea. Old Taoist me, I admire, the old Taoist monk complimented. Jiang Xian waved his hand and snorted. All right, old Taoist, don't beat around the bush, just say what you have to say. Ha 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 ha. The old Taoist laughed, lifted the cup and drank a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and then dropped the cup and got up, pacing under the moon, saying as he walked, in fact, the matter is also simple. Didn't you, Taoist Jiang, bail out a person? That person has some affinity with this sire, to say the least. They are still close uncles and nephews, and they both have dragon's blood in their bodies. Royal things Jiang Daoyu must also understand. For the sake of the world's life plan, it is inevitable that there will be some strife. Sea blood are common things. No, His Majesty had some trouble with his brother back then, but that is the last generation of things, and that little friend has nothing to do. His Majesty remembers the old feelings, want to and that towards the little friend of the ice to forget the past, but also to a laugh to end the enmity. The former past things, not to blame. His Majesty is not in the pursuit of the question, but also to forget that disciple of the friend of the river road can forget the past, and concentrate on the cultivation of that everlasting road. Of course, as compensation, our Majesty has brought a modest gift as an apology. The old Taoist red mouth, white teeth, 3 words, kill the father's revenge, seize the throne of hate, the pain of extermination, was actually said by him and ate a meal, went to the toilet. That simple. It's said with a light-heartedness that's not worth mentioning. And Chao Gu also had the sense to get up, pulling out a storage bag from his sleeve, gently sending it in his hand, and going straight to Jiang Xian between rising and falling. Jiang Xian shook his one hand. Steady catch, placed in front of the eyes, carefully examined. God's mind a sweep, the inside of the things into the eyes, gently raised eyebrows, Xingyi more intense. Chao Gu said, if Senior Jiang thinks it's not enough, I can still prepare some. If there is still a request, you can also mention it. I will try to fulfill it. Jiang Xian weighed the storage bag in his hand and smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, the old Taoist monk struck while the iron is hot. Jiang Daoyu, if you agree. The old Taoist would like to be in the middle as a witness. The promise of 1,000 years of peace in the town, to ensure that the little friend of the peace of this life. How? Chao Gu stared dead at Jiang Xian, waiting for an answer. Slightly anxious, Jiang Xian smiled. The development of things were all within his expectations, and the other party's intention was also consistent with what he thought. Flirting, he said. Why don't you say it more directly, so that the boy and I don't hit that throne? Wouldn't that be a clearer speech? The old Taoist priest stood under the tree, half smiling. Yes, that's the idea. Chapter 58. Don't talk to me out loud. Jiang Xian hung over the treetops. The evening breeze gently ruffled the long hair on her forehead, slightly tickling her cheeks the moment it swept over her face. Weighing the storage bag in his hand, he exerted a little force, and the bag returned to the place where it had originally come from. Chaucer instinctively caught it and frowned. It's... The old Taoist priest was also stunned. Waves of light crisscrossed under his eyes. His eyes narrowed. His expression hidden in the moonlight could not be seen as joyful or sad. The former looked at the latter, who looked indifferent. The former looked at Jiang Xian again, surprised, and said, "What does Elder Jiang mean by this?" The old Taoist monk likewise spoke up and asked, "Does fellow Taoist Jiang feel that you're giving less? Or where is it inappropriate?" Obviously, Jiang Xian's reaction did not meet the duo's expectations, and although he did not explicitly say so, his actions seemed to have rejected it. In response to this, Chaucer's heart was in turmoil. The old Taoist, however, was a bit displeased. After all, Jiang Xian had clearly gained back his face. Jiang Xian is unconcerned, raised the wine gourd, under the moon accompanied by the wind, and drank a mouthful. Light and breezy, said, "It has nothing to do with how much." The old Taoist is still a little hard of hearing, the old Taoist said with a leathery smile. The corners of Jiang Xian's mouth curved up in an arc that looked so evil in the moonlight. Lightly said, "You're looking for the wrong person and asking the wrong person in this matter. Understand?" Chao Gu subconsciously clutched the storage bag tightly in her palm, and her sunken eyes fell towards Jiang Xian. "What the hell do you mean?" The wine pot in Jiang Xian's hand was hanging low, a lazy attitude, and he slowly said, "What is the point of looking for me in the matter between you and that child? You should go and ask that child, whether it is the throne or a blood feud. That is a matter between you, and I have nothing to do with it." The two heard it, slightly dazed. Chao Gu looked to the side of the old Taoist priest, who had his hands behind his back in a contemplative manner, and slowly sat back down in front of the table, his withered hand fiddling with the cup on the table. "Mutter a word, a few things." Chao Gu was confused and wanted to speak up. "Senior." However, he saw the old Taoist priest raise his hand, interrupting him, looking at Jiang Xian and continuing, "Fellow Taoist Jiang means that you won't care about the child's affairs, right? Even if that child leaves the town, life and death has nothing to do with you?" Jiang Xian heard this and only felt ridiculous, half squinting his eyes. The coldness from his eyes blossomed uncontrollably in the dark night. The stare was cold and piercing, and the answer came, "What do you think?" Chao Gu, as a saint and the king of a country, could not see that the words were already there. Jiang Xian's attitude was already laid out in plain sight. Bottom line, exempt, that's all. There was already anger in his chest, but he was still forcing it down. The bottom of the old Taoist priest's eyes likewise flashed with a trace of imperceptible coldness. Lifting his cup to drink the herbal tea, his words sinking in, the late saint had a saying that one should be spared. Little friend has lived for so long. This point of reasoning should be understood. Everything is appropriate. Never go too far. This is good for everyone. Jiang Xian sneered and said brashly, "Are you threatening me?" The old Taoist priest denied it. "No, I'm just reasoning with my little friend. It's not good for anyone to really put up a fight. In saying that, it's not easy to say who's the net and who's the fish." Ha! Jiang Xian laughed contemptuously and continued, "It's not your turn to reason with me, and it's even less necessary for you to teach me how to behave. I've given you enough face by coming to see you, so don't pretend with me. Today, Jiang Xian will put down the words here. That child's previous grudges, he is willing to put down or not willing to put down, and that the world, to be or not, these are his things. I will not make decisions for him." Eyes pressed, as if crossing the gray, the voice of the words, Jiang Xian's tone became a little more grim. "Word by word, however, I will unconditionally support him in whatever decision he makes, and if he wants to get back what originally belongs to him, whoever dares to stand in the way will be killed by me on his behalf. God blocking God's death, Buddha blocking Buddha's death. Don't ask me why, and don't try to reason with me. I raised the child, and the old man is happy to." The words were small. However, the power of the saints was added, roaring monstrously in the ears of the two, and Jiang Xian's reply was even more horrifying to the hearts and minds of the two. "Bully, really bossy." The old Taoist priest's eyes grew lower and lower. Long gone were the kind brows from a moment ago. Chao Gu is even worse. Fists clenched, veins exposed, a mouth of steel teeth clenched together, the eyes of the sinister since the emergence. The old Taoist asked, "Is it really not negotiable?" In the face of the hostility radiating from the two, Jiang Xian shrugged his shoulders without a care in the world and said indifferently, "I didn't intend to discuss this with you guys in the first place either." Chao Gu also spoke up, questioning, "This world of Kyushu, you have to rob it?" Jiang Xian only felt a little speechless, but still said carelessly, "It's not appropriate to say rob, it's better to say take. The world of this 9 states should have been that child's, isn't it? Of course, as I said, it's not my business. If that child wants it, I'll take it back for him and then you die. Of course, if this child doesn't want it, then it's your good fortune that you continue to live." In the most relaxed tone, speaking the most arrogant words, It seems to be a multiple choice question. All have a 50% probability, but everyone with a clear eye knows very well in their hearts, this is really a single choice question, and naturally there is only one possible answer. Let's not talk about that world, that dragon chair, let's just say that the blood feud is so deep, how could that child possibly stop if he knew about it? But no bloodthirsty male would stop, right? So Jiang Xian's words were clear enough. That means he, Chao Gu, must die. There is no negotiation. The difference is only that Jiang Xian kills now or later. Chao Ji's eyes became increasingly sunken, seemingly flooded with blood mist, and in the face of Jiang Xian's aggressiveness, he could no longer suppress that anger in his chest. A chortle. Jiang Xian, you're too overbearing. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? When Jiang Xian heard this, the wine gourd in his hand hovered in front of his lips. He raised his eyes slowly and glanced at Chao Gu unexpectedly, and then his body's sword intent stirred. There was a flash of residual shadow. It actually just disappeared into the darkness of the night without a trace. The two's faces were stunned. The old Taoist priest spoke. Look out! Chaucer returned to his senses and was about to do something about it. Instead, he only saw the space in front of him distort slightly, and then there was a shake in the nothingness. Jiang Xian appeared just like this suddenly within his reach. The palm of his hand was raised and swung backhanded, and when he raised his hand, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling and the mournful winds were low. Snap! Ground! Phew! Like a wave that lined up mountains and crossed the sea, it slammed into Chao Gu. Chao Gu did not have time to make any reaction at all, and only felt a sudden gust of wind in front of her, and then her face burned with a fiery pain. The whole thing was lifted off the ground, like an arrow off the string. The rise and fall cut through the night. Chao Ji's entire body was confused, ears buzzing, mind blank, let himself smash down 100 meters away, without realizing it, just a slap. However, it made him truly realize that the terror from Jiang Xian, raising his hand and throwing his feet, was a heavenly sword intent. He was really like the ants that the other party could step on whenever they wanted to. The wind around them was exceptionally harsh, and the table and chairs had long since been torn apart. Jiang Xian stood there, lightly patting a bit of dust that had stained his shoulder, speaking softly. I hate it when people talk to me out loud. Chapter 59 9/4 Yellow River Formation. Chao Gu was slapped by Jiang Xian and flew 100 meters, smashing out a large crater, amidst the smoke and dust. Since the wolf rose up in a heap, not saying a word, the tables and chairs in front of them were torn to shreds by the sword chi that spilled out from the party. Only the old Taoist priest was unharmed. Even the chair under his butt was intact. He was still sitting there, not moving a muscle. Even the black and white Taoist robes and the flowery white hair and beard didn't dare to be stirred by the wind for half a second. The teacup was still in his hand, and his head was bowed. Everything is calm and quiet, just like the calm lake. The wind passes without a trace, but under that calm water surface, there has long been a dark current. He slowly raised his eyebrows and gazed at Jiang Xian, gently exerting force in his hands. The jade cup then shattered in response to the sound and turned into pieces. Body. A monstrous aura surged forth, and a shadow awoke in the darkness of the night, looming and appearing, instantly rushing into the sky, obscuring the sky and the stars and moon on that day. Blink. It appeared to be a god that had taken advantage of the night to descend into the mortal world and was looking down on Jiang Xian. Its sound is like thunder, like a drum, heaving and roaring here. Jiang Xian, you passed. Jiang Xian, who was in the shroud of black shadows, did not change his face, half tilted his head, and calmly advised the other party, if you stop now, you might still live. The old Taoist changed his previous politeness and sneered, then I would really like to learn what you have to look up to. The words fell, without a second's hesitation. The old Taoist priest lifted his withered palm and killed towards Jiang Xian, and the 100-foot shadow above his head like a mountainous palm, similarly slapped towards Jiang Xian, wrapped in endless Tao. It seems to overthrow this place. Its momentum is monstrous. The mountains and rivers fear trembling. The peaks ain't shot. Is the sun and the moon change color of the scene? Slightly further away, Chao Gu, who had risen in a sorry state, saw the old Taoist make his move, and his body's saint's breath surged out to protect himself, gritting his teeth and staring at the field with a deadly stare. The banter was like a sword, sharpened at the moment. Jiang Xian, you're finished. Jiang Xian was indeed very strong, but at least he firmly believed that the Taoist priest in front of him was even stronger than Jiang Xian, and once the two of them made their move, even if the Taoist priest could not kill Jiang Xian, he would surely severely injure Jiang Xian, and, as long as the Taoist priest does it, the heavenly Tao sect would then be on his side, and everything would take a turn for the better. This town, too, will be destroyed this night. It was a humiliating slap, and yet it was worth it. The other side. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Xian was enveloped in the old Taoist's attack and devoured. Only a roar rose. A crack then appeared in the ground, stretching horizontally, and the tiny well crumbled open. But at that moment, an ancient incantation was heard being chanted under the canopy. The 3 talents of the 10 directions rise, and all heaven and earth are filled with wonderful sounds. Call 10 overwhelming formations, 9 quarters Yellow River formation. Then, from the center of that exchange of hands, flooded with a golden light, condensed into a diffuse sky runes, suspended in the sky, the runes appeared in an instant, quickly spread to the surrounding area. The ground is the emergence of a stream of gold and bright columns of light. They extend unchecked and eventually converge. In the blink of an eye, an ancient great formation evolved. The formation is now a moment. The area of 1 mile in circumference was fully enveloped in it, as if a glazed bottle covered this range, and then rawly blocked the wind and dust that scattered in all directions, and even the cracks that ran across the ground were also chopped off at the moment they touched the array wall. Even the 100-foot saintly Dharma body was suppressed alive and disappeared. It's a formation that can cut this place completely. Not only that, being in it, the power of the saint was still suppressed by an invisible law. The Dharma body that saints relied on the most was actually unable to be released. Sensing the change in the laws of heaven and earth and the suppression of his own breath, Chaogu's complexion suddenly changed. How is this possible? On the other hand, the old Taoist priest whose Dharma body had dissipated was also blown away, and his back fell heavily on the ground, and after a few rolls, the peach-wood sword on his back was sheathed and held in his hand and fixed into the ground a foot deep, which rigidly stopped his backward sliding figure. Fortunately, the body of a saint was like steel and bronze, and although the old Taoist's clothes were torn into rags, he did not end up in a bloody mess. Only, at the moment, the old man was in a tight mess. No better than that Chaogu. Seeing this, Chaogu could not think twice about a flash to the side of the old Taoist, anxiously inquiring, "Senior, are you all right?" The old Taoist got up, pulled out the mahogany sword on the ground, patted the dirt stained on his body, glanced at the place where the smoke and dust had not dispersed, and said, "It's fine now, but it won't be good for a while." "What do you mean?" Chaoga asked knowingly. The old Taoist revealed a touch of bitter gravity as he tilted his head to look at the large array of golden light above his head and said, "This time, it's a kick in the steel. The power of the law is above all paths, and the old Taoist knows in his heart that he can't beat it." Chaoga swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with trance and confusion. His head was in a mess, and he had long lost his so-called calmness and rationality. What should I do? The great array rises, the Dharma body disperses, the wind dies down, and the smoke falls. Jiang Xian stepped out from it, and his appearance became a little clearer under the light of the golden array symbol. Tall stature, lingering features, and eyes that despised the world. He just stood there, his entire body radiating nothing but arrogance and insolence, looking at the two with contempt and sneering. "Is that the best you can do?" The old Taoist priest held his mahogany sword and asked in a low voice. "There's no room for negotiation." Chao Gu, on the other hand, was silent. Strong people fighting, just one move, will be divided into victory or defeat. The Jiang Xian in front of him is a sword immortal. Today did not make a sword, but raised his hand to lay down a large array containing the power of the law. It has been known for a long time who was stronger and who was weaker. Victory and defeat were also divided long ago when they just did it. For the rest, the only thing left for the two of them was to die in a fishbowl. Only, at that time, it was not clear who was the fish and who was the net, but now they know clearly that they are the fish, and they also know clearly that they, the fish, can't tear the net at all. Jiang Xian seemed to smile, admiring his palm. "Oh, tell me, how would you like to discuss this?" When the old Taoist saw Jiang Xian loosening his grip, his mahogany sword pointed to the side at Chao Gu. "The throne, that child wants to return to him. His life that child if you want, the old road will take for him, as long as the Taoist friend can let me a way out. The future of my heavenly Tao sect will never ask about the affairs of the 9 states." "How?" Chao Ji's pupils shrank, shock surfacing in his eyes as he stared incredulously at the old Taoist priest. "Senior, what do you mean?" The old Taoist priest smiled helplessly. "This matter started because of you. It should end because of you. You and I are not a match for fellow Taoist Jiang. It's not my fault." Chao Ji's entire body was dumbfounded, unable to accept the fact that he had been sold just like that. He wanted to escape, but he knew very well that he couldn't escape. This formation, had long since cut the outside world. Only instinctively did he pull away from the old Taoist priest. Shame on you, old piker. The old Taoist priest, however, didn't care and just looked at the black-clothed teenager and continued to pursue the question. Fellow Taoist Jiang, is it feasible? Jiang Xian stroked his chin with one hand and rested his elbow on the other, half squinting his eyes and staring at the duo with interest as he'd scat his tongue. It's really a dead friend of the road. TSK, Chao Gu, you've really hired a good helper. Ha ha. Chao Ji's face was as hard as and he didn't say a word. But with each other, the killing is on. Chapter 60, you deserve it. Chao Gu quenched darkly. Old but not dead. When really a thief. Bah. As for Jiang Xian's mockery, and Chao Ji's tirade of abuse, the old Taoist priest was unconcerned, calmly glancing at Chao Gu and speaking faintly. It's always right for a man to want to live for himself, and I want to live. Chaucer sneered in anger. Ha! Full of benevolence and morality, but practicing all the things of a villain, counting that I have looked away from my eyes. The old Taoist priest shook his head and smiled. 50 paces of laughter. You and I have each other. Jiang Xian watched the two argue with interest, but the dislike in his eyes was unmistakable. Lust, betrayal, rebellion. These he had experienced too many times in his previous life. Even if you are a saint, even if you are famous, you cannot be separated from human nature after all. 7 passions, 6 desires, 5 poisons and 8 afflictions. Human nature never stands up to deeper scrutiny. It's just as dirty as ever. The old Taoist's mahogany sword was pointed at Chao Gu, but his eyes looked at Jiang Xian and said, I don't want to argue with you, fellow Taoist Jiang. If my proposal is okay, just nod your head and I'll slaughter him for you right now and offer that throne in person as an apology to you. Chao Gu also quietly had a blood-colored long knife in her hand, and similarly looked towards Jiang Xian. Only in her eyes, there was mostly helplessness and despair. Whether it was the old Taoist priest, or Jiang Xian, any of them, moved against him to kill him, he was in a dead end today. Not to mention that right now, both of them seemed to want their lives. This game, then there is no longer any solution. Death seems to have descended upon him and sent him a fatal invitation to hell. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting lightly as he wiggled his fingers. No, 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 old Taoist, this reason is not enough for me to release you. Ha! The old Taoist priest was surprised, and uncertainty appeared in his eyes. Jiang Xian continued to tease. I, Jiang Xian, have hands, I can take the world by myself, and I can take his life by myself. Do I need your help? Who are you? Chao Gu was stunned. The old Taoist pursed his dry cracked lips. Jiang Xian's decisive refusal was incomprehensible to him, but he unwillingly continued to fight for it. Walking in the Jianghu, one more friend will be one more road. Jiang Daoyu, is it true that you are not thinking about it? Jiang Xian hilariously laughed, as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, friends? The laughter came to a crashing halt as Jiang Xian looked at the old Taoist with an arrogant look, a cold aura rising in his eyes as he coldly said again, a perfidious thing like you deserves to be my friend. Being a dog is more like it, but I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of keeping a dog for fear that if I pay attention, I'll be bitten as well. The atmosphere was inexplicably oppressive. A chill swept through this room, and the old Taoist monk secretly gritted his teeth. Is it seriously non-negotiable? Jiang Xian raised his hand to point at the plum tree behind him and coldly said, peaches nourish people, apricots hurt people, and dead people are buried under the plum tree. Seeing that you are old, and giving you the decency, I will leave your whole body and bury it under that tree. The old Taoist priest didn't say a word. On the other hand, Chao Gu had already had a seizure, and his face was twisted and hideous. Ha ha ha, old Taoist, you also have today. The old Taoist monk's eyes sank, instantly changing his face and whispering, if I die, you won't be able to run away either. Come together and put up a fight. Chaucer was silent. The old Taoist didn't get angry and said, you're on your own. The conversation between the two, since it also fell into Jiang Xian's ears, always calm, indifferently looking at the two, like looking at two dead people. 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, one of the 10 overwhelming formations. It was the second spell comprehended in the second page of the ancient book of creation, Song Sheng volume, following the heaven and earth in the same sorrow. A formation, when the formation rises, it will cut with the world and contain the power of the law. Whereinto the formation is the heavenly immortals. Jiang Xian can also snap his fingers to destroy it, and noiseless, the outside world cannot be detected. Now the formation becomes, in this place, Jiang Xian was the master, controlling the law as at will. just like the heavenly Tao. How could they deal with themselves? It's a coincidence. This formation was just comprehended a few days ago, and today the two of them happened to deliver it to their doorstep. I will use the blood of the false immortals to make a good start for this formation, Jiang Xian thought. Pretty good. Jiang Xian put one hand behind his back and waved the other at the two of them, smiling provocatively. Come on, together. With one hand. I'll crush you all, without hesitation. The old Taoist priest's hand hidden behind his back ignited a golden talisman paper, and as a wisp of green smoke burned out, the old Taoist swiped his parallel fingers across the mahogany sword. The tiny mahogany sword seemed to be plated with a layer of golden radiance. Dazzling. The old Taoist's eyes sank even deeper, first glancing at Chao Gu, as if conveying some sort of message, and then not forgetting to give a polite greeting. Then I'm offended. The words fell. On that mahogany sword, golden light exploded, illuminating the entire formation. The world was like day. The old Taoist priest held his own sword and killed towards Jiang Xian. Extremely fast. It seemed like a flash of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Xian, running towards Jiang Xian's lifeblood and chopping without hesitation. In his eyes was an unprecedented determination. In this battle, he gambled his life. He would fight to the death, and he would be defeated alive. He met Jiang Xian and was doomed to die. He moved seemingly quickly, but after all, being in a big formation, it is just unusual to be suppressed. Jiang Xian just stared at him like this, his eyes filled with playfulness, not panicking in the slightest when he saw the golden peachwood sword slashing towards him. The body moved slightly to the side by half an inch, just half an inch, yet it was enough to easily neutralize the opponent's killing move. The old Taoist priest's pupils shrunk violently, and his face was filled with horror. And when he saw that he had chopped the air, his heart was shocked, and he secretly said, "So fast." It was also at this moment when he chopped the air. In the old Taoist's ear, Jiang Xian did not forget to flirt. Too slow. The old Taoist priest's eyes crossed without any hesitation, and with a twist of his wrist, he drank. The Tao contains 3,000. The mahogany sword seemed to come to life as it chopped horizontally, the Tao on it roaring and monstrous. Countless Tao embodiments stirred in the body of that bladeless sword, transforming into countless divine weapons that scrambled to wrap around the blade and kill Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian, however, Wei Ran did not move and his hand went over to his side. With only 2 fingers, he had clamped the mahogany sword so that it could not advance a single bit. It seemed like a wild beast that had gone mad before it was too late. He was pinched by someone's lifeblood, unable to move, and all that was left was to hiss desperately, show his teeth, and put on airs. At this very moment, this was the case with the mahogany sword. The Tao Yun was still chirping and rushing. The golden light of the sword surged from time to time, suddenly strong and weak. However, it has never been able to hurt the teenager half a point. Exhaustion can only be a teenager high hanging long hair up. In a shock his clothes just. The old Taoist priest saw this scene. Where to think about it? Both hands gripped the peak of the sword, and his entire body's true essence exploded without leaving a trace. Attempting to help the benthic sword in his hand break free from Jiang Xian's bond, but it was always in vain. In raising his eyes, he happened to meet Jiang Xian's gaze, and the other party was also watching himself. Jiang Xian mocked again since. Too weak. Chapter 61 Heaven will take you. 2 sentences, 6 words, 1 too slow, 1 too weak. The offense is not there. The insults are extreme. The old Taoist monk clenched his teeth in death, the words nearly squeezing out from between his teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He attempted to disengage his hand, abandoning his native mahogany sword, only to find that he was being pulled by a force and his hand had been dead welded to the top of the hilt. Fear stirred in his chest, and a sense of powerlessness, like a roiling wave, instantly overwhelmed his crippled boat. He looked desperately toward the distant Chaobet and cried out sharply, "Chao Gu, do it! What are you waiting for?" But the latter didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything about it. Instead, he stuck the knife in his hand into the ground and looked at him with gloating eyes. The horizontal flesh on his face interpreted viciousness, and his eyes were filled with indifference. "Don't you want to kill me? Then let's die together." The saint's perceptions are beyond the ordinary. Chao Gu knew very well that no one could beat Jiang Xian in this formation. Not the old Taoist, plus himself. Instead of doing something useless, why don't we see you die first? 1 to pull it back. 2 also solve a square heart hate. Jiang Xian had taken it all in since. He had said that in front of the interests of life and death, human nature never stood up to scrutiny. Feeling that there is no point in Jiang Xian does not intend to continue this boring pastime, said lethargically, "Boring. That's it. As the words fell, his fingers gently exerted force, and the 3,000 Dao Yuan and the roiling golden light were swept clean, and yanked forward that gently. Along with it, the old Taoist was yanked in front of Jiang Xian, and after so much as a flick upwards, the peachwood sword detached from the old Taoist's hands, being thrown high into the long sky. Jiang Xian bent his 5 fingers and struck forward. Boom! There was a thud, the laws roared, and the rampant spiritual energy instantly blasted the old Taoist away, a mouthful of blood spurting out with it. Ah! It hit the plum tree with a dull sound, and the thick trunk trembled 3 times, but it was like something had removed the force again. The plum tree that should have been smashed into dregs, in addition to spilling some fine branches and green leaves, was actually unharmed. The old road covered the chest, hair disheveled, intense pain swept through the body, only to feel the entire internal organs are to dislocation, the whole body root bone broken more than one, make not a little force to, available, evil, fighting to raise his eyes. He saw a peachwood sword break through the air and blink into his chest. Whoa! A mouthful of essence blood gushed out, and his florid white beard was dyed the color of blood. The mahogany sword was inserted 3 points into his chest, but he held it with his hand, also blocking the blade outside of his dantian. Looking at the blood-stained mahogany sword, life and death are millimeters apart, but not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief. A remnant of a shadow had long since broken through the wind, a pull on his trouser robe, his left foot raised high, and the bottom of his foot stepped toward the hilt of that sword, stepped on top of that hilt, but there was a put, a sound. By the time the old Taoist priest reacted, the peachwood sword had already pierced through his dantian and nailed his entire body to death on top of the plum tree pole. Keep your head down. A gaping hole was opened in his chest, and Jiang Xian's foot had stomped solidly on his chest. Hot blood gurgled and dripped and splattered on the ground. The dantian was pierced through, as if a man had been pinched and burst his balls. The pain was so great that it was silent. The old Taoist slowly raised his head. His dry and thin face was full of grimace. His pupils were filled with blood, and his eyeballs bulged out as if they would fly out in the next second. He stared at Jiang Xian dead in the face, but he couldn't say a single word. There was more than just pain in his eyes, more than that should have been despair. Jiang Xian's tall body leaned forward, condescendingly defying the old Taoist as he warmly said, "You Taoist sages used to say, woe to you, blessing to you, you're so old, don't you know that? Don't mind other people's business. There are some karmic consequences you can't afford. What you see is a small profit at your fingertips, but you don't know that you will also lose your life because of it." The old Taoist spat out blood in a big mouth. In the past, it was himself who preached with the juniors, but today it was being preached to, or before he died. There was always some irony, but he couldn't even speak a word of retort. Jiang Xian took a deep breath, soothed his sword brows, and with a subtle and unobtrusive smile, preached meaningfully. By the way, in tell you a thing, just you speak that sentence. People not for themselves heaven and earth, not you so use. People Confucian is a means. If people do not cultivate their bodies, then they will be forbidden by heaven and earth. What is cultivation? The way of the university is to be clear and virtuous, to do good deeds and to be public for the world, not this virtue of yours. So it is not I who will let you die, but heaven will die. Rest in peace. The words fell slowly, with a fierce and forceful foot. The mahogany sword, as if it had been viciously smashed with a hammer, instantly pierced through the old Taoist priest's entire body, as well as the plum tree, chiseling out a hole of no great size, and flew out from the other end, plugged into the ground. The old Taoist's already ruptured dantian. It was also completely shattered in that instant just now. Dantian broken, the sea of consciousness scattered, a body of cultivation, paid off. The old Taoist priest, this claimed to be the world's first person in the mortal state, a breath away, become an invalid. The old Taoist who lost his cultivation was also like the puppet with broken strings. His life came to an end. His pupils were lax and his face was stagnant. The whole man naturally slid down to the ground and lay beside that plum tree. To this point, the old Taoist priest fell here. The 9/4 yellow river formation remained intact, and Jiang Xian wiped the blood staining his feet on the ground with some disgust in his eyes. Pretty good. Chao Gu, who was in the distance, was still standing there, not moving a muscle. The tragic death of the old Taoist both excited and frightened him. Excited that the man who betrayed him died before him. Fear of being the next to die. Chao Gu has been in the military since he was young and has killed many people. What he hated most was never an enemy, but a traitor, someone who betrayed him. He has fought many battles, more than one of the 9 deaths. He is afraid of death, but never feared death. Witnessing the scene just now, Jiang Xian killed the old Taoist as if it was a small chicken, and it was clear to him that he was definitely not Jiang Xian's opponent. Facing irreversible defeat, he had no choice but to accept it openly, and nothing else. This is the way of this world. Sheep eat grass. Wolves eat sheep. People kill people. You kill him, he kills you. There's nothing to talk about. And there's nothing to complain about. All he could do was to make his death a decent one. At least more decent than this old Taoist. Chao Gu interlocked her palms and pressed the hilt of her sword, straightening her spine, tilting her head, the corners of her mouth avian a bitter smile, and faintly said, Jiang Xian, you are truly worthy of the word Xian in your name. You won. No, it was me who lost from the start, but it doesn't matter. Do it. Jiang Xian turned around, glanced at Chao Gu, and with a hook of his fingertips, the bloodstained peachwood sword pulled up from the ground. Jiang Xian reached out and grabbed it, holding it steadily, and with one step, he arrived in front of Chao Gu. Instead of resisting, Chao Gu chose to close her eyes and go to her death openly. Jiang Xian's sword blade was pressed against Chao Ji's neck, but he never stabbed down, wrinkling his brows, his arm quietly dropping down, putting away his killing intent, not waiting for death. Chao Gu opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Xian in front of him. The knot in his throat that was stained with that old Taoist priest's blood rolled. You won't kill me? Chapter 62. In the midst of Chao Ji's astonishment and incomprehension, Jiang Xian shook his palm, and the old Taoist's mahogany sword was already in his storage pouch. Chao Gu continued to be in a trance, unsure of what was going on. Jiang Xian did not speak, but slapped his palm to Chao Ji's chest with a bang, but he saw a small formation stirring in his chest. Chao Gu trembled. A saint's breath is actually like that smoke and dust, blown by the wind, scattered. The saint's divine element was locked by an unfamiliar force, and Chao Gu lost his ears and eyes, reducing him to an unusual person. Covering his chest in pain, he fell to his knees, his hideous face looking up at Jiang Xian. What did you do to me? Jiang Xian waved his sleeve and put away the golden array as if it was nothing, and when everything was dispersed, he listened to the insects and frogs in the mountains again. Everything is back to normal. The town is still the same. Sleeping through the night. The great battle of the party was just outside the town though, and only a few miles away from the town's gate. But the town was unaware of it as if it had slept through it. The bright moon, the clear wind, the stars are quiet, the mountains and rivers are miles away. It's still the same as it was. The only difference is that a mile of the square array has become a mess, like a piece of rubble, cracked ground, crumbling wells, broken branches of wood. Jiang Xian didn't bother to look at the kneeling and struggling Chao Gu, but slowly and leisurely walked towards that plum tree. Shao Sure magic. According to the agreement, the old Taoist corpse convergence. Take the mountain weeds half pile, scribbling as a coffin, buried under the tree. One busy while talking to himself. Logically speaking, I naturally want to kill you, but your life shouldn't be taken by me. As I said, I won't make any decisions for that kid, so let's just keep your life for now. If he wants to take it in the future, let him take it, and if he doesn't take it, then it will be counted as a hard life for you. However, deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins are hard to escape. I used a secret technique to lock your dantian and cut off your dao. It's considered as a punishment for you, so that you'll learn a lesson that there are some people you can't afford to mess with, even if you're lucky in your heart. After today, you learn to be immortal with your tail between your legs. As the low voice entered its ears, Chao Ji's complexion became more and more grave, even tinted with a hint of ringing color, covering his chest and feeling the changes in his body. His mouthful of steel teeth nearly cracked open with his own bite. He didn't know what tactic Jiang Xian had used and where he had learned this tactic from. All he knew was that there was nothing he could do about it now. Cultivation is locked and reduced to a waste. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't much different from being dead. Ha! A mortal? What's the difference between that and killing me? You and that old Taoist are just the same. Full of big words, thinking that because you stand on the moral high ground, you can point your finger at others. Why don't you just kill me? Jiang Xian shook his head and laughed lightly. If you feel that it is better to live than to die, then you can't just get yourself killed. It is hard to live. How easy it is to die. No one is stopping you. After a slight beat, the words turned and continued. However, as the old saying goes, a good death is better than a good life. If I were you, I would live honestly and wait for that reckoning. Plus, isn't it nice to be a mundane, money-grubbing, sex-crazed person and live a few years longer? Ha ha ha. Chaucer laughed angrily at the gods. Ha ha. Mundane and sarcastic. Jiang Xian didn't bother. After burying that old Taoist, he turned his hand over and waved his hand. His true essence surged. A different kind of wind arose. Where the wind passed, the cracks in the ground were repaired and the collapsed ancient well was restored to its original state. Everything is like a flashback. Can't see half of the traces of the fight, except for those trees. A spring of new shoots. A day fall. Seems to stay in the winter in general. There, with his hands in the air, Jiang Xian turned around and entered the vastness of the night. Get lost. Go back to where you came from and don't cross that line either. My word has always counted. Chao Gu watched Jiang Xian enter the darkness of the night until he disappeared, but the icy words still echoed in his ears. Looking up to the sky towards the starry river, his face was filled with sadness. He knew very well that the era that belonged to him was gone since this moment. The time is now, and so is the destiny. He struggled to rise several times and staggered down the hill, dragging a remnant of his body with him. His former glory faded like an old stray dog. Only the wolf is left. Maybe it's better to die than to live. As Jiang Xian said, how he will be, only he knows. Sure, and no one cares. At least Jiang Xian wouldn't care. The reason why he didn't kill Chao Gu was just that Jiang Xian felt that since Dejuan was in the center of this whirlwind, there are some things that he should know, and then he should know them. Whatever he chooses, whether to be the king of that world, or to be a free immortal, Chao Ji's life should be kept, and that Da Xiang himself to choose, to kill or not to kill. But then again, unless one disappears into the void, this hatred of extermination, killing father and mother, will there be no reason not to report? He could never teach Dejang to be a man of no desire. He's always taught him to be a decent human being. Then this revenge should be avenged. And there were few things, in his opinion, that were more pleasurable than coming to hand-to-hand combat with an enemy in person. That's why he abolished Chao Ji's cultivation, but left him alive. It's also a gift he left for Dejang. Small town overnight storm. Since no one knows, since because of a formation, but the world outside has been chaotic. There are more secular dynasties in the mortal states than just Kyushu, but the emperor of Kyushu was the only saint, only now it is not. Chao Gu are back to the 9 states, still sitting on top of the throne, seems to be the same high emperor, but he lost his cultivation. The news of the mortal is always paper cannot hold fire. Gradual diffusion. It's slowly becoming well known. Chao Gu since then night and day, indulging in the tenderness of drunkenness. No longer early morning, to enjoy the world to give him the last good. That world in the 9th state changed, and the city of Deer began to wind up an increase in dark currents, and those ministers and forces that had once feared the power of the saints rose to the surface. They fought openly and secretly, desperately trying to divide up the scattered power as the imperial power fell by the wayside, trying to trample the whole world underfoot as well. Eru, tit for tat, killing opportunities. A conspirator staged grass snake gray line thousands of miles of layout. There is no one left alone in that temple anymore, and far beyond the imperial city. There are also quite a few princes and feudal lords and officials who are dissenting and would like to set foot on that world and get their hands on that dragon chair. The 9 states are in turmoil. The people's life in the territory of the people is not enough to live. The people's life is even deeper. Folk natural disasters, bandits and invaders. Until one day, desperate people stood out of a big man. Raise your arms and shout, rebellion, and then tens of thousands of people attached themselves to it, and there was chaos and war in the 9 states. Sure, not only in Kyushu, the world's #1 sect, the Heavenly Tao sect, was not on edge, because their old ancestor, once the #1 man in the world, made a trip to that town and never came back. They don't know what's going on. All that is known is that the long light of the saints belonging to the old ancestors went out silently one night. It also means that that old man, dead. That's all. Chapter 63, To Save or Not to Save. Though the town was calm that night, but the world is not all fools, there are also wise men. I heard that the old Taoist priest of the Heavenly Tao sect and the emperor of the Kyushu went to the town. One didn't come back, and the lights went out, and one came back, and the man was wasted. We all know who did it. What happened was well known, and as for the details, it was nothing more than getting your ass kicked. 2 saints, one dead and one crippled. The one who died was still the recognized #1 in the mortal state. How strong the saint in that town was, the world would be able to figure it out with their fingers. But, regarding this matter, the world chose to be heartily silent, and no one proclaimed it. I am afraid that the trouble will come out of the mouth. Inviting that saint, touching the scales of that immortal, and finally getting a body to die, losing all the cultivation of the end. But since then, but also in the fact that no one dared to hit that town, and the town became the best place in the whole world to hide from the enemies. Later, The 3 saints of the heavenly Tao sect went to the town and waited outside the town for 100 days, freezing in the wind and sun without saying a word. When he returned, he brought back a mahogany sword. Only then did the terrified heavenly Tao sect subside. And since there is no need to think, it should be the sincerity of the heart to seek the forgiveness of that sword immortal. No more liquidation. The days went on like this for 2 years. Dajiang, full 18 years old, really become a year, when it is a teenager. The realm of the peak of the 7th realm, if it is down the mountain, its talent is the first person in the earthly juniors. Since it was not a waste of Jiang Xian's 12 years of careful teaching and growing up, Dajiang would often look out at that world with endless yearning in his eyes. The teenager used to say that he wanted to get out and about. Look at that world out there. I also want to go to the end of the world, to go to the sword, to step on 1,000 mountains, jump 10,000 water, to see the wind and flowers, snow and moon, but also taste the flavors of the world. Mentioned for 2 years, said 2 years. Jiang Xian neither agreed nor refused, always just smiled and was silent. De Zhuang did not go, but did not want to go at all times. Jiang Xian was very clear. The teenager's mind was no longer in this town, but in that mountain and river. The eagle will eventually spread its wings and soar into the blue sky. Not to mention that De Zhuang is still a dragon that could stir the world's winds and clouds. Jiang Xian was clear that it was time to let go. That year, fit for the night, the bright moon was especially full, shining brightly on heaven and earth. At the top of the mountain in the town, Dazhuang and Jiang Xian, who had just turned 18, sat on the ground as usual and watched the stars and constellations in the sky. Looking at the distant mountains in the hazy moonlight, Dazhuang's eyes glowed with light, but also contained sorrow. Mu sighed with a clear breeze, glancing at Jiang Xian with his afterglow, and chiming in sideways. When can I go out to see that outside world? Must be wonderful. The young man's small cleverness and cannot be hidden from that Jiang Xian, since a soft laugh, shook his head, and said warmly, "Really want to get out?" Big Strong chopped it up. "Sure." Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows and changed the subject. "Ask you a question?" Big Strong was baffled and puzzled. "What's the problem?" Jiang Xian pursed her lips and said meaningfully, "If a stranger falls into the water, and you will die if you go in to save him, do you save him or not?" De Zhuang froze for a moment and replied, "Uncle Jiang, why are you suddenly asking this? Just answer, to save or not to save?" Jiang Xian said. De Zhuang pressed his eyebrows and glanced at Jiang Xian. The look in his eyes was solemn. In the back of his mind, Big Strong knew that the problem didn't seem as simple as it sounded. He didn't answer right away, but thought hard about it. Jiang Xian did not rush himself and waited patiently. He wanted an answer, a big strong choice, the best after deep thought. Some hours later, Big Strong put his palms on top of his knees, raised his head, looked straight at Jiang Xian, and said seriously, "Save, save?" Jiang Xian repeated in a low voice in his mind, his eyebrows lowered, his eyes sullen, and he murmured in a low voice, "Same answer as her?" Big Strong wondered, scratching his head. "Uncle Jiang, what do you mean? Same as who?" Jiang Xian instinctively shook his head. "Nothing." Still in a bit of a trance, De Strong said tentatively, "Uncle Jiang, why don't you ask me why I saved?" Jiang Xian said softly, "That's your own business. So am I right?" Big Strong pursued urgently. Jiang Xian looked deeply at Dajiang. His gaze retracted, and raised his head to look at the moon in the sky again, but he saw a familiar face flashing in the brightness. A past event, like a slideshow, flashed through the mind frame by frame. Raise your head to look at the moon and the moon does not speak. Lower your eyes and think that people do not know. Remember that it was also a night. The moon was just as big and there was a clear breeze. But under the moon there were not just 2, but 3, an old god, a scholar boy, and a girl in white. The old gods asked the boy and the girl at that time, "If a stranger falls into the water, and you will die if you save him, do you save him or not?" Booker Jr. replied, "No save," and the white girl answered, "Saving." The two asked the old gods who was right and who was wrong. Instead, the old god smiled and spoke meaningfully, words that are still etched in Jiang Xian's mind to this day. The old god said, "A gentleman does not stand under a wall of danger and stand alone. A saint is benevolent and helps the whole world." "What do you mean? A gentleman does not save, but a saint when he is kind. There is no right or wrong choice for the two. The difference is just in the heart." The old god said that the young man knows the time when he can be a gentleman, and the girl has a world in her heart, customizing that saint. Later, the young man really became a gentleman, and the girl really became a saint. When the girl went to that city, she kept it for 1,000 years, and the young man went along to keep her company for 1,000 years. And just as the old goddess said, the girl saved the day, and then she really died too. Today, the once teenager asked the same question to the teenager of today, and the teenager in front of him gave the same answer as the girl. In Jiang Xian's heart, he also already had an answer, though he didn't like the answer, because from the very beginning, all he wanted was for Dai Jiang to be that solitary gentleman, blameless, not the saint who gave up his life. Sure, this saint is not another saint, but the teenager chose and gave him the answer, so he won't be trying to sway him. So let him be like her, going the same way, doing the same thing, even if it still kills. People are meant to die, aren't they? Jiang Xian collected his thoughts and secretly lowered his eyes. A far-fetched smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, "Exactly. Got the answer to the big strong grinning a mouthful of white teeth. In the moon under the bright smile. People live. Right, very important. Hey." Looking at Da Zhuang's giggling appearance, Jiang Xian soothed his brows and a sword appeared in his hand as his palm crossed in front of him. This sword was obtained from the Valley of the Underworld back then. Grade, sacred artifact lower grade. It is also rare on Earth. Handed to the big strong body. Said, "Take it?" Dai Jiang took it in confusion. "What's this?" "A birthday gift for you." Jiang Xian smiled. Hearing this, Big Strong gleefully drew his sword and took a flurry of shots. The sword was 3 feet long. The whole body was crystal. A good sword. At least it was more than a little bit stronger than his iron sword. Lovingly, he thanked, "What a good sword. Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Xian was filled with relief and spoke faintly. "Go." Haven't you always wanted to get out and see it?" De Strong was in a bit of a trance. Unspoken. "The world is there. Take the sword and go." Still a little confused, Da Zhuang only felt that the happiness came too suddenly and stammered, winky face, "Really? Can you really go?" Jiang Xian nodded his head and said in a warm voice, "The world is so big. It's time to go and see it." Chapter 64, Growing Strong. That year, teenager 18 years old, said goodbye to his parents, left home, the first step out of the town down the mountain. Full of anticipation, he went to that world he had always longed for. He looks like a sword just out of its sheath, sharp and unrelenting. There is a longing for everything in the world. He threatened that he must make a name for himself in the Jianghu, to make his name as famous and admired by all as Jiang Xian. Since then, the rivers and lakes will have a young man. Spirited, spring breeze of the triumphant young man. He rode a horse leaning on the sloping bridge, full of red sleeves. He fights with the sword, the wind in dashing, the road to see the injustice. Pull out the sword to help. Traveled all over the 3 mountains in 5 mountains. The initial heart does not change. A teenager is a teenager, promising the first stream on earth. Young man, chivalrous liver and righteousness. Make friends with 5 all male. Liver and gall bladder whole. Hair shrugged. Standing in the talk. Death and life together. A promise of gold weight. A young man with a sword. Across the sea to cut the long whale. The sword to determine the floating clouds of air. The bow bends the bright moon glow. Meteor white feather waist inserted. Sword flower autumn lotus light out of the box. A sword. A jug of wine. A road. Forward and never looking back. But the world is ultimately the world of the people in the world, not the world of his dreams. When a young man enters the world, it is the world's eventful autumn, and slowly learn to raise a cup of sorrow. More sorrow, draw the knife to break the water flow. Later, a teenager full of narrow-mindedness, also happened to meet the tenderness. That girl, she's really getting on people's nerves. The top of that hill in the town. Only Jiang Xian was left alone. Cultivation, meditation, drinking, enlightenment, day after day, year after year, boring and uninteresting, as before, only, now and then, he would listen to that mountain thing and poke around to find out the whereabouts of the teenager. Yes, Jiang Xian had another tie in this mortal state, the young man he had watched grow up. He didn't go. He's waiting for that teenager to return, just like that old couple in the tea stall at the bottom of the hill, from time to time looking towards the village entrance, expecting the teenager to step back to this native land. Wait and wait and wait. The peach blossom bloomed 3 times and the fruit ripened 3 times. It will be 3 years since I left, and 3 years since I waited. The teenager is finally back. When I left, I carried my sword behind me, but when I returned, it was in a box on my waist. Still the same teenager, yet no longer the same teenager. The former spirited young man has never been sad, but now those eyes are also filled with thick sorrow. That year, he was only 21 years old, but like a weathered old man, he liked to sigh and add sadness to heaven and earth. He's got a beard, No longer is the sword that is so sharp. Rather, it was the sheathed blade, heavy and ancient. Big Strong has changed. It's become more stable and less smiley. 3 years had not changed the town of yesteryear, but it had left a sea of change in his body. The clarity of the eyes is not there, but there is a touch of compassion between the eyebrows, which seems to encompass the world's living beings. No, he is no longer a teenager. He should be a young man, a non-returning guest on Earth. That year, the youth climbed that mountain and came to the top of it again to meet the Sword Immortal. The former Sword Immortal was still young, dressed in black, still sitting there, his eyes filled with the same favor and tenderness. He hasn't changed, and he was older. Meeting again after 3 years, between the 4 eyes, that Sword Immortal just called out softly, "Coming?" And the former teenager just answered, coming. It is to look at each other and smile, and it is all in the air. The youth brought wine to Kensen, saying it was the best wine on that earth. The youth still filled the cup for Jian Xian as before, only this time it was no longer Jian Xian drinking alone, but the youth toasted, "Uncle Jiang, I'll drink to you." Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled since. Good. The two drank a cup, another cup. The wine uncovered one altar and another altar. Homecoming children seem to have endless heart. Has been drinking from noon to dark. The wine altar was scattered all over the ground, causing half of the body to smell of wine, and for a moment it was hard to tell who was drinking with whom. But Jiang Xian never asked, and the youth never mentioned it. "You can't ask me about the infinite things that I've done since I left you. Until later." The night was deeper and the wine was finished before the youth rose and walked down the peak, still always saying nothing. Jiang Xian likewise did not ask. Dazhuang is no longer the same Dazhuang after all. He has changed, and what has changed him is the world that he used to aspire to so much. But there is more to the world than rainbows, and there is more to spring and fall, and there is more to heavy rain, and there is more to heat and cold. Seeing the youth leave, Jiang Xian also just let out a sigh and lamented to the bright moon. People will eventually be trapped in their lives by the unattainable things of youth. Big Strong went back to the town and stayed for months, returning when the flowers are blooming, and in the blink of an eye the leaves have fallen all over the mountains. There is still a wind, the spring wind of the other time, but the fall wind of this time. That day, he came back to the mountain and found the sword fairy again. This time is different from the last. The youth did not bring wine, but a story, his story at the bottom of the hill. And Sword Immortal smiled to himself and spoke, "You have stories and I have wine. We can really be good friends." The youth also smiled, drinking the sword fairy's wine and talking about that jungle incident. He said that the mountains were in chaos, with wars and natural disasters, and that the people were not happy. He said he saw tens of thousands of corpses left in the wake of a war and the earth turned brown. He also said that he encountered a drought, 800 miles of Jiangnan no harvest, starving corpses everywhere, sea people to eat. He said the mountains were eaten bald. Even domesticated dogs are starting to eat people. He also said that that world is not earthly. It is a purgatory. At the end of his words, the youth's eyes were red and helpless as he looked at Sword Immortal in a funereal manner. "Uncle Jiang, I see many people fall into the water. I'm not afraid to die, but I can't save them. I really can't save them." And Jiang Xian knew that it was time to tell the youth the truth. He got up and said to the self-conscious youth, "Come with me. I'll take you somewhere." The youth did not speak, and quietly followed. The Sword Immortal took the youth and traveled 1,000 miles in one night to the mountain of old, to the river. Standing on the banks of the Arakan River, Jiang Xian told the youth everything. "See here? This is where I picked you up in the first place." The youth was puzzled and shock filled his face. Jiang Xian took his time and told the youth everything in full, told him about his life, told him where he came from. He was also told that his name wasn't Dai Jiang. His name is Chautauqua. He is not a child of an ordinary family. He is a dragon, the royal family of that 9 states. The youth who knew everything fell into a long silence. He digested Jiang Xian's words, which had seemed like a story that had happened to him. Unbelievable and ridiculous. But it was not for him to disbelieve. The world might deceive him, but Jiang Xian would never. Jiang Xian had told him that the world, had been waiting for someone, for that original owner. This karma is the business of the Chao family, and it can only go to the Chao family. Jiang Xian asked the youth, "Now the people of the world are in a flood. Save them and you may die. Do you save them or not?" This time the youth gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. "Save." Jiang Xian smiled in relief. Everything was as expected. At the end of fall and winter, the former teenager came down the mountain again. Only the former Big Strong had a new name today. Toward the sky, he was still unstoppable. Only this time he was no longer just thinking about fame. He wanted to reign over the world and save this world. It was snowing when he left, the first snowfall in the town this year, and the snowflakes fell in drifts, coloring the world clear and white. Jiang Xian recited a sentence as he eyed from the top of the mountain, looking up at the snowy sky. I don't know who crosses the flute in the sky, blowing down agaric flowers all over the world. Chapter 65, The World's Stake in the World. You do not see the horse walking river snow seaside, the flat sand mang yellow into the sky, toward the sky K down the mountain. Just over 3 months, his life is known to the world. The late emperor's old troops came to join. In a small town, the young man took off his sword shirt, put on a cold armor, to carry the sword, to pursue the deer in the central plains. When he went, he rode 3,000 horsemen, but when he turned 3,000 miles, he combined his army with 100,000 men and took possession of a state. In 3 short years, he has gained a small part of the world. That year, the winds and rains of Zhongshan rise up in the pale yellow, and 1,000,000 lions go up to Jiangnan. All the people in the world are from the number, the world's capable people gathered under the body. The young man is burdened with the dragon chi plus body. Get the timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, raising the flag of the world. They were invincible all the way and headed straight for the city of Deer. Hearing that the Star Remover Palace had rebelled and the Jinbei army had surrendered, a river bank outside Jiangnan was stained red with the blood of 100,000 blood-clothed soldiers, who never returned. Then someone from the Heavenly Tao sect came and said that they would support this king and be the emperor of that 9 states. The great power that belonged to Chaucer is also gone, and the age of the skyward queer shines through. From Beichuan war to the south of the river, from the south of the river and killed to the imperial city, 3,000 miles of wind and snow fluttering, 10 years of spring and autumn heat. The young man at the beginning, faded out of the ordinary, really became the king who despised the world. 10 years in the fall, the wind was cold, and above the canopy, the clouds were stacked up, and above the earth, the mournful winds were wailing. The first city of the 9 states, outside of Deer City, the 1,000,000 elite soldiers were like an ocean, besieging the entire high city, and the blood-colored battle flags covered the sky. The armorers' battle intent was sky-high, their eyes filled with killing intent, and the only thing in their eyes was their dissatisfaction with the city in front of them. They were holding their swords tightly in their hands, rubbing their fists together, just waiting for an order. They would rush up to the top of the city, cut down the golden dragon flag, and also overturn the big mountain that pressed down on them. After 10 years in the army, today's battle will be the last, and there will be victory, because their king is unrivaled in the world, because their king is the reincarnation of a true dragon, and because their king, who has been given the order of heaven, their king had more than them, and behind them stood the saints. The king came from the town, said to be the sword fairy's disciple. It is also the bloodline of the late emperor. There is no way to not win. Far above a hill, see a black-clothed teenager, standing with his hands up. Let the wind blow his robes bulging. His eyes narrowed down since he looked down at the body. A glance, hundreds of miles of camps, flags such as forests. A big battle has long been building up. Jiang Xian raised his eyes, glanced at the gray sky, and whispered, "It's going to rain." On Deer City, the flags were hunting. Outside of Deer City, Jingoism. Suddenly a bolt of lightning crossed, piercing the sky at that moment, reflecting a cold armor outside the city. Very piercing. Thunder shook the sky, booming and roaring, like a god on earth low roar. Alarmed the crotch of the war horse neighing, restless, just before the 3 armies. There is a general, black crown and black armor, white horse on the crotch of the wind, blood-colored cape in the wind dancing wildly, such as a landscape painting dyed with a little bit of vermilion. The air swallows the mountains. The general held the reins in his hands, looked up at the sky, and murmured in a low voice, "Uncle Jiang, bless me and end this today." The words fell. The general closed his eyes, took in a deep breath and exhaled it slowly, snapped his eyes open. An endless killing intent like a big rolling wave poured into that city. He drew the sword at his waist. The sound of the longsword coming out of the sheath was so harsh, and the light refracted from the blade was so cold, like the gloomy wind rising from hell, piercingly cold. He raised his longsword high, pointed it forward, and bellowed, "All of you draw your swords and follow me to tread down this city. Kill!" The 3 armies beat their drums and their horns are continuous. Knock, 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 knock. Millions of troops. The mountain cries out, "Kill, kill, kill." The autumn wind blows. The war drums beat. The mountain calls shake the sky, and the heavens roar. The general took the lead and rushed out, and the million-strong army charged, like that monstrous wave, and pounced on Deer City. The sound of killing and hoofbeats. The charge of the million-strong army made the entire earth tremble with it. Distant attack ready. Release. Above the city, the arrows are like a rain curtain inclined, dense. Countless cultivators stepped into the air with their swords. Formations, blistering winds, and sword light tore through that rain of arrows and chopped up that city wall. Zira. Rumble. Heavy rain fell as soon as it was said to, and the cold, icy rain slapped down hard on the land, just like the swords and knives in the hands of the armored soldiers on both sides, mercilessly chopping down on the enemy. The world was in turmoil, and blood accompanied by rain gave the walls a new red coat. Jiang Xian was still standing on the top of the mountain, eyeing all this, his eyes as calm as a deep pool, the sea of blood and mountains of corpses. The sky-shattering killing shouts could not stir up a single ripple in him, just as the heavy rain overhead was dense, but it never managed to leave half a bit of frost on his body. He watched as the rain said it would fall, and he watched as that battle said it would be fought, watching the attacking soldiers die and fold in the way of the charge, watching the soldiers defending the city fall to their heads on that high hilltop, watching the trapped soldiers step on the city, watching the soulless soldiers rout the city. The war was won or lost, and he had known it for a long time. No, it should have started that day, when the boy uttered that word save. He would have predicted the outcome. On this earth, Jiang Xian would not lose, so Dajiang would not lose, and he could easily give this world to Dajiang without wasting a single soldier or destroying a single city or house. But Jiang Xian didn't. The path of Dajiang, he wanted to let him walk by himself, this road to becoming a dragon. He wanted to let the boy feel it by himself. Jiang Xian had to leave after all. He couldn't protect Dajiang for the rest of his life, and he didn't want to protect him for the rest of his life. There were some things that he should do on his own. The fruit on the trees is ripe, just hanging from the treetops. What Jiang Xian should have done was not to pick that fruit for him, but to let him climb up and pick it himself, while he just had to be under the tree and catch him when he fell down. But obviously, Dajiang was so competitive that he didn't fall and pick the fruit, even though it took him 10 years to climb and many people died doing it. But Jiang Xian thought it was worth it. Dynasties change, years change, which time is not so. Peace is never a gift from above, but is fought for with blood and lives. This generation bleeds for the next generation to be comfortable, but no one knows that comfort will last another couple hundred years. As the golden dragon flag at the top of the city was cut down, a blood-stained red flag was also inserted on the top of the city, raised high in the wind and rain, and the sound of hunting wind was heard. Jiang Xian knew. The dust has settled, and there's nothing to be watching. He turned around, descended the mountain, and gradually walked away, and the things behind him seemed to have nothing to do with him in general. In the middle of the wind and rain, talking to himself, the world is a big dream. Life is a few times cooler in the fall. The wind and leaves have sounded the porch at night. On the city of Deer, General bathed in blood, looking back at the mountains behind him, eyes downcast, eyes sullen, tilting his head, letting the cold rain slap his face, the cold wind shaping his armor, murmuring in a low voice, "Uncle Jiang, I won." Chapter 66, Ask for the World. That year, the autumn wind was cold, the city was full of black armor, and the blood-colored flags looked like plum blossoms in the waxing moon, blooming in every corner of Deer City. The sky remained immersed in blackness. It's still raining. It seems to want to wash away the bloodstains of this city and return a clean slate to this world. Just like the young man of the past who came down from the mountain to return justice to this world. And today, he carried the wind and rain, walked for 10 years, and finally stepped into that palace, outside the former Golden Palace. It was exceptionally cold, corpses everywhere on the ground spread all over the stone steps, blood splashed everywhere with the rain. The soldiers stand on both sides of the knife and sword, a solemn look, waiting in the rain, did not say a word. The general rides, crossing the large square. He came to the front of the Golden Palace. Outside the Golden Palace, on top of the high steps, there was a dragon chair. The former emperor was on that dragon chair, in the rain, sitting steadily in it, letting the heavy rain wet that dragon robe. He has not moved a muscle since. It was different from the sea of people who were on the side of that general with a single call. Behind him was empty, leaving only an empty hall, and this cold dragon chair underneath him. Shaughnessy, bleak, just like this fall. He was a tree. But a tree that had fallen out of its branches and leaves and was alone. The tree falls and the monkeys scatter, and one move loses its power and is disliked by all. But the dragons might remain the same, even though his face had long since changed. Chao Tiankai rode up the long steps to the dragon chair, strangled his horse stiffly, looked down, calmly at the man in the chair, and faintly said, "Uncle, it's been 10 years and we've finally met." Chao Gu lazily propped up her chin and slowly opened her eyes, the tips of her eyebrows lightly raised as her eyes roamed over the general in front of her. It was actually with a light smile that he praised, "Worthy of being the descendant of my Chao family, juvenile heroism, you can smell it from 2 miles away. Ah, not bad, not bad." Chao Tiankai sneered and spoke knowingly, "How come you're the only one left?" Chao Gu narrowed a pair of narrow eyes, full of concern. "The strangled rabbit dies, the traitor cooks, the tall bird dies, the good Bao hides, the city breaks down, the scheming ministers rebel, the king becomes a king and loses his enemies. What's so unusual about that?" Chao Tiankai grimaced and said nothing. Chao Gu sighed and sat up a little straighter, patting the dragon chair at his side with some loss. "You win. This chair, it's yours." Chao Tiankai gave that dragon chair a deep and meaningful look. "I don't want to be the emperor. It's just that you don't deserve to be the emperor. And for the sake of the people of the world, I have to be." Chao Gu heard this, as if he had heard a great joke, and laughed in a caracal voice. "Oh, I don't deserve it. Why don't I deserve it? Your throne is too dirty," Chao Tiankai said. Chao Gu narrowed his eyes and teased, "The dragon chair has always been stained with blood. What is the word dirty? You have traveled all the way here. The hooves of your horse stepped on this place. Didn't you also die a lot of people? You're not dirty?" Chao Tiankai did not argue with the Chao Gu in front of him. Uncle Jiang had once said that different paths don't lead to the same thing, and there was no need to argue right or wrong with someone who had different values from his own at any given time, because there is no absolute right or wrong in this world in the first place. As long as they feel right, they will do it, right or wrong. There will be later comment. Coldly, he said, "I'm not going to argue with you, but do you have anything else to say?" Feeling the condescending gaze from his nephew, Chao Gu was very upset. A touch of disgust surfaced in his eyes, and with a hint of a sardonic color, he grinned. "Kid, don't look at me with such eyes. You're just lucky. If it wasn't for that sword immortal, who are you to be able to compete with me? I'll crush you as simple as crushing an ant." Kaedix didn't deny it. All this he did today, in the eyes of outsiders, was swung out by himself with a sword, and killed out by himself battle by battle. But it comes down to this: if it wasn't for Uncle Jiang, he really wouldn't be able to defeat this uncle in front of him, this former saint. But so what? A win is a win. Wendy spoke. At all times, luck is part of strength. Chao Gu was stunned. Her face then calmed down, as if she understood and accepted it openly. "Yeah, luck is part of strength." He leaned back lazily on the dragon chair, a touch of relief brushed across his eyes, and said in a warm voice, "There's nothing more to say. Do it. A loss is a loss." In fact, he had already lost when he met that sword immortal 15 years ago. 15 more years of life. After 15 years of enjoyment, he felt that it was worth it, or at least there was nothing to regret, because he would have had no chance of winning, wasn't it? Chao Tiankai rolled over and dismounted, walking over to the dragon chair. The sky flashed with electricity and thunder, the wind whistled even more, and the rain poured down, when a blood-colored lightning filled the moment. He wrinkled his brow, drew his sword, and chopped through it with a flash of cold light. A head rolled down under the dragon chair with it. A generation of emperors has fallen here. Chao Tiankai's sword blade shook, shaking off the bloodstains, and glanced at the headless corpse. Putting away his sword, he took a few steps forward and picked up the tumbled head. "Get up, turn around." Facing thousands of armored men, he raised that head high. Dynasty died. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers sheathed their swords and lances, closed their fronts, kneeling neatly and calling out from the mountains, "Congratulations to the emperor! Long live the emperor! Hooray! Hooray!" Its sound shook the heavens, reverberating monstrously under the remaining canopy. In the sky, the thunder dissipated. That rain stopped when it was said to stop. An ray of warm sunlight pierced through the thick clouds and fell impartially on Chao Tiankai's body. Bask in the sunshine. Chao Tiankai looked up at the sky. Millions of armored men looked up at the sky. The people all over the city also looked up at the sky. The wind stopped and so did the rain. They saw the sky of Kyushu when the clouds opened up. That fall, the royal power of the 9 states alternates. The old king fell. The new emperor ascended the throne. Amnesty for the whole world. The sword into the treasury. The horse put South Mountain. Exempted from the world's taxes for 3 years. The day it is announced to the world. The people of the world. Shouting for imperial favor. Once that teenager, after all, slayed the evil dragon, sat on top of that dragon seat, and became the new dragon. The historian put up his pen, opened a single page, and wrote, "There is a king in the 9 states, and it is called Chao Tian-Kai. When he was young, he met a sword fairy in a small town and practiced the sword for 12 years. Afterwards, he entered the world and traveled for 3 years, seeing the suffering of the world's people and the withering of his reputation. He then raised his troops, and 3,000 iron armor stepped on the north of the river, and in 3 years he became king and gained 100,000 soldiers. Later, he raised his troops, went up to Jiangnan, crossed the Yangtze River, and trapped the imperial city with millions of soldiers. Fall time. The city was broken, the tyrant was executed, and the world was won. In accordance with the will of heaven, he was placed at the 9th and 5th positions, and ascended the throne as the emperor. The universe is calm and the 4 seas are clear. The day the true dragon returns to its throne, when 10,000 rays of haze shine over the 9 states, all in all a good brag. But the world knows, there is a new emperor in the 9 states, and that emperor comes from that town, the town blessed by the sword immortal, and that sword fairy, called Jiang Xian. Later, Chao Tian-Kai returned home in his clothes, and Dragon landed in that town. The town was in an uproar, and the gray-haired old woman was in tears. It was like old times, climbing that mountain again, but there was an empty space in front of us. He didn't get to meet that sword fairy, but he did find a letter. A farewell letter from a sword fairy. The emperor knew that the sword immortal was gone. Uncle Jiang. Chapter 67. A letter. Tear open the mottled envelope. Open the yellowed letterhead. A line of script font into the eyes. The words in the paper are the same as the 2 words on the acacia tree at the bottom of that hill. The font is thick and powerful. The pen walks like a snake. Seems to contain the sword road 3000. Especially the practice of watching the sword. In the word between the lines we'll be able to see a few points of the sword too. That's the word for Kenshin. Chao Tian-Kai knew very well that this was what Uncle Jiang had left behind. Letter in the book. Dajiang personally opens the door. See the words. Stronger. When you read this letter, I believe you've done what you wanted to do, and I wonder if that world is as good as you want it to be? Uncle Gon. You and I are both cultivators. The cultivation of the road. Life and death is the normal parting. You have to try to get used to. You and I have a different way. Then each ride the wind. Each find their own way. Each walk their own way. Don't leave without saying goodbye. Don't miss it, and don't look for it for the rest of your life. A leaf floating flat return to the sea, where life does not meet. If it is destiny, we'll meet. If not destiny, can also be bathed in the same round of sun and moon, as long as each other remembers, to see or not to see. In fact, there is no difference. On the way out, I don't know what to give you, or what to say. Then I'll send you a message. Remember, the so-called thousands of years of dominance and the ages of fame are really nothing compared to one thing: to spend your life the way you like it. The path you chose. Uncle knows. It's hard to walk. If you ever get tired, don't hold on. There's no shame in letting go. Springtime is better than pleasing yourself. I hope you're well, and I'll see you again. A thin page of paper, written only to talk about a few words, but the hand holding the paper cannot help but shake. Iron-blooded emperor, the corners of his eyes slightly red, the tip of his nose. He could not help but raise his head high. The world seemed all quiet to him at that moment. The oncoming wind was strong. Yes, it is because of the wind. Until later when he mentioned that day with people, he would emphasize the sentence. That day, the wind was strong, really strong. Uncle Kong is gone. Soundless. He didn't know since when Uncle Jiang had long become an integral part of his life. The same. He didn't know when Uncle Jiang left. He knew he'd go. It was as if he knew that the letter would hurt him just to read it. That's Xian. It is inherently indisputable that fairies can pass by and stay on Earth, but they will never live on Earth. He had always thought that he had grown up a long time ago, not just by taking hold of that iron sword or sitting on the throne. At this moment, standing on the top of this mountain, looking at the letter in his hand, he realized that he had really grown up this time, because, from now on, there was no one behind him, and no one would follow him under that tree. Everything that's going on, you can only rely on yourself. He's grown up. Never felt grown up himself, but Uncle Jiang let go, so he's grown up. He used to think about growing up, now he hates it. But, the one thing in the world that never backs up or stays is time. Folding the envelope up gently, he slowly put it back together and carefully tucked it back into the cuff. Chao Tian-Kai's broad palm touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, which was Uncle Jiang's gift to him at the age of 18. A low murmur. Don't worry, Uncle Jiang. I'll live happily ever after. And if I really can't hold out anymore one day, I'll go looking for you. At dusk, the setting sun dyed half the sky red. The sunlight is like an ocean. The wind and the emperor turned around, reluctantly walked down the mountain. And after the moon rises, the clouds move, and you can hear the cicadas. The green mountains are together with the wind and rain, and the bright moon has never been two towns? Original. Parting is not a long pavilion on an ancient road, nor is it the luxuriant grass, but 1,000 words on a piece of paper. A few words. Later, a shrine has been built on the top of the hill in the town, called the Sword Immortal Hall, dedicated not to a god or a Buddha, but to a sword immortal. That sword immortal's black clothes were like ink, his eyebrows were like distant mountains, and his eyes were like a sea of stars. A sword was tied around his waist, and he sheltered the entire world as he talked and laughed. The world knows that the temple for the person, since the incense is a steady stream of people, there are seeking Taoist, but there are also seeking peace, and what's more, even seeking a marriage. Somewhat outrageous. That emperor gave an order, gave that sword fairy a king, built a mansion, placed in the most conspicuous place in that capital, and also gave that mansion a name. It is said to wait for the return of the immortal. What do you mean? It is also known to the world. The people of the city, by heart, knew that the sword fairy was gone, or at least had left that town. 100 years have passed as well. The word Jiangxian on the acacia tree also inexplicably disappeared, and the rules set by the sword fairy reached their expiration date. And that town, however, remained the same. The people of the world. No one dares to touch it, and no one dares to think about it. Later, the emperor set up a queen, made a family, gave birth to a child, and named that child Chao Xian, a handsome little backwoods man. The legend belonging to Jiang Xian is still circulating in the mortal state, and is famous in the 4 seas. If nothing goes wrong, it will also be remembered throughout the ages. Of course, these, since not Jiang Xian's intention, just unintentionally look back, caused this side of the mountain torrent. Jiang Xian did leave the mortal state. After stepping into the imperial city that year towards Tiancai, he left the mortal state and walked across the avenue that ascended to the heavens, setting foot in the land of the upper state. It is said that this world, there are 10 states, 8 wastelands, and 4 seas. Those 10 states, one is naturally this mortal state, and then there are the 8 states of heaven, earth, Xian, Huang, Yu, Zeus, Hong, and wasteland. Finally, there's another immortal state, at the far end of the eastern sea. 4 seas, it is the 4 oceans of the east, west, south and north, the boundless sea. But, except for the east, the west, north and south are written that this road is not accessible. Why doesn't it make sense? Ghosts only know that it is a forbidden area of life. Without the breath of life, millions of years, people who go in, will never want to come out. Someone said, inside there is Gui, a kind of evil that can devour all living things in the world, and they have been confined there by the ancestors of the ancient gods, and they can't get out, so they won't let others come out even if they go in. There are others who say, the 3 seas, which are the 3 walls, exist to enclose Kyushu, in order to prevent the humans of Kyushu from escaping, and if you want to leave Kyushu, you can only go to the east, to that immortal state, also known as Fairyland, to become a true immortal. Actually, and it does. Moreover, that road, Jiang Xian had traveled, a sea road, very uneventful, windy, big waves that was just basic. It's also filled with countless bloodthirsty sea beasts and endless numbers of lonely ghosts as you walk through there. They are always thinking of devouring your flesh and blood and bewitching your soul. To say that it's 9 deaths is really apt. All of it. That path to the realm of the immortals is also known as the Way of the Immortals. As for the 8 wastes, it was at the other end of that East Sea immortal state, the vast wilderness beyond the boundary of that immortal city. That's the land of the demon race. Xian has never been there, just heard and seen demons and beasts from there. Lots of them. That's all. Sure, that was also where Jiang Xian would eventually go. Immortal City. The first city of eternity. The blood-colored great wall that buried countless sword immortals and great demons. Chapter 68, Heaven's Sword Bearer. 50 years later, Zhenju, a tea house on a street in a city. A Han said, "Hey, have you heard? The Holy Fire sect has been exterminated again and again and again." "Really?" an old man questioned. The Hanyu said with decisive certainty, "Outside the rumors crazy, can be false, a big fire, burned clean tsk, I heard or a living mouth did not stay." The next table, A scholar-like man folded his fan off and sidestepped, also inserted a sentence. More than leaving no survivors. I heard that was not even a corpse left behind. Hearing that, one person asked, could it be the one who did it again? The scholar took a sip of his wine and said calmly, I'd say 8 or 9. The Hanyu sked his tongue. TSK. This person is really ruthless. The beginning of spring just destroyed the Demon King's cave. Only a few months and then pouted the sacred fire cult. Yes, if this goes on, all the demonic sects in Xianzhou will have to be wiped out by him. Originally there were not a few left. Well, sooner or later, for the sake of heaven, when it is the model of my generation. Indeed, these people died are not wrong. The Xianzhou messed up, all dead to clean it. Just do not know this master is what kind of god, this kind of courage, but also really want to meet, so that we can look up to. The scribe's fan opened with a sneer. What are you dreaming of? This master of the dragon see the head and not see the tail. Our Xianzhou those old ancestors to find a few years have not found. You also want to see people? Besides, the people who have seen him are all dead. Do you not want to live? The man winced and waved his hand with a sardonic smile. Or not. Get in the way. You guys, who will be next to be exterminated? If you ask me, between the marketplace, the cups are exchanged, or drinking wine, or tea, chatting up. Listen carefully but found that they are talking about the same thing. That is, news came from far away, a few days ago, that the majestic holy fire sect was annihilated by lifting the sect without leaving a single survivor. Speaking of this sacred fire sect, although the name sounds atmospheric, but also in the name of the sacred fire, said that the practice of the great Tao, but in private, it's all about that unseemly business, and the world knows it. What abduction and trafficking of women, sucking the brains out of babies, slaughtering villages and destroying towns, can be said to be all kinds of evil. Everyone is to be punished. All that is practiced is that evil and devious gong method, and all that is practiced is evil deeds that are against human virtue. In the land of Xianzhou, there were countless immortal cultivation sects, but they could be roughly divided into two categories, one of which was the righteous path that practiced the great Tao, one step at a time, seizing the aura of heaven and earth for his own use. He certified the Tao and became an immortal. There are also demonic sects such as the Holy Fire sect, which cultivate more evil gong methods. There are soul refining people's essence and blood, as well as cannibalizing people's flesh and blood. In short, everything, both. Not only does it hurt the peace of heaven, it also hurts the peace of mankind. These are the evil cultivators and the people of the devil's way. It is often said, good and evil are not two opposites. More killing between the two. If they meet, it will be divided into life and death. The right way to follow the sky, on behalf of the light and justice, and the world's living beings a heart, on the devil can be said to hate to the bone. More than once, he had waged a war to exterminate demons. The result, however, was unsatisfactory. The allied forces of the righteous path did not lose, yet they did not win either, and repeatedly returned unhappy. As to why, naturally, you can't beat it. But of course there's more to it than that. There are unseen problems. As the saying goes, Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. The strength of the evil cultivator is not low. There will also be some forbidden arts. Really fight, who lives and who dies, and the righteous strong, cannot dare to fight with these people really on the life, so for thousands of years, will coexist on this continent. Cultivation is not easy, so the strong reached an unknown tacit agreement, unspoken. Let those under the hands of the disciples to fight for their lives, and they chose to stay on the sidelines, always. But, the things of the world would not remain the same forever, and just 10 years ago, a major event occurred in Xianzhou. Naturally for the most part, it's a good thing too. A devilish sect was let down overnight, the mountain gate was burned by a fire, and there were no corpses left. That's over 30,000 disciples. Froza did not survive. At that time the world was shocked to know that clan, although not the top of the devil clan, but there are still immortals sitting in the town, which even have the second realm of the immortal's old ancestor. In Zhenju, the second realm of immortality. Not to say that the world is invincible, but it can definitely be ranked among the top 100. But it's such a clan, letting someone exterminate it when they say they'll exterminate it? At that time, the righteous path cheered, while the demonic path was on edge, but no one ever knew who did it. However, before the dust settles on this side of the matter, there is another clan on the other side that has also been destroyed. Same situation, same result, and same night. 10,000 people disappeared without a trace, and that clan happens to be a demon clan as well. At this time, people were even more shocked, and at the same time, they had a premonition that this matter was by no means simple. Since then, on average, every half a year, a devil sect would be exterminated in the Jianghu, and in the blink of an eye for 10 years, the infamous 36 Devil's Caves, counting this time Sacred Flame sect, had already been exterminated 21 in a row. Who did it? Still don't know. According to one surviving witness, seen from afar, it was a young boy in black, wearing a Thule mask, who came from the darkness, brought destruction, and returned to the darkness. What the truth is self-evident, but both the righteous and the devil are mad. The righteous are mad with joy. The devil's way, on the other hand, was mad with anxiety. Over the years, they were all scarce in the rivers and lakes anymore. They started with disdain, then anger, until now they have long been that frightened bird, be the turtle with a shrunken head and take refuge in the world. Even so, the doom will still come as promised, and one by one they will be destroyed. Evil as they are, they seem destined for destruction. The people of the devil's way call him Asura, the Asura from hell, who came to wipe out the evils of the world. They're guilty, so they'll die. And the righteous, then they call him the heavenly sword-bearer. What is a man of the sword of heaven? A man who holds the sword of heaven, who guards the way of heaven, who swallows up the sins of the earth. That is, the spokesman of the way of heaven. The reputation can be very great. The hustle remains. In the tea house, Jiang Xian finished the last piece of pastry and drank the tea in his cup, which was tipped downwards, leaving behind half a piece of spirit crystal and getting up to leave. Some moments later, the little second behind him held up the spirit crystals and shouted, "Guest, haven't found money for you yet." Jiang Xian waved his hand and said indifferently, "More than enough. It's for you." Xiao Er smiled happily and nodded his head to send off. Teenager out of the tea house, met the street two children chasing and playing, holding a wooden sword and bamboo knife. A good time to play. Milky voice shouted, "Demon, I am the heavens Tao sword enforcer. Why don't you quickly accept death? Where are you running? How dare you? I am the brother of the heavenly Tao sword bearer. The heavenly Tao sword bearer. How can you be so unreasonable? Ha, let's have a showdown then. Come on, make a move." Jiang Xian's palm gently pressed the bamboo hat on top of his head, and the corners of his mouth rose with a soft smile. Sword bearer of the heavenly Tao. Ha! Chapter 69, that year at the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, the spring breeze came, and thousands of pear blossoms bloomed. It was winter. Rincon. It was blowing a gale that day, and it was cold through the bones. Leaden clouds rolled in from the overcast sky, and gooseflesh fell from the sky. Western Shenzhou. At the bottom of the Blood Shadow Hall Mountain, one of the 36 Devil's Caves, there was a man who came from the roiling wind and snow. The visitor wore a bucket hat on his head and black clothes. His body was robust, and every step he took was calm and steady. Although it looks not weak, but the thin bundle of clothing in the wind and snow, there is still some depression. The more the snow falls, the bigger, the more the wind blows, the more intense. The world is gradually white. Jiang Xian walks in the middle of it. Let the wind and snow. He is not even a shiver. The thousands of flying snow, moreover, did not see half a piece fall on his body. Row a distance. Jiang Xian saw a strange place. This is a dense forest, but the emergence of a flat and woodless open space. He arrived just now, smelling the footsteps and scaring up a few cold crows that were looking for something to do in the cold of winter. The ground even saw the rats head off into the snow. In the air, filled with a slight smell of blood, even if it is a cold winter day, walking in which it is difficult to avoid the stench of the nose. Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows. The bottom of his eyes floated over a flash of caracal color. His sight looked around. Visible snow lying uncountable corpses, oodles of them piled up together. This snow party not long ago did not completely whitewash this world. Casually so look around. The white bones and skeletons that could be seen everywhere on the ground were scattered in the snow, and a body was also seen piled up horizontally and vertically, like the herd of dead pigs that had been born with the plague. Some are face up, some have their faces buried in the dirt, others have their hands held high, and some are holding themselves in a death grip. It was densely connected. Some look freshly dead, some are long dead, and some are just white bones. The scene, unforgiving, is the same as a winter where the cold freezes these corpses and the snow topples them. Otherwise, the scene, surely, should be described as a shocking one to make it seem more apt. Obviously, the empty space in the mountain in front of us is a mass grave. and the burials are all the sins created by this blood shadow hall over the years. Instead of saying that the burial is inappropriate, it is better to say that it is just like this casually thrown here, throwing the body in the wilderness. Whether it is dragged away by the dog, gnawed by rats, or even the remaining bones are also swallowed by the vultures. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, even Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He gently knitted his nose. The pace under his feet quickened a bit, and the hostility in his eyes intensified a bit. He was thinking, this blood shadow sect, even if it was exterminated, really did not die in vain. Of course not stopping the blood shadow sect, the entire Xianzhou, all the cultivation door crooked road death is not wrong. That's tougher than I am. Jiang Xian muttered as he realized that among these corpses, there were also newborn babies. His footsteps quickened as he tried to get himself through this place of wrongdoing as quickly as possible. The snow under the feet, very soft, step on it, but do not feel comfortable. But on the contrary, it is a little difficult to get off the feeling. Suddenly, while one of Jiang Xian's feet special fell around a corpse, a hand yanked on Jiang Xian's ankle. The force was not great, but it came suddenly. Jiang Xian was instinctively stunned and a little confused. He looked down, but saw a white and purple palm leaking out from the snow, grabbing him as if he was grasping a life-saving straw. Those hands looked rough, but they weren't big. Jiang Xian wrinkled his brows, his eyes mostly suspicious. Alive? But when he heard some slight movement, he saw the snow rustling and sliding, and the owner of the hand fought to raise his head. Weakly, save me. That is a hair such as fried hair general kid. Facial hair white, cheekbones leak out, born of thin bones, single so look, really cannot distinguish years and years, but look at this bone and body type, should be the age of 10 years old, breath is very weak, the body's qi and blood has long been drained most of the people, breathing if hidden, just finished talking, a breath did not continue to come up, the head is crooked, and fainted dead, but the palm of the hand is still resting on the ankles of Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian retracted his gaze. His complexion was as usual, somewhat cold, and with that gentle step forward, that hand also slipped down into the snow once again. He didn't seem to intend to care. After all, in this side of the world, life and death have their own destiny, wealth and fortune are in the sky, death or not has little to do with himself. So he continued onward, toward the mountains. However, after walking out for some distance, he still stopped, and his afterglow glanced behind him, and a rare touch of pity appeared in those lingering eyes. Looking up at the vast pale clouds, the cold wind in his face and the snow falling on his clothes, he said to himself, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. After killing so many people, let me be the good guy for once. Jiang Xian turned around and held the teenager in his arms before slowly disappearing into the vast wind and snow. Fit for the night. The snow still falls in the mountains. No stars or moon. All dark, only the wind blowing snow whistling between heaven and earth. There was a deserted cabin in the mountains that had fallen into disrepair and had long since fallen into disrepair, with a large hole in the roof, but it still barely sheltered from the wind and snow. At the moment the house burning a red, in the darkness of the night, like a lamp, hanging in the darkness of the night, for the lonely souls and ghosts in the mountains to point out a road in general. In the tiny cabin, the fire burned brightly, and from time to time the wind came from the top and left, front and back and right, dancing the flames a little more violently. With a crackling sound, in front of the fire, Jiang Xian warmed the wine and drank it alone, and from time to time, he threw the dry wood piled up on the side into the fire pit when he was bored. Woohoo! Crackle! Ahem! Cough! Cough cough cough! A violent cough rang out, and Jiang Xian instinctively glanced at his side with his afterglow, but a tiny teenager woke up in a violent coughing fit, struggled to squirm, and half leaned against the pillar behind him. Weak eyes looked around until they saw Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian didn't say anything, continue to drink their own wine. Small teenager look is complex and changing. A good number of heaven and man after the war. Gather enough courage. Weakly asked, you saved me? Jiang Xian took a sip of wine and still didn't speak. The tiny teenager's throat rolled and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but he felt a burning pain in his throat. He scrutinized it once more and looked at Jiang Xian's collar again as he continued to ask, who are you? Jiang Xian was silent. How did I get here? Jiang Xian remained silent, and so there were no words relative to each other, one pretending not to hear, the other dumbfounded. The little teenager only remembers that he was drained of his essence and blood and thrown in that forest of corpses, and then it snowed. After waking up right here and meeting a stranger, it was clear to him that it must have been the person in front of him, who had saved him, Except that this person didn't seem to want to pay attention to him, and he had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. In his stomach, a rumbling sound soon rang out. Growling dash. The tiny teenager said humbly, is there food? Jiang Xian, who had been silent all this time, also made a move and casually threw a not-so-small sheepskin pouch to the teenager. Faintly, he said, goat's milk. Drink it. Chapter 70 Lightsaber Tire. The tiny teenager picked up the sheepskin pouch on the ground and looked deeply at Jiang Xian. Said one sentence, thanks, and then couldn't wait to pull out the cork. Wasted some effort, and then busily raised it high above his head and drank. Forced to swallow when the knot of the throat comes from the hot. A series of drinks several mouth. Since there is also that leakage. From the corner of the mouth drips down on the collar above. Ah, ha ha. Goat's milk in his belly. The tiny teenager gasped as if he had climbed a small mountain in one breath. The color of his face, however, had become a little rosier. There was some blood color. He rested for a while, and drank again, until he had drunk it all. And then he rested, leaning against the pillar, looking up into the darkness of the night. As the wind and snow fell silently, he closed his own eyes and soothed his brow. Although Jiang Xian had his back to him, his divine sense sensed it clearly, and as he drank, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, evoking a shallow arc. It should satiate the belly while taking warmth. The tiny teenager really recovered, stood up, staggered a little and came to Jiang Xian's side, slowly sat down, facing Jiang Xian, holding the tiny sheepskin pouch in both hands. Thank you. Jiang Xian gave him an afterimage and took the sheepskin pouch, casually returning the comment. You're welcome. The tiny teenager, from this angle, could only see half of Jiang Xian's side face covered under his bamboo hat, full of mystery and inscrutability. And thanks for saving me, or else. Jiang Xian smiled bashfully. No need to thank me. It's your life that's hard. Jiang Xian's coldness caused the tiny teenager's heart to take a bit of a beating, and with an "oh," he didn't speak again, turning his head to stare at the fire. He froze, wondering if he had thought of something painful, his pupils turning red in the firelight. At large, Jiang Xian, however, does not care. Drink all the wine in his hands, then find a suitable location, lying down, the brim of the hat to the face. Breath su-su, seems to be really sleeping in general. The tiny teenager stole a glance at the black-clad boy on the ground and, without speaking, turned to add to the fire, gathered up the thin sleeves of his body, and his eyes, as if they were filled with lead, grew heavy and heavy, until later, the eyes went dark and slept as well. People are always sleepy when they are full. The wind and snow remained. The fire in front of me, but no one added to it. So the wind got stronger and the snow got thicker while the flames slowly got smaller. Trance. A heavy coat huffed and puffed, covering the tiny body. I know the snow is heavy at night, and I hear the sound of folding bamboo. There was a sleepless night, and then it was light. The next day, the tiny teenager woke up, only to find the light a little blinding, and glanced at the sky through the broken window above his head, where a ray of warm sunlight happened to fall. It's not warm, but the heart is open to the light. Glancing at the thick coat on his body, he froze for that breath, and then a touch of joy hung on his brow, and a touch of urgency hung on his face when he looked around and saw that it was as empty as a field. Hurriedly got up and draped that coat over his body, but the clothes were too big and he was too skinny, so it looked like he was wrapped in a quilt. The corners of his coat dragged to the floor as well, looking a little funny, but actually walking, and seemingly inconvenient. He hurried to the door. The wind has stopped and so has the snow. The world has long been different from yesterday, with a clean new coat, and as far as the eye can see, it's snowy white, clean and unblemished. But the little boy is not interested in love scene, hurried out to search around, snow to knee. He trips through the snow, hurriedly, but also stumbling, like a toddler. By the look of it, it's kinda urgent. Looking for what? Suddenly, a magnetic voice came from behind himself, and the little boy looked back suddenly, and saw a man in black, wearing a bamboo hat, sitting on top of the eaves, looking at himself. The tiny teenager could not hide his heart's joy. His cuffs wiped over his nose, and he giggled with joy. Nope, nothing to look for. But Jiang Xian, who was on that roof, couldn't stop his eyebrows from pressing down, and his brows were actually tinted with a touch of appalled color. He stared at the tiny teenager's brow and then looked back up at the day. The complexity of his expression grew, and he whispered under his breath, "Sword tire?" The lightsaber tire hidden in the light. Just now, the moment that the tiny teenager turned around and tilted his head, Jiang Xian saw a hidden sword on his brow, flooded with lightsabers. and that's something that wasn't there yesterday. The morning light shone on its brow. So this light sword appeared. Jiang Xian was not wrong. The young man in front of him was a sword tire, and it was also a light sword. What is a sword tire? A natural sword practitioner, 1 in a million, born with the gift of resonating with the sword. The main way it manifests itself is that there will be a birthmark in the center of the brow. The shapes and sizes varied, but they were all sword-like. The colors are also different. The 4 elements of the 5 elements are gold, green, blue, red, yellow, red, orange and purple. The attributes are different and the color of the birthmark of the sword is different. But the lightsaber tire was different from these 4. Although it also existed, it was invisible. For it is inherently like light, white in unusual times, black in the night, chameleon-like, able to fit perfectly with everything. The only time it will manifest for a moment is when the first light of the morning falls, if it happens to be right on the brow. And when this moment appears, if you happen to still be in the realm of immortality and can see that hint of heaven, you will be able to have the honor of seeing it. Obviously, the coincidence of it all fits in this moment. Jiang Xian saw it, a light sword tire possessor. No, he is more than a teenager. Jiang Xian is in the future a sword god, standing in the clouds, looking out of the 4 fields. Only, he racked his brain and thought back carefully, but in his last life he didn't remember that there was such a person. Want to come? It should have been given to freezing to death, while in this life it happened to be saved by himself, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. The world is full of mediocre people who don't know the body of a sword tire. He wanted to. If this Blood Shadow Hall knew that this child possessed a lightsaber fetus, they wouldn't have abandoned him in the wilderness, would they? If the entire Xianzhou knew that he possessed a lightsaber tire, those old things in the righteous sects who claim to be grandmasters would surely fight for their heads as well. It's a sword tire. As long as he doesn't die, he will enter the 14th realm of the Great Sword Immortal in the future. Not to mention that this is still a light sword tire. Pity. The tiny teenager was already feeling a little weird when he saw Jiang Xian staring at him, and then he felt even weirder when he heard him say something inexplicable. Subconsciously, he scratched his head, some clear stupidity under his eyes. Just giggling. Seeing this, Jiang Xian also couldn't help but gently shake his head, and with a gentle leap, he went down to the roof and came to the tiny teenager's body with his hands on his back. In his ignorance and giggles, Jiang Xian raised his right hand and pointed his parallel fingers towards the tiny teenager's brow. The tiny teenager instinctively dodged. Dada Young said a word. Don't move. Chapter 71 I want to be with you. The tiny teenager stopped at the sound of the voice, so he didn't move at all, and Jiang Xian's 2 fingers were used as a sword, gently pointing at the center of his eyebrow, whispering, "Wake up, woo woo." Suddenly a wind, very fast, rolled up the falling snow millions, flicked the surrounding trees, then see the snow rustling down, like a white mist. Its wind dances hair, blowing the tiny teenager's robes bulging with so much cold. Jiang Xian's spiritual energy surged at his fingertips, and array patterns floated like ripples. See a tiny golden line in the tiny teenager's brow, spreading from top to bottom, gradually, like an immortal opening the eyes of heaven. The clear sky overhead, the rising sun, radiant, tilting his head to look up, surprisingly saw that above the Ho Sun, there is a circle of white light will be gently wrapped. The world seems to have changed. In a deep mountain, a dusty immortal roaming the 4 directions, subconsciously tilted his head, squinted his narrow eyes, smiled, and stroked his long beard. The heavens have shown a vision. Another great talent has appeared in Xianzhou, north of a lake. It's vast as the sea. On a boat, crossing this, the bow sitting an old man, fishing alone in the cold river, straw raincoat all over, bamboo hat atop, gazing into the water. See the sun reflection. There is a circle of milky white. Curious marvel. Well, there's also this kind of vision. Rare, rare. Another old man, over the age of armor, sitting on the top of the mountain, smoking a mouthful of humongous cigarettes, swallowing clouds and spitting out the fog, the remaining smoke, the eyes of the sunken color. Sword tire? The day ring passed in an instant, the long wind swayed away, and Jiang Xian's fingertips left the teenager's brow. The world, it seems, is as usual. Only the tiny teenager, feeling his own changes, subconsciously touched his brow, and then looked at Jiang Xian in dismay, stuttering, "How do I?" Got better in a flash. Yes, the pain and injuries in his body and the hidden disease in his gut seemed to have vanished in that moment just now, and he felt energized and refreshed throughout. Same location, same time and weather. He couldn't feel half the chill anymore either. It's that magical. Involuntarily, he swung his fist twice at the air in front of him. The sound of breaking wind was actually heard, a shake of 3 realms. Gladly, I feel like I'm strong. You're an immortal, right? You're the one who gave me the power. The tiny teenager looked at Jiang Xian in fascination, because there was only one possibility of explanation for all these changes. That is, the black-clothed man in front of him was an immortal. That's all. Jiang Xian didn't deny it, but instead shook out a bag of spirit crystals from his sleeve and slapped it on the chest of that excited little tiny teenager. The teenager caught it in ignorance. This, Jiang Xian said in a warm voice, there's enough money in here for you to spend for a while. Go down the mountain. Go down the mountain to the south. Go to the Castle Peak Sword Academy. Practice your sword and go. They'll take you in. The tiny teenager was even more confused, looking at the bag of money he held in his hand and then at the black clothes in front of him. What do you mean? Jiang Xian did not explain, but turned away and walked some distance before preaching leisurely. You are a genius in sword cultivation. You will definitely achieve something in the future. Go, don't follow me. The whole process, without looking back, he continued on, leaving only a trail of deep tracks in the white snow. The tiny teenager just froze in place, his ears still echoing the words of the black-clothed teenager. Green Mountain Sword Academy. Sword Dao Genius. Whatever. He didn't care at all. And he didn't listen too much. He just looked at the back of the black clothes in a daze, twisted over to look at the bottom of the mountain. A slight trance. Looked back at the mountain, his eyes suddenly firm. At this moment, the tiny teenager seemed to have made some kind of determination, and resolutely went up the mountain to go after the black-clothed teenager. Not too long ago, then take the side-by-side. Breathing heavily, he followed its side in silence. Jiang Xian gently wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, why are you still following me? The tiny teenager giggles when he tilts his head and doesn't speak when he looks down. Instead, he gave Jiang Xian a whole lot of uncertainty. The tiny teenager remains silent. Later, Jiang Xian is also too lazy to ask, thinking that he loves to follow it. Always the road is his own choice, has nothing to do with his own. Later, the tiny teenager, a little worried, suddenly said, up there is the Blood Shadow sect, the Devil's Cave. I know. Jiang Xian responded indifferently. The tiny teenager said again, what are you going to do? Jiang Xian said bluntly, murder. Kill who? All of it. The tiny teenager's eyes flickered as he asked a very silly question. Can we beat them? There's a lot of them, and they're one of the 36 demon caves. Jiang Xian gently lifted the brim of his hat and grinned. It is the Devil's Cave that kills and destroys. The tiny teenager's eyes were mesmerized as a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind and he asked in alarm, you're the heavenly Dao sword bearer? Jiang Xian didn't deny it and just calmly said, my name is Jiang Xian. Tiny teenagers aren't stupid. Jiang Xian didn't deny. That means he guessed right. And the one who can destroy the Devil's Cave. Since only that legendary Heaven's Dao sword executioner. It also reinforced the decision he had just made. Stay close to him. Can't go wrong. Repay for saving your life. On the way up the mountain, Jiang Xian asked, what's your name? The tiny teenager shook his head and said sincerely, I don't know. I don't have a name. Jiang Xian glanced at him with his afterglow and said slowly, how can a person not have a name? But I really don't. Jiang Xian continued breezily, then think of one and give yourself a name. The tiny teenager didn't think much of it, but responded seriously, well, I'll think about it. Aha. Jiang Xian softly hummed. The tiny teenager's mind moved again. Why don't you start one for me? Jiang Xian spat out 2 words without slanting his eyes. Reason. The tiny teenager raised his head and sniffled. I want to be with you. Jiang Xian was confused. With me? The tiny teenager nodded heavily. Right. What with me? The tiny teenager thought about it. Seriously. I want to learn swordplay from you. And then what? The tiny teenager's eyes glazed over and he said indignantly, kill all the evil people in the world. Just like you. Jiang Xian laughed happily and gently shook his head. How could it be possible to kill all the evil people in this world? The tiny teenager followed quickly, pressing after him. May I? Jiang Xian's feet lurched and stopped, giving the teenager a deep sideways glance with intriguing eyes. Again, no words. And yet, it continues onward. The tiny teenager continued to be clueless, and his face was a bit anxious, fearing that Jiang Xian would abandon him in general. Didn't you say that I'm a genius in the way of the sword? You teach me the sword, and later, I'll give you my life. Jiang Xian said, the life is your own. The tiny teenager replied, you saved him too. Jiang Xian's eyebrows relaxed and he said meaningfully, if you're not afraid, then follow. The tiny teenager was overjoyed and nodded heavily. Thanks. Name? Later. Oh, the road up the mountain is rough and the snow is deep. Good thing there's no wind. 2 silhouettes. Not slow, but the mountain rain is quietly brewing. And at night, it will be a bloody scene. Just, the mountain man is foolish. I don't know yet. Chapter 72, Extermination. In front of the mountain gate of the Blood Shadow sect, 2 strangers came, a young man dressed in black, wearing a bamboo hat, with an upright figure, and a half-grown teenager, somewhat scribbling, wrapped in an overcoat. What kind of person dares to trespass my Blood Shadow Hall? The black-clothed teenager did not say more than half a sentence of nonsense. His hand lifted. A sword she whistled. More than 10 disciples guarding the mountain gate, then fell to the ground in an instant. Snap your fingers. So fast that even the wind didn't react. The tiny teenagers swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These former days in front of them, high and mighty demonic sect villains. Today, in the hands of Jiang Xian, but not even the opportunity to fight back. It was evident how strong Jiang Xian really was. Jiang Xian glanced sideways at the little guy and spoke. Just wait here. Don't go in. The tiny teenager looked at Jiang Xian and nodded very seriously. Aha! The words came out in a rush, adding lustfully, be careful. There's a lot of them. Facing the sudden concern, Jiang Xian smiled softly and said gently, don't worry. It's very easy. Just like eating, that simple. The tone was soft, yet unquestioning, like Ben was stating an indisputable fact. The tiny teenager looked at Jiang Xian as he walked into the mountain gate, looked at the corpse on the ground, and disappeared. Then, the black clothes waved a sleeve in the dark night, and saw golden light emerge, instantly enveloping the entire mountain peak. One of the 10 overwhelming formations, the 9 quarters Yellow River Formation, manifested here, shrouding and suppressing the entire Blood Shadow Hall. The darkness lights up. A rare light emerged in the eyes of the tiny teenager, which was yearning and adoration, subconsciously waving his fists and saying a sentence. Awesome! The golden light enveloped the entire Blood Shadow Hall, and the great formation blocked the entire mountain gate, creating a world of its own, with laws changing. And the disciples of the Blood Shadow Hall woke up. They looked around, under their feet, above their heads, at the densely packed array patterns, feeling their own suppressed cultivation, panicked, and in complete disarray. Who is it? Come on, it's all up. Not good. Someone's killing their way in. All stay calm and steady. It's bad. It's bad. It's Azura. It's Azura. He's come to claim his life. He's come to claim his life. Quickly, quickly, quickly go and invite the old ancestor. In a short while, the whole mountain was noisy, and under the golden curtain of light, people rushed across, stumbled, and fled in all directions. Naturally, there are disciples who are fearless of life and death, going against the grain, wanting to fight with that Shura, but, in the end, they didn't even look at the others, and drank their hatred in the yellow springs, and those that tried to escape ended up being blocked by the walls of the formation in vain. Despair, helplessness, fear, played out in the large mountain gate. Death has come to this valley. Whistling winds, tearing screams, wailing cries for help, and cries of despair, accompanied by a blazing sword sound mixed into one, monstrously echoing under this not-so-small canopy. In the small world of the formation, death was heaving and stirring. Jiang Xian walked through them, walking idly, a sword following him like a shadow, tearing through the darkness of the night and beheading each cultivator, while he held a qiankuan bag in his hand, taking each cultivator into it. Jiang Xian's sword didn't take lives, it only severed their nerves and chopped their dantian in the process. Let these villains be a living dead. It's always been that way. As for why, naturally, it is clear. That is to incubate the black dragon egg chant. People divided into good and evil. Blood cannot be divided. The blood of the good, the blood of the wicked, that's all the same, at least as far as black dragon eggs are concerned. 10 years ago, Jiang Xian had set foot in a forbidden place in Xianzhou and obtained a piece of chance in it, which was the qiankuan bag in his hand, an immortal storage bag left behind by an ancient great power. Ordinary storage bag only can store dead things, but this qiankuan bag can be loaded with living things. Also from that time onwards, he moved this idea. And so, easy to find a dragon's den in Xianzhou, according to the method of Nangong Wanner built a blood pool, and then looking for the devil's cave, one by one to destroy the clan, take their blood, placed in the blood pool, hatch the black dragon. One is to fulfill one's own regret, and the other is to punish the evil and promote the good. Sure, definitely more of the former. It was also from that time that the demonic cults in Xianzhou had an unprecedented nightmare. Azura, or the heavenly Tao sword bearer, born from that time. Bold, really think that my demonic sect has no one. Old me, this will fight with you. Together. You can't run away. We'll all die if the formation doesn't break. Why hasn't the old ancestor come yet? Oh, almighty demon, open your eyes and save your people. It's coming. It's really coming. It's not human. In the midst of the chaos, the hustle and bustle, Jiang Xian turned a blind eye to kill the chicken to take the eggs in the line of clouds and water. The Blood Shadow Hall is not big. In the 36 magic caves, ranking has long been in the 20 outside. There are but 10,000 disciples. There was only one immortal realm powerhouse, and at this moment, it woke up, holding a bloody red sail, standing at the top of a large hall, looking down at the black-clothed Lang below it. The tips of his eyebrows wrinkled deep. Early immortal realm 1. The realm was not as good as his own, but when he came alone, he saw a fierce beast, a flooded beast, and wherever he passed, the mountains crumbled. It was the first time he had seen Azura, and his heart could not be calmed. He had never thought that Azura, who had swung 21 demonic caves in 10 years, was actually only in the first realm of the immortal Tao. Ridiculous, incomprehensible. I am afraid no one will believe it even if I tell the whole world. But now, in this formation, his realm was not even as good as a saint's, and it seemed that there was only one way left to die. Yes, everything is just because of this big formation, the big formation that contains the power of law. Here, Azura is a god. Let's just say that he is the boundary of the Shura hell. Azura. Jiang Xian stopped walking and looked up. Call me? The white-haired old man in red whispered. Can you give a way out? Jiang Xian didn't even think about it and refused. No. The red-clothed old man gritted his teeth darkly. Has my Blood Shadow Hall offended you? That's not true, Jiang Xian said indifferently. The red-clothed old man continued to ask questions, seemingly endless questions, since it was also a struggle before death. Then why do you want to destroy us? Is it really to do justice to heaven? Jiang Xian said frankly. No. And for what, exactly? Jiang Xian pursed her lips and said softly. I'm happy to, right or wrong. A sentence I'm happy to be more than open and domineering. You, cut the crap and come down to die. The great battle was imminent, and the red-clothed ancestor fought to the death and bellowed. Then war. However, just as all the disciples placed their last hope in the body of the old ancestor, gazing at him with anticipation, the real despair, however, is just beginning. Their oldest ancestor, an existence at the immortal Tao One realm, was slammed into the earth by Azura with a slap, losing his fighting strength, only to see Jiang Xian pick up their old ancestor like a chicken and throw him into the bag. The shouting is pretty loud and the dishes are real. The whole process, in an instant, they knew that it was hopeless and fell to their knees in dismay. The only thing left to pray to the gods. Done. He, really is the devil. Chapter 73. It feels good to save someone. The golden array lasted for several hours, but the clamor inside was isolated from the world. In front of the mountain gate, the tiny teenager sat in front of the stone steps, looking up at the sky, with some sadness and worry in his face. When he first went there, he remembers the moon being over there, and now it's over here. Think of what the village elders used to say. It's called moonrise. However, that Xian had not yet come out, looking behind him from time to time, the golden light of the formation looming in the darkness of the night. He couldn't get in and he couldn't see, can only pray in his heart, must not be okay, keep telling himself in his head. He is the heavenly sword executor. Must not be okay, must be. And the formation. Jiang Xian threw the last person into the Qinkuan bag and finally exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, his brows soothing, clean. Compared to killing people, catching people was really much more tiring. Otherwise, why would a sword thing be such a hassle? He did not leave, but his divine sense enveloped this place, slightly pressing his eyebrows, and then his body swayed and disappeared into the void. In the present, had appeared in a dim world, where there was no light, and the only torches seemed to have gone out. It's dark, but vaguely can hear the sound of sobbing in the ear. A little messy, in the air, filled with a gust of stench. Disgusting. Jiang Xian snapped his fingers. Answer. And then, boom! A blue fire was lit at his fingertips, swaying here and there, lighting up the world. When he looked around, what met his eyes was a dungeon. Rudimentary, with 3 stone walls and an iron door. It's big. Take a closer look. A corner of that huge jail was densely packed with people, huddled together and cowering. Some people are keeping their heads down. Some are crying. Some are burying their heads into the crowd, while others are sneaking a look at Jiang Xian. just sneaking a look, very carefully. Men and women alike, with their tousled heads, tattered clothes, and bruised bodies, brought the fire in their hands a little closer. The faces were oozing white and the eyes were lifeless, like a bunch of dead people, living dead people who had rotted through long ago. 3 simple words sum it up: dirty, chaos, misery. That's all. Who are these people? Jiang Xian, since there is no need to guess, it should be the same as that tiny teenager in general. If there is not an accident like himself, they think they will also become a member of that sea of corpses. All of them are pathetic. When Jiang Xian saw the scene, he was emotionless and his expression remained the same, because this was not the first time he had seen this scene in front of him. He had been to 22 Devil's Caves and had seen similar scenes 22 times, and such as the one in front of him was really nothing. It's even more hot than the blood pool you built yourself. The palm of his hand pressed toward the iron door and gave it a gentle push. Boo! The iron door is like a paper window. A touch will be broken. Fell to the ground in response to the sound. Startled a little dust, but also scared those people shrink more tightly. The despair in their eyes even more. Jiang Xian did not speak, not to mention did not stay. Will be in the hands of that group of fire? Gently sent. Then this magical hanging in this dungeon dome above. He left in style, seeing that black-clothed teenager leave, listening to the sound of footsteps gently echoing, getting farther and farther away, getting smaller and smaller. The crowd was dumbfounded, and each one looked at each other in disbelief. You look at me, I look at you, as if in a cloud. Who's that guy? What's he doing here? And where did he go? Many questions flashed through their minds with blank answers. Fear. They didn't dare to move, but the little hope left in their hearts forced them to look in the direction of the dungeon door. The iron gate was gone, and the villains who had guarded them in the old days were nowhere to be found. There's an extra fire there, flooded with a sizzling blue. It was bright and seemed warm. Maybe they have been locked up for a long time. They have become accustomed, numb and compromised. So even at this moment, that door is not there anymore. But they hesitate. Until the crowd. Someone gathered enough courage to carefully walk to the door. And then, looking back behind him, confused in the eyes, in the look ahead, the eyes changed. He took a step, stepped out of the cell door, began to run wildly. Hope is rekindled in the heart. Then the second. The third, the fourth. The people stopped sobbing and they followed the wind, one by one, out of the cell door. Nobody, run, until someone tore his heart out and shouted. And throughout the dungeon, the noise rose. Footsteps, shouts, gasps, the voices were joined together, and a good show was enacted with the wavering fire. Escape. It's also freedom. The fire of hope was rekindled in their hearts and they ran out of this dark dungeon with their hearts turned to the light. When they were illuminated by the golden formation light, when they saw the ruined mountain gate, they knew that someone had really come to save them. Their prayers. God heard them, and so God guided them, fleeing from this place, following the guidance of the golden light, running wildly forward. The tallest building of the Blood Shadow Hall was half chopped off by the sword, yet half of it still stood in the darkness of the night. Looking from here, it happened to be possible to see the exit of that dungeon, which stretched all the way to the front of the mountain gate. Jiang Xian was sitting there at the moment, one foot dangling and swaying in the air, one hand resting on top of his knee, and one hand holding a wine gourd. Drink alone. His eyes fell on the wretched mortals, looking at them as they stumbled and fled for their lives, and the face doesn't change. Just, deep in his heart, something else still grew, even if he wasn't quite willing to admit it. However, the extra trace of compassion in the bottom of the eyes was not hidden from the world after all. Saving lives was pretty cool, really, even if he deluded himself that it was all in passing. Remember, in her last life, that girl loved this, getting rid of the violence, settling down, punishing the evil and promoting the good. He remembered her saying that she was from that town, a cave, drinking wine with his head down, looking up at the moon and murmuring softly, "Kinda wish I could visit where you grew up, to see what kind of world it is that makes you always kind." At the mountain gate, the tiny teenager was fuming, but when he heard movement coming from behind him, he instinctively got up and twisted his body to look. Then he saw an individual running out of the golden light, hastily skimming over his side and running down the mountain. They ran stumbling, panicked, but not at all slow. But the good thing is that the moonlight is really bright, refracting the snowy white of the mountains. Even brighter, they are not so lost. 1, 2, groups, piles, dense, crowded, footsteps jumbled, shouts clamored. It's a flight, but it's also more like a rout. like a torrent that's leaking out of a dike. Dumbfounded, the tiny teenager instinctively moved to the side and watched as the living dead, who had been imprisoned in the dungeon like himself in the old days, escaped the mountain. Under his eyes, floating light surged. Very complicated.